Hashtag C1875 Eternal Poison. The great devouring technique devoured boundless power, and then produced an extremely ferocious explosion. This explosion is like the shattering of billions of planes, sweeping out in a mighty way, and directly knocking out these 9-level powerhouses one by one. This kind of blow is not only physical, but also spiritual. The Emperor Xuanhuan played it lightly, and only used some small tricks to knock them back, but they didn't even knock back the Emperor Xuanhuan. Could it be that his strength is already so terrifying? Seeing that their greatest emperor is invincible, the powerful people of the empire all made mighty and majestic voices. A power will become greater and more glorious with the strongest. This is your strength? Xuanhuan's voice was transmitted mightily. You. Hearing such words, although they were angry, the gap in strength was in front of them, making them powerless to refute. This is the majesty of the strong, who can humiliate the weak at will. Ah. Xuanhuan said, I have to admit that your strength is very strong, but it's not enough. Even if you suppress us, it's nothing. Now many Eternals are targeting you. If you are strong, you will be no match for many Eternals. The end of your era is inevitable. Yes? Xuanhuan dominated the scene. He naturally knew that this group of people was just an advance army of the eternal level, and they were sent to test his strength, and now, Xuanhuan would not hide his strength. He wants those eternal levels to know that if they want to deal with him, they must be prepared to pay a huge price. He grabbed it with his big hand and pointed it at Xuanhuan. The world shook violently, and a giant hand pierced through the air. This is the great hand of the Emperor. You want to deal with me with one hand, you are arrogant. Xuanhuan shouted angrily. He soared into the sky, his magic power outlined the Holy Emperor totem, and suddenly condensed into a vision of a great emperor. Full of wind and thunder power, rolling away. However, in Xuanhuan's blow, there was an overwhelming force. Immediately, Xuanhuan's totem broke. He also comprehended some eternal roads, but he didn't dare to use them directly at this time. After receiving a sudden blow, his whole body was violently shaken, and his whole body was shattered with bloodstains. Everyone looked at Xuanhuan. His emperor's will and devouring power were invincible. The road is invincible. Yuan Dao's body suddenly stood tall, and he was not frightened by Xuanhuan's aura. Even if this person was an invincible existence, he would rise up against the sky and be headed by the power of invincible Dao. He followed Yuan Wudi, and was also infected with that invincible will. Xuanhuan stared at it with one eye, carrying a vast divine power. He raised his palm and turned it into a palm knife. The knife that beheaded fate immediately slashed across, directly cutting through Yuan Dao. Slay the power of fate. Yuan Daoist's heart trembled violently. He was cut off in an instant, and a long bloodstain appeared on his chest. What shocked him was that this person's strength could even cut his fate. What should we do? Can't we deal with him? This time they united with many strong men and came aggressively, but they suffered such a tragic defeat. If today's current affairs get out, they will become the joke of others. This time their task was not completed. If they could not really test the limits of Emperor Xuanhuan, it would be difficult for the eternal level behind them to take action. You create opportunities for me. In their souls, the voice of Poison Maiden suddenly sounded. What are you going to do? They knew that Poison Girl Lan followed the Poison Ancestor and had mastered many terrifying poison techniques. Nothing, I have the eternal poison refined by the Poison Ancestor here, which can be used to deal with Emperor Xuanhuan. With this person's strength, conventional methods cannot deal with him. Poison Maiden sound transmission. Are you sure that the eternal poison refined by Poison Ancestor can poison him to death? Xuanhuan said. I'm not sure about this. After all, I'm not the ancestor of poison, but as long as the eternal poison enters his power, it can destroy his power and cause him to suffer great harm, but I need a chance. The poisonous girl Landau. Okay, yes, we will explode desperately to create opportunities for you. We know that poison ancestor is terrible, and we believe in his poison. We don't need to poison him, but as long as he can be seriously injured, that's enough. Their sound transmission was completed in an instant. They also know that it is unrealistic to expect the eternal poison to directly poison Emperor Xuanhuan to death, but it only needs to let the poison explode in his body. The poison of the poison ancestor will let him know what cruelty is. Many people know the horror of the poison ancestor, and he really poisoned the eternal level. The power of the poison ancestor. Their soul fluctuations were captured by Xuanhuan in an instant. With a vast and incomparable force, Xuanhuan's gaze directly locked on Dunulan. He stepped out, walked in his own time and space, and suddenly came in front of her. No, he wants to deal with me. Poison Maiden was also surprised. Just as she was about to react, she trembled all over, time and space froze, and the terrifying power of Emperor Xuanhuan froze the time and space she was in. He's going to deal with Poison Maiden. He must have known that Poison Girl Lan is going to use eternal poison to deal with him. We can't let him succeed, and the poisonous girl can't be in danger either. Although they don't like Dunulan very much, they all understand that Dunulan cannot be in danger, and they still have to rely on her eternal poison to hurt Emperor Xuanhuan. But Xuanhuan struck too fast. He covered the sky with his big hand, and swept out with unparalleled strength. He carried violent thunder and lightning in his palm, and launched a devastating blow at Poison Maiden. You still want to kill me? An extremely sharp sound came from her throat. In an instant, her orchid-like fragrance spread rapidly, and this is a kind of poison. After smelling it, the magic power will be weakened unconsciously. Innately poisonous. She is exploding at the moment, billowing innate poison, in which countless poisons are mixed in her mana. Before Xuanhuan was in that Jedi, he killed the poisonous demon emperor, and he also obtained the poison power of the poison ancestor. But compared with the poisonous maiden, it is nothing but a big witch, not worth mentioning. The poisonous maiden really has to follow the poisonous ancestor and get her true biography. She looks beautiful, but she is a poisonous flower, covered with poison. A drop of blood can poison the life of a planet. When she was cultivating, her whole body was soaked in the poison pool of the poison ancestor, and was tempered by his magic skills day and night. But Xuanhuan watched the poison spread, and his expression did not change. With a sweep of his palm, a raging real fire burned. He himself is invulnerable to all poisons, and no poison can harm him. You can actually be immune to my poison. Dunulan was also surprised. She was performing her poison kung fu. Unexpectedly blossoming flowers surrounded her. Each of these flowers looks bright and beautiful, but they are all condensed by strange poisons. If you break one, the extremely terrifying toxins will be stimulated and bite back at you. Xuanhuan, my poisonous poison was condensed by the poison ancestor. Do you dare to break it? To exchange good books, pay attention to the VX public account. Book Friends Basecamp. Pay attention now, you can receive cash red envelopes. Hashtag C1876 pinch to death. What a difficult method. This poisonous flower is the most colorful and beautiful poison. At this moment, Sikong Tu and the others looked at this gorgeous and highly poisonous flower with extremely fearful expressions on their faces. This highly poisonous flower contains the strange poison of heaven and earth. They could tell that some of these were not made by the poison maiden orchid, but from the hands of the terrifying poison ancestor, otherwise the power would not be so great. I'm inside the poisonous flower, do you dare to break it? Said the poisonous girl Land. Xuanhuan had no expression on his face, and the domineering aura of the emperor was surging like a tide. He stared coldly at the poisonous flower, waved a mighty river of destruction, swept down, and swept across the poisonous flower in an instant. He wants to break directly. Seeing Chu Yuan's direct attack, Sikong too and the others knew that they couldn't watch the show, and immediately a lot of monstrous forces also fought back. Boom! The highly poisonous flowers were swept away by his power, and all of them exploded, and then a stream of colorful poisonous gas rose up, each of which had an intoxicating fragrance. Chu Yuan also saw where Dunland was. He was locked by the hand of God. You dare to deal with me? The huge and surging hand of God came down. Dunland showed no fear. She seemed to want Chu Yuan to do this instead, and immediately her body exploded under the cover. Eternally poisonous. The moment she exploded, a power called eternal poison spread along Chu Yuan's magic power, penetrating everywhere. The eternal poison was refined by the poison ancestor. It was extremely evil and vicious. Everyone present saw the color of the eternal poison. The dazzling color made their faces change drastically, as if they would directly erode them if they looked at them. This is eternal poison. Okay, the eternal poison is powerful, such a terrifying power. If it is me, if I am corroded by this eternal poison, I will be skinned off if I am not dead. Wait for the eternal poison to really take effect, and we will make a move to make it difficult for him to be distracted, in order to cause maximum damage. They are all waiting for the eternal poison to take effect. Let me see how capable you are. You can resist the poison produced by the great poison ancestor. After the poison maiden exploded just now, she reunited on the other side. Just now she took the initiative to explode herself, and lost a lot of her origin, just for this blow. But Chu Yuan stood still at this moment. His emperor's body became bigger and bigger, and he also felt a terrible power in the eternal poison. After entering the body, it will forcibly burn your original power, and if you want to expel it with power, the mana will be assimilated by it, as if pouring boiling oil on the fire. That's what's scary about it. Every one of the eternal poison is extremely gorgeous before death, and the mana all over his body will be burning, like a feathered flying fairy. However, Chu Yuan displayed unparalleled strength in the face of this poison. With his overbearing will, the great devouring technique actually swallowed the eternal poison directly. This highly poisonous poison seemed to have a spirituality, and it bared its teeth and claws to counter Chu Yuan's power. Although it was refined by the poison ancestor, after all, it was not the poison ancestor who came in person. Chu Yuan's stronger power, the eternal poison, was directly disintegrated under his control. He ruled the world, his power moved, and the eternal road appeared, directly covering the poisonous female orchid. What's going on? You shouldn't be burning now. Even if you weren't, you would have to spend a lot of energy to resist at this moment. No, it's impossible. Could it be that you haven't been affected at all? Poison Maiden made an unbelievable sound. She realized in an instant that Chu Yuan was going to kill her, and said in horror, "He has resisted the eternal poison refined by the poison ancestor, and faced the enemy head-on. I am not his opponent." How did he do it? No matter what method Chu Yuan used, his domineering will is absolutely irresistible to him. Dunvlan was about to run away, but she was horrified to find that the surroundings were different from other places, as if she had escaped the eternal divine path, and she had already fallen into the realm of Chu Yuan. You can't kill me. She saw a stalwart figure walking towards her step by step on this road, and her soul was about to collapse, as if she was about to fall into the bottomless abyss and never be reborn forever. The whole world is under Chu Yuan's control. His domineering emperor's hand killed him in an instant. Seeing the big hand falling, Dunulin frantically wanted to escape, but the emperor's palm was like Wuzishan, making it impossible for her to escape the suppression of the eternal big hand no matter where she fled. Boom! She was immediately grabbed by Chu Yuan's big hand. Struggling desperately, he even yelled out that he is a disciple of Du Zhu. If he dared to kill her, he would receive revenge from Du Zhu. At this time, Chu Yuan directly lifted Poison Girl Lan with his big hand. What revenge? Since he took the road of being the strongest, he will not be afraid of any revenge, and all those who are against him will be eradicated. No matter who. There is no pity. Poison Girl Lan was pinched tightly by her big hand, bang. She let out a scream, and her whole body exploded completely. But after the explosion, an even more terrifying poison erupted. Every part of her body became the scariest place. Even her broken soul turned into a roaring eternal soul poison. This is the law of burning jade and stone together. And this kind of burning together, even if some of the ninth realm are caught off guard, they may be plotted to death by her. In his path, the force of the terrifying poison is even more terrifying than the pure eternal poison before. It turns out that the body of the Poison Girl Lan has long been forged by the poison ancestor into an eternal and highly poisonous body. Only when she dies, and mixed with her blood and soul, can the power of this poison be fully erupted. This eternal poison is raging. When Qu Yuanba approached the world, he pressed down with his palm, and an even more surprising scene occurred. These violent and raging eternal poisons subsided in an instant, and he transformed them into pure power. He is arrogant. He spread out on the eternal road, and the poisonous female orchid was gone. Poison Girl Lan, she was killed. Read books to get cash, follow VX, Public account, book friends base camp, read books and get cash. Seeing this frightening scene, Sikong Tu and the others made extremely difficult sounds from their throats. Poison Girl Lan possessed so many terrifying methods, yet they were all dead. This domineering method of beheading Dunlan completely frightened them, they were trembling all over, and the force of raising it also dissipated. They were retreating again and again at this time, and being able to kill the poisonous Ndlan, that is to say, being able to kill them, this person's strength had already stood at the pinnacle of the world, and extraordinary powerhouses could contend with him and block his way. And their faces were also ugly. If they didn't get the result, wouldn't it be a battle of his prestige? It's time for you to show up. Qu Yuan said suddenly at this moment. Emperor Xuanhuan, I have to admit that you are very powerful. At this time, the Eternal class finally appeared. #C1877 Big Zero, Chaos. The Eternal level powerhouse appeared. Of course, such a big sensation, it is impossible for some Eternals not to pay attention, and it is impossible not to show up. They didn't show up before, because they didn't know Qu Yuan's strength, didn't know his details, and wanted Sikong Tu and the others to test his strength. And Qu Yuan's strength far exceeded their expectations, even the poison ancestor's eternal poison had no effect on him, this strength was enough to be on an equal footing with them, at the same level. They were also shocked. When the century Yuan was only halfway through, this kind of powerhouse appeared. In their hearts, Xuanhuan is enough to become a serious problem for them. At this time, they also want to experience the true magic power of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, your strength, I don't know if there has been a character like you before, but as far as I know, you are the first one. Before the end of an era, your strength has reached this level. An old man came. When he came, he was very calm. He was dressed in a dark blue robe. His eyes were deep, and he praised Qu Yuan without hesitation. Indeed, the other party has the qualifications for him to praise. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the Great Thousand Master of the Great Thousand Heavenly Sect. Qu Yuan revealed his identity in one word. The Lord of the Great Thousand, who controls the power of the Great Thousand, can generate countless worlds in a single thought, and is the pioneer of the world. Metropolitan. Hong Jia said angrily, it's us who are incompetent, not his opponent. It's not their fault. His strength is too strong for you to deal with. The Lord of Great Thousands is very peaceful, his eyes are always on Qu Yuan, he has eternal strength, this person already has the determination to become the strongest, he is even more powerful than the former Emperor Zhu Tian, Emperor Panchen even more terrifying. His evaluation is very high, Because even the two emperors were far less powerful than he is now when they were in Xuanhuan. Back off. The Lord of the Thousand Ways. But it depends on whether he can get to this point. He is sharp and easy to break. Let alone the strongest, even if he wants to break through at the eternal level, he may not succeed. With a majestic voice, a vision of opening up the world appeared in the nothingness, the boundless power of chaos exploded, and a person with the power to shatter the universe walked out directly. This man is tall, with black hair and shawls, his eyes are piercing, and there are lightning flashes, and his gestures have extremely shocking power. Another eternal grade. On this eternal road, there are not many eternal levels, some ancient ones are sleeping, and some like Hongmeng, Tuming, Immortal, and Qianquan don't want to be enemies with Chuyuan. There are also some who don't want to show up until they are not driven by huge interests. There are also some who are completely closed in their own eternal road, and they don't care about the outside world. They sleep for several epochs and don't know what's going on here. If all these factors are removed, there are very few who can deal with Chuyuan in a short period of time. Now there are only two available. However, to deal with Chuyuan who has not yet reached the Eternal Strike class, the eternal class that can make the dragon see the head but not the end, two of them appear in such a short period of time, and this is already extremely important. Chaos, you are here. The Lord of the Great Thousand said. Here I am. I just woke up in my eternal road, and I knew that there was a remarkable existence in Shijiyuan. Looking at it now, it is indeed the case. I can't see through his details. This eternal is the famous chaos. There are many people who practice the way of chaos, and there are two people in Chuyuan's multiverse, the Lord of Chaos and the God of Chaos. However, the chaos statue in front of him is eternal level, which shows that his chaos way is the strongest in the entire eternal road. Just like Chuyuan. Few people know his name. At their level, they don't care about his real name long ago, only know his title. This chaos is also well known. In the past, he created a chaos god dynasty to frighten the world. However, he existed for too long. After the chaos god dynasty flourished, it gradually declined with his retreat, and then disappeared. He himself doesn't care about these. The longer you live, the less you care about these things. He has killed too many people, and his relatives and friends have long since died. Some Eternals have even lost their power over the years, which makes it difficult for us to contact them. If more Eternals wake up, we will be more confident in dealing with them. The Lord of Great Thousands has no choice. The Eternal Road is equivalent to the independent void on the Eternal Road, and it is extremely hidden. Unless you have strong strength and start a carpet-like search on the boundless Eternal Road, if you don't take the initiative to show up, it is almost impossible to know their whereabouts. In fact, some Eternals couldn't stand it anymore, and they didn't even know it when they sat down. Chuyuan looked at the Lord of the Great Thousand in chaos, still standing in the sky, and said, "You two appear, and you want to kill me? If I don't have enough self-confidence, I won't appear in front of you." The mighty and majestic emperor's aura rumbled and shook. "We naturally know that it is difficult to kill you. You also rely on the backing of the multiverse, and we also know the reason why you do this. If we block your multiverse, what do you think will happen?" The Lord of the Thousand Ways. Before Chuyuan showed his strength, the Lord of Great Thousands thought that there was a limit to the strength of the martial arts, and he and chaos might seal him up. However, now he can only take the next best thing and press him back into the multiverse. As time goes on, more and more Eternals will wake up, and when the era is over, they will be destroyed directly. It is very dishonorable to use this method, but in fact, many Eternals have lived for too many years, except for a very few unruly ones. What is it to face them face to face? In order to achieve the goal, any conspiracy method can be used. No one wants to have a strongest person on their head. It is only in such a situation that they will unite. For example, Yuan Wudi's road to the strongest was interrupted by them. Whether you two go together, or alone, I will follow. Chu Yuan's words moved in all directions, and the wind was surging, giving people the feeling of being extremely arrogant and presumptuous. However, the Lord of the Thousand and Chaos were not angry, but felt normal, and would not show up even if the opponent was not strong. Chaos, I will attack first, and you will be on the sidelines. The Lord of Great Thousands looked at Chu Yuan. Although he had fought against Sikong Tu and the others before, he hadn't fully demonstrated his strongest skills, and he was unfamiliar with his strength. He let chaos overwhelm the formation. In fact, he wanted to block Chu Yuan's escape route and support him from the side. It is good. Chaos rode. Xuanhuan, you have the qualifications to make me cautious. I am also very curious about your strength. Let me see how far you are against the sky. It is not so easy to become the strongest. The light of the world of the Lord of the Great Thousand spreads violently, and the eternal divine power roars for a while, and he uses the most powerful posture to deal with Emperor Xuanhuan. #C 1878 More than less. The Lord of the Great Thousand made a move. He hadn't made a move for dozens of epochs, but this was to interrupt Chu Yuan's strongest path, so he had to make a move. Dakian. The Lord of the Great Thousand immediately clasped his hands together, and around Chu Yuan, it seemed that there was a boundless world constantly squeezing towards him, trying to seal him in a narrow area. Worlds, full of wonders. Dakian also represents countless universes. Now, the battle representing the pinnacle has begun, and all the duels here have stopped, and the powerhouses on both sides have retreated one after another. This is not a battle they can participate in. Chaos stared at him, and if he had the chance, he would deal the greatest blow to Chu Yuan without hesitation. Destroy. Chu Yuan looked indifferent. The torrent of destruction turned into a long river that traversed the sky and the earth. Its bright color did not look like a destructive force at all, but the Lord of Great Thousands could see it. This is the power that destroys civilization and their eternal path. Boom. Destroy the Changhe with one impact, and the power of the Great Thousand Gods is broken. This emperor cannot be allowed to become powerful. The Lord of the Great Thousand came to kill him. His big hands were brightly colored, the dream of the universe was spreading, and the strong eternal mana was surging. His Great Thousand is actually a kind of use of time and space power, but it has been developed into another way. I'll see how you stop it. Chu Yuan has eternity in his heart and is invincible in the world. He clearly knew that in this battle, he would fully display his strength, so that the strong on the eternal road could see his strength, and he would use the most violent posture to let the world know what would happen if they fought against him. Only when you see your strength can you frighten others and win time. Even if the world is an enemy, so what, I annex eternity. Chu Yuan's invincible ambition. The murderous intent surged out. Chu Yuan Ding Ding Universe, he blasted out violently with one punch, and immediately shattered all the lights of the Great Thousand Light with overwhelming power. The fierce aura made the Lord of Great Thousand's expression freeze, but he is not easy to mess with. As soon as he raised his hand, he revealed layers of the world. In an instant, there seemed to be a huge box around Chu Yuan, and there were countless layers of small boxes inside the huge box. Big Thousand Worlds. Chaos Road. Countless worlds. Standing here, Chu Yuan can certainly feel the power of the universe. The Lord of the Great Thousand made frequent shots. Emperor Xuanhuan's combat method is very brave, like a raging sea dragon, extremely difficult to deal with. He wants to narrow the scope of the battle, as if trapping the dragon in a small pool. Big Thousand Explosions. Layers of Great Thousand Worlds also exploded in an instant, and when each layer exploded, all the power was limited to a small range, so that the power could be blocked and fully blessed to the maximum. That's it? Facing this kind of power, Chu Yuan didn't panic at all, but showed the confidence to control everything. He suddenly soared into the sky, fierce and unyielding, and suddenly there was a beam of light that was extremely straight. I knew it a long time ago, you would do this. The Lord of the Great Thousand puts his hands together. At this time it seems that every time Xuanhuan breaks through a layer of the Great Thousand world, another layer will immediately cover him, and it will be endless, as if it will never be completely broken through. When each layer is broken, it seems that a layer of the world is completely exploded. Seeing that Xuanhuan is ferocious, he will use the eternal law to bully you. Xuanhuan's eternal divine fire ignited, and as soon as he opened his hands, the countless layers of worlds were broken, and then he punched the sky, and the fate of the Emperor's kingdom directly penetrated his countless layers of worlds. The great finale. After the appearance of his great finishing technique, the world seems to have come to an end, civilization has ushered in his twilight, and the gods have seen their own depravity. Even if he is as strong as the Lord of the Great Thousand, at this moment, he seems to see that his eternal road has come to an end, and he will disappear in the divine power of this end. The way of the end, his power has affected my thinking. Although it was only for an instant, the Lord of the Great Thousand was also shocked, and under his unparalleled divine power of ending, his infinity of the Great Thousand was actually shattered layer by layer. But just when Xuanhuan stepped out of the Great Thousand realm, chaos moved. He punched violently, and chaos descended. This punch immediately punched out a heavy ocean of chaos, and his breath was oppressive and heavy. He couldn't just sit back and watch. From this short fight, he has already seen that the Lord of Great Thousands cannot really suppress Xuanhuan, and he must also take action, using the power of two eternal level to suppress. The two eternal levels shot together, just to deal with Xuanhuan alone. Chaos. Unexpectedly, facing chaos attack, Xuanhuan also punched chaos, and the gate of chaos was inside his fist. These fists all punched billowing chaotic waves. In terms of manipulating the laws of chaos, Xuanhuan is naturally inferior to chaos, but sometimes, powerful forces can narrow the gap in this respect. Boom. At the center of the collision of the two forces, the divine light is infinite. Chaos withdrew his fist, and was also surprised. He actually knows the great chaos technique. He used his power to create a chaotic world. He's really tough to deal with. The Lord of Great Thousands looked solemn. Chaos, you and I will fight alone. It seems that I can't deal with him alone. Xuanhuan swept his eyes, and his aura was overwhelming, sweeping out, even facing the two Eternals. He was not afraid, but was full of unparalleled confidence in his own strength. Chaos shot, his power was fierce and vast. Dakian made a move, and he created an infinite thousand worlds. The three of them fought, their strength was earth-shattering, and the sweeping waves were too violent and terrifying. This time, there is the Lord of the Great Thousand and Chaos dealing with him at the same time. This person absolutely cannot continue to be arrogant. Hong Jia said harshly. That's right, no matter how strong he is, he can't imagine being an opponent of two eternal level opponents. Being able to deal with one person is already his limit. Two eternal level players? Humph. He has no chance of winning. The Mad Warrior Sage also shouted. The Lord of Mantras added, unfortunately, time is too short to allow more Eternals to appear. But at this moment, Xuanhuan was still calm in the face of the siege of the two eternal levels. He blasted out countless lines, as if they were intertwined into eternal rules. This eternal rule vibrates again and again, and it has the power to destroy everything. This is the regular line on the mudstone slab. He has studied the mudstone slab. Chaos was startled. Of course he knew about the mudstone slab. What this mudstone slab was, even the eternal level couldn't destroy it. He didn't just push it, but achieved a kind of control. He seems to be the strongest existence, and he wants to control all the eternal rules in his own hands. The Lord of the Thousand Ways. Such opponents are the scariest. Chaos Road. Chaos, Dakian, if you just use this kind of power to defeat Jin, you also know that it is impossible. It will be useless except to waste time and mana. Show your way, and use the strongest means. Xuanhuan manipulated the rules of eternity, and actually weaved an eternal god's robe directly, and put it on his body. Hashtag C1879 unimaginable. In fact, although Chaos and the Lord of Great Thousand made their moves, everything was still within the controllable range. They didn't use their strongest power, it was just a battle of pure mana. The strongest power is one's own way. Bombarding with their own way, that is their strongest and most dangerous moment. This kind of bombardment is equivalent to a battle of souls. Once the road is hit, it is even more serious than broken souls. Originally, their paths could be completely blocked, but once they were hit, not only would they suffer extremely serious injuries, but most importantly, they would not be able to completely block their aura. As you wish. Chaos was silent for a moment, but still made a decision. If he is unwilling to accept this kind of invitation to fight, after all, the other party has not really reached the eternal level, and he also wants to see what kind of surprise this person's halfway will evolve. Boom. In an ancient and mysterious time and space, endless chaotic vitality emerged. Chaos is the master. At this moment, the power of chaos has skyrocketed by at least several times compared to before. Inside, chaos air is rushing, each of which is as heavy as eternity, suppressing the sky. The way of the Lord of the Thousands also appeared at the same time. When I saw it for the first time, it was incomparably bright, and the divine light was incomparably magnificent, reflecting mirror-like light waves in it, and each ray of light was a world, organized into 1,000 worlds. The roads of each eternal level are different, which is also the key to their long life. He's too arrogant. He actually wants to let the two Eternals show their way. This is simply arrogant and boundless. Yes, he has reached the edge of madness. The reason why the Eternal class is so powerful is that they have created their own path, like an independent eternal world. He will be suppressed. Now, all the powerhouses are focusing their attention on this place, expecting the two eternal levels to cause the greatest trauma to him. Shenwu, let me see how powerful your eternal road is. Chaos shouted loudly. The sound broke the world. His burly and brave body strode forward immediately, and his path moved with him. The monstrous chaotic power condensed into the terrifying Chaos God soldiers was about to envelop Xuanhuan. Eternal battle. People often say that when they are in the 9th realm, they can resist the pursuit of the eternal class, but in many cases, the eternal class is not serious and has not shown its own way for him. Come. Xuanhuan's fighting spirit was ignited, and he took a step forward, as if the eternal road had been extended. Inside his road, there was a real and dreamy world, as if he had created a real eternal world. With boundless strength, he was so angry that he directly hit the past. Boom. Although Xuanhuan hadn't fully achieved the eternal level, at the moment of impact, it was like the collision of two small eternal worlds. That chaos obviously felt the strength of the opponent's path. What a powerful road. I feel that in his road, it seems that no attribute is specified, but it gives me a hunch that there are all kinds of power in it, and it controls everything. Chaos was startled. It was Feng Lu's attributes that shocked him. I understand that eternity is nothingness, but eternity can create everything. He wants everything to exist in his own way. If he wants to truly achieve eternity level, he is more terrifying than anyone else. The moment that flashed between the flashes of missing. Chaos clawed with his big hand, his path was roaring, and suddenly his 5 fingers were violently bombarded like Optimus Prime. Each finger contained the power to create and destroy the world, so powerful that it was boundless. Xuanhuan's fighting spirit was astonishing. At this moment, the power he exudes is vast and infinite, just like the eternal Emperor of Heaven, and there is boundless mana with a wave of his hand. Boom boom boom. In the shocking collision, Xuanhuan pushed his own strength to the strongest. With that domineering will, Chaos had a feeling that his path of chaos would be controlled. It was a horrible feeling. It is impossible for the Lord of the Great Thousand to just sit back and watch, one after another light waves spread out, and the power of the world is bombarding him. He wants to blow up Xuanhuan's road that has not really formed. But the scene that followed made his face dignified. In Xuanhuan's way, there was an extreme devouring power. He was not affected by the power of this world explosion at all, but swallowed up all the power. Their power broke out, but at the same time, Xuanhuan's power also broke out. Chaos, Dakian, if you only have these strengths, you won't be able to block my way. This book is organized and produced by the official account. Follow VX, Book Friends Base Camp, read books, and get cash red envelopes. Xuanhuan's heroic voice resounded, and he became an undefeated emperor. He made great strides, and the eternal road continued to extend. At this moment, his whole body was burning up, extremely brilliant. Carrying boundless faith and the strongest power, he first punched the Lord of the Great Thousand. The time and space that Lu has evolved are all within his fist. The Lord of Great Thousands had already seen that the other party had unleashed the most berserk power and could not dodge. He concentrated the power of Great Thousands, and at the same time punched Xuanhuan's. Rumble. This shocking shock, Xuanhuan's punch, his world was shattered crazily, even his road was greatly affected, and there was an earthquake-like sensation. Xuanhuan's eternal road also caused a great shock. But he seems to ignore these, still blasting out the strongest force. Humph. Chaos came again, he folded his hands together, that chaos, his path turned into a chaotic sky pillar, and directly bombarded Xuanhuan, wanting to directly smash his way. Seeing his attack, Xuanhuan looked even more indifferent. His overwhelming power enveloped the past, and in his eternal road, there were door after door operating, which later turned into a torrent. He turned around, opened the gate of eternity, got rid of the entanglement with the Lord of the Great Thousand, and came in front of chaos. The gate of eternal time and space. The Lord of Great Thousands also has a very thorough comprehension of the power of time and space, and he can see through it at a glance. Xuanhuan's sect is so powerful that it seems to be able to penetrate into any time and space. Hard to stop, hard to break. Chaos was also a little surprised, not expecting his way of time and space. Xuanhuan's light shines forever, and he is in the craziest state at this moment. His strength is increasing crazily, and because of this improvement, there is a state of collapse in his path. And this crazy power also made chaos stop him. Xuanhuan's iron fist, gold and iron horse, and the torrent of troubled times rushed over in one fell swoop. Chaos looked solemn, and could only fight against Xuanhuan, and the result of this fight was that his eternal road was actually making a crackling sound, and there was a destructive force trying to destroy him. Chaos stabilized his strength. At this time, he looked at the Lord of the Great Thousand and felt a little helpless. Deqian, it seems that with our strength, we can't stop him, and we can't do anything to him. We can only make a tie. Yes, his strength has far exceeded our imagination. The Lord of the Great Thousand said, let's retreat. #C1880 Gathering Potential. The Lord of Chaos and Great Thousand actually chose to retreat. This decision was too unexpected. Although Xuanhuan's attack was extremely fierce before, he was not strong enough to defeat the two of them. They are also a little helpless, there is nothing they can do. Because the two of them also knew that they also had nothing to do with Emperor Xuanwu, and both of them knew his purpose, which was to force them to leave with the most violent fighting style. The two understand. If Emperor Xuanwu adopts desperate tactics, the two of them will have to pay a huge price, the road will be broken by him, they will not fall, and they will also suffer great trauma. And their way broke. Yes, the path of Emperor Xuanhu will also get the most damage. However, the opponent's path has not been fully accomplished, which is his weakness and also his strength. He is still in the process of shaping, and the various laws have not been perfected. He can return to the multiverse to recover in the shortest possible time. However, they can't. The Eternal Road is too dangerous. If they really want to kill Xuanhuan, the price they have to pay is too great, and they are likely to be dragged into the water by him. At that time, they themselves will be extremely dangerous, and it is very likely that other eternal levels will hunt them down if they catch their weakness. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Hunters sometimes become prey of others. Yeah, with our strength, we can't deal with him. The Lord of the Great Thousand said, "Let's retreat for the time being, it is not enough for the two of us to block his way." They don't want to pay almost a huge price and become someone else's wedding dress. Walk. Receive the red envelope. The cash or coin red envelope has been issued to your account. Follow the public.account, book friends base camp, on WeChat to get it. The Lord of the Thousand and the Lord of Chaos recede. There was also an instant emptiness here. I already overestimated his strength, but I still underestimated him. Chaos and Dakian walked in the void of time and space, their faces solemn. Today's battle gave him a huge shock. Chaos said, "His strength is too strong, it's hard to imagine. His biggest advantage is that he has enough confidence to fight with us. He can return to the multiverse even if he is seriously injured. This is something we can't do." That's right, you and I couldn't do anything to him this time, and his reputation will surely spread on Eternal Road again, but as long as he doesn't achieve the eternal rank, he won't be considered the real aspiration. When the Lord of Great Thousands was speaking, he suddenly shouted, "Yuan Wudi, I know you are coming, show up." In a time and space, an unruly figure walked out like a sharp blade, his eyes swept towards the two of them, his face was full of coldness, and he had an invincible will in his heart. This Yuan Wudi's strength is stronger than hundreds of epics. Chaos looked dignified. Even the eternal level has strengths and weaknesses, otherwise there would not be such a heterogeneous existence as the strongest. He continued, "Since you are here, if you made a move just now, there is a great possibility to keep him. With your strength, you may even break his eternal road. I'm not interested in working with you." Yuan Wudi has his arrogance, and said indifferently, "One thing, I admire the Emperor Xuanhu very much. If I want to deal with him, I will find a time to invite him to fight, use my invincible power to defeat him, and become my invincible road." Bones. Yuan Wudi, you are really arrogant. Chaos snorted coldly, "However, you are not as good as Emperor Xuanhu, be careful, you will die yourself." So proud. Still as proud as before. He doesn't bother besieging Emperor Xuanhu. Hearing his words, Yuan Wudi stared sharply, two beams of light shot out across the sky, he suddenly shot at Chaos, his palm turned into the sharpest magic weapon, tearing apart all his barriers, and beheading him. Rumble. Yuan Wudi's power was also tyrannical, causing Chaos' face to change instantly, and he suddenly fought back with Chaos' giant palm. But at the moment of the confrontation, he suddenly trembled, and the whole person went backwards. "Okay." The Lord of Great Thousands said, "Yuan Wudi, we don't want to fight you. Now the target is Emperor Xuanhu. It's your business if you want to fight him alone, and we have our plan." Yuan Wudi didn't say much. After appearing, he left with Yuan Dao. This Yuan Wudi is not the same as us, so don't pay attention to him. Although he failed to deal with Xuanhu this time, it also let many people see his strength. Some people don't care. Now it's time to know how terrible he is. Chaos said coldly. That's right. As for Xuanhu, he must be beaten back into the multiverse. Of course, it would be better if he could be killed directly. Also, we can't become wedding dresses calculated by others. After Dakian finished speaking, Chaos, if you're not in a hurry, go sit in my Dakian Tianzong. I can't ask for more. At this time, Xuanhuan also led the fleet back to the second city after driving back Chaos and Dakian. The news of this battle will inevitably spread out at the fastest speed, causing the greatest shock on the Eternal Road. What kind of concept is this? Not only did they not lose against the two eternal levels, but they had to retreat. This kind of strength has already stood at the pinnacle of Eternal Road. Moreover, Emperor Xuanhuan has not reached the eternal level yet. If he really became the eternal level, wouldn't he be able to sweep away the Invincible? No one will be his opponent, and he will rule the world for hundreds of epochs in the future. Of course there are pros and cons. While making many people fear him, it will also make more people want to explain him crazily. At this moment, Xuanhuan was sitting in the second city. It took just a few months for the news to spread like a hurricane. Emperor Xuanhuan, the strength is too invincible, right? Chaos and Dakian shot him, but they can't do anything to him. He is like the undefeated emperor. It seems that he will never be defeated. There is no one who can defeat him. When Xuanhuan was too scary, I really don't know what will happen if he continues to practice. That will have to wait until he can live. His strength has already made many Eternals feel threatened. Next, I estimate that more Eternals will wake up and deal with him. But the other party can give up the second city and return to the multiverse. The path of the strongest is not back. If he doesn't seize this opportunity, it will be difficult for him to improve his strength after several epochs. Otherwise, do you think Emperor Xuanhuan will choose to attack at this time? There is no way for him to make such a decision, it is a helpless move. There are still many smart people who can see through Xuanhuan's purpose, but also because of his strength, no one dares to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the fire. It's not something they can meddle in. Xuanhuan was sitting in the second city right now. He has the power to lead the civilization of the times with both hands. On his eternal road, the first city and the second city stand impressively, as if a road appeared, manifesting with real magic power. On this path, there are already bright colors gradually appearing. #C1881 Target, Holy Emperor Continent. Xuanhuan used mana to build his own path. That light is the gathering of strength and belief, evolving reality. When the real Xuanhuan withstood this attack, the powerhouses of the empire could move forward freely on this road. His fame spread. Even if they are not citizens of the empire, as long as they think in their hearts that Xuanhuan is invincible in the world, and that he wants to become the strongest, he will turn into a force and flood his eternal road. This is momentum, gathering momentum. When the intensity reaches a certain limit, it will turn into a tyrannical luck. At this moment, Xuanhuan felt that the feedback force turned into a vast ocean, washing him wave after wave, trying to sublimate him to the utmost, but obviously these forces were not enough to sublimate. His current strength is enough to fight against the eternal class. Once he is fully sublimated, the increase in strength will be huge, and the weaker ones may be directly beheaded by him. Half a year has passed since the battle with the eternal class. In the past 6 months, it seemed unusually peaceful, but amidst this tranquility, there was a turbulent undercurrent, and more people wanted to deal with Xuanhuan, but they also knew that the Emperor Xuanhuan was not so easy to deal with. If you don't gather the strongest strength, you can't do anything to him at all. Xuanhuan took the initiative to deal with Emperor Jidao before, and he also knew what Emperor Jidao left behind. This Yuan didn't know his face and participated in the Imperial War, but he also knew his strength, so he used this method to express his existence. Yuan remembered this matter. As for the Emperor Jidao, Yuan also put him on the death list. And one day, Yuan held an imperial meeting in the second city. All the strong men above the origin gathered together, knowing that the emperor summoned them, and the big plan of the empire was about to start again. In the past 6 months, there has been no gathering towards the eternal killing formation. Here, it seems to have become a forbidden place. Knowing that we are strong and difficult to deal with, but this does not mean that we are secure. Tianzuan is the think tank of the Empire, analyzing the situation. Our current situation is extremely bad. There are more and more forces trying to deal with us. Although His Majesty's previous battle has deterred some people and made them afraid to take action for the time being, it also put us in a more dangerous situation. A little carelessness, the second city is destroyed, and as time goes by, there will be more and more eternal shots. Tianzuan said, so we can't wait, we have to take the initiative to break the deadlock. Your analysis is very good. If you keep it for a long time, you will lose. It is the worst policy to keep it. Xuanhuan nodded appreciatively. With Tianzuan around, he saved a lot of people, both military and internal affairs can be arranged for him in an orderly manner. Everyone wants to destroy us, but they are afraid of strength. In a short period of time, without enough strength, destroying a second city is nothing. As long as you can't deal with His Majesty, it is not considered a success. Tianzuan continued, and we have to seize this fleeting opportunity to do something even more shocking. I do think so. Xuanhuan said slowly, destroy one or two of his forces first, seize the opportunity when the eternal class is not fully born, and let the Empire experience the baptism of blood and fire. The powerful forces were about to be destroyed, and everyone held their breaths, knowing clearly that this battle would inevitably destroy the forces that could shake eternity. Tianzuan, who do you think the Empire should destroy? Xuanhuan already had an answer, but let Tianzuan speak up. Tianzuan was silent for a while, and then said, the era of the Holy Emperor. Era of the Holy Emperor. They were all shocked when they heard it, especially Duan Qingshan, the old man Shantian, who had traveled on the Eternal Road, was even more shocked. The era of the Holy Emperor was once the strongest. What the Holy Emperor opened up, the power he left behind is extremely powerful, especially in the Holy Emperor continent. It is unknown how many ancient strong men are sleeping. Some people think that His Majesty will go to the Holy Land of Truth, such as Daqi and Tianzong. Hello everyone, our official account will find gold and coin red envelopes every day. As long as you pay attention, you can receive them. The last benefit at the end of the year, please seize the opportunity. Public number, book friend base camp. This is exactly what I want to fight. If you don't understand, please explain to Tianzuan. Xuanhuan said. The era of the Holy Emperor is strong, but at the same time it is also the most important thing for the Empire to send troops. I know that there are many ancient strongmen in the era of the Holy Emperor, but this problem also happened to the Holy Emperor. Tianzuan said, the Holy Emperor has lived for too long. Because of his prestige, he has accumulated too many strong men for the Holy Emperor's era, but the Holy Emperor cannot show his hands at will. He hides in his eternal road. If he makes a move, his own strength has been depleted. The longer he lives, the more the eternal rules will want to kill him, and it will be difficult for him to survive the next eternal calamity. They may guess that I will take the initiative to attack, but not many know that I will attack in the era of the Holy Emperor. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, they prefer to go to the mountain of tigers. This era of the Holy Emperor is also the most arrogant, so I will use the most fierce attack, to destroy this ancient era. Xuanhuan was extremely domineering. His character does not allow him to back down. He can even see that now is the best opportunity, and they are waiting for more eternal grades to appear, leaving him a window period. In fact, he has already thought about the opportunity to attack the Holy Emperor continent. I am betting whether the Holy Emperor will appear because of the Holy Emperor's era. If he does not appear, I will completely destroy the Holy Emperor's era, and if he appears and preserve the Holy Emperor's era, then I will let him pay a price. Xuanhuan said again. They all have their own little ones, and they all have their own interests and goals. It is the worst thing not to grasp it at this time. I guess the Holy Emperor will probably not show up. He also knows that His Majesty will fight against Great Thousand in chaos. If the plan fails, we will retreat and fight on other people's territory. It will be them who will destroy them. Is there a big loss for us? Yi Tianzuan said with a smile, and if the Holy Emperor doesn't appear, the era of the Holy Emperor will be destroyed by us, and whoever dares to deal with us now has to weigh whether he has the strength to bear our price. Actually, this also reveals a will. The silent Jiryo said slowly, it is the empire that relies on the multiverse and has the backing of Fearless. It can fight whoever it wants. If it can't fight the age of the Holy Emperor, it can change its target in the next moment and go to fight another one. You can destroy the first city of the empire, or even the second city, but you can't stop the empire's conquest on the eternal road. We have to take advantage of our strengths. Chu Yuan stood up from the throne of God, attack the era of the Holy Emperor with thunderous means, and wash away the Holy Emperor's continent with blood. We must seize it before others are aware of it. Otherwise, once there is an external force blocking the empire, plan will fail. I personally open the door of eternal time and space, and travel in a special time and space. Boom. The space-time power of Chu Yuan formed a space-time gate, and all the warships rushed in immediately. In the channel he built, it was as if they had received some kind of special treasure. The army of the Empire is moving fast, grabbing a time gap. Target, Saint Emperor Continent. #C1882 attack. Chu Yuan personally led the Imperial army on an expedition to the era of the Holy Emperor. He wanted to strike with a poor reaction, to attack when the world thought it was the least likely, and to choose a target that no one else expected. If the era of the Holy Emperor is destroyed and all bloodbathed, his reputation will be completely spread throughout the Eternal Road. The gathered luck will surge, reaching a terrifying level, which will bring him closer to the ninth realm. He knew very well that this was an extremely critical battle. He also understood that there must still be many ancient strongmen in the era of the Holy Emperor, but Chu Yuan didn't care. The key to the success of this battle was whether the Holy Emperor would appear to prevent him from destroying the era of the Holy Emperor. He is betting. If the Holy Emperor dared to show up, even if he was once the strongest, as long as he could not transcend eternity, Chu Yuan would not be afraid of him, and would make the Holy Emperor pay the price, causing him to suffer a huge source of consumption. It can be said that no matter the success or failure of this battle, it will not be harmful to him. The Holy Emperor continent is vast and boundless. It is a huge continent that has been blessed by countless epics. Chu Yuan has also been to the Holy Land of Truth, but comparing the two, the Holy Land of Truth is just a small royal capital, while the Holy Emperor continent is the real imperial capital, majestic, standing in the real sky. This also positively explained the gap between the ordinary eternal level and the strongest such as the Holy Emperor. At this moment, the Holy Emperor's continent is infinitely radiant, and there are many living beings living inside. Every moment, there will be living beings crossing the catastrophe and breaking through to a higher realm. Under the leadership of the Holy Emperor, the former Holy Emperor continent was the strongest force and swept across the entire eternity. And now, even if the Holy Emperor has long since disappeared, their strength should not be underestimated. After all, the Holy Emperor is not dead. Although it is difficult to show, many eternal levels will give them face. Because of the appearance of Shenwu, a holy king appeared in the retreat, and they have held countless meetings against Shenwu. Shenwu is not eliminated, and this eternal road will not usher in true peace. My Holy Emperor continent will also be suppressed by them, and the light will disappear. The end of the era, for the sake of the Holy Emperor, and for ourselves, Shenwu must die. This martial arts has become an eternal cancer. They must die too. Although Chaos, Dakian made a move before, but he couldn't do anything to him, but this also shows that Shenwu is terrible, and this will make more eternal people fear them and want to make a move. That's right, the stronger he is, the more likely he is to become an eternal class. Let him be rampant now, and he will fall rapidly. Although they failed to deal a huge blow to Xuanhuan in the previous battle, it doesn't mean that they will lose confidence. The horror of Xuanhuan will make more Eternals have to deal with them. The Holy Emperor continent has arrived. And after a long journey, in nothingness, a door of eternity opened, and Xuanhuan appeared first. He looked at the prosperous and sacred Holy Emperor continent ahead, with an extremely indifferent expression on his face. This is his goal in this campaign. The war is merciless. His expedition this time will make the Holy Emperor continent sweep the flames of war and destroy them. Bloodbath of living beings, leaving no one behind. Attack. After Xuanhuan appeared, he didn't say anything about entering the Holy Emperor continent and talking about them. Instead, he directly issued an order to attack, and let his artillery fire express his will. Inside the Gate of Eternity, giant ships of origin appeared one after another, and the equipped warships erupted monstrous artillery fire in the first instant. Groups of strong men appeared, all using their mana, rumbling, and the monstrous and terrifying power directly turned into a sea of energy, completely covering and submerging the Holy Emperor continent. Attack suddenly. Even in the era of the Holy Emperor, they did not expect that someone would directly attack them at this time. Fire, how could there be such a violent fire? Someone is attacking us. There are many warships outside the world. They are the warships of the Xuanhuan Empire, and their strong men have all appeared. How could he attack my Holy Emperor continent suddenly? The sudden blow made many Saint Kings a little confused, but their reaction speed was also very fast, and they quickly activated their defenses to deal with the devastating blow of the Xuanhuan Empire. Xuanhuan, are you crazy before the destruction? You dare to attack our Holy Emperor continent. I really thought that this is a place where you can be unrestrained, and you will die without a place to die. A Holy King made a rolling sound like an explosion. At this moment, the Saint Emperor continent has opened its defenses, facing the attack of artillery fire, an energy mask appeared. My footsteps are unstoppable. Boom. Xuanhuan stood at the forefront of the army, fixed his eyes, and swung his huge and boundless hands. Almost instantly, it covered the sky and the sun, and when it fell on the Holy Emperor's continent, it was a terrifying tear. His hand is truly covering the sky, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Under the destruction of his big hands, the sky of the Holy Emperor continent was torn apart, and a large number of territories suffered extinction damage and were directly destroyed. The destructive aura on his body swept over him wave after wave, and gathered into a vast ocean in an instant. Charge with me. Xuanhuan's invincible power directly tore through the defense and opened a gap. He swallowed the momentum of eternity and made a mighty impact. Many people felt his power trembling. Wherever he went, he was destroyed. We can't let him attack my Holy Emperor continent. Seeing Emperor Xuanhuan kill him directly, and the Holy Kings charged into the sky with anger, this person was too presumptuous and unscrupulous, and he didn't seem to take them seriously in the Holy Emperor's continent at all. Hit him. The aura of Emperor Xuanhuan was too intense. They also know that despite the fact that the Xuanhuan Empire has many warships, as long as the Xuanhuan Emperor is blocked and resists his attack, other attacks are irrelevant. He is too confident. Does he think that he can attack my Holy Emperor continent at will? Humph, he must have thought that the Holy Emperor is hard to appear in his eternal road, so he wants to destroy my Holy Emperor continent. This is his plan. Xuanhuan's plan is obvious, even the strong in the Holy Emperor era can guess it. Reading books to get red envelopes, follow the official account, book Friends Base Camp, read books and draw up to 888 cash red envelopes. But he underestimated us too much. Even if the Holy Emperor doesn't show up, with our strength, he won't be able to succeed. Holy kings, let him see how our strength can shatter his crazy ideas. The strength is soaring. Seeing Xuanhuan's attack, all the powerful men in the Holy Emperor's continent exerted extremely strong power, and they saw that the halls of the Holy King shone with extremely brilliant light. It is difficult for a single force to deal a blow to Emperor Xuanhuan. They gathered their power together, and then saw that the power of these holy kings gathered into a torrent, an extremely glaring light, penetrating time and space, forming the judgment of the Holy King. The billowing force oppressed Xuanhuan, like a huge mouth, trying to swallow him in. #C 1883 Misperception. The battle to destroy the era of the Holy Emperor is fully underway. His order was to wash away the era of the Holy Emperor with blood. This battle is very crucial to the Empire, it is a milestone of the Empire, and it will be recorded forever in the annals of history. In fact, Xuanhuan took advantage of the time difference, poor reaction, and many eternal levels' lack of understanding of his strength and unpredictability of actions, resulting in wrong responses. His dominance and invincible strength, many people know that he is very strong. Those eternal class think that when Xuanhuan is the strongest and weakest, it will be the time when he really breaks through the eternal class. Become the eternal level, the true manifestation of the road will be tested by the eternal rules. And the stronger the road, the stronger the power restricted by the eternal rules. Those people all thought that this time was the best time to deal with Emperor Xuanhuan, gather the strongest force, and attack at that moment, smash his path in one fell swoop, and carve up all his power. There is nothing wrong with this cognition, and it is correct under normal circumstances. But they know too little about Xuanhuan to understand him. Wrong cognition produces wrong intelligence and wrong response. His real realm is the 8th realm of origin, and he has not even reached the 9th realm. But don't blame them, Xuanhuan's strength is too strong, they only know that Emperor Xuanhuan has not reached the eternal level, and they have covered up his real realm in front of his powerful strength. Who would have thought that he was the 8th realm? After all, this is too unreasonable, too heterogeneous. This wrong perception gave Xuanhuan a greater chance. He is sublimated to the 9th level as much as possible, and his strength will continue to increase greatly. Opportunity, Xuanhuan must seize every opportunity. The path of the strongest is too difficult, even more difficult than the path of the strongest before. Hit him hard. At this moment, the glaring torrent of power directly impacted Xuanhuan, and immediately engulfed Xuanhuan like a star. Inside, the judgment from the Holy King rumbled and shook. They are extremely confident in their own strength, and dare to come to the Holy Emperor continent to be presumptuous. They want to let Xuanhuan know what a fiasco is. They are not easy to deal with and can be left to be ravaged. But when the dazzling torrent exploded, the Emperor Xuanhuan remained unwavering. The power of his great devouring technique completely swallowed their energy and refined it into his body. His stalwart body stands tall and majestic, making people see an unrivaled giant. His majestic power shocked everyone's hearts. Our counterattack was swallowed by him. Depressed. Incomparably depressing. Don't be intimidated by him. We already know that he is proficient in the great devouring technique, and his methods are extremely powerful. Continue to bombard. We have the right time and place, so we are not afraid of him. They launched an attack again, and the earth was turned upside down. The power of the Holy King, after the transformation of the world, caused more damage than their own power. A wave of power turned into a torrent of bombardment. With the strongest strength. In order to stop Emperor Xuanhuan, at this moment, they even did not hesitate to burn the eternal source and launch the strongest attack on Xuanhuan. Good location. In the Holy Emperor's continent, there is a best place in their own base camp. They are not afraid of the consumption of the source, and they can quickly replenish it. If Emperor Xuanhuan doesn't stop them, they will be the ones who will be unlucky. Your attack is useless in front of me. Chu Yuan let them attack. His body is so tall that it would break through the sky, and his will is also extremely arrogant, turning into the rules of heaven and earth, dominating and manipulating everything. He stands at the forefront. As soon as this terrifying force hit him, these people saw a scene they would never forget. The area around Emperor Xuanhuan has turned into an absolute taboo vacuum, and the black hole is devouring and rotating. All their bombardment power can't reach the limit of Chu Yuan at all, and can only be completely destroyed. His devouring is completely different from before. He has comprehended many mudstone slabs and has insight into the operation of the rules. Our strength and our attack are useless. What kind of terrifying existence is he? How can his great devouring technique be so powerful? Standing here, Emperor Xuanhuan is like an eternal true god, an eternal giant mountain, unshakable. His devouring is also spreading terrifyingly. The power of the entire Holy Emperor continent is being swallowed by him, and the light dims rapidly. Invincible, invincible. The powerhouses of the empire let out the sound of shouting wildly. They all turned into light and boundless faith, pouring their billowing power into Chu Yuan's body. This is the power of national fortune, the power of the empire, and the blessing of faith. The powerhouses of the empire also know that there are so many strong people in the era of the Holy Emperor, and it is difficult for them to do anything. They can only give their power to the greatest emperor and let him destroy with the power of destruction. Let the power of the empire exist everywhere on the eternal road. Chu Yuan made a great voice. He stepped over directly, every step shook the universe, he directly tore open the defense of the Holy Emperor continent, nothing could stop his footsteps. All in one mind, the power of the empire is concentrated in the emperor. The torrent of destruction swept across in an instant, boom, the power of destruction, with his intrusion, the Holy Emperor continent was evaporating again and again. The sacred Emperor continent was already being shattered. In fact, it was only a very short period of time since Emperor Xuanhuan attacked, but his strength made them unable to resist, and they retreated steadily. Xuanhuan. Xikong too shouted violently, he rushed over and punched him, trying to stop his pace. Chu Yuan tore the sky with one palm, Xikong too was hit by Chu Yuan in the front, and he was immediately blown away, trembling all over. He just broke into me in my Holy Emperor's continent. Xuanhuan came here with a destructive attitude. The face of the strong man in the Holy Emperor continent was ashen, and he never underestimated his strength, but every time he attacked, they gave them a huge shock, and they knew that they could not compete with him alone. Chu Yuan's eyes were fixed, and he pointed at it with one finger. The huge beam of divine light pierced through, like a pillar of heaven, and bombarded a most core place. Immediately, the giant city along the way was directly smoothed out. Push sideways. He blasted and killed with one finger, and cities were destroyed under his power. The Holy Emperor continent has a very strong defense force, but in front of the Emperor Xuanhuan, no matter how strong the defense is, it will be vulnerable. The display of his power caused too much damage to the Holy Emperor continent. Fortunately, when they attacked Xuanhuan, they moved all the population to the most core place. Otherwise, under Xuanhuan's attack, I don't know how many people would die. And they looked at Xuanhuan, this irresistible force, which also produced a shadow of soul in their hearts. No one would have thought that Xuanhuan's attack had just begun, and such a thing would happen, and the strength of the Xuanhuan Emperor made it impossible for them to stop it at all. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1884 hard choice. The Sacred Emperor continent, which has never experienced war for many eras, is completely enveloped in the flames of war at this moment. The world is collapsing, and destruction is taking place. And they didn't have much strength to resist against Emperor Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, you are too presumptuous. Xikong too sternly shouted, you still want to destroy our Holy Emperor continent, don't you think your behavior is too crazy, how many epochs, my holy emperor continent can survive forever. Do you think we really have to rely entirely on the holy emperor? Will you also have your own tyrannical background? Don't force us. Whatever you have, use it all up, I'm waiting for you. Xuanhuan is still extremely domineering. At this time, there were 7 figures standing up, and behind them were also the gods of origin, and all of these 7 people were at the 9th level of Xian, attacking the sky with power, and fighting against Xuanhuan. Among the 7 people, there were Xicong too, the Holy King of Storms, and the Holy King of Quangu who Xuanhuan was familiar with, and 4 people that Xuanhuan had never met. All of a sudden, there appeared 7 gods of the 9th realm, showing the incomparable strength of the Holy Emperor era. You know, when Xuanhuan was in the Holy Land of Truth, he only met a few people, so there was no way to compare them. But in the Holy Emperor continent, 7 people directly appeared. Of course Xuanhuan knew that both in the Holy Land of Truth and the Holy Emperor's continent, there were hidden foundations, and these foundations could not be used casually. But Xuanhuan didn't care. He is going to destroy all their heritage today. He stomped again, targeting the 7 people. Although the 7 supreme beings were tyrannical, they couldn't stop his footsteps. With one palm, he launched an annihilation attack on the 7 people. The power of destruction, chaos, time and space. We can't let him come over to defend the Holy Emperor's continent. Xicong too also knew that this battle had turned into a defensive battle, and they could not watch Xuanhuan continue to be destroyed. Immediately, the magic power of the 7 people joined forces, and the power of the 7 supreme powers counterattacked. As for the other powerhouses in the Holy Emperor continent, even the god of origin with a lower realm can't directly attack, knowing that if he attacks indiscriminately, he is likely to be killed one by this person. They have also instilled power into the 7 supreme beings. Carrying the power of the Holy Emperor continent, these 7 supreme powerhouses have such a terrifying attack that even if they come to the eternal class, they probably won't be able to take advantage of them. However, they also knew that the strength of Emperor Xuanwu could not be treated with common sense. Xuanhuan covered the sky with his big hands, his way, his method, a sudden punch, the mighty national prestige, shattered thousands, the power of the 7 most powerful were all shattered, and encountered a great shock. He attacked forcefully, and an extremely bright light appeared with one palm. As soon as this knife slashed, a dimension was created, and the terror shuttled through, and a super strong man was slashed by him, with a hideous scar on his chest, and flew out. He manipulated the dimensional ancient god soldiers to kill them vertically and horizontally. His manipulation of the power of time and space is too strong, and it is impossible to guard against every dimensional power that kills the past. The faces of the 7 most powerful men are extremely gloomy, and they even have a kind of fear. The power of this kind of dimensional killing is too strong, and the opponent is controlled by eternal time and space, so that the 7 of them have nothing to do. They have a strong premonition that if they face each other alone, the end will be a dead end. At this moment, Xuanhuan manipulated the ancient divine weapon to directly attack and kill him. With a terrifying blow, he struck down violently and immediately slashed at the Sage King of Mad Martial Arts. In just an instant, one of his arms was cut off with sharp force. Crazy martial arts. They were startled and angry. Kill, stop him. These 7 powerhouses burned their strength to the limit and rushed over again. The sounds of intense fighting, boom 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 boom, and endless explosions appeared in Xuanhuan's palm. He was so strong and domineering that he repelled all the 7 people's counterattacks against him. What to do? We can't stop him at all with our strength. They said anxiously, only by using our background can we stop him. The background cannot be used easily. If they are used, they will be greatly consumed, and they may not survive this era. At that time, our loss will be too great. They are also very tangled at the moment. With a flash in Xuanhuan's eyes, he opened the gate of eternity with a wave of his hand. In an instant, he seemed to divide the battlefield, and came directly in front of the mad martial Saint King, and blasted him with his palm. Xuanhuan was suddenly hit by this bombardment, his whole body trembled and he was vomiting blood. He was no match for Xuanhuan in a frontal attack. Mad. His berserk power turned into a shocking martial arts power, and he wanted to fight Xuanhuan like he was going crazy. Xuanhuan looked at him, and the Xuanhu Sage King was shocked to find that a force of ending swept over, and when Emperor Xuanhu's palm fell, it turned into the power of a great ending technique. The power of this great terminating technique is ending his life. He's killing me. The mad martial Saint King was incomparably terrified. Not good, he wants to defeat them one by one, and kill the Sage King of martial arts first. No, absolutely not. The Holy King of Xuanhu cannot be beheaded by him. After he beheaded Xuanhu, he will use the same method to defeat us one by one. At that time, our end will be a dead end. Rescue the mad martial Saint King. The faces of the 6 most powerful men changed drastically, and they all wanted to rescue the mad martial Sage King. But when their power came, they entered another chaotic time and space, and the other party displayed his invincible eternal road, and was blocked outside. The past, present, and future have turned into an eternal time and space, an eternal world. Xuanhuan trapped the Xuanhu Sage King inside. Without the help of external forces, the Holy King of Xuanhu would definitely die under his power. Emperor Xuanhu, do you really want to kill the Xuanhu Sage King? If you kill him, you will be with us forever. Xikong Tu shouted sharply. Ha ha ha, do we still have room for relaxation? The strong men of the Empire responded with overwhelming shouts, adding to their invincible momentum. The Emperor is invincible, and their aura is also exuberant to the extreme. Don't force us to use the background we don't want to use. Once we use it, there is no possibility of easing up, and you yourself will have to pay a huge price in our Holy Emperor continent. Now you have time to retreat. The 6 holy kings shouted again. This strongest background is the key to being able to deter other Eternals after the Holy Emperor gradually retreats. The strongest background, let me see what your strongest background is. If the Holy Emperor does not appear, what other background can stop me? Xuanhuan is about to see their strongest background. Now, if the strongest foundation does not appear, the Sage King of Mad Martial Arts will undoubtedly die, and the entire Sacred Emperor continent will not be able to resist his attack. And if the strongest background is discovered, and Xuanhuan's blow is encountered, he will not be able to survive the next era. This is an extremely difficult choice for them, and Xuanhu has forced them into this situation. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1885 Self-Proclaimed King. If you have the strongest background, then come on. Now that things have happened, Xuanhuan will not be afraid of the strongest foundation at all, but now he wants to see immediately what the strongest foundation is in the Holy Emperor continent. The so-called strongest background, let me see what power you have hidden. Xuanhuan's voice was extremely high-pitched, piercing through the ancient times, and transmitted to the time and space of different dimensions, causing even greater damage. Emperor Xuanhu, you are very powerful, we have to be born, otherwise the Holy Emperor continent will be destroyed by you. There are ancient voices coming from a hidden time and space. With the situation developing to this point, there was no way for them not to appear, and if Emperor Xuanhu destroyed the Holy Emperor continent, they would simply not be able to continue to sleep. This is all forced. There is still a day when I will be awakened. How I hope that I can sleep forever, just don't wake up, and never appear again. Once awakened, it means that my age of the Holy Emperor is about to perish. The long sigh was helpless. In an ancient time and space, the power of the seal was opened, and a thin old man, who controlled the power of heaven and earth, walked out slowly. His strength is very, very strong, much stronger than Xikong Tu and the others, almost at the level of the great emperor. Your Majesty, this is the Holy King of heaven and earth. Yi Tianzuan sent a voice. Heaven and earth, you have awakened. You are not enough to wake up alone, and you can't deal with him. Another holy king woke up and walked out alone. His left eye turned into the sun, and his right eye turned into the moon. It was the power of the sun and the moon, and he was also an ancient and terrifying powerhouse. Sun Moon Sage King said, who else has not awakened yet? We can die, we can be born, but we can't make the Holy Emperor pay the price because of the martial arts. We seal ourselves just for today. More of the strongest background. The Holy King, who appeared at this moment, was a woman with a cold face, holding a cane. Her aura seemed to crawl out of the grave. Eerie and terrifying. Her stagnation and her youthful face formed a weird contrast. Holy King, Xiaosei, you are still alive. Xiaosei is a girl's name. The period of her existence is older than the Holy King of heaven and earth and the Holy King of sun and moon. I'm alive. The Holy King Xiaosei stared at Xuanhuan with indifferent eyes. Emperor Xuanwu, you are the one who brought our Holy Emperor era into such a crisis, and is there someone who wants to attack the strongest? We are not at the eternal level, and you have forced us here situation. Apart from the three of us, is there anyone else alive? Asked the Heaven and Earth Sage King. And I. At this moment, in a mysterious ancient road, a person was sitting quietly, but suddenly stood up. This is a middle-aged man with white hair and vicissitudes of life, seeing through the past, present and future. He walked over slowly, without any oppressive breath. But Xuanhuan knew that he was the strongest among the four. Yi Tianzuan's eyes flickered, staring at the white-haired middle-aged man. The wheel of secrets was turning. He already knew the origin of this man. There are still people who are good at calculating fate and controlling part of the power of fate. You make me feel so familiar yet strange. This era is very different from before. The white-haired middle-aged man spoke calmly. I am the Holy King of War, representing the power of war in the era of the Holy Emperor. The Holy King of War. Sikong too was startled. He had only heard of the Holy King of War. He existed too old. He was the god of war in the era of the Holy Emperor. He made great contributions to the Holy Emperor's conquests and wars. Listening to his name is like listening to a myth. The Holy King of War was actually born in the same era as the Holy Emperor. The Holy King of War is not an eternal class, but he is very strong and has fought against the eternal class. Even with such a formidable character, he failed to break through to the eternal level in his entire life, but this step is difficult. And if he used the usual method, of course he couldn't live for so long. They all sealed themselves up. The Holy King of War has actually sealed himself a long, long time ago. As someone who was in the same era as the Holy Emperor, it is naturally impossible for him to live for so long with ordinary methods. However, this is a seal imposed by the Holy Emperor himself, and he is sealed in his own way to avoid eternal calamity. Only the once strongest person like the Holy Emperor can do it, not the other eternal level. When the Holy King of War knew that he would not be able to survive the next era, he asked the Holy Emperor to seal him, not for the sake of not dying, but for the sake of being able to fight for the Emperor in the most dangerous time of the Holy Emperor's era. Of course, once he was born, he couldn't proclaim himself. His accumulation of eternal robbery is too terrifying. When this era passes, if Xuanhuan doesn't kill him, he will die. And Xuanhuan is not surprised by this self-proclaimed method. He has a god of life and death coffin, hiding in it, can avoid all eternal calamities, and the price is only one time, which can be done by means of the Holy Emperor. However, for a self-appointed person like the Holy King of War, the Holy Emperor sealed him alone. After all, this method is too terrifying. The Holy Emperor is powerful, but he is not stronger than the eternal rules. For example, the Holy King of Heaven and Earth, the Holy King of Sun and Moon, and the Holy King of Xiaosei do not have this kind of treatment. In fact, in the Long Era, the era of the Holy Emperor sealed a large number of holy kings, but many people died in their own way, so that even they themselves did not know how many people were still alive. However, the strength of these 4 holy kings is also extremely terrifying, and all of them are strong men who have comprehended half of the way. See the Holy King of War. The 3 holy kings are very respectful to the Holy King of War. For the sake of the Holy Emperor, we will all seal ourselves, and now, it is time for us to dedicate ourselves to the Holy Emperor. This person is terrifying. His strength should not be underestimated, and the enemy cannot be underestimated. The Holy King of War. The Sun and Moon Sage King said without fear, "It is impossible for us to achieve the eternal level, let alone live to the next era. We are mortal people, and we are not afraid of death. If we can use the deaths of the 4 of us to make this killing people is worth it. Not going to live anymore." Such people are the scariest. When they appeared from the self-proclaimed road, they were destined to die. Although she was just born, all the circumstances had already been told to them in an instant. They are for the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor can live for so long, and he must have hunted and killed the eternal level. Once this person dominates, the Holy Emperor will not be able to hunt the eternal level. He will definitely die. Extreme sublimation, the final battle, let our lives compose this final, peak battle. The Holy King of War is sublimated to the extreme, his life source is bursting with the most vigorous light, and the gun of war appears in his hand. The same is true for the other 3 holy kings. The aura of the 4 of them oppressed the past overwhelmingly at this time, overwhelming, their strength was too strong, and the real Eternal would not dare to fight against the 4 of them at this time. The Holy King of War doesn't expect to be able to kill Xuanhuan, and it would be good to seriously injure him. Once he is seriously injured, someone will take care of him. He wanted to make this Xuanhu Empire's attack a key point of his failure. Xuanhuan looked at them at this moment, with vast divine power and invincible control power, without any fear. He directly launched a devastating blow against the 4 holy kings. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1886 War is going on. The vast divine power and invincible power caused the sky of the Holy Emperor continent to collapse and the ground to split open, like a scene of the end of the world. The power of Emperor Xuanhu stretched out, and the magnificent vision produced seemed to see the demise of the Holy Emperor continent. Looking at the great Emperor Xuanhu, they almost suffocated. "You can't stop me," Xuanhuan said. "If you want to stop me, let your Holy Emperor appear. Only he can make me retreat. If you don't show up, you will be washed in blood. Even if we are all dead, the Holy Emperor will not show up, and we will not let the Holy Emperor reappear. Your conspiracy will not succeed, and the great Holy Emperor will not be provoked by you," the Holy King of War affirmed. Although the Holy Emperor has infinite magic power, the Holy King of War knows that the Holy Emperor can no longer make casual moves. Unless there is an absolute benefit, the battle between him and the Emperor Xuanhu will be too exhausting and will be plotted against by others. If the Holy Emperor does not show up, your era of the Holy Emperor will come to an end. Xuanhuan's eyes looked at the Holy King of War. With the rolling power, the void around him suddenly boiled and burned, and evaporated into emptiness. The ordinary 7 realms would burn directly when he looked at it like this. The Saint King of War has an extremely serious face. He has fought against the Eternal class before, but the pressure brought by Emperor Xuanhu is greater than anyone else. The mana of this person cannot be guessed by common sense. You holy kings, let us dedicate ourselves to the era of the Holy Emperor and guard our home. The words of the Lord of War are not impassioned, but they are extremely piercing. This is the home they have lived in for countless epochs. If Xuanhu wants to destroy it, it will destroy their home. Listen to the order of the Holy King of War. Seekong too, the Holy King of Storms, the Holy King of Quangu, they also roared. Unite as one, impassioned. The blood is already boiling. They were burning with anger, knowing that regardless of the defeat of this battle, the 4 strongest backgrounds would end their lives in this era, and they lost the 4 strongest powers. The Holy Emperor era is very likely to decline because of this. The hatred of Xuanhuan. It is unforgettable. Those who invaded and waged war against them will die a terrible death. At this moment, headed by the 4 holy kings of war, heaven and earth, sun and moon, and shall say, there are also 7 other holy kings. They all burned their own power, and the light impacted. This combined power oppresses and overwhelms the sky. Even if it comes to an eternal level, it is difficult to be an opponent, and it will leave directly. But Xuanhuan is like the sky that suppressed them in the era of the Holy Emperor cannot be shaken. Facing the oppression of the Holy Emperor's era, Xuanhuan's expression was very calm. Any power that hit him would be directly absorbed by the devouring power. He is not afraid of the siege at all. I once saw an Eternal who was good at devouring. At that time, he was the enemy on the road of the strongest of the Holy Emperor. He swallowed up the heavens and swallowed everything, but in the end he was still killed by the Holy Emperor. The devouring power he gave me is not an ordinary devouring, but just turning devouring into a force under his control, pointing directly at the Eternal Avenue. Although the Holy King of War saw that there were so many people, and that the 11 ninth-level statues swept out monstrous power, he still didn't relax at all. Xuanhuan took every step, without words, only beheading. As he took this step, the huge Saint Emperor continent was shaking, and the aura they gathered seemed to be shaken away in an instant. War, I will take the first shot and fight this battle. Sun and Moon Holy King Wei. No, he is very strong, there is no point in taking the lead. Next, I will attack, and you all display your strongest strength. In fact, even if I call myself, I won't last many epochs. The fear on the face of the Holy King of War was filled with excitement instead. His fighting spirit was ignited again. This long-lost excitement was crazy. Back then, when the Holy Emperor decided the overall situation, in the long era, no one would be their opponent in the entire eternity. They are all alone. At that time, the Holy King of War was also high-spirited. When he was full of confidence to reach the eternal level, he found that he could not reach the eternal level no matter what. He understood that it was the Holy Emperor's strongest road, which caused obstacles invisibly. Unless he judges the way of the Holy Emperor, he will not be able to achieve it. In the last era of my life, I have no regrets in fighting an opponent like you, Emperor Xuanhuan. The tone of the Holy King of War became heroic, and he also launched his attack on Emperor Xuanhuan. The horns and drums of war resounded, and the war field appeared, and then turned into a battlefield. Countless gods of war followed him to attack, and there was the sound of Iron Horse Jinj. Fire. The Holy King of War carried the god of war, and directly aroused all his own power. With his palm, there were countless flames of war, and in this flame of war, there was also soul will. The battlefield he evolved is not an ordinary vision, but a real scene, which has happened before. His Tao bombardment on this road, this is the army of the Holy Emperor era, to fight against the opponents on the eternal road, and kill them all. This was engraved into his own path by the Holy King of War, and transformed into a path of war for the strongest, which made him strong in the 9th realm. So, it wasn't that the Holy Emperor suppressed his eternal road, but that he himself couldn't sublimate the war road to the eternal level. The torrent of troubled times. Xuanhuan's soul will explode. The torrent of his troubled times swept out, and among them, countless figures appeared, and many scenes changed, and it was also a battle that the Empire experienced. The war in the age of the Holy Emperor is over. And the war between Chu and Yuan is still going on. He struck out with the torrent of the chaotic world, and the great will contained in it was to end the chaotic world with the chaotic world, create a new world, and usher in complete peace. The Holy King of War can also immediately detect the power of the opponent in the torrent of troubled times. He cannot back up. The two forces collided violently and bang, causing even greater destruction. His road to war was actually collapsing, unable to withstand the great will of the opponent. Fist of War. The War Saint King launched a fierce attack on Xuanhuan, and the continuous war fist struck out again and again, and the power of each punch was astonishing. He is like the god of war on the battlefield, pushing everything horizontally. He can behead the opponent's general with thousands of troops, or he can directly swing his troops to break the empire of others and capture the ruler of the empire. During his years of fighting, he did not know how many so-called emperors he killed. Facing him, Xuanhuan also returned the emperor's fist. The power of the emperor's fist is mighty, completely suppressing the fist of war. He is also the emperor who fought in the flames of war, suppressing the opponent with the emperor's will. Your time is over. Xuanhuan fired a blow, and the Holy King of War fought recklessly, and in an instant he retreated crazily. Kill. The power of the Emperor Xuanhuan is too strong, and the Holy King of War can't stop him at all. We all attack, even if we burn ourselves and drain all the blood, we must stop him. Our era will always be brilliant. Seeing this, the other Holy Kings roared violently, and immediately joined forces to support the Holy King of War. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1887 Twilight, the end of civilization. The situation has reached a moment that concerns the life and death of the Holy Emperor era. Although there are a lot of people, their faces are not at all relaxed, but rather depressed. The strength of Xuanhuan left them without confidence. Once they can't stop this person's attack, their glory will be shattered, and all living beings will be wiped out. The enemy will not pity them, they are just a number in the eyes of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's sharp eyes glanced, and he already knew that this was all their power, unless the Holy Emperor came, but the more terrifying his strength was, the less the Holy Emperor would come. As far as the Holy Emperor is concerned, he no longer cares much about the blooming and dying of power. What he really cares about is his own immortality. He won't hurt himself for it. All holy kings, burn your own origin and bombard with the strongest magical power. Following an order from the Holy King of War, 11 rainbows of light span time and space. Their supernatural powers and secret arts exploded at their strongest, and even the true eternal level of terrifying power could not resist it. Facing this kind of attack, Xuanhuan took the lead in launching a tyrannical attack. He pushed it with his palm, rumbling, the torrent of destruction was hitting, and walked into the gate of eternity. With a swipe, he came in front of the Holy King of Heaven and Earth. His palm contains boundless time and space, and it is violently covered. The Holy King of Heaven and Earth has also encountered incomparably many opponents in this life, and has rich combat experience. But with Xuanhuan's suppression, he knew that he could not control the world, so he could only attack him passively. However, his counterattack was useless, and he was directly suppressed by Xuanhuan. Boom! His body also trembled violently, his might was as powerful as the sky, and he was irresistible. Xuanhuan took out all the light in the world with one punch and turned it into darkness, and then it seemed as if the first ray of light broke out between heaven and earth, and hit the body of the Holy King of Heaven and Earth directly. With an explosion that shocked the world, the Holy King of Heaven and Earth was blown away, and his whole body was split open. Although the Holy King of Heaven and Earth is not as good as the Holy King of War, but at any rate, he has comprehended half the way, and he is also the top powerhouse, but in front of Xuanhuan, he is not his enemy in the palm of his hand. The Emperor Xuanhuan stood here, dominating the world and invincible. At this time, it gives people the feeling that the 11 holy kings have no advantage at all. Instead, it is more like the God Emperor of martial arts has a complete advantage and launched an extermination attack on them. It can't go on like this. When the Holy King Xiaosei came to kill him, he was completely chilled. But in the next moment, her expression changed. The Emperor Xuanhuan reigned supreme in the world. With a wave of his hands, a shocking change occurred in the time and space of the bleak Holy King. He manipulates different dimensions, reverses time and space, and seems to be omnipotent. The huge dimensional light blade flashed in the eternal time and space, and the Holy King Xiaosei suddenly stopped, and her body flew in an instant, and a piercing bloodstain was cut out of her body. The control of different dimensions becomes an eternal time and space. Holy King Xiaosei clenched his teeth. Xuanhuan was pushing with both hands, and more dimensional kills appeared. Kill. The Holy King of War is the strongest, and he is the only one present who can fight Xuanhuan head-on. His ancient war path extends over, and the torrent of iron horses and golden swords strikes fiercely again. The end. The way of the end of Xuanhuan's operation shrouded the entire Saint Emperor continent. At this moment, everyone saw an extremely frustrating scene. A round of sun rises, but the sun emits the light of evening. The sun is setting, and a civilization has reached its end and is sinking. The death knell-like sound resounded, and it was heartbreaking to hear, as if it was singing the last elegy for the era of the Holy Emperor. As soon as the twilight of the end appeared, their morale was already low, and they were even more unable to raise their strength to resist. Like the saints and kings, they would also go to the end of their lives and become the dust of history. The end of civilization. The ancient war road swept by the Holy King of War was illuminated by the light of dusk, and the battle scenes inside disappeared. He is going to end our Holy Emperor era. Seeing this scene, the Sun and Moon Sacred King couldn't calm down. His soul had given him too many blows, and it seemed as if they were going to end the life of their venerable Sacred King. The era of the Holy Emperor will never end. The Sun and Moon Sacred King made a roaring sound. He emitted a fiery and bright light, the most dazzling light, like the rising sun, and he wanted to drive away Xuanhuan's end. Xuanhuan looked extremely indifferent. He clearly understands that this battle must not be delayed for too long with them. Although the Holy Emperor probably won't make a move, but after a long time, the fluctuations will be sent out, and it will be troublesome if there is an eternal level. He is not afraid of the eternal level, but it will destroy his plan. He grabbed it with a palm, and immediately came directly in front of the Sun and Moon Sacred King, and issued a destructive palm to him, carrying the destruction of civilization, and fused with the final power. Destruction is itself an end. Sun Moon Sacred King was hit by this palm, and the sun he turned into exploded. Just when Xuanhuan was about to launch a stronger attack, other holy kings also attacked immediately, making it difficult for him to continue to cause greater blows. My age of the Holy Emperor will last forever. Other powerhouses in the Holy Emperor's era also uttered such roars, which is their belief. Eternal existence? Even your Holy Emperor cannot obtain true eternal existence, you have no chance. Xuanhuan's power exploded the world, and directly launched an even more destructive attack on the 11 strong men. With one move of both hands, he turned into a melting furnace of heaven and earth, trying to refine the whole of the Holy Emperor continent. Stop him. Immediately, led by the Holy King of War, they all launched an attack on Xuanhuan. However, Xuanhuan blocked all the power with the melting pot of heaven and earth, and then, the terrifying Eternal Emperor Wei, who was tall and burly, was directly at the center of their power. He was another force that was even more violent, tearing the sky and the earth apart with his big hands, and the moment it exploded, the combination of their strength was torn apart. There was an incomparably hot radiance turning into a hurricane, and they also suffered an extremely severe blow. Xuanhuan is invincible in the world, shrouded in the halo of the Emperor. He stepped on the wilderness, rushed over with the most domineering pace, directly came to this side through the gate of eternity. War. The Holy King of War swung his iron fist, but the next moment, his iron fist failed to hit Xuanhuan. Emperor Xuanhuan stepped in the past, present, and future, in an eternal time and space, not in the same dimension as them. When he grabbed it with a big hand, it was a thunderous hand, and he actually came directly in front of a 9th-level statue. His eyes shot out the cruelest brilliance. Rumble. Thunder came, and the Holy King also had unspeakable fear on his face. He seemed to see the god of death coming towards him, and his life had come to an end. But he is not reconciled, he still wants to go against the sky, against Xuanhuan's sky. I won't die, never. Seeing Xuanhuan appear in front of him, this Holy King launched the last struggle of his life. With a violent slap of his palm, thunder filled the sky, and it hit his head directly, causing his whole body to explode from the head. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1888, where the heart wants, domineering and invincible. A most powerful person from the era of the Holy Emperor exploded. He was also the first 9th realm to be beheaded. His flesh and blood splattered, and even a drop of blood from the god of origin could turn into the sea, and after the 9th realm exploded, the blood mist flooded the entire continent, and the mutilated soul was still roaring in pain. At this moment, the blood mist enveloped Xuanhuan, making him even more like an emperor, killing a god, shocking his soul. In the joint hands of many holy kings, he directly beheaded one person with a terrifying gesture. Died. The faces of the saint kings who made the move were filled with shock and anger. The direction of the heart is domineering and invincible. Xuanhuan's gaze swept across the next holy king again. He stepped in his own eternal time and space, flowers in the mirror, moon in the water, clearly existed in front of him, but he couldn't stop them. Don't let him seize the opportunity. The Holy King of War has fought all his life, and he has seen too many strong men with the Holy Emperor, but he has never seen such a strong man who is difficult to deal with, the Emperor Xuanhuan. There was little he could do. Xuanhuan's breath suppressed them, and the entire battlefield space was controlled by him. With a look, another Holy King was locked. It was the Holy King of Mad Martial Arts. He wants to kill me. Even though he was thinking not to be afraid of him, the fear in his soul could not be suppressed. Beside him, golden thunder struck down, and death was already coming towards him. Xuanhuan walked towards him, every step made a thunderous sound. Don't think about it. The Holy King of War's great art of war erupted, and his power surged vastly. The spear in his hand pierced through Xuanhuan, and with a direct stab, he reached in front of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan raised his palm, and the thunderbolt halberd struck out, and the tyrant's power repelled the Holy War King in an instant. In the next moment, he was in front of the Quangu Sage King. He stared. The invisible soul impact, the power of the great soul technique attacked and killed his soul first. I'm fighting with you. The mad martial Saint King seemed to know that he was bound to die. He displayed the martial art of mad war and turned into a torch. Xuanhuan covered the sky with his big hands, facing his rising into the sky. He directly controlled him within the domain he controlled. The situation at this time is like this: the mad martial Saint King crazily attacked, but he still couldn't open the impact, the changing sky of Xuanhuan's palm. The king of mad martial arts struck with both fists, knowing that there was no way out, so he simply went all out, trying to cause the greatest trauma to this person. Xuanhuan stepped on his own path, and his power turned into a torrent. With a slash of his palm, the blow of fate was cut. When it fell, the mad martial Saint King seemed uninjured, but his fate seemed to be cut off by Xuanhuan. Slay the future destiny. Tianzuan is proficient in fate calculation, and he knows how powerful the Emperor's blow to kill fate is. His undefeated figure stood upright, his palms directly grabbed the fists of the arrogant Holy King, and he tore him in two with a direct tear. Blood soared into the sky, and he died on his eternal road. The power of the Quangu Sage King has become the essence of stabilizing the Chuyuan Eternal Road. King of Mad Martial Arts. Seeing this scene, the other Holy Kings felt their catalogs tearing apart. The Mad Martial Holy King fell just like that, and his bones were also buried in Shenwu's Eternal Road. Boom 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 boom. It was the sound of death again, and Chuyuan was already killing. He locked on another Holy King, and with his big hands in the air, that Holy King suddenly felt that the time and space around him were frozen, and even his soul thinking could not function. He was terrified and afraid. But he and Chuyuan are far behind in strength. Chuyuan's brilliance shone through the ages, and the great devouring technique directly formed a vortex on top of his head, swallowing him up and disappearing. In this terrifying scene, the ordinary 9 realms couldn't parry Chuyuan at all. Only those who realized their own way could barely resist Chuyuan. In such a short period of time, they lost 3 Holy Kings, one after another. Chuyuan alone drove them to the end of the Holy Emperor's continent. He thought they were led by the Holy King of War. Even if they were not his opponents, there was no problem for them to protect the Holy Emperor's continent. But reality slapped them hard. The Emperor Shenwu stood there. His mighty and majestic body had already become the end of the era of the Holy Emperor. Could it be that only the eternal class can stop him? They were outraged. This person's control over time and space, isolating heaven and earth, their power is difficult to stop, only the true eternal level can cause the biggest obstacle to him. Looking at the dusk in the sky, entering the countdown, it is falling. Now. A vision appeared on Chuyuan Eternal Road, with divine light shining and power seething. The Emperor Tao Supreme was no longer satisfied with beheading the ordinary 9th realm, but was locked on the 4 War Saint Kings. It's all over. He uttered extremely cold and cruel words. End. These 2 words are terrifying. The end of civilization, the end of an era, the end is not 1 or 2 people, but everyone in the era of the Holy Emperor, which means that they will all die. Boom. Chuyuan's magic power is boundless. His terminating power has fallen to the Holy King of Heaven and Earth. If any one of these 4 old antiques is killed by him, it will be an extremely huge blow to morale. Kill. The Holy King of Heaven and Earth could only respond to Chuyuan with the word kill, and it was impossible to retreat. And he can't retreat, the opponent's eternal road has already enveloped him. His path to heaven and earth was also swept out, not complete, but still powerful. The Holy King of Heaven and Earth was dragged into his eternal road by this person. They watched the Holy King of Heaven and Earth being pulled into the eternal road and could not be stopped. Bombard, break his way from the outside. The Holy King of War also knows that it is extremely dangerous for the Holy King of Heaven and Earth to be drawn into the battlefield of the opponent's eternal road. Although they are not afraid of death, they should die with value instead of being ruthlessly killed. However, at this moment, Chuyuan has already controlled the general trend of the world. A tragic battle took place on Chuyuan's path. As soon as the Holy King of Heaven and Earth was on the eternal road of Emperor Shenwu, he seemed to see the real eternal road, a road that could truly transcend, with countless changes. Deadly killing intent. You want to achieve such an eternal road. Your ambition is too great. The eternal rules will not let you succeed. If you want to become an eternal class, that is impossible. The Holy King of Heaven and Earth seems to finally understand why this person is so powerful. You won't see it this day. When Chuyuan's words fell, there was a storm, the universe was reversed, yin and yang were reversed, and the power of death completely enveloped the Holy King of Heaven and Earth. In his time and space, he ruled over all life and death. Kill. The Holy King of Heaven and Earth rushed to kill, all the power in his body boiled, and he became berserk. He no longer expected to get out alive, and his power of heaven and earth was also greatly suppressed at this moment. The war is going on. At this moment, he rushed in front of Xuanhuan, and did not choose to boil with him, but suddenly became a scorching light, and exploded completely. An ancient strong man gave up his life and blasted all the power in Xuanhuan's way. He was absolutely determined, without any hesitation. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1889 Blood-stained. The Holy King of Heaven and Earth shines with the brightest light. He is like a meteor, fleeting, and then extinguished after a burst of brilliance. The Holy King of Heaven and Earth has fallen. Seeing the death of the Heaven and Earth Sacred King, the Sun and Moon Sacred King was full of sadness. He knew that with the strength of the Heaven and Earth Sacred King, he could actually hold on for a while, but he did not do so. With the determination to die, the Holy King of Heaven and Earth wants to blast open the opponent's eternal road with the most vigorous posture. He watched the death of the Holy King of Heaven and Earth. In fact, he and the Holy King of Heaven and Earth belonged to the same generation of Holy Kings. The Holy King of Heaven and Earth exploded in the opponent's eternal road with his own life. This is creating an opportunity for us. Don't let his efforts go to waste. The Sun and Moon Holy King roared. In their eyes, Xuanhuan is the invader, the great demon king. At this time, the Holy King of War also raised his state to the limit. He didn't believe that with the strength of the Holy King of Heaven and Earth, he couldn't be hit like this, otherwise his strength would be too invincible. Boom! Xuanhuan exudes domineering and invincible power. The explosion of the Holy King of Heaven and Earth is very powerful, the vitality is rolling and shaking, even if it is replaced by some eternal level. Encountering such a blow, the road may be penetrated, and a huge price will be paid. But with his invincible control, all the fluctuations in the world did not harm him. His power is supreme, and he appeared in front of everyone again. The sacrifice of the Holy King of Heaven and Earth has not had the desired effect. These people felt Xuanhuan's invincibility, and felt powerless in the face of him. How to fight against such an opponent? Even the Holy King of Heaven and Earth died without hurting him. They are not afraid of death, but afraid that their own fights will be useless. If the Holy Emperor doesn't show up, your end will be a dead end, and there will be no way out. Xuanhuan swallowed the eternal domineering, and hit the opponent with strong words. This is a blow to momentum. He knew that it was impossible for the Holy Emperor not to know what happened here, but he wanted to use an invincible posture to make the Holy Emperor unwilling to show up. For the Holy Emperor, his era is over, and it is difficult for the Holy Emperor continent to provide him with help, it is just a symbol. He wanted to see whether the Holy Emperor was for himself or for the Holy Emperor continent. You don't need to want the Holy Emperor to appear here. I said that even if I die, I will not be willing to let the Holy Emperor appear. It is impossible for the Holy Emperor to intervene in the battle here. The Holy King of War has sharp eyes. They also now face difficult choices. The Holy Emperor discovered that he could naturally keep the Holy Emperor continent, but the Holy Emperor might suffer a huge blow because of this, and every shot he made would be remembered by the eternal rules. If it doesn't appear, the Holy Emperor continent is likely to perish today. Xuanhuan, do you think the Holy Emperor is afraid of you? As the strongest, the Holy Emperor killed many Eternals. When he was invincible, you were not born yet. What he is afraid of is the eternal rules. If you dare to come here to provoke at the time of the Holy Emperor, you will definitely die without a place to die. The arrogance of Emperor Xuanhuan and the tragic situation in the Holy Emperor continent made their hearts bleed, which is a boundless shame. If he doesn't appear, he will die, and if the Holy Emperor meets Shen, he will have no chance to become the strongest. Xuanhuan said with absolute words. He has already seen that the Holy Emperor will not appear. He even killed a few 9th level statues, but he didn't respond. He wanted to give up his power. Indeed, the Holy Emperor has lived for too long, and in the face of eternal rules, he must be killed. At that very moment, Xuanhuan, carrying the torrent of the Empire's luck, crushed it mightily. In front of him, almost everything would be destroyed. Boom! Infinite explosions are produced. Ordinary sage kings dare not step forward at all. If they fight with Xuanhuan, they will be instantly killed by him. He is the sky, and the sky is him. At this moment, everyone can feel his great will. He wants to completely control the eternal rules, not to become him, but to completely control him. With his great body, with a wave of his palm, there is a torrent of power sweeping through the crowd. Booming. There was a shock. Xuanhuan stepped forward, a big hand covered infinite time and space. A holy king of the ninth realm was still exerting his strength to fight back. He was caught by this hand, and squeezed hard. He roared and struggled, but to no avail. His body exploded, flesh and soul were refined into his path by Xuanhuan. Another holy king died. The blood turned the sky of Saint Emperor continent red. From the battle to now, 4 holy kings have died. Although there were still 7 people, 11 of them attacked at the same time, and there was no way to stop them. Instead, 4 people were beheaded in a row. It was no longer possible for them to stop Emperor Xuanhuan. The evening will come at last, and death is at hand. Let's go, I'll stop him alone. The Holy King of War suddenly said such words, and he couldn't be knocked out of the Holy Emperor continent, and now he can only live and die with the mainland. With this person's ruthlessness, if he wins, countless living beings in the age of the Holy Emperor will die, and this emperor will not leave a single person behind. Any strongest person who competes for eternity will be absolutely ruthless. We will deal with him with you. Saint King Sun Moon and Saint King Xiao Se both stepped out and looked at Xikong Tu and the others. You take all the people from the Sage Emperor era to escape, and we and the Saint King War will use our lives to stop him. There is no way to do this, and the era that belongs to them will eventually come to an end. I have already said that if the Holy Emperor does not appear, none of you can survive. If you want to survive, only the Holy King will show up. Xuanhuan began the final lore. He blasted out with one punch, swallowing mountains and rivers, majestic and domineering. He was the strongest force, and directly targeted these people. The terrible emperor's oppression caused their strength to collapse crazily. The warships and strong men of the empire also attacked at the same time, with artillery fire intersecting, blocking their retreat. Kill. With the determination to die, the Sun and Moon Sacred King rushed over. The power of the sun and the moon impacted. One punch turned into a scorching sun, one punch turned into a bright moon, and stars all over the sky also appeared in his sun and moon path. But at the moment when Xuanhuan's punch came, the sun-moon road exploded, and countless stars were perishing. With the road-to-road bombardment, the Sun and Moon Sacred King was in a state of complete defeat, and his road was collapsing every inch of it. This pain was worse than killing his soul. The Holy King, Xiao Se, also came to kill her, and the eruption at the end of her life seemed to have restored her most glamorous scene. Back then, she was also very high-spirited. However, Xuanhuan just looked at them with indifferent eyes, and the power of destruction immediately hit Holy King, Xiao Se, tearing her power apart completely. Then, his eternal road was unimaginably heavy, directly piercing through the Sun-Moon road. The Sun and Moon road broke, the Sun and Moon Holy King vomited blood, Xuanhuan suffered a terrible blow. A roulette of life and death appeared behind Xuanhuan, controlling life and death. He took a grand step and smashed the Sun and Moon Sacred King with the most domineering gesture. The Sun and Moon Sage King came to the end of his life and was completely torn apart by Xuanhuan. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1890 All Blood Wash. Although the Sun and Moon Sacred King has also comprehended some mysteries of the Eternal Road, he is not a real Eternal after all, and he has been proclaimed for so long, and he no longer has the mentality of being fearless. With Chu Yuan's current strength, he did not achieve the eternal level, but among the gods of origin, no one would be his opponent, and those who were less than the eternal level would suffer his most bloody and cruel killings. You will not become the eternal class. If you dare to attack the eternal class, the eternal rules will kill you. At the last moment of his life, the Sun and Moon Sage King felt the brilliance of Chu Yuan's eternal road, and when his soul was shattered, he uttered his final voice. Another old antique was beheaded, and they had reached the brink of the end, the transition from heaven to hell. Holy King of War, I will give you a chance to fight with me. King Chu Yuan came to the world and ignored him. Invincible general trend, invincible luck, gathered into invincible power. With one blow, he seemed to have mastered the eternal rules, and under the suppression of his will, he turned into a force of lore. The white rainbow pierced the sky, and shot towards the Holy King of War. The last battle of this life. Facing Chu Yuan's invincible situation, the Holy King of War has no fear. He has already seen how his life will end. After fighting all his life, for him, the best destination is to die in the war. It's just that his death will also represent the destruction of the Holy Emperor continent. The sublimation of war. Charge of war. Iron blood of war. Elegy of war. The end of the war. The Holy King of War erupted violently, and his momentum became more and more violent. Finally, he uttered the most violent voice, roaring, "Death in battle." Yes, dying on the battlefield is his strongest attack, and he has set his own destiny for himself. The blood like fire was burning on him, even if Chu Yuanga didn't kill such a Holy King of War. It is also impossible for him to persist until the eternal world comes. His bloody power attacked Chu Yuan fiercely, and at the end of his life, he could still explode completely, which was also the best result for him personally. I will give you a chance to die on the battlefield. With eternal power, Chu Yuan seemed to have truly constructed the battlefield. Although he is an enemy, Chu Yuan will also give the Holy King of War the greatest respect. This is a fierce general who loyally fought for the Holy King and died on the battlefield. But you still have to kill, and you can't treat the enemy with the slightest mercy. A bright beam of light shone from his palm, and it was about to penetrate the Holy King of War immediately. Kill. His ancient battle road recorded the battles of his life, and at this moment, it completely broke out, colliding with Chu Yuan's eternal road, and the power that erupted was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Rumble. The will of the Holy King of War to step forward and die on the battlefield is much stronger than simply burning the source. Chu Yuan's divine aura made a mighty impact. Although the War Saint King was desperate, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was no match for Emperor Xuanhuan, and he was destined to die in battle. There was no second possibility. The Holy King of War is using his own life to buy you time to escape. You are not leaving quickly. Are you going to let the Holy King of War go to waste? The Holy King, Xiaosei, is sad. They have come to the end of the Holy Emperor era. We can't let the desperate efforts of the Holy King of War be worthless. We escaped here. Although the Emperor Xuanhuan gained a temporary advantage, he must be forbid by heaven. He will fail. We must live to see his death. Moment. Xikong too was sad and indignant. This time they were too miserable. Walk. He wants to escape here with the last of them. However, while Chu Yuan was suppressing the Holy King of War, he was also able to launch a blockade against Xikong too and the others. The three portals of time, space, and dimension immediately formed a murderous dimensional sea. The door of the seal also shook the seal of the whole world. This time, none of them can be let go. God Emperor. Chu Yuan's hand seemed to contain the power of tens of billions of planes, like the eternal sky, and he shook Xikong too. His escape was immediately interrupted, and he fought back. Besiege them. Yi Tianzuan ordered, and the battleship was also blocked. At this moment, Chu Yuan is also carrying out the final lure against the Holy King of War. His strength is indeed much stronger than the Sun-Moon Sacred King and the others. It is indeed a pity that such a character did not achieve the eternal level, but from another perspective, without the Sacred King, he would not be able to condense this ancient road of war. His great will completely suppress the Holy King of War. If it is said that the Holy King of War is the commander-in-chief on the battlefield, then the Emperor Chu Yuan is the initiator and manipulator of the war. With his own Emperor's eternal road, he also crashed into the opponent's ancient war road. The two roads collided, and although they did not collapse with one blow like the Sun-Moon Sacred King did before, his road seemed to be destroyed like the real Tao. Banners are stained with blood, horses are shrouded in leather, soldiers die on the battlefield. The Holy King of War was already desperate, with a monstrous explosion, as if he knew that it was impossible to defeat his opponent on the battlefield, but he still charged forward with the belief that he would die. Charge! Charge! It seemed that such a voice resounded. The last charge of his life. He is defending his dignity with his death. Such an opponent is also respectable. The fierce confrontation unfolded in an instant. Chu Yuan was ruthless and pushed horizontally with his big hands. He used the Emperor's mana to restrain the charge of the Holy King of War, and his own eternal road enveloped him in an instant. Then, the divine martial sword appeared, extremely fierce. With this cut, the vast destiny of the country and the ancient road of war were cut off. The last glory of my life. The Holy King of War roared out an earth-shattering sound. I'll see you on your way. As soon as Chu Yuan grasped the Xuanhuan Xinjian, the sword pierced through infinite time and space, and when he came to the Holy King of War, the sword pierced into his body, staining his hot blood. The Holy King of War is extremely brilliant, and he still wants to charge. He waved his hands wildly, and at the moment before he was about to die, he wanted to attack Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan raised his other hand and confronted him with a blow. Suddenly, the will of the soul charged and shattered into his soul. His path was broken by Chu Yuan, and his life was ended by Emperor Xuanhuan. Holy Emperor, I'm going first, my way is broken. The Holy King of War has no fear of death at all. He knows that the Holy Emperor has also seen his death, and he has his own reasons for not showing up. The damned eternal rules are the only ones to blame. Although he was not afraid of death, but his death did not break the seal of Emperor Xuanhuan. He is dead, and the era of the Holy Emperor is over, and no one will escape. The soul fire in his eyes was finally extinguished, and the Xuanhuan Xinjian was still piercing through his body, supporting him so that he did not fall, maintaining a standing posture. Chu Yuan rolled his hand, and the Holy King of War fell into his path. All soldiers, bloodbath the Holy Emperor continent, leaving no one alive. Chu Yuan's merciless eyes swept over the other holy kings, and began his bloody cleansing. The Holy Emperor doesn't care about them anymore, so don't expect this group of people to survive. And the butcher knife of the Empire has already killed the past. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1891 Shock and Fear. Chu Yuan beheaded the Holy King of War, and he had the aura of being invincible in the world. The death of the Holy King of War declared the end of the era of the Holy Emperor. After all, if the Holy King of War and the Holy Emperor were not saved, they would not come to save them. The Holy King of War. The Holy King, Xiaosei, was full of sadness at this moment. She never thought that she would end in such a way, and the old antique who was born in the Four Majors, now she is the only one left. She is alone, and it is impossible to change the situation of the battle. I actually saw the end of the Holy Emperor era. No, we still have the Holy Emperor. How much she thought that she died in her own self-proclaimed way. Kill. In the end, Holy King Xiaosei did not back down, looking at Emperor Xuanhuan. That was an eternal sky, but no matter how unshakable it was, she would shake it with her life. Chu Yuan promoted the general trend of invincibility, rumbling, and the power of a country crushed it. He fought against the Holy King, Shaoxi, and in the end she was covered by Chu Yuan, the power of extinction descended, and her whole body exploded. They're all dead. Sikong Tu yelled sadly, now the rest of the people have comprehended some eternal roads, but can he change the situation of the battle? That is also impossible. I live and die with the Holy Emperor era. He made such a sound. Even at this moment, he will not be reconciled, roaring and roaring, but his ending cannot be changed. He cannot escape the blockade of Emperor Xuanhuan, and his final fate is to be obliterated by Chu Yuan. The Storm King roared and was torn apart by Chu Yuan's hands. Those last holy kings all wailed, not for their fall, but for the demise of their era. The spiritual pillar has completely collapsed. Each of them is like a star, rushing towards Chu Yuan. After Chu Yuan wiped out these most important powerhouses, the overall situation has been settled, and the rest is left to Yi Tianzuan and the others. He is ruthless. He didn't say that he could survive by relying on his faith, and he also knew that it was impossible. All of these people believed in the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor is immortal, and it is impossible for them to change their beliefs. An invincible emperor has to go through the baptism of blood and fire. An emperor in the secular world has to step on many bones to achieve a hegemony, let alone an emperor on the road to eternity. That was simply witnessed by planes and creatures in the universe. His attack was cruel, a complete offensive of extermination. Compassion does not command soldiers, and compassion cannot establish a country. Today, the blood of the Holy Emperor's era will be used to shock the eternal road. Wanting to block his way to be the strongest, he is fearless and mighty, come whenever he wants, he waits for this group of people to attack. Holy Emperor. Chu Yuan's gaze suddenly turned sharply towards the world, and he felt a terrifying will surging like a giant beast, which was also the will of the Holy Emperor. This Holy Emperor was once the strongest, and his dominance is certain. However, the Holy Emperors will only surged for a while, and then completely disappeared. The Holy Emperor also knows what's going on here. And he also knew that he couldn't destroy Xuanhuan now. There are many people who want him to die. The Holy Emperor's continent was completely turned into a sea of blood, and the entire era perished. Except for the Holy Emperor, or those who did not return after exploring the outside world, they all died in the massacre of the Empire. Your Majesty, the battle is over. After a period of mopping up, Yi Tianzuan came to tell Chu Yuan that although he was good at calculating fate, today's battle also shocked him, and the Emperor was too powerful. He can imagine. After this battle is over, when the news spreads, the entire Eternal Road will shake, and more Eternals will be awakened. The era of the Holy Emperor was destroyed. In addition to harvesting a lot of resources, the Empire gained a lot of prestige. Tell everyone with blood that fighting the Empire will cost blood. Chu Yuan's tone was strong. Now that the Empire has returned to the second city, let's see the reactions of all parties. I just want them to know my strength and make them think more about me. He believes. In the future, there will be more Eternals who will be hostile to him, and some people will not want to fight him. He returned to the second city, and the news was also pushed by an invisible big hand and spread. The Holy Emperor's continent disappeared, blood flowed into rivers, and was destroyed by the flames of war. It was Xuanhuan who sent troops. They destroyed the Holy Emperor's continent and killed all the strong. A few months later, someone originally wanted to contact the Age of the Holy Emperor to deal with the matter of Xuanhuan, but they were shocked when they saw the scene here. After the experts on the Eternal Road found out, they were all shocked and terrified. What's the matter? Xuanhuan sent troops, directly hit everyone by surprise, and just destroyed the Holy Emperor continent. How did he do it? However, the facts were in front of them, but they couldn't help but believe it. Originally, on that day, after Chu Yuan challenged the two eternal levels, more forces joined together to discuss and decide a time before attacking the second city. But after such news came out, how could they attack? If you stay for a long time, you will lose. Only when Xuanhuan takes the initiative to attack can he find a chance. The bloodbath of the Holy Emperor continent this time is the most bloody example. That powerful Holy King was wiped out just like that. In the era of the Holy Emperor, there was a lot of hostility towards Xuanhuan. The Emperor Xuanhuan killed them to use blood to establish his prestige. I don't blame the Holy Emperor's era for being radical. It can only be said that the standpoint is different, and the choices will be different. There is no way in the Holy Emperor's era. Xuanhuan suppresses eternity, and they will perish. It's just that they didn't expect that the Xuanhuan Emperor would directly kill them. Emperor Xuanhuan's methods are too domineering and cruel, but the Emperor always strikes ruthlessly. But the Holy Emperor actually watched his own era perish, and he didn't take any action. The Holy Emperor has lived for too long. As soon as he appears, he will be suppressed by the entire eternal rule. After all, it is not his era. Now that he is attacking, he seems to see that it will cost him too much to destroy Xuanhuan. Unfortunately, these two people are not in the same era. But the Holy Emperor, even many Eternals will not let it go. They will find the moment when Xuanhuan is the weakest. The entire Eternal Road is discussing, causing too much commotion. Fortunately, my Chanquan dynasty did not choose to deal with him. It is difficult for Chanquan to show up, otherwise we will also perish. Ji Wujiang also heaved a sigh of relief. And in the age of truth. This news indeed caused them to have a shocking earthquake. Although they were not the ones who were wiped out, the blood ritual was done by a force stronger than them. Their background is not as good as that of the Holy Emperor. It is uncertain when Emperor Xuanhuan will send troops to destroy them again. Are you going to let the truth do it? This is also unrealistic. Hidden in the Holy Land of Truth, move closer to Daqi and Tianzong to avoid being attacked one by Xuanhuan. Truth still delivered his command. Instead of waiting for the danger of being attacked by Xuanhuan, it is better to avoid the edge. It is difficult for the Holy Land of Truth to compete with Xuanhuan, and only the eternal level can counter his divine power. The truth is not that he is afraid of Chu Yuan, but that he does not want to pay a huge price for himself and chooses to forbear temporarily. The Holy Land of Truth was withdrawn, and all the temples of truth disappeared, giving another shock to Eternal Road. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1892 enemy all over the world. Xuanhuan is invincible, showing his sharpness, and the Holy Land of Truth chooses to avoid his sharpness. This is understandable. After all, Xuanhuan is too aggressive, and now is the time when the peak of soldiers is at its peak. Against them, there will be no good results, but it will put oneself in a disadvantageous situation. When Emperor Jidao heard the news, he was also terrified. If Xuanhuan had the current strength in the land of Xianming that day, he would have no choice but to die. After all, many saint kings in the era of the Holy Emperor had been wiped out. He fled far away into the depths of eternity, and was also afraid of being found by Xuanhuan. But he will never sink there. He also hopes that the universe will be more chaotic. Only in this way can he have a chance to find a breakthrough in the cracks of many eternity levels. Daqi and Tianzong. A huge world. At this moment, two eternal powerhouses are sitting here. Chaos and Dakian. When they learned the news that the Sage Emperor era was destroyed, they were also extremely shocked, a little unimaginable. It was too sudden. How could Xuanhuan suddenly send troops to bloodbath the Sage Emperor era? His ruthlessness is also very ruthless, so many creatures will be destroyed as soon as they are said to be destroyed. And they know it too. For them, the Holy Emperor was the strongest several epochs ago. Because of the eternal rules, he could not make free moves. But I also understand that the strength of the Holy Emperor continent is not weak, and the eternal level will not benefit from attacking, and it has to give the Holy Emperor face. The Holy Emperor watched his Holy Emperor continent being bloodbathed and remained indifferent. He was calm enough. It seems that it was the strength of Emperor Xuanhuan who let him know that if he wanted to protect himself, he would definitely get a huge blow. Loss. Chaos eyes are extremely cold. The strongest man ever, since the long era, his heart has long been cold, indifferent and cold-blooded, and he no longer has the ambitions of the time. This is decay. Facing the gods, if the Holy Emperor is younger, he will definitely not will bear it, but he endured it. The Lord of Great Thousands also sighed, truth has already contacted me, and his holy land of truth is moving closer to me. I agree. After all, Emperor Xuanhuan can't attack recklessly. This time we were caught off guard. He and Chaos guarded in Daqianshanzong. Not afraid of Xuanhuan's sudden attack. The biggest loss suffered by the Holy Emperor era this time is that there is no eternal level suppression, otherwise even if there is the weakest eternal level there, Xuanhuan would not be able to wash them with blood. Emperor Xuanhuan, he is very cruel, with ruthless methods, treats all beings as worthless, and is merciless in his attacks, but he is also very kind to his own people. Chaos said, Daqian, what do you think he will do next? He used the era of the Holy Emperor to establish his prestige, which is telling everyone that if you make an enemy of Xuanhuan, this is the end. The Lord of Great Thousands was silent for a while before continuing, his goal has been achieved, so he should not take the initiative to attack again. In the next step, he will perfect his own path. Only by breaking through the eternal level, can he achieve great momentum. Next, because of him, there will be more Eternals appearing and will take the initiative to deal with him, but we have to wait for time. Few people will take the initiative. Knowing his strength, they are all waiting for others to deal with him first, but he is already a public enemy on the Eternal Road. The strongest, how can we let him succeed? Chaos Road. He is in the most prosperous posture now, and his way, you and I have already experienced it, it is very strong. If he wants to achieve that step, the bombardment he will suffer from the eternal rules is unimaginable. The Lord of the Great Thousands said, like the Holy Emperor, if he didn't show up before, I guess he will have to wait until this time to make a move to seize his way. By that time, it will even lead to some extremely ancient horrors that we all think have fallen. The one who appears, breaks his eternity, destroys his strongest possibility. That's when he will truly be the enemy of the world. Chaos Road. Even though he said that, there was always uneasiness in his heart. Anyone with a discerning eye could see this. At the moment when he reached the eternal level, many strong people would inevitably attack him. But, he was very worried. With the wisdom of Emperor Xuanhuan, he also knows, but why, he always feels that it is not so simple, what will happen in the process. But right now, there is no other good way. Invincible. Xuanhuan must become the strongest. Even the era of the Holy Emperor has been bloodbathed, what else can he not do? Infinite voices came from everywhere in eternity. This battle raised Xuanhuan's power to a peak, and these voices shouting for martial arts also turned into strong luck. This luck was running through and swept over Xuanhuan. He was glowing all over, brilliant and brilliant, as if he could reach the 9th level anytime, anywhere. But Xuanhuan knew that this was not enough. To ascend to the 9th level, the power he needed was too terrifying. After this battle, although many people became more hostile to Xuanhuan, at the same time, a group of people saw Xuanhuan and came to him one after another, including several gods of origin. Xuanhuan has already proved it with his own strength. His strength is so strong that even the eternal level is difficult to deal with him. At this time, Xuanhuan is the time to achieve hegemony. Although they will face many dangers when they seek refuge at this time, once they really succeed, they will also ascend to heaven alone. Of course, more people choose to wait and see. The Empire is also making big moves to build time and space gates between the Eternal Killing Array and the Empire, so as to open up quickly, and truly allow creatures to walk on this road. Xuanhuan also felt a wave of murderous intent, like a cold glow on his back. He is very clear. At this moment, in each independent time and space, there are pairs of eyes staring at him, like a cold light on his back, but he hesitated about his strength, and did not attack easily. Still waiting. Xuanhuan smiled indifferently. He doesn't care at all. The path of being the strongest is to be the enemy of the world, a path of courage. He has the confidence to suppress everything. These eternal levels have their own minds, and they don't want to be used as wedding dresses for others, let alone be used as guns by others. Such disunity gave him a chance. Of course, if Xuanhuan was not so brave and terrifying, none of these eternal levels would have paid attention to this place. Gather more power, form greater faith, extend my eternal road, and keep sublimating, so as to achieve my eternal level. Xuanhuan clearly understood. The reason why he still can't fully ascend to the 9th level is that his path is not enough, and if he really reaches the end of eternity, then he will be the real eternity level. He wants to sublimate, and the Empire cannot be limited to the second city. He wants to seize this opportunity and attack again, so that the strong in eternity can see his dominance. It's time to move on. Xuanhuan summoned Tianzuan. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Tianzuan asked. The second city is stable at the beginning, but this is not enough. The road to the Empire will continue to spread. Seize the current opportunity, and then we will build the next city. Xuanhuan decided on the development site of the third city. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C 1893 City 3. Your Majesty, where will the third city be based? After Tianzuan heard this, he was not too surprised. Although the second city is not completely stable, it is now the best opportunity to expand its power and gather momentum. His Majesty has a brave and decisive character, and is extremely good at seizing opportunities. The third city stands in the Sea of Burying Gods. Xuanhuan decided on the location of the third city. Now he is going to take advantage of the period when some Eternals are still not fully aware of him, and some Eternals are still afraid of him, and decisively seize the opportunity to build the third city, or even the fourth and fifth cities during this period. The road stretches. He wants to break through the 9th realm as soon as possible. Once he breaks through the 9th level, he won't be so anxious when the eternal level breaks through. Although the strength of the 9th level cannot make him the strongest, it is also enough to face various situations, and he is not afraid of the siege that many eternal levels may have on him. He must maintain a mysterious and domineering state at this moment. The Sea of Burial Gods. Tianzuan nodded. Really guarding is the real stupidity, and their Majesty sees it very clearly. Tianzuan, you are not simple. Xuanhuan suddenly said this sentence. I haven't fully seen through you in some places. I know you have secrets, but I won't go deep into them. Everyone has their own secrets. You have them, and I have them too, but if you want, remember, as long as you are loyal to the Empire, when you need me to help you, I will also help you. I understand. Tianzuan said, this is exactly the greatness of His Majesty. Soon after. In the Sea of Burying Gods, a huge city was built, named the Third City, the eternal third city of the Empire, dominating the world, and has the majestic spirit to annex the eternity. Xuanhuan suddenly built a third city, which was unexpected by others. Originally thought that after Xuanhuan bloodbathed the era of the Holy Emperor with bloody means, he should stick to the results of the battle, and focus all his attention on the second city, and there would be no major actions. But the result is surprising. He even directly built the third city, and still chose the place of Buried God Sea. The first city is close to the multiverse. The second city is in the Eternal Killing Array. The third city is in the Sea of Burial Gods. However, they also found that there seemed to be no specific route for the construction of Xuanhuan. The gap between the burial god sea and the eternal killing formation was not known, and they were in two completely different places. But they are all key points. In the third city, it was empty at the moment, only the city was erected, and there were not a single soldier of the empire. However, after the empire established the third city, even without the deterrence of a single soldier, it is strange that no one dared to stop it, but left the god burial sea one after another, not daring to stop it easily. The facts of blood are in front of you. The bloody Holy Emperor continent is still on the Eternal Road. They also know that Xuanhuan's troops are not strong enough to guard so many giant cities, but sometimes their strength is not absolute, and Xuanhuan's previous bloody record is enough to deter them. In this empire, even the eternal-level powerhouses dare not act rashly. An empty city standing upright represents the majesty of the empire. And soon the Xuanhuan Empire also conveyed the new will. The third city of the empire stood upright. They welcomed the strong from all walks of life to the third city, as long as they obeyed the rules set by the empire. But at the same time, whoever becomes an enemy of the empire and destroys the third city will be ruthlessly suppressed. As soon as this news came out, it once again caused a great shock. Anyone who doesn't make trouble can enter the open city now. Nor do they doubt. Divine suppression. Xuanhuan's hand is magnificent and powerful. Those who can cross the Eternal Road are very smart, and naturally understand the power of Xuanhuan, but in the third city, as long as there is no trouble, they can gather a kind of invincible luck. Yes, Chu Yuan wants to gather invincible luck. This is the most important. A road requires countless people to walk. Can't you see it? The purpose of the martial arts is obvious. He let you in to gather momentum for him. The more people come, the more prosperous the third city will be, and the greater the benefits will be for him. One more thing, only those who are willing to gather momentum for Xuanhuan can be buried in Shanghai, and those who are unwilling will be ruthlessly suppressed and killed by them. Xuanhuan's attitude is very clear. The burial sea belongs to the Xuanhuan Empire. Although he knew the purpose of the Emperor Xuanhuan, but recently the Emperor Xuanhuan showed his sharpness and was too domineering. He washed the Holy Emperor continent with blood, and the Emperor's power deterred Eternal Road. After the opening of the third city, although it was only a name, the invincible momentum has already surged. Xuanhuan regards the Sea of Burying Gods as his territory, opened up a huge city, and gathered momentum. On a supreme void, at this moment, several lights and shadows that looked at the sky and the earth appeared, and they gathered together. Their auras are all eternal level, but they are not the real bodies of eternal level, but the incarnations condensed by their power. After all, the path of each eternal level is extremely secret. He's too arrogant. A voice was full of coldness. He has the capital of arrogance. Daqian and chaos couldn't do anything to him, and he faced it calmly, which also shows that if you want to kill Emperor Xuanhuan, you need at least 4 or 5 shots to kill him. There is an eternal Tiao. That's Daqian. Chaos is incompetent, less than the eternal level. Will it be so difficult? I don't think they want to contribute, so they have created His Majesty. That eternal Tiao. The power of chaos and great thousand, anyone is stronger than you. There is an eternal level. Before I also thought that it might be because they didn't go all out to attack, but the Holy Emperor, who was once the strongest, also endured, and even if the Holy Emperor didn't make a move, the guarding force in the Holy Emperor continent is very strong, yes, but it was also directly destroyed by him. If the martial arts were not strong, they would have shot him to death with their character. What makes them even more afraid is that Yuan Wudi, who wanted to compete for the strongest last, only started after the eternal level. Natural martial arts. They started this step when they were not at the eternal level, and they were too strong to attack directly. The Holy Emperor is too old, he can't make a move, he is afraid that he will be seriously worn out, and someone will deal with him. Another strong man said. I can't watch him continue to be rampant. Humane. We have to wait for more eternal awakenings, before we have the possibility of killing him. When he fought against Chaos and Dakian, he used a kind of space-time magical power, which seemed to open the door of eternity, and he could enter any time and space at will. In the fierce battle before Xuanhuan, they knew that this emperor had the ability to open the door of eternal time and space. This let them know that it is easy to defeat him with multiple shots, but it is difficult to obliterate him. They have to figure out a way to deal with the Gate of Eternity. This is what Xuanhuan did on purpose. He deliberately let others know that he has the ability to open the Gate of Eternity, let them understand that it is very difficult to kill him, and by time to break through the ninth realm. Sure enough, this move proved to be useful. For watch. #See 1894 Yuan's joining. In eternity, many great wills are colliding. Multiverse, eternal killing array, and sea of burying gods. The locations of the three cities are irrelevant. They are located in several different directions. Why did he disperse the cities in such a way? An eternal will was inspired and turned into a map. Why else, can't you see it? His purpose is to swallow eternity, not to build it according to an inherent line, but to have his strength on the entire road of eternity. Someone saw Xuanhuan's layout. This is to swallow eternity. Such a big ambition, aren't you afraid that your ambition will be too big and you will be wiped out? The most powerful person who has ever appeared in the past may not have such great ambitions as him. If you let him swallow the places that have been opened and those that have not been opened on the eternal road will become his world. At that time even the places we are in will not be able to hide. I am afraid that he will find them one by one and destroy them. Some strong men snorted coldly. Emperor Xuanhuan's ambitions are too great. This is no longer simply becoming the strongest. He swallows eternity and does not give others a way out, threatening their lives. He has to do it. At this moment, there was a cold and cruel voice, and the halo on his body was gloomy and black. If you dare to achieve this kind of road, interrupt his path, destroy him, swallow eternity, be the only one, and pretend that we don't exist. He is not the great Emperor Xuanhuan. It is not so easy to deal with him. In this era, the great Emperor Xuanhuan died in your hands, and it has also accumulated a lot of power for you. Someone said something amazing. This strong man shrouded in a black halo turned out to be the chief culprit who beheaded the Emperor Xuanhuan. Emperor Xuanhuan is also a powerful character. Back then, I teamed up with many eternal ranks to kill him. They retreated in their own way, and when they appeared, they went to kill Xuanhuan. He killed the great Emperor Xuanhuan, and he did get a lot of benefits. Ambition is big, but his ambition is big and has a good side. He wants to achieve the strongest and greatest eternal road, but not only we have to deal with him, but also the eternal rules, which will also bring the most terrifying eternal road to him. Jia, no matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the eternal rule? There is a wise and strong Tiao. If we use the hands of eternal rules, we will get less benefits. The strongest of the past are not all dead. Except for the Holy Emperor, there are still a few who still exist. But some people are still unwilling to deal with Xuanhuan, such as Xuanhuan, Immortal, and Hong Meng. Xuanhuan, immortality is fine, but that Hong Meng is an extremely terrifying character. These eternal levels are gradually disappearing. For the time being, no one is willing to make the first move. If they don't make a move now, Xuanhuan doesn't know who is going to deal with him. They all want someone else to take the lead, which shows their disunity. Of course, Xuanhuan had a chance, because of disunity. 9 layers of abyss. Buried God Sea, the third city of Xuanhuan. After Xuanhuan heard the news, there was abyss brilliance flowing in his eyes, which was incomparably deep. It seemed that after a long time of thinking, he finally made a decision. He got up, summoned the other 8 abyss masters, and went outside the Abyss realm. From now on, take away Yuan Jia, and we will leave immediately and go to the second city of Shenwu. Abyss Road. Go to Shenwu second city. The other masters of Yuan paused. They all knew Yuan's purpose, but Yuan was equivalent to their emperor, so naturally, they would not question his orders. Emperor Shenwu, bloodbath the Holy Emperor continent. A third city will be built. This era will be full of wind and clouds, and it is time for me to make a choice. After Yuan took Yuan Jia away, he immediately went to the second city. Yuan, please see the emperor. Yuan said in a very respectful voice. Come in. Chu Yuan already knew that from Yuan's point of view, he waved his hand like a golden road, leading Yuan in. With firm steps, Yuan walked up the golden road and met Chu Yuan. This was the first time he saw Chu Yuan again after hundreds of thousands of years, although it was a very short time. But the moment he saw Chu Yuan's eternal and invincible aura, he knew that he made the right decision. Meet the Emperor. Abyss Road. Yuan, you took the initiative to stop the great Emperor Jidao before. I already know about this matter. When you come, I will not let you return empty-handed. I will give you the reward you deserve. Chu Yuan smiled. The emperor must be clear about rewards and punishments. Even if Yuan is not a strong man in the empire, he has indeed made contributions to the empire. I don't want anything. I am here today to be loyal to His Majesty and join the Shenwu Empire. With my strength, I can also make great contributions to the empire. Yuan revealed his purpose, which was amazing, and it turned out to be to seek refuge with Chu Yuan. Although Chu Yuan once beheaded and killed the strong man in the Yuan realm in the multiverse, and sent troops to threaten him, this is all the power of the strong man, and he is not qualified to care about these. You want to join the empire? Chu Yuan looked at him. Exactly, I am willing to join the empire. Yuan did not hide his purpose. I joined the empire with my own purpose. In this world, only the emperor can help me. Of course, I also know that I may be lost forever with the empire. Because of eternal robbery, you are afraid of human robbery. Chu Yuan said. I was very sure to attack a few epochs ago. My path was an endless abyss, but I didn't. I knew that once I broke through, I would definitely die, and those eternal levels would definitely stop me. Yuan said, in this era, the great Emperor Congxing is much stronger than me. He still failed. I clearly understand that only by relying on His Majesty and relying on His Majesty's strength can I become eternal. I am willing to take a gamble. If I don't join the Empire, I will hit eternity with 10 deaths and no life, but if I am loyal to the Emperor, I have a great possibility. He spoke out his innermost thoughts very honestly. He was willing to take refuge in Chu Yuan just for the eternal level. He is also a figure like Lingzhu, but because of the hunting and killing of others, he dare not attack. Emperor Shenwu is his only hope. He is not afraid of any eternal level, and if he can become the strongest, he can also be more brilliant with it. There is something to give. If he didn't join Shenwu, he would be like an emperor, but he has been that kind of Tubob for too long, and he has done enough. Welcome to join the Empire. All the forces in the Abyss realm will still be one, and you will be the leader. Chu Yuan gave him the most benevolent will. Yuan's refuge is a great help to the Empire, and Yuan will also become the #1 powerhouse in the Empire besides him. Yuan is not an eternal class, but with his strength, it is difficult to kill him even with an eternal class. Yuan pays homage to the Emperor. From now on Yuan will be a courtier of the Empire, obeying His Majesty's orders. At this moment, Yuan handed over his faith to Shenwu, and at this moment, he also felt the turbulence and tolerance of the Empire's national destiny. #See 1895 Empire Layout. The Empire embraces all rivers and rivers, and Chu Yuan welcomes all strong men who come to seek refuge. Yuan's joining brought top-notch combat power to Chu Yuan, and it would have been much easier if Yuan had been involved in the bloodbath of the Holy Emperor's continent. When Yuan joined the empire, there was also Chu Yuan's emperor's charm, which made people willing to follow him. Emperor, the empire opened up a third city, and I am willing to take my troops to guard the third city. Yuan Dao, he knew that the third city was an extremely dangerous place. Why did he join Xuanhuan? The safest way for Emperor Xuanhuan to protect him and achieve eternal level is to become his man. Otherwise, why should others protect you? You are not his people, his people. You don't have to go, stay in the second city. The third city is temporarily a symbol of the empire. If someone destroys it, I will dispatch it. Now you obey my orders. Chu Yuan said. If you defend for a long time, you will lose. He has no idea of guarding the third city at all. Everything is based on the second city. Yuan nodded. From this moment on, he became a strong man in the empire. For Yuan's joining, the most embarrassing thing is Tai Tianzuan. He never imagined that Yuan, who suppressed him back then, would suddenly transform into a strong man in the empire. They are now colleagues. Tai Tianzuan has no hatred for Yuan. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. Chu Yuan looked at it. The countdown time of the system is still a long time away from the 100,000-year guard. As long as the time is up, he will be rewarded with a dark god's mansion and a mysterious reward. I don't know what reward it will be. The second city was very peaceful, but the third city was very restless. Although Chu Yuan has established a blood prestige, many people dare not offend him, but the eternal class will not be calm. They may not take action in person, but some of them will let their subordinates make trouble. Your Majesty, there is blood chaos in the third city. Someone is destroying the third city and killing many people who enter the city. Yi Tianzuan said. Chu Yuan also felt that the luck in the third city was very unstable. It seems that some people want to make trouble. Chu Yuan's face was extremely cold, and he said with iron blood, Yuan, it's time for you to fight. We are going to take the initiative to attack. They are not deceiving me that there are no top experts in the dynasty. You go and kill those destroyers one by one. With the eternal level shot, with Zhen here, you don't have to worry, Yi Tianzuan will follow you. It's finally time to fight. Yuan took the order and set off immediately. Chu Yuan didn't seem to have sent troops to the third city, but he was not unprepared. Using the second city as a connection point, he had already built a gate of time and space to travel quickly. Yuan went. His arrival was sudden. And one thing, no one knew that he would be a strong man in the empire, and he had already taken refuge in Chu Yuan. As soon as he came, he used a very iron-blooded wrist, and started to kill directly. Some people started to act presumptuously because they had the eternal support behind them, and the Emperor Xuanhuan was not here. And Yuan's killing was extremely sudden, and no one expected that he killed many troublemakers as soon as he came. Yuan's strength is also very strong, it is the top 9th level, the kind that can escape when encountering the eternal level. Yuan actually turned to Xuanhuan for allegiance. This news once again shocked everyone. Some Eternals will be unfamiliar if they haven't shown up for a long time, but a strong person like Yuan will be more familiar. Why did Yuan turn to Xuanhuan? Many people were shocked. Yuan, he also has a premonition of danger, someone is staring at him. He will be hunted and killed when he breaks through the eternal level. He has pledged his allegiance to Xuanhuan first and wants to get his protection. It's a bad mood to have an eternal class. Some people have already made a reservation for Yuan. If they are herding sheep, they will kill and eat meat when they need it. However, Yuan has found a backer for himself in advance. Although it is a little troublesome for a Yuan to seek refuge, it is nothing. However, this revealed a very bad signal. On the Eternal Road, there are still some people like Ryuan. He found a backer for himself, and it is inevitable that those people will have ideas and turn around to join Shenwu. After all, some eternal level hunts gave a strong person like Yuan a terrifying feeling. If they break through to the eternal level under the protection of Emperor Shenwu, they will be in serious trouble. Yuan's appearance has made many people afraid to attack at will. Except for the real eternal level, who else can keep him? We don't need to be guarded in the third city. There are too many opponents. If we stick to it, no one will be able to defend it. Instead, we will become a living target. With Yi Tianzuan here, Yi Tianzuan can figure out who dares to be presumptuous in the third city. We will immediately let's start, and even some dangers can have omens, so we can avoid them in advance. Chu Yuan asked Yi Tianzuan to cooperate with Yuan this time. Abyss is powerful. Yi Tianzuan's calculation. The two became the best partners, which also allowed Yuan to succeed again and again in the attack. Yuan's joining, his strength is second to me, the most important thing is momentum, the aspiration of the heart, and those who are afraid that the eternal level is likely to shoot and kill will have one more choice, that is me, and my god dynasty will become their choice, a safe haven. With his hands on his back, Chu Yuan stepped on the second city, with eternity in his heart, and could feel the change of luck. Many hearts are already turning towards him. If Yuan achieves the eternal class with my help, the sensation will be even greater. This will cause many people to watch and gather, wanting to get my help and protection. They hunt and kill those who are about to become enlightened, and I want to protect them. Chu Yuan wants to do the opposite to the other party. Many Eternals are notorious, not many people will believe them, but Chu Yuan is different here. The matter in the third city has come to an end, and Yuan's attack temporarily stabilized the situation. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed. The third city is also gradually prosperous, but the second city is still a pure military fortress. Yuan seeking refuge was also a good start. Some origin gods came here admiringly, but there were no strong men like Ru Yuan. After all, not everyone is Yuan, so this decision can be made. However, there were also some people who secretly sent news that they were willing to be friendly with Shenwu. Regarding these news, Chu Yuan also smiled, this is to pave the way for himself, or Yuan came simply, but this also shows his strength, which makes some people who are oppressed by the eternal level resist. Another big thing happened. After Shenwu established the third city for thousands of years, he actually opened up the fourth city. This fourth city is within the Xianming land. That's right, Chu Yuan has already regarded the land of Xianming as his own. Once the fourth city was built, it was not prosperous, only some ascetics practiced there. Chu Yuan wanted to use this method of building cities one after another to set up strongholds and fortresses to connect the entire Eternal Road, which would be his territory, and gather the Invincible general trend. In this way, the Eternal Road becomes his, and his great plan is completed. He also knows that every time he builds a city, many people will be jealous and angry. He does not care a straw. This is his eternal layout. #C 1896 Murderer, Rebellion Heavenly Venerate. The establishment of the third city brought shock to the world. But the establishment of the fourth city is even more angry. Is this Emperor Shenwu so presumptuous and rampant before he can reach the eternal level? He really thinks that he is invincible in the world. He despises the powerful in the world and doesn't take me seriously. He is too arrogant. Has eternal glare. This kind of behavior really doesn't take them seriously. Continuing to build cities is going to swallow eternity. Chu Yuan knew that his behavior was indeed arrogant in the eyes of these eternal class, so he was arrogant to the end, and seized this moment to let them break through the ninth realm in an unexpected situation. If he unknowingly became the 9 realms, how shocking would his soaring strength cause them? In the face of this situation, it doesn't matter if there is an eternal level choice, let him move. As long as he does not hit the eternal level, he will not make a move for the time being, and wait for the moment he hits the eternal level to seize the greatest Tao fruit. There are also more radical ones. Xuanhuan, you want to turn the entire eternal road into your road and build it wantonly. This deity will tear your road apart. At this time, on the road of the empire, a figure appeared with a deep breath. He looked at it coldly. In his eyes, in the empty scene, several giant cities of the empire were connected in series starting from the multiverse. What connects this is the road to empire. He went directly to the 4th city, the land of Xianming. The construction of these cities was like a shame to him, and he immediately grabbed it with one palm, covering the entire 4th city and crushing it directly. Destroy the 4th city, and then destroy your 3rd city. In short, don't even think about building it. This eternal grade is cold. Some eternal grades are self-respecting, maybe they won't directly attack the city, and some of them don't matter. The long years have made them no longer care about dignity and face. But the moment he shot, the road of the empire suddenly burst into endless light. If you zoom out, it becomes a road connection, and then the endless luck turns into an ocean and submerges it. A huge light man came out and gave this man a high five. This man was very strong, and even though he Guangren struck out his palm, it didn't make him retreat. The sea of light kept surging, and the giant said in an emperor's tone, I am always watching you. Emperor Xuanhuan, good method, build cities one after another, gather faith, and still absorb the eternal breath, flooding your road, so as to realize it, your ability is indeed great. This eternal level can be seen. These cities are like the eyes of the formation, similar to the means of the eternal killing formation, absorbing the breath of eternity, supplementing and strengthening themselves, although they do not have the mystery of the eternal killing formation, but they are more majestic. You have entered my way. There was a loud voice. Xuanhuan was still in the 2nd killing formation, but in his own way, the gate of eternity opened, and he came directly to the land of mystery, as if there was no distance in front of him. He stared at this eternal grade, which was very strange and had never been seen before. This method is indeed formed by his comprehension of the eternal killing array and his own understanding, absorbing the eternal power, as if truly building it, turning it from nothingness into a substance. He also knows that with so many eternal levels, it is impossible for everyone not to make a move, and there will always be someone who can't help it. Come here, what else can you do with this deity? There is a faint contempt on the face of this eternal class. He is an eternal class. He is here to break your way. See what you can do with him, and he really wants to see Xuanhuan's methods today. Here you come, you have to pay something. With a big wave of Xuanhuan's hand, the image here was seen by everyone in the empire through the dreamy time and space. Emperor, I have seen him. The old man Tiao in the 2nd city suddenly trembled, pointed at him, and made his own voice. You know him? Xuanhuan teleported the old man Tiao to his side, and said, look at him carefully. That's right, it's him. Although I don't know his specific identity, I know that in this era, he hunted and killed Emperor Songxing and took his eternal Tao fruit. At that time, how many people were surrounding and killing Emperor Songxing? An extremely angry brilliance shot out from the eyes of the old man Tiao. Thinking about how merciful and great that Songxing Emperor is, he lost his life because of the hunting of these people. Now, he appeared on the eternal road of the empire again, coming to destroy it. How could he not hate all kinds of hatred? Hunting and killing the great Emperor Songxing, you have committed another crime. While Xuanhuan was speaking, the great seal of Songxing flew out, condensing into the light and shadow of Emperor Songxing, and suddenly, the great seal burned. Oh, you also got some inheritance from the great Emperor Songxing. Yes, I killed the great Songsheng. His origin is indeed all over his body. I can live for a long time after absorbing the power of other ways. The Eternal didn't deny it either, and said with a faint smile, there is also this deity whose name is Niren Tianzuan. I don't care who you are, but because of you corrupt people, this eternal road is extremely chaotic. Chu Yuan said coldly. Haha, what qualifications do you have to criticize this deity? You are young and energetic now, without the shackles of eternal calamity. This deity was like you back then, but when you are this deity's age, will you still be like this now? What kind of ambition? Anything that breaks eternity is impossible. Nilwan Tianzuan didn't care, and even laughed wildly. Everything else is false, only living is the most real. You are right, but now, you are my enemy. Chu Yuan's piercing eyes scanned the void at this moment, and several breaths of eternal gods were watching here. They were not in a hurry to make a move, but were happy to see Niren Tianzuan make the first move. I see how rebellious you are. Chu Yuan stepped on the torrent of light, indifferent and ruthless. His domineering, his ruthlessness formed a powerful mana, and launched an attack on Niren Tianzuan. He built 4 cities, and gathered luck and eternal breath into one, which strengthened him more mana at this moment. He slammed, like the judgment of the Eternal Master, and his big hand covered it. Anti-chaotic world. Nilwan Tianzuan stood still. Despite Shenwu's great reputation, there is always some contempt in his eyes. As long as he does not reach the eternal level, the essence of life is not at the same level. No matter how powerful he is, he will still not be at the eternal level. The darkness and brilliance in his eyes surged, the heavens and the earth were in chaos, and everything turned upside down. His dark palm immediately slapped Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan attacked directly and was invincible in the world. This Niren Tianzuan is more radical. If he wants to protect his eternal road today, he must make Niren Tianzuan pay the due price for his arrogance. #C1897 The strongest way. I have experienced many battles in my life, and I have seen more powerful people than you. How can I be afraid that you will not achieve the eternal level? A joke, what a joke. Nilwan Tianzuan's tone was arrogant, he was already insane. Facing Chu Yuan's attack, he threw out his fist violently, overturning the yin and yang universe. The surroundings were violently shaken, and he directly confronted Chu Yuan. He wants to tell Chu Yuan, with his strength, that the eternal class is stronger than he imagined. His way of reversing chaos has the ability to disrupt and subvert. Nianluan Tianzuan, he can't help it anymore, he's going to fight the Emperor Shenwu. Okay, that's okay, Nilwan's heart is unruly. Let him fight the Emperor Shenwu first, so we can analyze his strength. There are lights and shadows flickering, and the incarnation of the eternal level powerhouse is watching the battle in the hidden time and space. Chu Yuan knew this well, and when he raised a punch, it was the most glorious Emperor's fist. And the power of this punch brought the divine power of the entire empire, bombarding the luck of the empire. His empire is not weak, and with Yuan's joining, it will be even more powerful, like adding fuel to a raging fire. If there is a real eternal level powerhouse in the empire, then the power of luck will go up to a higher level. As the supreme ruler of the empire, his strength will be even stronger. This is the benefit of opening up a country. His punch was too powerful. Even though Niren Tianzuan was an ancient powerhouse, the moment he confronted Chu Yuan, he felt the irresistible and infinite majesty, and Nilwan's power immediately collapsed. There are means, the power of national fortune, but this is not enough. Nilwan Tianzuan is calm enough and has no fear of Chu Yuan. He controls the boundless power and kills with one blow. It is a chaotic storm. When he is blown by this, it seems that the soul of the law is in chaos. Chu Yuan carried the vast divine power, striding forward, slashing with his palm, the nothingness shook, the chaotic storm was directly torn apart, and then he punched, and the ferocious force went straight to Niren Tianzuan. The face of Niren Tianzuan changed slightly. This person's combat style is too brave, he kills quickly, the thunder is huge, and his eternal power is shattered in one fell swoop. However, as an eternal class, it is not necessarily true that he will be afraid of this person. He wrapped his hands around the law of rebellion and rushed forward. There was lightning in Xuanhuan's eyes, and there was lightning on his arm. The lightning struck 3 times in a row, and the thunder shook. If the eternal class only had this strength, they would have killed you long ago, waiting for me to kill you. Xuanhuan was radiant, and the eternal fire was burning. He is very arrogant, and he puts on a posture of fearlessness. It is not a bad thing for Niren Tianzuan to kill him. He wants to turn it into a good thing and let everyone see his strength. He doesn't know how many Eternals are trying to kill him now, but he also knows that there are not a few. If you are so arrogant, you will die a miserable death. Niren Tianzuan's words contained the ultimate murderous intent towards Xuanhuan. This emperor must not allow him to become enlightened, otherwise he would be miserable. I have the qualifications to be arrogant, but you are not my opponent. Xuanhuan surpassed eternity, and said coldly, Niren, believe it or not, in front of me, you can only run away like a dog. Although he hasn't really been baptized and sublimated to the 9th level, his strength is stronger than the one who just broke through to the 8th level. The bloodbath of the Holy Emperor continent and the establishment of 4 cities have also brought his cultivation to the peak of this level. Fleeing? Hee hee. The Niren Tianzuan's eyes became more and more cold and severe. This Emperor Xuanwu actually compares him to a dog. What a humiliation and contempt. Does he really think he is invincible? He spins his big hands. The impact of the law of rebellion spread out like blade-like ripples, and on top of his head, a ring appeared, which was his eternal magic weapon, the Ring of Rebellion. With the power of the Ring of Rebellion, he split the world and launched another attack on Xuanhuan. Eternal Road. Xuanhuan stood here. The heavens and the earth are shining, and the eternal road built with the city is sweeping out in incomparably terrifying majesty, burning with a blazing eternal divine fire. At this moment, everyone who saw such a scene felt that the eternal road had materialized. People with profound wisdom have seen the true purpose of Emperor Xuanwu. I understand. Seeing this scene, an ancient eternal level statue realized, the ambition is too great. He is materializing the eternal road. The city is just a pawn. He is using the city to spread his road to all parts of the world, and then control it. The whole eternity, his way is the whole way of eternity. He wants to make this world his way with complete control, swallow it in, and form a more independent time and space. His ambition is so great that I have seen him, the only one. Although they are at the eternal level, they are just opening up an independent time and space on the eternal road, and they are actually contained in it. But Emperor Xuanwu is different. He just wants to make this mysterious, eternal road his own. Even the eternal rules are under his control. Get out with this. They also understood why the path evolved by Emperor Xuanwu didn't have any special power, but it seemed to contain all kinds of power. He regards himself as the eternal master. Yes, it is the controller. Nor was their guess wrong. After repeated changes, Xuanhuan's plan became what it is now. At the beginning, it was to create a road to the end of eternity. Later, it gradually evolved into making the eternal road his. Throughout the ages, I don't know how many epochs have existed, and countless methods have been tried, but the final result is failure. Xuanhuan wants to take a road that no one has ever walked before. He wants to make the entire eternal road his own, control all the rules, and break the curse with the strongest eternal power. If he succeeds, he will become the strongest in history. Someone gave him a very high evaluation. The strongest is even more powerful than the strongest, but the premise is success. He chose the most difficult path. I understand the reason why he is so powerful before becoming eternity. If you have eternity in your heart, you will be invincible in the world. But at the same time, it is too difficult. The most likely way is to die halfway, but has its own rules of operation. It will not let him succeed. That eternal level statue, watching the battle here, looked dignified, and his heart was shocked, and he couldn't underestimate Emperor Xuanhuan. If Emperor Xuanhuan didn't take this path, perhaps no one could stop him from becoming eternal level with his power, but correspondingly, he wouldn't have such a strong strength. There is something to give and nothing to lose. If he becomes enlightened, he will naturally be irresistible, but now, I may already know where his weakness lies, and his weakness will be revealed step by step as he expands. If you don't succeed, you will succeed. Some people think that the weakness of Emperor Xuanhuan has been seen. For watch. #See 1898 Runaway. Now some Eternals are studying Emperor Xuanhuan's way, his way, to find his weakness. Although Emperor Xuanhuan is domineering and ambitious, it is impossible for them to do it, but it is possible to take advantage of others and make up for their own shortcomings. The stronger the road, the longer you live. At this moment, they had an idea that they hoped that Xuanhuan Tianzuan could fight Xuanhuan for a while longer. Greedy is not enough to swallow elephants, and ambition is so big, be careful to hold you to death in the end. Tianzuan knew that he had fallen into his path, and some people were actually watching the show, but he was not afraid. Woohoo, a storm of rebellious laws blew up, and the divine ring spread. As an ancient eternal class, how could he be afraid of him? There will always be some stumbling blocks on the road of the strongest, and you are just one of them. Xuanhuan's path is different from others. His power is unparalleled, the eternal brilliance shines through the ages, and there is only 1,000 ways. At this moment, he directly stepped over, and the worldwide divine power turned into the power of a palm. Favorable location. Xuanhuan has his own big advantages. When he slashed with his palm, Tianzuan suddenly felt that his fate was broken, the way forward was cut off, and there was no light. He knew that the other party had used a great supernatural power, which was extremely terrifying. His eternal mana screamed, he didn't believe that he would still be unable to stop this person. His body turned into a huge god's mansion, attacking wildly, the law of subduing the world. But Xuanhuan's attack was beyond his imagination. The great power smashed his counterattack with a single palm, and when he reached him, his 5 fingers were like giant pillars in the sky, carrying the power of destruction and ending to slap hard. Click it. His palm, with the help of the power built by Lu, erupted into a more valiant rage. Xuanhuan Tianzuan took a hard palm, the eternal law collapsed, and he retreated again and again. The momentum of invincibility converged, and in the next moment, Xuanhuan launched a more fierce attack. He integrated the luck of the empire into his own way, and swept across with one punch, creating a majestic vision of the eternal ruler of the empire. He is the greatest monarch of an empire. And the rebellious Tianzuan is a lonely family. The power of his punches smashed through the Tianzuan layer by layer. Although he was at the eternal level, Xuanhuan's pure mana was qualified to fight against the eternal level, and with the blessings of the empire and Lu, he completely surpassed him. This is completely suppressed by force. His defense was broken, and Xuanhuan punched him in the chest. This smash made Tianzuan spit out the blood of the eternal god. The power was so strong that he couldn't resist it. The direction of the heart is invincible in the world. Xuanhuan launched an offensive again, rumbling, and in the eyes of others, it seemed as if an epic wheel was rolling over, as if the course of history was inevitable and unstoppable, and those who blocked it would inevitably end in ashes. The rebellious Tianzuan also changed color at this moment. On the eternal road, 4 beams of light shot up into the sky, like 4 pillars of eternal heaven, emanating from the 4 cities. Swallow eternity. Xuanhuan clapped his big hands, blocked the Niren Tianzuan, swallowed the eternal blow, and shook the universe. Niuan Tianzuan was also shocked. This emperor erupted with more tyrannical power, and he could not use ordinary means to fight. He also derived his own eternal road all at once, and immediately counterattacked. At this point of collision, the billowing power is released, and it can destroy everything. But Niren Tianzuan seemed to hear the sound of Kaka at this time. Although the other party did not become the eternal level, but the construction of his road was much greater than his own, and he was destroying his road. Can't let him do it. Rebellious Tianzuan shouted. The road is his foundation. Chu Yuan looked at him coldly, with a majestic atmosphere and a fierce attack. He absolutely did not give Niuan Tianzuan time to fight back. He was bombarded and retreated repeatedly, so that his path would be completely penetrated by him. Hateful. Niren Tianzuan cursed inwardly, not knowing that he had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. He also wanted to fight back and restore his dignity, but the other party didn't give him this cry at all, and directly suppressed his counterattack to death. Chu Yuan's palm was suppressed again, shrouded in a mysterious halo, like a millstone, shaking the sky. The Niren Tianzuan was hit by this blow, and his flesh and blood would collapse and disintegrate. If you look through his divine clothes, you can see that there are already cracked bloodstains on his body at this time, and glaring bloodstains are seeping out. This is your strength? When Chu Yuan was suppressed with one move, it was an eternal sky. This move is like an invincible myth, condensing his will and the general trend. It is irresistible. Don't be arrogant. The disposition of Niren Tianzuan was about to be broken by Chu Yuan. Under this pressure, his whole body seemed to explode immediately. He rushed over to break eternal heaven, but he was immediately suppressed. His path shone brighter, and shone ever wider. The sea of light condensed from the power of the whole road is surging and majestic, and it is rushing towards him wave after wave, making Niuan Tianzuan also bear tremendous pressure, and it seems that he will not be able to hold on at any time. A series of thunderbolts were constantly striking him. Am I really going to run away? Niuan Tianzuan was very unwilling. He came to provoke Chu Yuan very arrogantly this time, but he encountered such a result. I can't let his plot succeed. I fell into his path, so I was suppressed by him everywhere. No wonder even the Holy Emperor didn't show up to stop him when he bloodbathed the Holy Emperor's continent. I can't continue with him here. Hit it. His thoughts flashed in an instant, and he found a reason for himself to withdraw from the battle. Emperor Xuanhuan, let's let you be arrogant for now, we will still fight. Before he finished speaking, his divine body had already soared into the sky, and he was about to leave the battlefield suddenly. It is absolutely difficult for an eternal level to leave without more power than him. Sure enough, he still ran away. Chu Yuan stimulated him mercilessly, and said indifferently, leave some souvenirs before leaving. As he slammed, he merged with Lu, and the force of the horizontal strike turned into a beam of light. With invincible power in his palm, he slapped Niren Tianzuan hard on the back. This blow ended in destruction, causing Niren Tianzuan to tremble fiercely. Even though he had the power to isolate part of the power, his back exploded, blood was bloody, and blood swept out. This is the eternal blood of the gods. One drop of the origin god's blood can turn into a sea of blood, and the eternal level 1 has 100 times and 1,000 times the ability. Niuan Tianzuan was also angry. Being injured was secondary, but the most important thing was that he was not as good as Emperor Xuanhuan in a frontal battle alone, that is to say, his strength was not as human. However, he still escaped from Chu Yuan's domain at this time. You're lucky. If you show up next time, you won't be so lucky. Chu Yuan waved his hand, and the blood mist gathered into an eternal level blood crystal, which flickered regularly like lightning. #C1899 culprit. I was so arrogant before, but now, as your majesty said, I ran away like a dog. Old man Xuanhuan stepped forward respectfully, his expression was extremely cold. The chief culprit who killed Emperor Songxing wished for his death. This is also a lesson for him. It is still difficult to kill him now, but it is enough for him to pay some price. Xuanhuan knew very well that in order to kill the eternal level, he must first ascend to the 9th level as much as possible. 9 realms is the moment when he achieves great momentum. And he had an idea, no one knew that he was still in the 8th realm, so if he took this opportunity, after he quietly entered the 9th realm, could he set up a huge trap to count them once. Unfortunately, if the Emperor Songxing can't rush to attack, this era, His Majesty is also this era. He will not be hunted to death when he waits for His Majesty. Under His Majesty's protection, all this can be restored. The old man, Xuanhuan, regretted it. The great Emperor Songxing was too anxious. There are no ifs in this world, even the eternal level cannot live to the past, and Emperor Songxing would never have thought that after his fall, there would be such an unreasonable existence as Emperor Xuanhuan. However, it may not be a good thing for the two emperors to be in the same life. I also regret his death. Xuanhuan got some inheritance and treasures from the great Emperor Songxing. Nianluan Tianzuan is one of the culprits who killed the great Songxing. At the same time, there are several people who shot out. The hunt is very happy. I will find them all one by one. This group of people deserve to die. Elder Xuanhuan also said bitterly. Now after this battle, many people have seen my strength. If I fight against me alone, I will definitely be injured by him. At this moment, they have also seen my way. As they wished, they all planned and plotted. I'm gone. Xuanhuan's eyes swept across, knowing it well. Sure enough, as he guessed, after Nianluan Tianzuan ran out, he was very angry all the time, and scolded, "Why don't you take action? Seeing the horror of Emperor Xuanhuan, you should take action together, and follow the deity, to suppress him and interrupt his attack road. He is very angry." This group of people all want to watch the show, and they all want others to contribute first. Nianluan Tianzuan, don't worry, we don't know this truth, but in this battle, we have also seen his strength. It is difficult to deal with, even if we all take action, it is no problem to suppress him, but it is extremely difficult to kill him. Do it. Just calm down first. Good. There are voices coming out. You guys are scared. If you let him go on, we'll see how you end up. It is difficult for the rebellious Tianzuan to calm down. Nianluan Tianzuan, before you questioned that Daqian and I were useless and could not suppress him. Now that you have fought against him and seen his strength, is he not as easy to deal with as you said? If he is so easy eradicate, how can we gather? The voice of chaos came from nothingness. The situation is different. It was you and Daqian before, and his strength was not so strong at that time. Rebellious heavenly venerable irony. Nianluan Tianzuan, just now you fought against Emperor Xuanhuan, but you were injured, and your path was also damaged. There was a gloomy voice saying, like a cold glow on his back, with ferocious eyes staring at him. Don't think about attacking the deity. Although I was injured, I didn't hurt the root. If you want to hunt the deity, it depends on whether you have such a hard tooth. Nianluan Tianzuan sneered again, and someone wanted to hunt him down. I was just joking with you. No matter what the gloomy voice said, he also knew that Nianluan Tianzuan was not so easy to deal with. But at the same time, it also shows their disunity. If anyone is seriously injured, someone will inevitably form a group to hunt and kill. And they don't actually have any unity at all. They were originally lawless existences, but they appeared one after another because of the appearance of the Emperor Xuanhuan. Okay, don't talk about that. A very majestic strong man said, actually, through this battle, Emperor Xuanhuan is certainly domineering, but in fact I have also seen some of his weaknesses, which may be very useful to us. You are weak, and I can see it. Xuanhuan builds the city, his purpose is to control the entire eternity, and doing so is not without disadvantages. The counterattack of the eternal rule is 1 point. He only has 4 cities now, which is not too many. If it continues to increase, 10 cities, 100 cities? Occupy, the bigger the territory, the more power will be dispersed, and at this time, no matter how much he can save, his weakness will also be revealed. That's right. At that time, one person will attack one city, and see how the Emperor Xuanhuan will deal with it. In this way, his path will be ruined, and his painstaking efforts will be ruined. You can't put everything on the eternal rules. After his power spreads out, there will be more eternal awakenings at that time. We will join forces to carry out a battle of destruction and bloom in all directions. At that time, defeat is certain. They are all speaking out, thinking that this is the best way to deal with Xuanhuan. With the strongest and more power to launch a devastating blow, few people are willing to be the first. It's safe to be safe, but I'm afraid there will be variables. Xuanhuan Tianzuan uttered a cold voice to their plan. The emergence of the strongest this time is different from the past. His real common enemy, he has become more terrifying than anyone else, so more eternal level will actively join in. Only the safest way can make more people willing to take action. Xuanhuan returned directly to the second city after repelling the rebellious Tianzuan. He also knew that after this battle, he would gain a temporary respite, and his weakness was indeed seen by many people, but he didn't care, he had the confidence to suppress everything. Although he now has the backing of the multiverse, he actually doesn't want anyone to destroy his path. Taking this opportunity, I will go to the third city. Xuanhuan stopped for a while, and then quickly arrived in the third city. In the third city, there are no powerful empires, but everyone knows that this is the territory of the Xuanhuan Empire. The Emperor Xuanhuan has arrived. The Emperor is as powerful as the sea. Emperor Xuanhuan showed his majesty, and everyone saw a majestic existence, standing on the sky and earth. His power was infinite, they couldn't bear it, and they all knelt down. Emperor Xuanhuan is not at the eternal level, but he can repel the great powerhouse who wounded Eternal. Undoubtedly. The provocation of Niran Tianzuan gathered another wave of momentum for him. Xuanhuan ignored them, but stared majestically at the past with a pair of eyes. That Emperor way, the majesty of the soul technique, made many people tremble, as if all the secrets in their hearts had been seen through. See the Emperor. Tianzuan, who has been fighting on the Emperor's road, Yuan and the others, are here. You have done a good job, I am very satisfied. Xuanhuan said gently to them, I am here now to use the power of time and space to see the sea of buried gods, and see how many tombs of gods are left here to gather resources for the Empire. #C 1900 God of War. Buried in the Sea of Gods. It is the place where God's shock truly and eternally failed back then. There are many tombs of gods here. For many epochs, even the eternal class has searched, trying to find the largest tomb left by the gods, but it is a pity that they have not been successful. God is the strongest. The period of his hegemony was even further ahead than the Holy Emperor. The civilization of the gods left by the gods is still passed down from era to era. In the Sea of Burying Gods, God may have left his tomb, but it may not be here anymore. God's civilization is endless, and there are countless strong people who practice the divine way. Just like the founder of the God realm, I don't know him until now. Whereabouts? Xuanhuan led the crowd to the Sea of Burial Gods. Although the world environment of Buried God Sea is extremely dangerous, but with his current strength, he will not be afraid of anything. His comprehension of the way of time and space is extremely thorough, and Tianzuan also calculated from the side. His gaze pierced fiercely, and he could see within the 10,000 worlds of time and space. Under his strafing, many tombs of gods hidden in the time and space of different dimensions were directly seen by him. The hiding is deep enough, but most of them can't hide Xuanhuan's eyes. Boom! He grabbed it with his big hand, and a god's tomb was in an extremely deep time and space, and as he grabbed it with his hand, he immediately saw that the god's tomb surrounded by divine light was directly grabbed by him, and sealed in a spherical space inside. This god's tomb is left behind from the ninth realm. Xuanhuan didn't bother to explore the tombs of gods at this level, and just collected them as resources for the development of the empire. Over there are still tombs of gods. Tianzuan also waved his hand to appear a light curtain, forming a map of the Sea of Burial Gods, where the light spots flicker. That is the place where the tomb of the god is located. Xuanhuan swept across and found out with his tyrannical strength, while Tianzuan relied on his calculations. Tianzuan, your method of calculation is too terrible. With the Wheel of Heaven's secret, there are very few things you don't know. For example, the eternal Tao fruit that the great emperor of Jidao dreamed of before is also obtained by your calculation. Yuan was amazed. Reckoning is not omnipotent, and it is also vulnerable to the strongest strength. Tianzuan said with a smile, fate can also be controlled, only the strongest strength can break all obstacles. Tianzuan, you are still at the 8th level now, and when you reach the 9th level, your calculations will go to a higher level. I can see that the 9th level is not a problem for you, and if you reach the eternal level, the calculation of fate will be higher, reached a pinnacle. Xuanhuan also hoped that the powerful in the empire would be stronger and could share more burdens for him. The opponents he faced were too strong and terrifying. As your majesty said, it is not a problem for me to achieve the 9th level, but to achieve the eternal level, I need one extremely crucial thing. I can't think of it now. I have to wait until I reach the 9th level. I have a hunch that this requires your majesty's help. Tianzuan said. After you think about it. Xuanhuan said. Tianzuan said, if I reach the eternal level, I can calculate more, countless epics. There are not a few people sitting in my eternal road, and I have left many treasures in my own road. At that time I can calculate to some dead roads. I'll wait for you to reach the eternal level. Xuanhuan was marching in the sea of burying the gods, and all kinds of chaotic fields could not hinder him. As he was walking, he also sensed many tombs of gods, and except for taking away some of great value, the rest of Xuanhuan did not move. He wants to charge. He can find a lot of countless god tombs in this Sea of Burial Gods, but this is meaningless. The value of the Sea of Burying Gods lies in the fact that there are many treasures in the tombs of gods, which attract many strong people to explore here. If he takes them all away, the third city will not be able to attract people. And the powerful empire can also come here to practice. Staying here is gathering potential. He also frowned slightly. At this time, he had been in the Sea of Burial Gods for a while, and walked from one end to the other, but he did not find the tomb of the god. He walked a few times again. With his strength, the sweep of eternal time and space penetrating into different dimensions, if there really is a tomb of a god, there will definitely be some reactions. But no. Could it be that the tomb of God is not here? He formed the 3 portals of time, space, and dimension into a character shape, and penetrated into the interior of time and space at once, forming a search like a dragnet. There was a rumbling vibration. After he searched for a while, the 3 portals suddenly hit an extremely solid place, causing the time and space of the burying god sea to vibrate crazily. This shock is extremely powerful. Could it be that the tomb of the god has been found? Yuan was shocked. Such a big movement is definitely not something that can be made by ordinary tombs of gods. I feel an eternal majesty. It's not the tomb of a god, but it's also an eternal tomb. At the time of God, he also had an eternal tomb under his command. Xuanhuan exerted amazing magic power, bombarded the 3 portals, and immediately saw the eruption of divine light, and then tore it fiercely. A solid barrier of gods appeared, and a great tomb of gods appeared. Eternal God's tomb. The strong men of the empire are excited. Although it is not a tomb of a god, an eternal tomb of a god also represents endless wealth. With Xuanhuan's blow in an instant, the power hit the tomb of the gods, and there was a tyrannical counterattack immediately, but under the sweep of his blow, all the barriers were vulnerable and shattered. Follow me. Xuanhuan was so powerful that he walked directly to the tomb of the gods. His power that shook mountains, rivers, and myriad worlds just approached him, and there was a strong counterattack, and the divine light penetrated terrifyingly. However, Xuanhuan didn't even care about the real eternal. Would he be afraid of some restrictions set by a dead eternal? With a bang of his strength, the restriction on counterattack collapsed, and then he saw the closed door of the tomb of the gods, prohibiting others from entering. He didn't talk nonsense, the thunder and anger appeared, and he broke the gate with a single halberd. This is to push it in with arrogance and invincible strength. After he entered, the scene he saw was somewhat familiar. He had obtained a tomb of Shenrenchen before, and the layout inside it was the same, only the strong people buried were different. Xuanhuan walked all the way, and he didn't care much about some of the fetishes inside. He stepped quickly, and there were many small spaces inside that would explode with extremely terrifying attacks. Ordinary gods of origin, even if they dare to come here in the 9th realm, they are in danger of falling. Xuanhuan's eye swept across. He saw through the layout of the tomb. At this moment, he pierced through a layer of space with a blow, and suddenly a wave of eternal divine power swept over, powerful and powerful, piercing through flesh and blood. Eternal level. At this moment, all the powerhouses of the empire saw that in the center of the tomb of the gods, there was a tall and burly mansion that looked like a giant, exuding the majesty of an infinite god. The divine mansion was shrouded in divine light, and circles of divine rings enveloped him. His eyes are still open, although everyone knows that he has fallen, but his power is as if he was alive. It seems that he can come back to life at any time, and launch an extermination of those who break in. Eternal level, God Zhantian. Xuanhuan said his name. #C 1901 Realm 9. What a perfect eternal god body. This is God Zhantian under the command of the god. The value of this god body is so great. If it is a real flesh and blood god body, its value is immeasurable. Looking at Xuanhuan, many powerhouses in the empire let out a heart-wrenching voice. It is too difficult to obtain a complete eternal divine body. Even if you kill it head-on, it is very difficult for you to obtain it. It's not a real flesh and blood god. Yi Tianzuan shook his head at this moment. At this time, it seemed that he felt the aura of many living beings, and the eyes of Zhantian suddenly shot out in extremely fierce brilliance. That kind of worldwide majesty shocked the ages, and some weak origin gods were pierced by this brilliance, and they backed up again and again, feeling that their souls were about to be pierced. They are all dead, and the brilliance in his eyes alone has such divine power, which is the majesty of the eternal level. I have seen his situation. Xuanhuan said. Zhantian unexpectedly moved at this time. The energy of the entire tomb was gathering. He soared into the sky, waving his hands, playing the epic and brilliance of the gods, converging into torrents. He fights the world like a god, and his will is infinite. Xuanhuan directly suppressed his mana completely with one hand. This Zhantian seemed to be extremely unwilling in his heart and turned into anger. But Xuanhuan's hands are eternal heaven, which makes it impossible for him to break free. Seal forever. Xuanhuan used the sealed gate to seal the god Zhantian. If Xuanhuan hadn't sealed it like this, the impact of his will would have destroyed the entire tomb of the gods along with him. And under the suppression of his power, the god Zhantian unexpectedly shattered like glass, and then turned into endless divine light. This photochemical scene is extremely bright and dazzling, which makes people fascinated and fascinated. He is not a real body of flesh and blood. What you see in God Zhantian is the gathering of his divine power. His true self and his eternal soldiers have long been transformed into eternity with the battle of God. Xuanhuan watched the light disappear. Throughout the ages, in order to pursue the true eternity, how many eternity levels have been trapped to death, and not many dare to attack, most of them are buried in their own way. The powerful people in the empire feel it is a pity, but they also know that the real eternal body is not so easy to obtain. There is no need to look for it anymore, the tomb of the god is not here, Xuanhuan said. He didn't feel too disappointed when he said this. If the tomb of the god is here, it is very likely that it was obtained by others, and it is not without eternal search. This sea of burying gods should also have the layout of the gods. Where could that be? Yuan asked. It may be returning to eternity. Xuanhuan's eyes were extremely deep, as if he could see through everything. The founder of the god realm, you really make me very curious. What is your real origin? And where are you now? It is actually a good thing that the tomb of the gods is not in the sea of burying gods. If the tomb of the gods is really discovered here now, it will inevitably encounter a devastating blow. He left the sea of burying gods. Time flies, and 1,000 years have passed in a blink of an eye. During this period of time, the empire's actions were very calm, and it did not open up a 5th city or a 6th city as the outside powerhouse guessed, but maintained the pattern of 4 cities. This disappointed a lot of people. Some people still hope that Xuanhuan's city will be spread out like a big cake, so that his power will be more dispersed, and he will be dealt the most fatal blow at his most critical time and space. It's hard for him to stay still like this. However, although the big city was not built, Xuanhuan built many small fortresses on the Eternal Road. And there are so many of these small fortresses, like springs, gathering boundless energy. With the stability of the empire, the 4 cities became more and more brilliant. Everyone has also seen the strength of Xuanhuan. A few eternal level statues alone can't kill him at all, but if there are few people, they will have to pay a huge price to kill him. At this moment, he is standing in the boundless world. He looked at the eternal world, his eyes were constantly staring, as if he had fallen into deep thinking. He wants to see through the essence of eternity, and understand why there are so many wonderful and strong people born throughout the ages, but why none of them can be eternal. If you want to transcend eternity, you must first control eternity. If you can't even control the existing world of existence, then how can you control eternity? Understand the true essence. Xuanhuan has a very deep understanding of this. He has eternity in his heart and is invincible in the world. Endless light is gathering towards him, this is endless energy, and the eternal road he created is providing him with the energy to be baptized and sublimated to the 9th level at this moment. He sacrificed so many powerhouses in the Holy Emperor's continent this time, and there are 11 of them in the 9th realm alone, all of which have settled on his eternal road. He is sublimating himself. This kind of breath is getting stronger and stronger, shaking the heavens more and more, making people fearful and daunting. Extreme sublimation, origin 9 realms. Xuanhuan explored the essence of eternity and baptized himself with infinite power. His imperial body is undergoing tremendous changes, and every sublimation is equivalent to an opportunity to polish himself, and only after thousands of tempers can he get closer to the eternal realm. He used the power gathered by the empire, the 4 cities, and the bloodbathed Holy Emperor continent to sublimate himself boundlessly. His image is getting taller and taller. He stood there, but everyone who saw him would feel that Emperor Xuanhuan was not in the same time and space as them, but in another latitude. This latitude is called the eternal latitude. And the stronger Xuanhuan's strength, the more shocking the aura that shocked Eternal Road, the more others dare not do anything at will, and are very afraid of him. There are always bullies in this world. Emperor Xuanhuan didn't even blink his eyes, and directly killed so many living beings in the Holy Emperor continent. How cruel and merciless this is. Emperor, is this going to break through the eternal level? The Emperor's aura is too tall and stalwart. In my eyes, he is like an eternal ruler, the eternal heaven and earth. His eyes can evaporate the world. The Emperor is so powerful that even a single Eternal can't compete with him. The Empire is eternal, the Emperor is invincible, we are the strongest force. Everyone who sees Xuanhuan's vision will have a belief called invincibility. And when their beliefs gather together, they will become a surging energy and become a boost for Xuanhuan to baptize himself. Tianzuan, can you see the situation of His Majesty at the moment? Yuan solemnly said. Your Majesty's state at the moment is too glorious and sacred. I don't know. I can't speculate on anything about His Majesty, and I dare not speculate. Your Majesty is mysterious, and his power is even more mysterious. As a courtier, it's best not to ask, and to do more things than talk. Tianzuan said. I was talking too much. Yuan also realized that something was wrong. It is best not to ask about His Majesty's situation. What he has to do is to do more for the Empire. Ninth Realm. Another 100 years passed. Xuanhuan stared at the eternal nothingness, and finally sublimated to the Ninth Realm. For watch. #C1902 Tool. Invincible momentum, boundless energy, driven by all these factors, Xuanhuan finally reached the 9th level. For this breakthrough, Xuanhuan himself spent a lot of effort, paving the way for a long time before he really achieved it. But this time, the ultimate sublimation is also very calm. Although everyone in the world saw his brilliant and invincible vision, they only thought that he was cultivating, and they didn't expect him to break through the first level of realm without making a sound. This is the sublimation of one's own strength. In the realm of the 9th level, Xuanhuan could clearly feel that his own strength was doubling, and with a wave of mana, he had the power of a full blow before. His flesh and blood are shining, and every flesh and blood contains a strong divinity, a terrifying eternal substance. It is no exaggeration to say that a drop of his blood, a piece of flesh, is a real medicine, which can make a living being immortal. The stronger, the essence of his own life will also undergo tremendous changes. His expression was neither sad nor happy, as if he should have reached this level in the first place, and after his breakthrough, the crisis in front of him was directly resolved. With his newly sublimated strength, although it is impossible to be truly invincible in the world, he will not be afraid of any eternal level attacking him, and he cannot defeat him. If Nilwan Tianzuan dared to enter his path alone at this time, his end would be extremely miserable. How much I hope now that someone will dare to enter my way again, and use an eternal one to test my magic power. Xuanhuan's killing intent was boundless at this moment. Although breaking through to the 9th level, one step away from the eternal level, but after all, there has been no real battle. For ordinary people to break through to the 9th realm, the next step is to comprehend and determine their own way out, but Xuanhuan has already realized it in advance, so it doesn't take time to do this. All he has to do is continue to pave the way. What is the specific realm of the eternal level, but it is not the real eternal God. The real eternal God can be beheaded, but there will be no trouble of eternal calamity. The higher the realm, the more you can feel the oppression of heaven and earth. Although he has not really reached this level. But the divine power of the world made him understand that it was not that those people were incapable, but that the eternal rules were preventing the suppression. Eternal level lifespans are immortal, and their existence is a huge threat to the operation of the eternal rules. Only the next calamity will come and completely destroy them. I don't know what the essence of the eternal road is, because no one can transcend the eternal road and see its face completely. All creatures are born from eternity, and all creatures live in the eternal road, absorbing its energy, and it is difficult to jump. Get out, unless you get out, you can see the whole picture. Xuanhuan has more and more understanding. This may be the reason why it cannot last forever. If you want eternity, you must see through the essence of the eternal road. Ding. The host completed the side mission, broke through the 9th realm of the origin god, obtained 9 billion vertex points, the Primordial God Healing Potion Sublimation Level X9, the Supernatural Power Fruit 155072, the Original Artifact Advanced Card, the Eternal Artifact Xuanhuan God Armor, the Origin God Pill X9, 3000 Ways of Great Chaos, Gate of Chaos X1, Random Lottery Chance X1. Ding! The current side mission has been released, Break Through the Eternal Level. The moment he broke through the 9th realm, the system rewards were also issued at the same time. System. There was an extremely bright light in Xuanhuan's eyes. It does not belong to Eternal Road, it seems to be a higher system rule, not the rule of this Eternal Road. The system has always existed since he practiced. It does not know how to exist. The stronger the cultivation base, the more you can appreciate its horror and mystery. Xuanhuan has been studying the system for so many years, and gradually gained some experience. Just like the system space, with his current strength, he can't even know how big it is. This feeling is very strange, as if it is infinite and has no boundaries. And the current Eternal Road is almost infinite, and no one knows its limit. Xuanhuan didn't think too much, the secrets were always revealed little by little, and now he regards the system as a tool to assist him. That's right, treating the system as a tool, using it, and controlling it is what Xuanhuan should do most. Only then did he look at the system rewards. Eternal Artifact, Xuanhuan Divine Armor. This is a dark yellow armor, filled with mysterious brilliance, the heavy and simple color, has the temperament of the Supreme Emperor, and every thread on it is engraved with eternal Tao patterns. Xuanhuan's mind moved slightly. He slammed on the Xuanhuan Divine Armor with one palm, and there was no storm that would destroy the world, and all his strength was absorbed and dissolved by the armor. A very powerful defensive artifact, containing indestructible divine power, which can defuse eternal level attacks. It is indeed an eternal artifact. Of course, no matter how strong the defensive artifact is, it can only be beaten passively. Only the one who attacks and destroys all opponents is the way of the Emperor. However, this is also Xuanhuan's first eternal artifact. After he truly breaks through the eternal level, the divine martial sword can also evolve. Chaos. Chaos Gate. This is also an extremely powerful 3000 Tao magical power. Xuanhuan slammed the door of chaos, he opened his 5 fingers, and the chaos spell came out. Immediately, there was chaos in time and space, chaos in power, and chaos in laws, which made people completely chaotic. Like the weirdest soul chaos. Originally, a very intelligent person would kill another person in a moment of confusion, manipulating and controlling him invisible. The emergence of Xuanhuan Divine Armor and Great Chaos Technique increased his strength. He wore the black and yellow Divine Armor as the inner armor, and the outer was still the Imperial robe representing His Majesty. The black and deep color, solemn, with endless murderous aura, represented his aura. Eternal Killing Formation. His extremely sharp eyes pierced through the entire eternal killing array, sweeping across the sky and covering the sky, as if he saw the most mysterious eternal temple. He understood slightly. Let's ignore the eternal temple for now. Although Xuanhuan had a way to find the mysterious eternal temple, he was not in the mood to find him slowly at the moment. He looked at the progress of the task of guarding the second city for 100,000 years, and even 10,000 years have not passed, and there is still an extremely long time. What we have to do now is to stand up. After calming down, we must make big moves. We must use active attacks to break other people's plans and deployments, instead of waiting foolishly for others to come to our door. Xuanhuan's tone was indifferent. The end of eternity. His current main task is to reach the end of eternity, but he doesn't know where the end of eternity is, and no one has ever reached the real end. Eternity cannot be really infinite, it must have its end. Xuanhuan wanted to cross the eternal road once and go as far as possible, but now he was also facing many opponents, and before that, he had to let him see his strength. This time, his strength is exploding, which will definitely shock more powerful people. I choose you. Xuanhuan left the second city in one step, and he had to gather more invincible forces. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1903 full suppression. Offensive and defensive must have at the same time. Take advantage of the defenders, break other people's defenses in the attack, and shock the enemy's mind. Xuanhuan has been at war since he ascended the throne, and he has never stopped. He has a thorough understanding of the situation. Daqian Tianzong. The eternal power created by the Lord of the Great Thousand. Xuanhuan chose the Daqian Tianzong as his target this time, and he wanted to take the initiative to use this sect to hone his strength. He knows that there are the Lord of the Thousand Heavens and Chaos in the Great Thousand Heavenly sect, but he doesn't care. This visit in person is to take these two people as two whetstones to test his ninth realm. Mana. If these two people knew his purpose, they would definitely be extremely angry. Emperor Xuanhuan went out from the second city. He is going all the way. Where is he going? What a terrifying aura. Why do I feel that his magic power is even more invincible? Even though we are infinitely far away from him, just seeing his brilliance, I have a feeling of suffocation and depression in my heart. I want to kneel down to him. Although I am not as good as him, I am still the god of origin. When Xuanhuan went out this time, he didn't hide his actions, but let his brilliance pass on. Daqian Tianzong, his goal this time is to go to Daqian Tianzong. When those people realized that Xuanhuan's route was to go to Daqian Tianzong, they all made extremely shocking voices. Does he still want to copy the first battle in the Holy Emperor's continent? But there is a real eternal guard in the Daqian Tianzong. Daqian Tianzong. Xuanhuan had already arrived at Daqian Tianzong at this time. From his perspective, the Great Thousand Heavenly Sect is a huge Great Thousand world, with Xuanhuan Peak rising into the sky, but that Xuanhuan Peak is the color of time and space, which is equivalent to a small thousand world. Countless small thousand worlds are combined into a big thousand world. This is Daqianshan. Chapter 1903, Comprehensive Suppression, page 1/4, Zone. Xuanhuan, how dare you come to our Great Thousand Heavenly Sect alone? The Lord of Great Thousand Heavens made a cold voice. He naturally knew in advance that Xuanhuan was coming to his Daqian Tianzong, and he had no intention of leaving immediately. He wanted to see what his purpose was for coming. Why don't I dare? Xuanhuan stepped on the sky, and the sound of rolling, he was invincible as an emperor, and he swept out directly. The terrifying pressure made the Daqian Tianzong crack, the sound of breaking glass. He looked down upon the world. What a big breath. The Lord of the Great Thousand said, I am a dragon's pond and a tiger's den. Do you still want to destroy me like you destroyed the Holy Emperor's continent? Haha, you are getting more and more arrogant. He was also angry at the other party's attitude of not taking him seriously. Longtan and Tiger's Lair can also be broken. Xuanhuan has nothing to be afraid of. I know you are very powerful, but you are too proud. The Lord of the Thousands appeared, he had to appear, and others directly hit his house, staring at him, but you left yourself. I'm not that idiot and I won, you have no advantage here. He fought against Xuanhuan before, and thousands of years have passed, and this person has not broken through to the eternal level. He didn't believe that in this short period of time, he could go against the sky. Your strength is very good, you can be my sharpening stone. Xuanhuan said, there is still chaos, you should come out too, the two of you go up together. Only in battle can you strengthen yourself again and again. This time, he has another purpose, which is to tell the world that he is stronger, and to deal with him, he must be prepared to pay the greatest price. Although doing so will expose his stronger strength in advance. But there is also a benefit. The stronger the strength, the more people will treat him. Chapter 1903 Total Suppression, page 2/4, comma. With confidence, a more stable centripetal force can be condensed, and other creatures will also have the idea of his invincibility, gathering a more turbulent invincible trend. There are pros and cons. Xuanhuan chose, and his momentum grew, so as to attract more powerful people to take refuge in his empire. Whetstone, hee. Chaos also appeared. Chaos, I'll go first. He may have realized some secret method and wants to test it with the two of us. He is so crazy that I am very angry. The Lord of Great Thousand looked down on Xuanhuan, feeling furious in his heart, but at the same time, he knew that Xuanwu was indeed very powerful, so he could not be underestimated. Bring it on. Xuanhuan made a move, covering the sky with his big hands, and the supremely sublimated divine light formed a heaven and earth avenue. He enveloped the entire Daqian Tianzong, and he was about to blast away. When the creatures of the Great Thousand Heavenly Sect saw this scene, although they were guarded by their ancestors, they also trembled. They knew that Emperor Xuanwu was cruel. If the sect is broken, everyone will be washed away with blood, and they will not show mercy to you. The Lord of the Great Thousand also felt Xuanhuan's strength. If he didn't block it, any defense of his sect would be useless, and it would be wiped out immediately. Big Thousand Worlds. The Lord of the Great Thousand has already stepped forward in an instant. His Great Thousand divine power formed a huge vortex, which exploded in terror, like the shattering of the world. With Xuanhuan's blow, there was a world-shattering collision, a world-shattering duel, and the vortex of the world was destroyed immediately. So fast, before the Lord of the Great Thousand made his next blow. Xuanhuan's punch had pierced through time and space, enveloped him in it, and crushed the eternal sky with the momentum of thunder, and instantly hit the Lord of the Thousands hard on the chest. The Lord of the Great Thousand only felt that his divine body was about to be shattered by Xuanhuan's bombardment, so he stepped back several hundred steps and forcibly suppressed the eternal divine blood that was about to be spit out. Your strength. Xuanwu Emperor. Chapter 1903 Total Suppression, page 3/4, comma. His power was beyond imagination, and the Lord of Great Thousands never expected that with just one blow, he was suppressed at a disadvantage and suffered a big loss. He clearly remembered. When I confronted him at the time, although I didn't take advantage of him, I still had an equal share, but what happened now? His strength seems to be doubling. And he didn't break through to the eternal level, a great effort with power. He would never have thought that when Xuanhuan fought against him, he was only in the 8th realm of origin, and now he is dealing with him in the realm of 9 realms. Of course strength suppressed him. Kill. The fighting spirit of the Great Thousand Lord was also ignited, and the Great Thousand Light exploded violently. He swung the Great Thousand God Fist, and he really attacked with all his strength. He created a vortex with every blow, and multiple great worlds appeared. These many great worlds are running at the same time, all bombarding Xuanhuan repeatedly in a moment. But in the face of the counterattack of the Lord of the Great Thousand, Xuanhuan pushed all directions with his big hands, changing the eternal sky, and directly struck across. All the vortexes were shattered in front of him. He is invincible, launching a tyrannical attack with his stalwart body. He slammed against the Lord of the Great Thousand with one palm. Boom! The point where the two fought was frozen for a moment, and then there was an explosion of endless air waves and the sound of tearing, and then his divine body was directly blown out. His power was shattered again and again, and when he flew out, he was also damaged by the destructive power. In the frontal attack, he was completely suppressed by the power of Emperor Xuanwu, and he was completely defeated. #C1904 Whetstone. This blow directly blasted the Lord of Great Thousands into the air. Although it didn't cause any serious harm to him, it revealed a very bad news, that is, his strength is not as good as Xuanhuan's, but he is a level stronger than him, and he already has the power to suppress him. How did his strength suddenly become so strong? Before reaching the eternal level, he has the strength to defeat me. How did he cultivate? The Lord of Great Thousands was horrified in his heart, which was somewhat incomprehensible. Of course, he didn't have any humiliating thoughts in his heart. Strong is strong, weak is weak. In this world, strength is the most respected, and there is nothing to say. Dakian, his strength has improved a lot, he has gone through something strange, and he is weird, I will join hands with you. Chaos' expression was dignified, and his supernatural power had already brought him a lot of pressure. He strode forward with great strides, and the power of chaos was exploding. He suddenly used his Chaos God Fist, bang 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 bang, the sound shook the world, it was the most direct attack. He also knew that this battle was completely different from before. Now the Emperor Xuanhuan they are facing is even more powerful. Xuanhuan covered the sky with one hand, and the divine light burst out in his eyes. He didn't dodge, and directly fought against chaos. He used chaos to chaos, and he exerted his power to the extreme. Chaos and Xuanhuan fought each other, and the body of God shook violently. Time and space freeze. Xuanhuan made another move. In this kind of freezing, it is naturally impossible for the eternal chaos to be completely motionless, but it also feels that it is deep in the quagmire, it is difficult to get out, and it has encountered great trouble. Creation of chaos. Chaos tried his best to use his mana, and when he saw Xuanhuan punching him, he couldn't do anything else, so he could only bite the bullet and go straight. Boom! With this punch, the great fortune of the country hit him, causing him to fly away. Xuanhuan slashed with his palm again, like a heavenly knife across the sky, with extremely powerful power. The Chaos Divine Soldier appeared, and Chaos held it in his hand. With his bang, he opened up the world, and has the power to break through infinite obstacles. The eternal force contains strong principles. Dakianjing. The Lord of Great Thousands appeared behind Xuanhuan. He operated the Great Thousand Mirror and suddenly shot out a ray of brilliance, trying to fix Xuanhuan and create opportunities for chaos. Eternal Level, the top powerhouse on the Eternal Road. Eternal Level magic weapon is also the most powerful magic weapon. Now the two of them shot with all their strength, just to stop Xuanhuan alone. I don't believe it, your strength is so strong that you can't stop it. Chaos also shouted. But at this moment, when the Great Thousand Mirror shone on him, the mysterious yellow brilliance surged, coordinating with his strength, and couldn't stop his pace at all. Boom! Violent big collision. Although the power of the Eternal Chaos Soldier blasted Xuanhuan's punch also hit him, which was very bloody, and the place where the fist collided directly exploded, bloody and bloody. I used the Great Thousand Mirror, but you didn't hurt him with the Chaos Divine Weapon. He must also have the Eternal Artifact, and it is a defensive armor. The Lord of the Great Thousand shouted loudly. That's right, but he didn't refine this artifact. I don't know which Eternal Level 1 was left behind for him to obtain, and his strength has indeed been greatly improved compared to before. Chaos is very heavy-hearted. Use you to perfect my Eternal Road. At this moment, Xuanhuan's Eternal Road turned into Eternal Heaven, enveloping both Chaos and Dakian, and now he is completely suppressing the two of them. His path is also different, as if in another time and space. He strides forward, the Emperor's divine fist, and the power of the Empire are all gathered, every move is majestic, with the might of all rivers, and when he pushes it horizontally, it is really overwhelming. Standing there, his majestic Emperor body is unstoppable, raising his hand is the magic power of destruction. In his way, he is the strongest master, all laws must be manipulated by him, the power of one blow is enough to hurt the Eternal Level, and make them pay the price. He is directly forcing us, and we have to deal with him in our own way, otherwise he is not an opponent at all. Chaos roared. He could feel the difference in Xuanhuan's path. In his path, he had already broken away from the original eternity. Although he hadn't fully achieved it yet, this power shocked him. Chaos road. Chaos shouted. There is no way, it must be blocked in this way. The Lord of Great Thousands also exerted his strongest power. This is no longer equal to the Emperor Xuanhuan, but there is a possibility of being severely injured at any time. Although they are not as old as the Holy Emperor, it is not good for them. Xuanhuan ignored the Lord of the Great Thousand at all, but locked his eyes on Chaos. Boom! He attacked and hit Chaos directly, causing his whole body to burst, and the eternal blood spattered. Xuanhuan's moves were fierce, opening and closing. Daqian also knew that Xuanhuan could not let Xuanhuan attack Chaos like this, so he rushed over, and the two joined forces as much as possible to maximize their advantages. However, Xuanhuan swallowed the eternity with one move, and repelled the Lord of the Great Thousand. He struck out like lightning, swift and fierce like thunder, repeatedly slashing at Chaos' body, beating him to pieces. Chaos suffered a lot from such a fierce attack, and realized that he must not fight this person for a long time. Daqian, you can't fight him. His strength is beyond what the two of us can handle. Let's break through his eternal road and escape. Chaos is also a little timid. Physical damage is secondary, but road rupture is the big problem. Break his way. Daqian and Chaos unite again, the two are eternally sublimated, the divine light shines through the ages, their strength is several times stronger than before, and they use their own way to condense into a tyrannical offensive and penetrate out. However, Xuanhuan pressed with his palm. His incomparable power, the real eternal road, actually directly withstood the two attacks of light, and the power of controlling and containing actually forcibly suppressed them back. And in the battle, he was constantly studying his own way, becoming stronger and stronger. He's going to lock it in. The face of the Lord of Great Thousands was gloomy. He has already fully felt that Xuanhuan's strength has become stronger in the battle, and they have really become sharpening stones. He doesn't want us to leave, is he going to kill us? Chaos also had to lament this man's ambition, saying, I feel that his way has a kind of infinite control power. We attacked just now, not because we are not strong, but because our way is controlled by him. His way, too ambitious. He is not afraid of heaven and earth. However, feeling Xuanhuan's way, he would also feel fear. If he really wants to kill us by force, he will have to pay the price in blood. As an eternal class, he is not afraid of death. The always calm Lord of Great Thousands also had a ferocious face at this moment. He already knew the strength of this person. If he was alone at the eternal level, he might be killed. He was much stronger than before. Truth. However, another strong man appeared at this moment. He was shrouded in the holy light, his face was hard to see through, mysterious and vague, and it turned out to be the truth of the holy land of truth. The truth is here. The two knew that the truth was older and stronger than they were. Truth strikes the light of truth. And Daqian and Chaos were also shocked. They cooperated with each other inside and outside, bursting out with the strongest strength. Under the support of the truth, they left here in a state of embarrassment. #C 1905 Circle. Truth made a move, and at the critical moment, led Chaos and Daqian out. Xuanhuan glanced there indifferently, speechless, although he didn't kill an eternal level, but the purpose of establishing prestige in this battle has been achieved, and the prestige will be passed on again. As soon as he walked casually, he disappeared. Truth, if you hadn't appeared, Chaos and I would have suffered a great loss this time. If you don't die, you will be seriously injured. How could he be so powerful? Chaos and I confronted him and felt that our power was under control. All magic is destroyed, it is not an opponent at all. Looking at the truth, Daqian still has lingering fears when he thinks of the previous battle. It has been a long time, and he has not experienced this feeling of dying for a long time. He said he is not afraid of death, but it doesn't mean he wants to die. I was able to appear in time because the Holy Land of Truth is near Daiqianshanzong, and my people called me. The truth said slowly, but the truth is still hard to see. What he said gave people the feeling that it was the only truth in the world. Fortunately, the Holy Land of Truth is nearby. The Lord of Great Thousands was glad that he kept the Holy Land of Truth nearby, and then said with a frown, "His strength is so strong, what should we do? Emperor Xuanhuan is too domineering, his vision is to fight for eternity, he is more powerful than anyone in history. Anyone who competes for the strongest will be terrifying." Chaos also said, "Those who obey will prosper, and those who rebel will perish." This is his overbearing will. Xuanhuan is so strong that no one can resist it alone. Truth said, no one can deny his strength, and because of his strength, he will become the common enemy of the world. There are too many Eternals who want to eradicate Xuanhuan. In fact, there is a lack of someone who can take the lead, someone with real prestige, and launch a devastating blow to Emperor Xuanhuan. The Battle of the Daiqianshanzong was also passed on with excitement. Emperor Xuanhuan almost. Chapter 1905, The Four Changes of the Circle, page 1/4, comma. Beheaded an eternal level, if it wasn't for the truth, his current strength would already have the strength to fight the eternal level alone. The eternal road was shocked, even the eternal level couldn't calm down. Individuals and those with average strength should be afraid. This is a real battle that happened. They all have to worry that Xuanhuan will find it alone. This post-war influence is very great. Everyone is more afraid of Emperor Xuanhuan, but at the same time, there is also some fear. The speed at which his strength grows is too frightening to guess it, it's unbelievable. And if it weren't for the fact that there is no eternal catastrophe, many people would think that he has reached the eternal level. After Xuanhuan caused a big fluctuation, he ignored it. He began to cross the eternal road again, and every step he took was an endless distance. The infinite vastness of the eternal road, I don't know how big it is. Xuanhuan crossed this time, and he wanted to see where the end of eternal road was, but after crossing for a period of time, his mood became more and more calm. He had a strange feeling. Empty, unchanging colors make people go crazy. He knows that the eternal road is originally nothingness, and the things you see are nothing but strong people who absorb the breath of eternity and use the means of creating things, what has been transformed. His speed is too fast, and it is still difficult to see the end. Ordinary methods cannot find the end of eternity, even if I spend my entire life. Even if you cross an infinite distance, you won't really find its end, that's not how you find the end. Xuanhuan felt something. It's like a circle. If you don't understand the essence of seeing through this circle, no matter how far you go, you will always be in this circle and you will not be able to get out. Eternity is also the same, but it is trillions of times more profound than the theory of circles, and it is just an analogy. You don't even understand eternity itself, how can you talk about transcending eternity? Chapter 1905, The Four Changes of the Circle, page 2/4, comma. Break the shackles. Of course, even if you understand this truth, you still cannot jump out. But thinking of this, Xuanhuan understood how to do it. He wanted to jump out of the eternal circle and break it in another way, so as to see the blue sky through the clouds. He continued to walk on the eternal road. In this kind of forward, his mind is getting more and more peaceful. He doesn't deliberately calculate the time, as if he has forgotten everything, let himself also change into a state of nothingness, merge into eternity, and understand its essence. I don't know how long it has passed. He stopped suddenly. His empty eyes suddenly bloomed with the colors of the world. He found something and opened it with his palm. It turned out to be a road. He walked in. When Xuanhuan walked in, there was a rumbling sound, the sound of heaven and earth cracking, the brilliance of lightning and thunder, and the scene of the universe shattering. The road of eternity, but it is also a road that has been shattered. Xuanhuan took a look and knew what was going on. This is the path opened by an eternal, but this eternal has long since fallen, sitting here, and the time is so long that even his own path has collapsed. Throughout the ages, there are not a few people who sit down silently like this. They can't resist and die in their own way. Xuanhuan walked on this broken road. He understands that the eternal road is a detachment road, into the eternal dimension of nothingness, to make himself in another time and space. The longer the road extends, the closer it is to eternal detachment. Everything is to be typed out. After all, it was only left by an eternal-level pioneer. Xuanhuan soon came to the end of the road, and he saw there was a tree. This tree is a transparent color, and it is an eternal sacred tree cultivated by the eternal level. #BR. Chapter 1905, The Fourth Change of the Circle, page 3/4, comma. Our hashtag? But it does not have its own living beings, it is energy condensed. After all living beings will be subject to the constraints of eternal rules, and it is impossible to exist for so long. Originally, it had spiritual intelligence, but with the eternal death energy, its spiritual intelligence also disappeared, leaving the body here. Xuanhuan Dao. In his eyes, the time was reversed, and he vaguely saw a person sitting there before the ages, and the killing of the eternal rules was everywhere, reaching his limit. His whole body became feathered. In the place where he emerged, there is still a divine weapon, which is a transparent long knife. Eternal artifact. Xuanhuan grabbed it immediately. This is a transparent knife, there is no spirit inside, only the material itself is amazing. With a light wave, the void will be split, and it can also be integrated into time and space, launching a terrifying beheading. The nameless knife. Xuanhuan touched the blade with his palm, and said lightly. The nameless knife, I don't know what it is called, and I don't know who the owner of the knife is, because all the will has been erased, and there is no trace of it. The body of a dead god can remain, but the will cannot last forever. Xuanhuan felt something, put away the knife, and left this road. There are some such roads on the eternal road, but whether you can find them depends on luck. He continued to move forward, and he didn't know how long it had passed. He heard a voice next to his ear, but he was very friendly to him, without any hostility. #C 1906 Hongmeng. This voice came extremely suddenly, and it came from a void of time and space, and it could be heard without any hostility. Xuanhuan stopped and looked at the sky and the earth with a faint brilliance. He also responded calmly, the pioneer of Hongmeng continent, the master of Hongmeng, I didn't expect you to be here. It's also fate. The old man was unable to retreat in this area, and he met Emperor Xuanhuan by accident. Time and space changed, and a Taoist came out slowly. This is an old man with an immortal demeanor, a thin figure, and is very noble. He was wearing a purple Taoist robe, with traces of the sun, moon, and stars on it, and the power of primordial power spread, making him an eternal Taoist robe. Also as he said. He also didn't intend to follow Xuanhuan. Hongmeng was indeed retreating in this direction. When Xuanhuan crossed, he didn't hide his location. He felt the invincible aura. How could Xuanhuan be unfamiliar with Hongmeng? In his empire, there is also Hongmeng Academy, and Hongmeng continent has also sent many invitations to send him friendly signals. On his way to become the strongest, not everyone will oppose him. Some are afraid of his strength, such as Xuanhuan. And some are truly indifferent to world affairs, such as Hongmeng. Hongmeng. Xuanhuan looked at him. Although the old man was not hostile at all and was very friendly to him, Xuanhuan could feel his strength. Compared with chaos, the Lord of the Great Thousand, Niren Tianzuan was much stronger. If you divide the strength of the eternal level into 3, 6, and 9 grades, Chaos, Dakian's kind, is generally stronger. But the Lord of Primordial Origin can definitely be regarded as the strongest. Ordinary Eternal class fights with him, and in the end, Primordial Priestess is definitely capable of killing them. With Hongming's strength, if he wants to fight for the strongest, he is qualified. But he didn't think so. Emperor Xuanhuan, you are stronger than I imagined. Hongming smiled and looked at Xuanhuan. Although he didn't appear, he stayed in Hongming continent and knew about the major events in the world. Chapter 1906, Hongming, page 1/4. I have long wanted to exchange Taoism with Emperor Xuanhuan, and I asked Hongming continent to invite me, but I have never had the opportunity to meet. Now, I met by chance, and it is also fate. Hongming said. There are many affairs in our country, and we face all enemies from heaven and earth, Xuanhuan said. I know that among the most powerful emperors, many corrupted ones will not look at the achievements of the emperor, but will come to stop them and divide up the emperor's Tao fruit. There are too many people in this world who have thoughts about the emperor. The path of the strongest is the enemy of the whole world, and the emperor is indeed completely different from the former strongest. Hongming said very calmly. He doesn't care about it at all. However, once you embark on this road, there is no turning back, and you can only keep moving forward. Xuanhuan said, the whole world is an enemy, and there are too few who can be friends with me. Yes, the world is an enemy, is what the strongest must go through. Every strongest is eternal, but it is only this eternity. Hongming was silent for a moment, and said, Emperor Xuanhuan, my road is here, the long era. I have studied the eternal essence and gained some experience, so I invite the emperor here. He actually wanted to invite Xuanhuan into his Hongming road, which is much better than going to the Hongming continent to see some miracles. Option 1, enter Hongming road, get 2 million vertex points, random beast egg x1. Option 2, go to Hongming road without going in, get 2 million vertex points, random origin puppet x1. Entering someone else's path is a very dangerous thing for both parties. Other people's way. All laws are manipulated and controlled by others, such as the Eternal Lord. He is the strongest. And if you let others in, if you can't suppress it, and fight violently in your own way, it will also damage your own eternal foundation. Since Hongming invited you personally, how could I not come in? Xuanhuan smiled, and under Hongming's guidance, he directly entered his path. He also knew that Hongming had no malicious intentions. Suddenly, the time and space in front of him changed drastically, and the emptiness and silence disappeared, and he came to a primordial universe shrouded in purple light. #B. Chapter 1906, Hongming, page 2/4, comma. BR hashtag in the road of Hongming. This is an independent universe, time and space. At the same time, the system's rewards have also been issued, so don't rush to hatch, and communicate with Hongming first. Hongming universe. Xuanhuan stared. After he came in, Hongming completely let go of the cover of Hongming universe, and was exposed in front of Xuanhuan's eyes, allowing him to see and listen to Xuanhuan's opinion. Father, like son. And at this moment, Xuanhuan looked at the Hongming universe, which is a universe independent of eternity. The primordial universe has existed for too long, and only he can tell how long it is, and in such a long period of time, his primordial universe has already developed very well. Xuanhuan saw that there are countless creatures, countless races, human beings, beasts, gods, demons, and so on. It seems that Hongming has collected the bloodline genes that appeared and born in eternity, collected them in it, and used his great mana to let them grow and become Hongming creatures. In the Hongming universe, there are also countless battles, love and hatred. He also saw very few origin gods, dominating one side. The primordial universe feels to me like an eternal world. Xuanhuan said. He and Hongming walk side by side in this universe, the two of them are God, the Creator. For the Emperor, this primordial universe is a piece of heaven and earth opened up by me with the eternal road, which exists on the eternal road, and for the creatures inside, this is their entire sky. Hong Meng said. He could tell that Emperor Xuanhuan was unfathomable. In his long life, he had seen many strong men, but only Xuanhuan gave him this feeling. Eternal heaven. Xuanhuan opened his palm, and an eternal heaven appeared, and then said, yes, for them, this is indeed the whole sky, and it is the place where they live. I see that there are countless creatures in the primordial universe, but I am afraid it is those few strongest origin gods don't know that this is just a world opened up by you, Hong Meng. The creatures inside can only live in the place I opened up for them, and there are wise people who doubt. Chapter 1906, Hong Meng, page 3/4, comma. Ask, what is beyond heaven and earth? The stronger you are, the more curious you are about the outside world, and you don't want to be in the same place. Although the grand main universe I opened up is big, it has limits. The infinity I created is also in the long years. Dot makes it huge. Hong Meng has nothing to do with the world. He watched the evolution of creatures in his own way, and used this to deduce the true eternal world. The creatures inside were exploring, which reminded him of himself, and he was not just exploring the boundaries of eternity. If you don't understand the nature of this world, it's useless to explore and think. If you expand the world, they will think that the world is infinite and will work harder to pursue it. Xuanhuan Dao, Hong Meng, I understand what you mean. You are using your own Hong Meng road to deduce the entire eternal road, and you don't know the true face of Lushan Mountain, only because you are in this mountain. Hashtag C 1907 Hong Meng speculation. Hong Meng used his path as a sand table to deduce the eternal Taoism. Mount Lu? Hong Meng's expression moved slightly. He didn't know Mount Lu, but he knew the meaning of Xuanhuan's words. I am indeed deducing, but the deduction is always guesswork. My own guesses cannot peek into the overall situation. Hong Meng sighed lightly. Everything was just on paper, but his strength is getting stronger and stronger in this kind of deduction, and many people know his mysterious strength. There is no way around this. The reason is simple, but it is difficult to break it, Xuanhuan said. Yes, there is no way. Hong Meng said, in my eternal road, catastrophes will erupt in every era, and those who don't reach the original gods will die immediately, and I will let them go through calamities in the Hong Meng universe. Pipe the leopard in the tube. Xuanhuan said. Actually, I also have a few ideas. Should the emperor listen to it? Hong Meng is like a scholar. He is willing to share what he has studied with others. I'm very interested. Xuanhuan said. My first guess is that Eternal Road is an infinitely huge world, expanding, constantly expanding, not that it has no boundaries, but its expansion speed, we can't keep up, so we think it is infinite, but in fact it has boundaries. Yes, it's just that our speed doesn't reach its boundaries. Hong Meng continued, I have been flying for more than a dozen epochs, but I have not reached the edge. Every change of epoch is like an expansion of it. Like Hong Meng, Xuanhuan didn't have that leisurely mood. This is possible. In my universe, I have deliberately expanded, and the god of origin is exploring, but I still can't catch up with the speed of my expansion. Hong Meng is to put the theory in the sand table and deduce it. He is the master of his sand table. It's possible, but there are some contradictions. Xuanhuan said. Perhaps in heaven and earth. They themselves are extremely small, like a speck of dust. The other thing is that the eternal road we live in is actually very likely to be an eternal sand table world opened up by an extremely powerful god. Just like the old man, I am the creator of my sand table, and I can change all the laws. If you can't be eternal, you can't be eternal, and you can't escape the cultivation of the creator. What Hong Meng said was astonishing. Everyone who can cultivate to the eternal level is unique in the world, and who can accept that the world they live in is opened up by a greater powerhouse. They are just beings watched by others and raised in captivity. are under the control of others. If this is the truth, then the hearts of the strong will collapse and they will not be able to accept it. Xuanhuan was silent. He looked at the creatures in the primordial universe, stretched out his palms, and there was a dream world where countless creatures were created. He grabbed it casually, and all life was wiped out, and then he said, "This is also possible." Hong Meng looked at Xuanhuan, and he was not shaken by his own guess. He secretly praised his firmness, and continued, "I have one last thought. Is it possible that Eternal Road itself is a special kind of life body, and it is also what is alive as a cosmic creature, it is also cultivating, and it is also strengthening itself?" The three speculations are all reasonable. Xuanhuan said calmly, "This actually contains the essence of eternity that is likely to exist." He nodded. Hong Meng has included many possibilities in it. Guessing is always guessing, so what if the old man guesses correctly? Isn't it also impossible to break the shackles? Hong Meng said, "I don't know if the emperor has such an idea. No matter what eternity is, in my eyes, it is like a circle, and we are all within this circle." Xuanhuan drew a circle with his fingers. "Round?" Hong Meng was quiet for a while, and then praised, "The emperor is easy to understand." A circle also represents an infinite cycle. The epics are not exactly an infinite cycle. It took less than one era of practice to have this kind of insight. If you want to break the circle, you must first control the circle. If you can't control the circle, how can you talk about detachment? Xuanhuan asked back. "That's why the emperor will fight for the strongest." Hong Meng said. "That's right, the path of the strongest does not allow any hindrances, and facing this kind of person, the only way we can give him is to directly destroy him." Xuanhuan's tone was cruel and indifferent. "Hong Meng, I don't know what you think. My idea is very simple. It has nothing to do with me, who is the strongest. I am indifferent and have no interest in fighting for hegemony. The Holy Emperor has become the strongest. Is he eternal? Emperor Punisher, Emperor Panchen finally chose himself. It was also unsuccessful, but the gods also fell, leaving only their own magic, so becoming the strongest may not last forever. I won't participate in the battle. Simple battles will last forever. I will only study and understand. But if anyone can really open up an eternal road, I will participate in it without hesitation, even if I am smashed to pieces. Even if I can't be eternal, even if it is to let me see the hope of eternity." Hong Meng's meaning is very clear. He will not participate in the fight, let alone drag Xuanhuan back, but at the same time, he will fight for the strongest, and Hong Meng will also not help him. He has already seen through the fight. But there is a point. If Xuanhuan opens up another eternal road, Hong Meng will also participate in it, dedicating his wisdom and strength, and even his life. What the strongest? It's just a passing cloud, like a castle in the air, unreal. He wasn't interested at all. He has great strength, why he doesn't fight for the strongest, he sees through it, it's useless. I remember what you said. Xuanhuan continued to watch the operation of the Hongmeng universe. Next, Xuanhuan stayed in the Hongmeng universe for a period of time to gain insights. Hongmeng gave Xuanhuan a lot of inspiration. Although Xuanhuan did not live as long as Hongmeng, but he has a domineering personality and a mysterious system, and he can often give sharp answers, which makes Hongmeng keep nodding his head. Communicating with strong people is something Hongmeng is happy to see. Therefore, Hongmeng's reputation is actually very good in many eternal classes. Of course, because he is too powerful, few people dare to offend him. In this kind of conversation, Xuanhuan's strength is also growing. Hongmeng, your comprehension over the long epic has given me a lot of inspiration. I can feel that my eternal road has grown a lot. Flowers are not flowers, and fog is not fog. Cultivation is a reality. Xuanhuan is about to bid farewell to Hongmeng. Exchanging experience with the Emperor, I also gained a lot. If the Emperor asks me for something, I can sense it when I activate this primordial order. Hong Meng was silent for a while, and then said, if the Emperor really opens up the Eternal Road, I will give up everything. I have lived long enough, and the time I can survive is not very long. He knows. This time, because of Chu Yuan's appearance, Eternal Road changed again. He longed so much that someone could open up a real road at the end of his life. He is not afraid of death. He was so afraid that even if he died, he would not be able to see the real eternity, and all his efforts would be in vain. Therefore, he opened up Hongmeng Academy, and wanted to pass on his insights. There will be. Chu Yuan bid farewell to Hongmeng and returned directly to the second city. #C 1908, the Gate of the Alchemy World. After seeing Hongmeng, Chu Yuan went straight back to the second city. He already knew now that the end of eternity would never be found by ordinary methods. Even if you cross 100, 1,000, to the end of your life, there is still an infinite nothingness, never ending. Wanting to find the end, Chu Yuan also knew that it was the day when he achieved the eternal level. The years are flowing endlessly. During this period of time, the entire Xuanhu Empire was extremely calm, and the shock he had brought to chaos and Dacian before was too great. His strength has been seen by many powerhouses. He is no longer simply able to compete with the eternal class, but has the strength to kill the eternal class. This kind of strength is too terrifying, a single person dare not deal with him at all. They also know that Xuanhu has built 4 cities, and there are a large number of fortresses all over the Eternal Road, connecting the endless territories together. Come on. That vast situation has an extremely terrifying power. Boom. The luck of the entire empire emits infinitely bright light. The light is like the sea, boiling extremely. It seems to drown eternity. In the eyes of others, this mighty luck is like a terrifying swallowing abyss, swallowing eternity, with the ability to swallow other forces. Only when you are strong can you dare not let others deal with you at will. This is the case with Xuanhu now. Chu Yuan also hatched that strange beast egg, called the Divine Elephant Shocking Beast, with the strength of the 8 realms, and the 4 elephant legs are as thick as heavenly pillars, which can support the sky. Chu Yuan also nodded. The empire needs more strong men. The more powerful there are, the greater the luck growth for the empire will be. But now he, the strongest, sits in the empire, like the eternal sky, making the country stable and the people's confidence boundless. Everyone has peace of mind, the empire is stable, and the resources are endless. The more powerful people will be born in the empire. 10,000 years after he returned from Hongmeng, the god of war of the empire also broke through to the god of origin, and Chu Yuan bloodbathed the Holy Emperor continent. Brings the perception of the Holy King of War. It can be said that the bloodbath of the Holy Emperor's continent brought resources and inheritance that allowed the empire to continuously produce strong men. For example, in the inheritance of the Holy King of Heaven and Earth, Chu Yuan gave the sky and the earth, and the sky also broke through the god of origin first, and the earth was still short of accumulation. And the longer the time, the more powerful people will be born in the empire. If Chu Yuan wants to be strong, not only his own strength, but also the strength of the empire must keep up. Now with his own strength, the power of the emperor's kingdom Yunshan Fist is extremely terrifying. I don't know whether Emperor Xuanhu will accept our refuge. Yes, Emperor Xuanhu is invincible and has the strength to kill the strongest. Although we are gods of origin, what are we in the eyes of Emperor Xuanhu? He has the strength to kill even the eternal level. It is also our luck to rely on such a great emperor. As the power of the empire grew, more and more people came to join Chu Yuan. The place where Emperor Xuanhu was like a magnet, attracting them continuously. Although it is said that once you join Xuanhu, you will be the enemy of the whole world, but now that the Eternal Road is in chaos, this is not an opportunity. Your Majesty, there are 8 gods of origin outside the second city requesting to meet His Majesty. Tianzuan said. Let them in. Xuanhuan said slowly. See Emperor Xuanhuan. Under the guidance of the guards, they finally met Emperor Xuanhuan. With that eternal power, even though Emperor Xuanhuan was sitting on an eternal throne, the majesty of the emperor made them feel that they were not in the same time and space as Emperor Xuanhuan. Their sense of vision is actually not wrong. Xuanhuan's comprehension for so many years is to practice how to jump out of the eternal maze, and to be a person outside the world, and this is exactly his cultivation to hit the eternal level. Although he has not reached the eternal level, he can understand that the eternal level actually has the eternal ability. They are immortal themselves, but the rules of the eternal road are obliterating them. If you don't jump out, it will be eternal. Everyone get up. Xuanhuan said calmly. The emperor is invincible, and the battle is eternal. We all want to be loyal to the emperor and serve the emperor. They felt Xuanhuan's eternal majesty, and they didn't dare to show their air. I have opened up an eternal road, and a road requires countless people to walk. I am very pleased that you can understand this, and I welcome you to join. Xuanhuan nodded with a smile. This is the general trend, this is strength, and many people have been joining him in a steady stream. How could he not know what these people were thinking? It was nothing more than seeing that he was powerful and wanted to find a backer, and of course he would not refuse. This is also his purpose, to gather all the forces that can be gathered, to kill all the forces that block him, and to achieve eternity. Tianzuan, you take them to familiarize themselves with the empire, from now on, they are also part of the empire. Xuanhuan said. He understands better. As long as his prestige continues to spread, more people will come to him. Eternal killing formation. At this time, Xuanhuan's will penetrated into every part of the eternal killing formation, which was built by a great formation master and contained his lifelong wisdom. He is comprehending and studying the operation of the entire formation, so as to control it. I have already understood what the eternal temple is, and I also understand how the 3 temples of bronze, silver, and gold were formed, so that's how it is. Xuanhuan spent a lot of time comprehending the structure of the eternal killing formation. It's not the most difficult thing to see through the eternal killing formation. It's rare how to completely control it and fall into my hands unscathed. Xuanhuan thought about how to completely grasp the eternal killing array in his own hands. His power was not what Xuanhuan needed most, but its mystery contained too much magic. But he is not in a hurry either. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 100,000 years have passed since Xuanhuan occupied the eternal killing formation. 100,000 years seems to be a long time, but in the eyes of many great beings, it is just an extremely short time, as if it can pass in the blink of an eye. If there is no major event, some eternal level can retreat for several epochs. However, in the past 100,000 years, the eternal road has not been peaceful. Although Xuanhuan has not encountered any attacks during this time, he can feel that more and more great beings are waking up. The awakening of these great beings is precisely because of him, Xuanhuan alone. His strength cannot be ignored. Xuanhuan didn't care about these things, no matter how big the external storm was, he would stand still, and other things were needed, only strength was real. His current cultivation base is also getting stronger and stronger, and the energy condensed by the eternal breath bombards him all the time, making him closer and closer to the eternal cultivation base. Once he achieves the eternal level, he will be the most powerful in history, without a doubt. Xuanhuan understands how to achieve his eternal level, which is to embody eternity, and he is eternity independent of eternal road. Ding! The host completes choice 1, builds a second city in the eternal killing array, and stands for 100,000 years without being destroyed, and obtains 2 million vertex points, Divine Mansion Dark God X1, Mysterious Random Reward X1. The mysterious special reward has been opened, the gate of the alchemy world X1. Hashtag C1909 Eternal Killing Array, Rubik's Cube. The Dark God sees your majesty. In the boundless darkness, when you can't see your fingers when you stretch out your hand, a woman's voice can be heard, that is the voice of the Dark God. She controls the power of darkness, like a goddess in the night, a king in the dark. The Dark God's cultivation is at the 9th level. It was also because Xuanhuan's cultivation had reached the 9th realm. Dark God, very good. Xuanhuan's gaze pierced through the darkness, and he saw a graceful woman with a very cold and arrogant temperament, existing in the dark night. Now in his empire, there are 2 9th realms, Yuan and Dark God. And he also has a God of Light, only 8 realms. Dark and Light, with the power of Dark and Light. Xuanhuan suddenly shouted, God of Light, I will activate the Gate of Light and the Gate of Darkness, to help you break through the 9 realms in the shortest possible time. This time he will directly help the God of Light with boundless mana. Immediately, he saw that the dazzling light was like a sea, and then there was boundless darkness. Originally, these were 2 opposing and incompatible forces, but under the control of his will, they coexisted unexpectedly. When these 2 forces are in harmony, more mysterious mysteries erupt again. Where there is light, there is darkness, and where there is darkness, there is light. Both are indispensable. Xuanhuan manipulated the 2 laws, and there was boundless eternal energy pouring into the God of Light. He took a look and knew that the breakthrough of the God of Light was just a matter of time. Then he looked towards the gate of the alchemy world. The door of the alchemy world, activate the door of the alchemy world, which can open the alchemy world of the ancestor of the alchemy and directly teleport into the alchemy world. The gate of the alchemy realm, the alchemy ancestor alchemy realm. Xuanhuan pondered. Danzu is the greatest alchemist on the eternal road, he is also an eternal level. However, the period of his existence was even earlier than that of the Holy Emperor. Even the Holy Emperor, who is the strongest, has survived extremely hard until now, and with his strength, he must be sitting on his knees. His alchemy world must be his eternal road. This time, he can find his alchemy world. It is rumored that Danzu has refined countless divine pills in his life, and the strongest divine pill he refined is called Eternal Divine Pill, which is said to have been refined by Danzu with his life. At the last moment of his life, he refined all the strength of his life into it. If the Eternal God Pill is born, it will be extremely attractive to the eternal level, and even the strongest will be extremely excited. Like the Holy Emperor, if he gets it, he will definitely be able to live longer. I have the gate of the alchemy realm, and I can directly open the alchemy realm of the ancestor of the alchemy, but there is no need for me to open it now. Even if I refine all the divine alchemy, it is impossible for me to break through the eternal level. I want to find a suitable time. Use the gate of the alchemy world to complete my plan. Xuanhuan looked at the gate of the alchemy world and had a huge plan in his heart. Once this plan is implemented, it will inevitably cause a sensation for eternity. He put away the door of the alchemy world, and then continued to look at the God of Light. He baptized him with endless energy. Time passed little by little, and after 100 years of eternal road, there was a surge of light like the sea. At this moment, the God of Light has broken through to the 9th realm. And without Xuanhuan's help, he doesn't know how long it would take to complete this step. Xuanhuan saw the breakthrough of the God of Light and felt relieved in his heart. He joined forces with the God of Darkness, and the power of darkness and light made the 2 of them extremely powerful in the 9 realms. Now that the Empire has Yuan, the God of Light, the God of Darkness, and the 3 gods and 9 realms, it can be regarded as temporarily resolving the lack of combat power of the origin god. The Emperor actually helped the God of Light to ascend to the 9th realm. After seeing it, the strong men of the Empire were amazed at the great magic power of the Emperor, who had the ability to directly help others to be baptized. Chu Yuan also understood that the breakthrough of the God of Light lies in his portals of darkness and light, plus the ability of the eternal road he built, otherwise it would not be so easy. When the Empire's eternal road is more and more complete, and when it controls eternity, all beings in the world and all its people will be sublimated into eternity. With myself, I will become eternity, and the people of the Empire will all have eternity. He made a mighty voice, causing the luck of the Empire to explode violently again. The God of Light has made a breakthrough, and another plan of mine will be launched. Xuanhuan's imperial body appeared above the second city. As soon as his emperor's body moved, the mighty will permeated layer by layer, covering the entire eternal killing formation, and his eyes directly saw through the operation of the entire killing formation. The time has come. He already has absolute certainty to control this killing formation. And when it's time to make a move, make a move. Your Majesty has already seen through the eternal killing formation. He is going to attack the killing formation and control it. Tianzuan said, we just look at the great mana of the Emperor. Now. Chu Yuan swung Fang Qiao and saw the core of the killing formation. With a big wave of his hand, the entire killing formation went berserk, and endless formations came out in horror, attacking and killing him. Eternal killing array is very scary. However, Chu Yuan just stood there, and any formation bombardment had no effect on him. Around him, an absolute taboo vacuum was formed, which could not affect him. Now, it seems that Chu Yuan is only standing in the killing formation, but his great spirit has already penetrated into it. Boom boom boom. The bombardment of the killing array is its self-defense mechanism. Chu Yuan didn't care, his emperor's big hand shook, and suddenly the entire eternal killing array shook endlessly, the boundless nothingness was torn apart, layers of heaven and earth were uncovered, and the mystery must be solved. Your Majesty, is this going to shake out the Eternal Temple? I don't know what the Eternal Temple looks like. The powerful Empire is looking forward to it. During this period of time, the powerful Empire obtained many temples, but they still don't know what the Eternal Temple looks like. Someone looked at Tianzuan and wanted to ask, but he just shook his head. With invincible power, Chu Yuan suppressed it with one hand, and with the other hand, swallowed the thick fog with the power of devouring. At this moment, after a thunderous explosion, everyone saw the Eternal Temple. This is the Eternal Temple? After the powerful man of the Empire saw it, there was great surprise in his eyes, which was completely different from what they had imagined. The bronze, silver, and gold temples in the past all looked like temples. However, the Eternal Temple is not. It is a square object with a size of several feet. Every surface reflects an unusually bright light. It looks extremely dreamy and mysterious. You have to be intoxicated by it. When Chu Yuan saw this square object, he thought of a word. That's the Rubik's Cube. Each face seems to represent a formation, which is different from what ordinary people understand, but it is indeed the core of the eternal killing formation. Some people imagine it as an eternal palace, but this is all a guess. After all, the several palaces that have appeared are very misleading. Although it doesn't look like a palace, it is the core of the eternal killing array, and it can also be called the Palace of Eternity. Chu Yuan looked at the Eternal Palace. He already knew how the eternal killing formation worked, and how those temples were created. #C1900 seized. All formations, all temples, and all sources come from the Temple of Eternity, and it is precisely this Rubik's Cube-like thing. Those temples were not built one by one, but some kind of formation he set up, created by the birth of the Eternal Temple. Eternity is nothingness, there is nothing, and this Rubik's Cube swallowed the breath of eternity, and used the means of the Creator to create all the temples. Such as fixed settings. As long as the formation is not destroyed, the eternal breath still exists, and it will continue to flow. The array has fallen, he gave his life completely to the eternal temple, he sacrificed his life. Xuanhuan's voice was loud. The value of the eternal temple is much greater than that of the eternal Tao fruit. He opened his big hand and grabbed the eternal temple directly. It was too valuable and he had to grab it. With this thing, he could completely control the killing array and formed a place that could defend against the eternal god. In fact, the location of the killing formation is not the most important thing, only the eternal temple. This Rubik's cube-like thing is there, and it can naturally form a formation wherever it is placed. And at this moment, when his palm grabbed it, the eternal temple also experienced a monstrous shock. That kind of power was against his power. Boom! Immediately, a formation god appeared, swallowed vast energy, and launched a shocking counterattack against Xuanhuan. That punch was formed by countless laws. Its strength is completely comparable to the eternal class. This is where the power of the formation lies. He formed this kind of power by portraying the formation. Crackling. Xuanhuan covered the sky with one hand, he killed the god of eternity, and he used the field of devouring to isolate it from swallowing the energy of eternity, and isolated it in a certain place. The power of destruction, the law of chaos, this eternal god collapsed after a fierce fight with him. After it collapsed, Xuanhuan was covered with big hands. But at this moment, however, the tetrahedron of the Temple of Eternity shot out beams of brilliance. The self-defense mechanism, when encountering an enemy that cannot be resisted, would completely destroy itself, bursting out with the power to destroy everything. What Xuanhuan wanted was not an eternal killing array of destruction. He has been researching it for so many years, gaining insight into its essence, and controlling it is the most difficult thing. Many Eternals can't do it, and they are likely to be killed by it. Crash! Xuanhuan's eternal road was immediately inspired. His eternal road is very unusual, reality and fantasy coexist, a sealed portal appears, and the eternal seal is displayed, as if there is a wall that confines all the energy in one place. Jingguang was suppressed back, hitting Xuanhuan's eternal seal. His great eternal road has a will to dominate the heavens, to control the entire eternity. At this moment, it completely suppresses the eternal temple, making it unable to escape his control. Communicating with Hongmeng has great benefits. Xuanhuan's body is eternal, like a different kind of existence. Eternal control. All the power of Xuanhuan and the boundless national destiny swept out. His mighty will suppression completely suppressed the power of the eternal temple, and under the boundless control of his power, it actually became smaller and smaller. In the end, it turned into a small model, imprisoned in the formation, and was caught by him. The Temple of Eternity has been completely suppressed, and it can no longer be violent, but it is not completely owned, and the suppression must be turned into real control. But it's only a matter of time. His ability is too powerful, and he has done many things that the eternal class cannot do. Of course, he also knows that in the era after the fall of the battle, there is no strongest person, otherwise it will be obtained by others. The power of the eternal temple is still growing. Every era will absorb energy and strengthen itself. When the power reaches a certain extreme, a god mansion will be born, the strongest person who controls the formation. In my hands, you can let the god mansion be born in advance. Xuanhuan fell silent. Invincible. 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 After he obtained the Temple of Eternity, the people of the Empire were shouting for invincibility, pushing the momentum of the Empire to an extreme again. People from the outside only saw that the luck of the Shenwu Empire was growing at an astonishing rate, but they didn't know what was going on inside. After Xuanhuan got it, he began to instill the luck of the Empire and his will. He started to build the mansion with the Great Soul technique. During this evolution, a god of formation slowly appeared. The god of this formation is the newborn formation. Of course he and array are not the same concept. Very well, what we have to wait now is time. The Eternal Killing Array Empire is in control. This is a trap. Whoever dares to step into it without authorization, the power of the formation will bombard him, and he will know what pain is. Xuanhuan nodded. In his multiverse, there is also a space-time island, which is also left by an eternal class. However, with his current strength, Xuanhuan also knew that the space island was even weirder at that time. If he did it rashly, it would escape to the depths of time and space, so he was not in a hurry to collect it immediately. When his incarnation is eternal, he can do it. Now, the Empire is also peaceful. He really wanted someone to step into the second city. However, although the eternal class wanted to kill him a lot, none of them were fools. They knew Xuanhuan's strength, so they dared to attack rashly and break into his base camp. And these eternal levels are even more difficult to unite, and they are all fighting. Another millennium passed. With the light of the sword splitting the sea, the sword god held the eternal level knife and split through many barriers. He broke through to the god of origin with a strong posture. Xuanhuan gave him the knife directly. The realm of the 9 realms, I should also try my best to sublimate. Not long after Tianzuan broke through the sword god, he slowly floated into the air. There is a mysterious brilliance on his body, and a mysterious force is descending from a different dimension, like a long river washing over his body, sublimating his body. This kind of sublimation, Tianzuan does not seem to be pure flesh and blood. Tianzuan's breakthrough. Xuanhuan looked over. He saw that Tianzuan was absorbing an inexplicable power from a hard-to-find place with himself, and that kind of power, Xuanhuan seemed to see a strange long river. The river of destiny. The land of destiny. Xuanhuan suddenly came up with this word. He knew earlier that Tianzuan's origin is mysterious and extraordinary. I'm waiting for your breakthrough. Xuanhuan quietly watched Tianzuan's ultimate sublimation. Now, Tianzuan has fully incorporated this power into his body, and above his head, there is a wheel of heavenly secrets running crazily, predicting various fates. His body is like a crystal, reflecting bright and dazzling light. Looking at him, those weaker ones seem to have seen their own future, their own destiny, which is doomed and out of their control. Of course, it was because they were too weak that they would be influenced by Tianzuan. There was no earth-shattering sound in his ultimate ascension, but it was very calm. After that power completely dissipated, he succeeded in ascension and reached the 9th realm. Tianzuan has a big secret. After he broke through, he went directly to see Xuanhuan. #C1901 Land of Destiny. Tianzuan, I am very pleased that you have made a breakthrough. Xuanhuan looked at Tianzuan very pleased. His breakthrough made Xuanhuan more happy than Yuan joining. Tianzuan's own combat power is second to none. He has sublimated to the 9th level, and his calculation ability will go up to another level. He can calculate many relics on the Eternal Road. With him around, many opponents' information can be calculated. For His Majesty's strength, my cultivation is nothing. Although Tianzuan has sublimated to the 9th realm, he looked at Xuanhuan like a blank sheet of paper, and it was impossible to speculate at all. If a person is shrouded in mysterious power, blocking calculations, that would be fine. However, like Xuanhuan, like white paper, this is truly terrifying, which means that he has no trace of the past, present, or future, and it is impossible to calculate it at all. He sighed inwardly, His Majesty is too terrifying, his own fate calculus has no effect on him. I know my mystery. Xuanhuan said. I see. Tianzuan said, with my current ability, although the eternal level powerhouse cannot be calculated, I can calculate many 9th realms, such as the Great Emperor. Tianzuan showed his ability. The Wheel of Secrets was in motion, and in front of His Majesty, he didn't need to be on guard, he calculated with all his strength, and after a while, a picture was directly shot out, and a person appeared immediately. This person is the great emperor of the great Tao, who is sitting here in a very dead and silent place, comprehending the Taoism. Extreme Tao Emperor. Xuanhuan looked at his calculation and praised him. With your calculation of fate, the Emperor Jidao has nothing to hide from you. If he really reaches the eternal level, I won't be able to deduce him. Tianzuan calculated for a moment. Said, I know, the great Emperor Jidao is cultivating in the deepest part of eternity. He is lucky. He found a path to the fallen eternal level and got great benefits. He is waiting for an opportunity to hit the eternal level. He is waiting for the world to be completely chaotic, and many eternal levels are dealing with fusion, and he has no time to take care of him. It's a good plan. Xuanhuan doesn't care, he really doesn't take Tianzuan seriously now, and said, can you figure out how likely he is to achieve the eternal level? He has a 50% chance, and he has also hidden a part of his whole cards, which may be even bigger. Tianzuan said, if there is no one to rob, he has greater confidence. The 50% certainty is already very high. How many ninth realms have to take risks to break through when they don't even have a 100% chance? Ignore him for now, and tell Yu Zhen when he hits the eternal level. Xuanhuan said lightly, I know that when you reach the ninth realm, you will come to me for something. I do. I can't do this alone. Only the Emperor can help me. I originally wanted to wait for the Emperor's eternal queen, but it was too late by then, and I don't need my ability. Of course he knows. After the Emperor's eternal level, no one will be able to fight. Tell me, my subject, I will do my best to help. Xuanhuan said. Emperor, eternity is nothingness, but eternity is also the source of everything. The extreme of nothingness is to give birth to all things. There is a long river of fate in the eternal road. It is the land of destiny, which belongs to the rules of fate and is also part of the rules of eternity. Tianzuan said. Water has rules. Fire has rules. Space-time also has rules. All the rules constitute the eternal rules. The long river of fate, the power of fate. Xuanhuan said slowly, you are a force within the rules of fate. The Emperor is right. Tianzuan closed his eyes, calculated for a long time, and said, the minister is just a force that was swallowed by the rules of fate in this era, and turned into a wave of energy from the source of life, which fell into the multiverse and fell on a certain creature, and I was born. I can find the way to enter the river of fate, find a treasure of the mirror of fate. If I get the mirror of fate, the power of fate calculation can be upgraded to another level, and I can also comprehend the mirror of fate, hopefully eternal class. When it comes to the god of destiny, Tianzuan, who has always been calm, also has a strong desire for greed. Mirror of destiny, I know that if you want to get it, you have to go to the land of fate, but you are a force born there. With your current power, it is very likely that you will be assimilated by Changhe and sink into it. Help you suppress the assimilation of the river of fate. Xuanhuan knows everything. Your Majesty is unparalleled in resourcefulness. Tianzuan said, I need your Majesty's help, but the power of the river of fate is too terrifying. If your Majesty enters, it is very likely that it will be affected. If you don't see that your Majesty's fate is like a blank sheet of paper, I dare not ask your Majesty at all. After all the danger there, even the eternal class may fall into it. He felt the inviolability of the power of the Emperor's destiny, the power that cannot be calculated, so he raised it. Nowadays, it is difficult for other eternal level to help him. The long river of fate, it doesn't matter, I will do my best to help you. Even if I can't take a peek at the rules of fate that were born within the eternal rules, then don't even think about challenging the entire eternal rules. Xuanhuan deeply understood. His ultimate opponent is not the Holy Emperor, not the truth, not all the eternal grades on this eternal road, those are just stumbling blocks, they can be pushed away. His real opponent is eternity itself. There must be a problem with eternity itself that makes it impossible for the world to be eternal. This time, he wanted to see the powerful rules of fate that were born eternally. And if Yi Tianzuan can get the mirror of fate, it will be of great help to him. Experiencing the power of destiny personally, and being able to glimpse some of the mysteries of the eternal rules, is of great benefit to me becoming an eternal class. Xuanhuan said, "Go, you are going to lead the way. Your Majesty, come with me." Yi Tianzuan used himself to sense the place where the land of destiny entered. Without him, it would be impossible to find the place where this river of destiny is located. It is not the first time that a power of destiny like mine is born, but only one can appear at a time. Only when one is destroyed and returned to the eternal rules can another one appear. Yi Tianzuan said, "This era, I don't know if it's because of His Majesty, or for other reasons, it's very different." There is no difference. Xuanhuan just said such a sentence. After passing, he said again, "I suspect that the founder of the God realm has a relationship with God, but there is not enough evidence. There is no God's tomb in the sea of burial gods. This is enough to make people doubt. When you get the mirror of fate, maybe you can see part of the wonder. Not only gods, but also Tao, demons, and ghosts. They are also very weird." Yi Tianzuan said, "Although I follow Taoism, I also know that he is very unusual. He has left his own Taoism in the multiverse, and he has not appeared. For example, the founder of the God realm has also disappeared. I have the God of Destiny, environment, you can get a glimpse of a part of your destiny. #C1902 Enter the Land of Destiny. The way to enter the Land of Destiny is hard to find. It is not a place that can be reached by simply driving in a certain direction. Use the rules of fate to sense the power of fate." At this moment, Yi Tianzuan's wheel of secrets was running violently, as if turning into a solid body. He sensed a wonderful place, and strange ripples appeared in the empty time and space in front of him. "This is the ripple of fate. Your Majesty, follow me." Yi Tianzuan walked ahead. The rules of fate rippled on Xuanhuan's body, and he felt a wonderful power, as if ripples of water were slowly hitting him. There is no direct killing, but it is more terrifying than direct beheading. Only by using a special method can one enter the river of destiny. This is a very special force. Your Majesty, now we seem to be at the edge of the water, going deeper. Yi Tianzuan said. Xuanhuan is walking, and at this moment they are entering the land of destiny. One force can break all laws, and strength is the only one. As long as the strength is sufficient, let alone the rules of fate, even the rules of eternity, can be broken. In the face of power, any law can be broken. Xuanhuan said in an absolutely domineering tone. It is precisely this principle, just like a person, I let him die in the third watch, but His Majesty refuses, protects him, and even allows him to have a mortal life. This is breaking his fate. Yi Tianzuan explained the mystery of fate in simple words. The power of fate is too mysterious, and it is impossible to explain clearly when it comes to time and space. For fate, I have no intention of comprehending it. In my eyes, all I have to do is control it. Xuanhuan wants to directly control the power of fate. This is the kingly way. With everything under control, any calculations are useless. Yi Tianzuan nodded. He had a keen sense, and suddenly said, Your Majesty, if you pass through here, you will reach the real place of destiny, the destiny of countless people, and countless secrets. No matter how strong it is only the fate in the eternal road. There can be no other than eternity. Xuanhuan and Yi Tianzuan stepped in at the same time. Immediately, after entering, there is still a scene of nothingness in front of him, which is exactly the same as the eternal road outside, making it impossible to think that this is the land of destiny that Yi Tianzuan said. But Xuanhuan could feel extraordinary power. The power of fate is completely invisible to you with the naked eye, but it is everywhere. At this moment, he actually had the feeling of being in deep water, completely submerging him. This is like putting a person in an extremely dangerous and complicated water environment, and it is very likely to drown. Silent power is everywhere, and there are huge waves hitting him at all times. In his eyes, there seem to be strange and bizarre scenes, as if he is constructing his destiny. The rules of fate in the eternal rules. Xuanhuan said slowly. This is part of the rules, and he has penetrated into a place of rules at this time. With his strength, he can feel the horror of this rule, not to mention the origin god. Even the ordinary origin god would not dare to go here to feel the power of fate. His Majesty. Tianzuan came here. The power in his whole body is not calm anymore, it seems to be evaporating, the nothingness disappears, as if it is going to return to the mother body, making him completely assimilated here. Xuanhuan's controlling power immediately fell on Tianzuan to help him isolate this influence. Tianzuan breathed a sigh of relief. The power of the emperor cut off the infiltration of the power here, sheltered him, and temporarily stabilized him. Eternal rules. There is a long river of fate in the land of destiny, the fate of countless people. The more epochs are cycled, the more destiny there will be. Xuanhuan now has a very strong desire to escape and see the entire eternal road. I don't know the true face of Lushan Mountain, only because I am in this mountain. He traveled in the river of fate and saw a lot. It is said that if ordinary people come in, they can see their past and future, all kinds of changes in fate, and what they will experience in the future, so as to obliterate their own fate. However, Xuanhuan looked at himself. His fate is a blank sheet of paper. I don't know why no one can see his fate, as if anything can be created on a piece of white paper, and there is an infinite future. Perhaps this is the power of the system. Xuanhuan has more and more a premonition that the power of the system even surpasses the entire eternal road, which is also very possible. After all, its mystery itself has been seen too much. Land of destiny, here is magic. Xuanhuan stood here, looking in all directions. If you use the naked eye, you will see pure nothingness. There is no division of east, west, north, up, down, left, right, completely confused. You've come here and you don't know how to get out. Xuanhuan thought of the once impoverished land, and it also showed an infinite vastness, but this place is completely different from that place. Tianzuan, you should know how to find the magic mirror of destiny. Xuanhuan said. I know it's there. If Tianzuan dared to mention the mirror of destiny, he knew it was there. Otherwise he would not have asked the emperor to bring him here. The two immediately walked in this magical place. Tianzuan also lamented, if it wasn't for the protection of the emperor, if he dared to come here, his fate would be completely assimilated by the power here, and he couldn't stop it at all. It's very majestic here. The incomparably strong power of fate is still nothingness in ordinary eyes, but it has color in Xuanhuan's eyes, turning into the brilliance of fate, and then it becomes the ocean of fate, directly bombarding it. This is like the great fate spell, the bombardment of countless fate rules. At this moment, Xuanhuan felt that a strong man called the God of Destiny was attacking him, and his power was stronger than that of the eternal class he had ever seen. It's not a good place here. Wave after wave, endless cycle. Xuanhuan was in the sea at this time, and the tsunami hit one after another. This kind of attack does not give you any time to rest, it just wants to completely submerge you in the ocean of fate. Xuanhuan is like the eternal heaven and earth. In this wave, he overcomes thorns, and his great power breaks through all shackles. He is not fighting with fate, but to control the power of fate as his own. He was striding forward at this moment, and with his current strength, he couldn't even hinder him. His big strides also caused 1,000 layers of waves to be stirred up by a single stone. The rules, which are like the God of eternal destiny, suddenly condense the rules, turning into a knife that kills fate, killing all your future vitality, leaving no way for you to survive. However, in the face of this kind of beheading, Xuanhuan was not afraid and let it be beheaded. And this knife of fate is not a single knife, but countless knives, densely packed. If it cannot be dealt with by pure fate killing, then launch the fate judgment that attacks itself. Tianzuan was also terrified when he saw it. Ordinary people can't see the horror of this kind of confrontation, but he knows that it is more cruel than a fierce battle. If you don't pay attention, you will end up with death. However, His Majesty actually resisted everything. When he was walking, he suddenly stopped, and it was no longer a complete nothingness, he finally saw something. #C19033 Raw Stones. This is a huge stone, very huge, appearing there like a huge star. It is simple and unremarkable, without any mystery, and no matter which direction it is viewed from, it always has three sides. This is the three-live stone. When Tianzuan saw it, he was surprised and said, "I didn't expect that there is still a Sanqing stone here." The Sanqing stone is condensed by the power of fate. Past life, present life, and future life are also past, present, and future. They belong to a branch of power. The fetish condensed by the river of fate is the same as the mirror of fate, but the attributes of the two are different. He didn't expect to meet the Sanqing stone here. It is also the place of destiny that is mysterious and extraordinary, and the ordinary eternal level dare not step into it, and only Your Majesty is not afraid of fate's beheading, and there are no taboos. And this three-life stone is a very powerful fetish, an eternal fetish, with enormous power. He walked over, and immediately illuminated his past life, which was a mass of nothingness, and his current life was Tianzuan, which finally illuminated his next life. The afterlife was very strange. Originally, what appeared first was a cloud of fate, which doomed him. However, it suddenly distorted and became chaotic, making it difficult to see. My afterlife cannot be revealed, it has been changed. Tianzuan's wisdom flashed in an instant, and he understood, and said, "I know, all this is because of Your Majesty. Your Majesty's fate is uncertain, and I am a courtier of the Empire, so my fate cannot appear. You can only know my past life and this life." The three-life stone, the power of the three times, also possesses the attribute of time and space. Xuanhuan stared at the Sanqing stone. He went there. In an instant, he felt illuminated by three strands of divine light. The stone surface was sublimated to the utmost, and the laws were constantly distorted, but still no picture could be displayed. Sanqing cannot know His Majesty's past and future. Tianzuan has a solemn expression. Although the law of fate is mysterious and extraordinary, if anyone can fully control the power of fate, it is extremely easy to become the strongest, but His Majesty is an existence that cannot even be prying into fate. And Tianzuan also knows. After all, the Sanqing stone only belongs to a small group of forces, and some great existences can also isolate them from prying eyes on themselves. Interesting. If Xuanhuan can get the Sanqing stone and integrate it into his power, it will definitely increase his space-time power, which will increase his combat power like a god's help. Sanqing, I took it. Xuanhuan's big hand grabbed it forward, and the mana immediately covered the entire Sanqing stone. With his current divine power, he can even kill some eternal level, let alone a mere three-life stone. However, Xuanhuan's forcible seizure of the Sanqing stone is equivalent to challenging the rules of fate, and he will inevitably suffer a strong counterattack. Xuanhuan appeared ferociously, showing his divine power. That kind of power is not only to spy out a person's past life, but also to reverse the law of time and directly return to the weakest past of a person in this life. Instead of attacking his current powerful body, he should obliterate his weakest moment. The past is fragile, and everyone is weak at times. This kind of method is too terrifying. It directly operates the law of fate and three lives. Stepping on the long river of time and space, with the power of fate, it directly reverses to the moment like the past and kills the past. This involves too many mysteries in all aspects. At this moment, Yi Tianzuan saw it, as if there was a mansion of destiny, wielding a magic knife of destiny, reversing time, coming and going to attack Xuanhuan when he was weakest. This is not a mere offense. If Xuanhuan gave someone else to wear his Xuanhuan god armor, he would not necessarily die if he encountered an eternal level blow, but this kind of beheading of the fate of 3 lives can be bypassed directly. Interesting. Xuanhuan was very interested when he saw such an attack. The 3 living stone is too scary. A force wants to reverse spacetime. But when Xuanhuan stood here, all the time and space reversals could not be carried out. The power of the Sanqing stone vibrated fiercely, but all the time and space were still in the present and frozen. Eternal time and space. Xuanhuan at this moment represents an eternal time and space. You can attack him with the most powerful force, but it is impossible to kill him with the power to kill 3 lives. Yi Tianzuan's heart was shocked. His Majesty fixed the time and space. Then he saw again, 3 different colored knives slashed in the air, cutting the past, cutting the present, cutting the future, cutting off all vitality in your life, so that you have no way out of eternal life. Xuanhuan stood there. No matter how much he cut, he still had the strength to grab the Sanqing stone. The 3 knives slashed down, but they didn't really hit his fate. This is a kind of cultivation of His Majesty. Everyone is in the eternal road, which cannot be detached. Therefore, His Majesty wants to detach himself and make himself another eternity. Yi Tianzuan quickly realized that he knew that this kind of beheading of the Sanqing stone not only did not hurt His Majesty, but sharpened His Majesty. Fear. Horrible. But at this moment, Xuanhuan's big hand grabbed it suddenly, covering the Sanqing stone. Immediately, this 3-life stone launched the strongest counterattack, breaking through time and space, and the huge body like a star rumbled up, shaking the sky, tearing away heavy mana, and directly used its own strength to shock the provocateur to death. In the land of the law of destiny, there are not only the attacks and kills of the Sanqing stone, but also the regular beheadings at all times. If someone of the eternal level like Yi Tianzuan came, he would absolutely turn his head and run away, otherwise he might be buried here. Xuanhuan has eternity in his heart and is domineering and invincible. Immediately, the palm of his mana had grasped the Sanqing stone. Although the Sanqing stone poured out mana that would shatter heaven and earth, he couldn't break free from his palm no matter what. His great will made Sanqingshi nowhere to escape. With the power he controlled, under his power, the huge Sanqing stone shrank rapidly, and finally turned into a stone half smaller than a palm, which could be grasped in one go. Of course, Xuanhuan didn't condense its body, but bound it inside with the power of space. The attack of the Sanqing stone had no effect on him, so it naturally became his property. Your Majesty got the Sanqing stone. With this Sanqing stone, Your Majesty's strength will become even more invincible. Yi Tianzuan saw this scene. In fact, he couldn't calm down. The Sanqing stone was not so easy to seize, but Their Majesty did it. This is horrible. The Sanqing stone does have a lot to study. In my hands, it can become a powerful weapon for attacking and killing. Xuanhuan nodded. With this 3-life stone, he can launch a 3-life attack, and his eternal time and space will become more perfect. Eternal spacetime forms a more powerful domain, and the eternal class can be forcibly bound in it, and they can be killed. In this way, Xuanhuan is more and more confident in killing the eternal class. #C 1904 Destiny Realm. Xuanhuan got the 3-life stone. His eyes are deep and vast, and he seems to be able to deduce his 3 lives when he sees people, and it is almost impossible to hide any secrets in front of him. Feeling this power, Yi Tianzuan knew that the Emperor had controlled the power of the Sanqing stone. This method is too terrible, and it is above fate. Moreover, His Majesty has not yet broken through to the eternal level. I don't know how powerful His Majesty will become at that point. Of course, he can also see that the pure realm no longer has much awareness of His Majesty, and the essence of his life has long been different. At that point, he will become a different kind independent of Eternal Road. Let's continue to look for the Mirror of Fate. It was a complete accident that Xuanhuan got the Sanqing stone this time. The two continued to walk in the land of destiny. This place of destiny is too dangerous. There is an eternal god of destiny launching an extermination offensive against him at all times, erasing all escape routes. The tide of destiny is surging, and the heavenly knife of destiny is always beheading. However, Xuanhuan was always calm and calm. He walked here, and his fate was impossible to kill, and he remained at a peak. He raised his palm slowly, which was an eternal rule, and it actually spread the power of fate. This power of fate seemed to be an extremely powerful and terrifying magic of fate. He wants to control the power of destiny and create his own eternal destiny. But at this moment, he and Yi Tianzuan didn't know how far they had traveled. He was independent of the place of fate, and any killing by fate would have no effect on him. It's here, right here. Sudden. Yi Tianzuan stop. Xuanhuan's eyes pierced through the empty time and space. He felt the force of strong destiny. Immediately, I saw a huge object standing here quietly. The Mirror of Fate has been found. This Mirror of Fate is not really a mountain. It also looks like a mountain, but it is completely different from the Sanqing stone. This mountain is a transparent crystal, a crystal holy mountain. When a ray of light shines on the past, it can reflect the brilliance and smoothness of the world. Its brilliance is like a mirror, and it is composed of the crystals of destiny. It is indestructible and mysterious. Yi Tianzuan, go get the Mirror of Destiny, which is as powerful as the Sanqing stone, but the attributes of power it focuses on are completely different. Xuanhuan said. Now. Yi Tianzuan looked at the Mirror of Fate, and his appearance suddenly appeared on the mirror. Countless powers of fate were circulating, and another Yi Tianzuan walked out. This seems to be a copy, the soul breath is exactly the same. Yi Tianzuan didn't move, neither did he, and when he raised his hand, the copied one also raised his hand. He was going to grab Yi Tianzuan, but the clone also hit him with a palm. The deduction of infinite destiny has the power of replication, and the more perfect the existence of replication, even the replica and the real body will have a real causal life connection. If the replica is broken, the real body will also suffer extremely great damage. Xuanhuan saw the power of the magic mirror of destiny locked in. It can push out the real world backwards, like the moon and the water in the mirror, and a divine light of fate shines out. It can penetrate into the universe, see the fate of others, and kill in the mirror. Your Majesty, the Mirror of Destiny exists in the land of destiny. It can draw the power of this place, but it still needs Your Majesty's help. I can't get it with my ability. Yi Tianzuan said. After all, his cultivation base is weak. Unless the God of Destiny is brought out. Alright, let me take the shot and take it out. Xuanhuan stared at the Mirror of Fate. On the mirror surface, there were ripples, and Xuanhuan was going to be copied, but Xuanhuan's strength and will made the Mirror of Destiny make a cracking sound, as if it would break any time. Even the magic Mirror of Fate is difficult to copy. Your Majesty is independent of eternity and has a destiny outside eternity. The situation is bizarre. Xuanhuan walked directly in front of the Mirror of Fate. And like this, even Yi Tianzuan is hard to understand. He knows that His Majesty can rise in such a short period of time. There must be a shocking secret in him. This secret cannot be calculated, but it is a secret that can transcend eternity. Yi Tianzuan secretly said. The only possibility is to follow His Majesty. He looked ahead and understood that once the Mirror of Fate reproduced to His Majesty, the situation would get worse and it would be almost impossible to obtain it. And now, the magic Mirror of Fate could not reproduce Xuanhuan, and an ancient, mysterious, ethereal, and pleasant voice suddenly came out. The light of fate was arousing, like an eternal destiny. Actually, a statue composed of rules appeared directly, as if the king of fate changed by fate. This is the divine mansion condensed by the king of destiny. In an instant, Xuanhuan was struck with the judgment of fate, penetrating into an extremely mysterious rule. The evolution of the rules of fate. I want to see the most powerful power of the rules of eternity. Xuanhuan will never move, allowing the king of destiny to attack him. He clearly knows that although the eternal rule has no thoughts and feelings of his own, once he encounters something that provokes him, the most terrifying punishment will come. His terrible punishment will come when he achieves eternity. At that time, his road achievement will be truly independent of the eternal road. It's like there can only be one emperor in an empire forever. If there is still an emperor in his own empire, Xuanhuan himself will kill him. I have my own destiny. Xuanhuan covered it with his big hands, together with the king of destiny and the mirror of destiny. His domineering and invincible will control revealed his ability of eternal time and space in that big hand, which shocked the king of destiny in one fell swoop, and finally the magic mirror of destiny fell into his hands. Zaicheng is nothing but a fetish. You can't use the magic mirror of fate here, and I will hand it over to you after you leave. Xuanhuan's devouring power was actually absorbing the energy of the breath of fate. In front of his great devouring technique, there was no power that he could not swallow and absorb. He suddenly activated the mirror of fate. In an instant, the light shines brightly, and the power of fate condenses into a woman's appearance, which is the goddess Xuanhuan, who is also reincarnation. Xuanhuan himself was also very curious about the mystery of goddess Xuanhuan. She was reincarnated in each era, immortal. She is the one who lives the longest. Xuanhuan was wondering if he could deduce the origin of the goddess Xuanhuan, but then the light continued to distort, and the result was a failure, and it was impossible to know her true identity. This is different from Xuanhuan's inability to calculate. The fate of goddess Xuanhuan does not seem to exist in Eternal Road. A very strange woman, reincarnated from era to era. She has her own pursuit. Although I can communicate with her through the magic of reincarnation, I cannot know her exact whereabouts. Xuanhuan was not disappointed. Let's go, leave the land of destiny, there is no need to stay here for a long time. #C 1905, Conspiracy with Lingzhu. Xuanhuan took Tianzuan away from the land of destiny. He looked back and saw that this was a kind of rule power that belonged to eternity. When he was weak, he thought about it, such as various portals rewarded by the system. After opening, he could draw inexhaustible origin from a mysterious power. And where do these origins come from? When he is strong, he will know that the portal of system rewards can directly open the rules and absorb the power of the rules. Therefore, each portal represents an eternal rule. Eternal rules can be divided into countless rules, and countless rules can be combined into one. Tianzuan, go control its power. Xuanhuan handed over the mirror of fate to Tianzuan. If he still can't control a mere god, then don't think about transcending eternity. Mirror of destiny. Tianzuan took it cautiously. He fought with all his strength, and the rules evolved. He was still the great emperor, but this time through the mirror, he showed a clearer side, as if he was in the scene, watching right next to him. It's a pity that the great emperor Jidao still doesn't know that someone is spying on him, and he is still dreaming of his eternal dream. Go back to the first city first. Xuanhuan was dominated by the first city. What he has to do now is to comprehend his own eternal road, and the empire will train its troops to give birth to more powerful men, so as to enhance the empire's national fortune to the most powerful moment. Your Majesty, I have the magic mirror of destiny, which can be used to infer many fantasy places in the Eternal Road, and even some of the Eternal Roads that have been cut off. The Empire needs more resources. Now I can't just sit in the Empire and practice. After Tianzuan got the mirror of fate, he comprehended for a period of time and came to see Xuanhuan. Very well, the Empire does need a lot of resources. Although you can't calculate the living eternal class, you can avoid danger in advance. Also, let Yuan go with you. He may also become an eternal class. This time, let Yuan get a greater baptism. Xuanhuan gave the order. After he gave the order, he also entered a deep retreat. His imperial body was resplendent, igniting the blazing eternal divine fire. Once this fire erupts, it can burn all worlds, and all tangible and intangible things will be completely destroyed. He seems to be standing on a commanding height, trying his best to see through the whole face. He waved a hand. This is just the ability to turn one's hands into clouds, turn one's hands into rain, manipulate the situation, and change the general situation of the entire eternal road. Every word and deed of the strongest will have a huge change in the situation of the world. In front of him, there is a gate of eternity, which is connected to his eternal sky. And this portal is extremely brilliant, as if it is a door of detachment, a portal that can really break the curse. This door also has a majestic and domineering air that swallows eternity. Actually, with Xuanhuan's current ability, if he chooses other paths, he can reach the eternal level, and no force can stop him. But he is not willing. Such a weak eternal level may make him the strongest. Can't make him transcend eternity. Think about it, the curse cannot be broken. In his long life, his relatives and the group of people who followed him to conquer the world will all die in front of him one by one, powerless to stop him. If that time really comes, maybe he will be like the Holy Emperor, watching his own era be washed with blood, and remain indifferent. At that time, his heart was already cold, and he no longer had the invincible domineering spirit. Time is passing. The undercurrent is raging. Although the Empire is still calm and there is no war in all walks of life, Xuanhuan has already smelled the bloody smell of the war. As time goes by, when the eternal level reaches a certain number, it is his time to attack. He can't sit idly by, but must seize this opportunity. Before everyone is united, something will happen. I not only want my own strength, but also need more eternal level to be with me. Xuanhuan was thinking. A teleportation portal to the spirit world appeared in front of him, and he walked in with one step. Knowing the complicated situation on Eternal Road, Ling Zhu was currently retreating in her spiritual world, when she suddenly saw an undisguised force appearing in her spiritual world. What kind of power is this? I don't think I can stop it. Ling Zhu couldn't calm down, she couldn't control this force, she stared at it, and saw a figure walking out of it. Someone is going to come to my spirit world, who has such terrifying magic power. Ling Zhu knows her own strength, and she also has the ability to protect herself when she encounters an eternal class. At that moment, her expression softened, and she said, Emperor Xuanhuan, it's actually you. It's me. Xuanhuan walked towards her with a smile. This is his second visit to the spirit world. Before, I thought that some existence would come, but I didn't expect it to be the Emperor. Ling Zhu said. You don't have to think too much, I have the means to directly reach your spiritual world, and I came from the second city. Ling Zhu was startled, she could go to her spirit world from anywhere, it was hard for her to imagine what kind of means it was, but as long as she knew, Emperor Xuanhuan would not come to harm her. I came to the spirit world to find you on an important matter, Xuanhuan said. What's the big deal? Ling Zhu asked. About your becoming an eternal class, with your ability, the spiritual way is eternal, the eternal rules can't kill you, and you don't have to worry about the human robbery you fear most. With me here, I will help you block. Xuanhuan's expression was serious. He came here to make Ling Zhu an eternal class. If she became an eternal class, she would stand on the side of the Empire. The Emperor defends me against human robbery. Ling Zhu's expression became serious. With the strength of the Emperor, it is not a problem to block the robbery for me, but I guess that the Emperor has other plans. That's right, I want to see which eternal level ones like to hunt and kill others and prevent others from becoming enlightened. If they like to prevent others from becoming enlightened so much, then their Tao should also be cut off. Xuanhuan said. Lingzhu already understood what Xuanhuan meant. He wants to use himself as a bait, his own breakthrough to overcome the tribulation, and lure the Eternal to his spirit world, and then he makes a move, even with the intention of beheading the Eternal. This plan is too bold, and it also poses a great threat to Lingzhu. If she was a little careless, she might die herself, and she would only dare to do it if she had absolute trust. I believe in the Emperor. After I prepare for a period of time, I will break through the spirit world by myself. I will set up many restrictions to interfere with their perception. Lingzhu did not refuse. This is indeed her best chance to break through the eternal level. You can rest assured to break through, everything is with me. When you break through, I will not be in your spirit world, but in the first city. The first city is far away from your spirit world, and I will be in the last place with the portal. The critical moment has arrived, and the most fatal blow will be dealt, and the enemy will not know this. Xuanhuan Dao, in order to ensure that the relationship between you and Zhen will not be associated, I will let everyone see me in the first city. #C 1906 Ancestors Breakthrough. Every move of Xuanwu, even a word casually released by Emperor Xuanwu, can cause changes in the world and attract the attention of countless people. The Emperor Xuanwu used the 4 eternal cities to attract many powerful people to gather, and released news to recruit soldiers. As long as they become citizens of the empire, they will all get his protection. He prepared his troops vigorously and put on a posture of wanting to conquer the world. Seeing Xuanwu's posture, some Eternals are also angry in their hearts. They are too rampant, and they don't pay attention to the world's powerful. Is this to fight for hegemony and crusade against them? However, they don't have the guts to let those eternal levels face the Emperor Xuanwu alone. Daqi and Tianzong and the others have also seen it. 1 or 2 ordinary Eternals face him, that is courting death, and the ancient strong man with the truth can escape from his hands that day. Xuanhuan returned to the first city. In fact, the construction of the 4 cities, the convergence of luck, and the formation of the Emperor's Road, Xuanhuan can reach it instantly no matter which city he is in, there is no difference. This is also the reason why many eternal levels fear him. If he built cities everywhere on Eternal Road, wouldn't he be able to move in an instant, sweeping across the boundless time and space, causing a blow? Who can compete with him at that time? However, many people now want others to stand out and do not want to pay the price themselves. If you want them to unite completely, you must make them feel the pain. I am very pleased that you can join the Empire and maintain the ancient roads of the Empire. In the first city, Xuanhuan used his real body to receive some origin gods who came to take refuge in him, and revealed the news about him in the first city. Now, many origin gods have received news that they are weak, and many of them want to join the Empire and strive for a bright future. Tianzuan, some people have been hunting recently. Those people can't deal a blow to the 4 cities of the Empire, so they specifically intercept and kill those who want to join our country. Yuan, the god of light and the god of darkness, you are in charge of dispatching them. Xuanhuan ordered. At this moment, he stands at the high altitude of the multiverse, staring at the starting point of the Eternal Road. His mighty thoughts spread out. Showing his real body, a road stretched out in front of him, as if he regarded himself as the starting point of the road. He is the beginning of the road and the end of the road. This is the beginning of Incarnation eternity. Although he is not the eternal level now, he is not the god of origin, and has reached another weird realm. If you want to break the curse, you must be equal to Eternal Road. This supernatural being comprehends the multiverse and turns himself into the starting point, but there is also the meaning of the end point. The starting point and the end point are like a cycle. He regards himself as eternity. If you are too ambitious, you will eventually bite yourself back. When the arrogance reaches the extreme, it will be the moment of destruction. If he is not destroyed, there is still a way for us to survive. Many eternal divine senses are colliding. Xuanhuan was well aware of some prying eyes, and this was exactly his plan. According to 2 years since I came back from the spirit world, the ancestors should be ready. This time, we will not only attract the eternal level to hunt, but also let the ancestors successfully cross the catastrophe, and send a signal that I can protect them. Others survive the catastrophe, and avoid being hunted and killed by others. Xuanhuan was thinking. The first two are one aspect, and there is another important aspect, which is to attract powerful people like Yuan and Lingzhu to join the empire. He knew that there were some people like Ruyuan, they didn't dare to cross the catastrophe. If they had their own protection, it would be impossible for all of them to succeed, but 1 or 2 would be a huge gain. Another year passed. 3 years. In the spiritual world, there was finally an earth-shattering vision, as if the infinite energy had been extracted, and infinite aura spread out in an instant. The aura is bright, like emeralds, and has the ability to turn stones into gold and make dead things open to life. Her spiritual path also swept out, showing grotesque visions, containing a powerful force. The strength of the eternal level lies in the paths they have opened up. Some eternal roads are very ordinary and not very powerful, but the road of Lingzhu is definitely an extremely powerful one. Her breakthrough caused shocks on Eternal Road. The oppressive atmosphere, the countermeasures of the eternal rules, and each eternal level path are equivalent to creating an independent, self-controlling rule to break away from. No matter where you hide, you will be found by the eternal rules, and then the power of the rules that explodes will be known to other eternal levels, and then they will attack you. Lingzhu is about to break through. If Xuanhuan hadn't come to her, she wouldn't have chosen to break through at will. She is glowing all over, with a hazy aura, stepping on the 9 heavens. From a distance, she is the most dreamy goddess, and the essence of life is sublimating. Eternal level achievements are difficult to complete in a short time. Lingzhu is condensing her eternal Tao fruit. Someone is going to break through the eternal level. The last eternal level to break through was the Zhongxing Da Di, but his final fate was to be beheaded by Niluan Tianzuan and others, which was extremely miserable. It's the ancestor of the spirit world, she is about to break through. All over the world, because of this fluctuation, many strong men were alarmed. This is a big deal. Lingzhu is also very powerful and terrifying. She is not weaker than the Emperor Zhongxing back then. No one can stop her. She is unstoppable and unstoppable at the eternal level. There are some situations that the eternal class knows about the Lingzhu. Why would she choose to break through at this time? Isn't she afraid of being hunted by others? Many Eternals are waking up now, and her breakthrough will attract the attention of many people. She must have known that. Lingzhu's breakthrough also attracted the attention of many people. The current situation is very dangerous. When she hits the eternal level, someone will definitely hunt her down. That fellow Niluan has already gone, but he can't hold his breath. He was the one who killed the Zhongxing Emperor last time, and he is also the one who hunted the Lingzhu this time. Let him go, but I am surprised that with the wisdom of Lingzhu, it is impossible not to know this. Will she have other reliance? Yes, it is very possible. No one is a fool. I doubt who is behind Lingzhu. Could it be Emperor Xuanhuan? All great ideas are colliding and speculating. Where is Emperor Xuanhuan? Someone urgently went to see the whereabouts of Emperor Xuanhuan. Emperor Xuanhuan is in the first city. He is shown infinite visions, and he is still comprehending his own eternal path. It seems that it has nothing to do with Lingzhu. The first city is extremely far away from the spirit world. Even if I wait to hurry, it will take a while. The Lingzhu has some other support. Pay attention to Xuanhu's every move and see if he has any visions. It's best not to let him leave and leave him here. Lingzhu's crossing the catastrophe instead made Emperor Xuanhuan the focus of worldwide attention. Xuanhuan stood quietly in the first city, his sharp eyes pierced the sky and the world, saw many figures, and his heart was cold. This is exactly the effect he wanted, deliberately making many eternal-level statues stare at him, while ignoring the Lingzhu. He has a portal, he can go directly to the spirit world, and give them an unforgettable shock. #C 1907 No bottom line. Lingzhu attracted worldwide attention. And the location of Xuanhuan has attracted worldwide attention. If it was normal, Lingzhu's breakthrough would definitely be the most dazzling focus on the Eternal Road, but her current aura has already been taken away by Xuanhuan. Where the ancestor of the spirit is. The power transformed by the eternal rules is bombarding her with the most terrifying power. The sky is full of divine light, and all kinds of attacks and kills. Under this kind of power, the general 9 realms will fall before they last long. But Lingzhu was so magnificent that he stood in the sky, like a peerless goddess, unmoved. Her eternal road penetrates into a different dimension of nothingness, condensing another time and space. It stands to reason that the eternal class is breaking away from the original rules, which is not tolerated by nature, but there is a glimmer of life in the 4th and 9th roads, and all roads will not be blocked. If once sealed, it will be a severe blow to eternity itself. Boom! Another burst of peerless divine power bombarded down in the air. The power was astonishing, but Lingzhu remained unmoved. She was already emitting eternal light. At this point, she has reached a critical moment, and she will achieve it at any time. If Emperor Xuanhuan came to overcome the catastrophe that I have survived, he would surely be able to survive it easily. His catastrophe is much more terrifying than mine. Lingzhu's eyes shot at nothingness, and suddenly said coldly, "Don't hide anymore, I know you have already come, and you want to take the Tao fruit of this ancestor and prevent me from becoming Tao, but you still came. Lingzhu, who gave you the courage to survive the eternal calamity?" Sure enough, as her voice fell, a shadow appeared, and this person was no stranger, that is, Niren Tianzuan, who hunted and killed the Zongxing Emperor last time. Nianluan Tianzuan, you hunted and killed the great Emperor Zongxing. Do you still want to hunt and kill this ancestor this time? This ancestor dared to come to cross the catastrophe. Naturally, I have the confidence to have no fear of your hunting. Lingzhu stood upright with a cold expression on his face. Confidence? What confidence do you have? Now you have reached the most critical moment. Another figure appeared. He said lightly, "I heard that you are related to an ancient eternal class, called the Emperor of Eternal Life. That is a very ancient eternal class. Could it be that you have the confidence to be him, but he can't easily make a move, even if he appears, it can't stop us?" Xuanhuan. Lingzhu said coldly. Haha, this god has been coveting your Tao fruit, Lingzhu, and now it's finally time to harvest it. At this time, another eternal level stepped out. The fire blazed into the sky, and then, a huge flame god's mansion came across the sky, and he appeared, as if he had fallen into the lava field, vaporizing and refining everything. His identity is called Flame God. Nianluan, Xuanhuan, and Yenshin, 3 Eternals appeared at the same time, just to hunt and kill the Lingzhu. They are not in a hurry to make a move at this moment, but are waiting for the moment when the Lingzhu will be accomplished. Once you try to impact, you must not stop halfway, you can only bite the bullet. What a big battle! Nianluan, Xuanhuan, Yenshin, who appeared today as the original ancestor, eternal level, is also so lacking in dignity, and has no bottom line. Lingzhu said. What's the bottom line? Nianluan Tianzuan didn't care and said, Lingzhu, take your time through the tribulation, don't worry, the time hasn't come yet. We, the souls on the eternal road, have only one purpose, which is to break the eternal curse, but you who have attained enlightenment first break the path of others, so that those who come later cannot attain enlightenment. You are already rotten and despised. Lingzhu confronted each other. Their behavior is indeed disgusting and disgraceful. They are not the only ones who hunt others to become enlightened, and because of their hunting, in these hundreds of epochs, there are very few who can become eternal. Dimensional Ancient Emperor died. The Great Emperor Xuanhuan died. There are more people who dare not cross the catastrophe. The deity doesn't care, human nature is selfish, your spiritual path allows me to get it, and I can live many more epochs. Xuanhuan looked around and said lightly. Be careful, you won't be able to hunt the ancestor, but you will be hunted by others and become prey. There is no eternal hunter. Lingzhu said deliberately. Haha, you are talking about the god of martial god, you are asking for his help. Yenshin laughed loudly and said, don't think about it, he can't come, he has been closely watched by others, and it is impossible to kill him for the time being, but it is still possible to watch him. They don't care at all. According to the news, Emperor Xuanhuan is still in the first city, even if he breaks through many eternal blockades at this time, it will be too late for such a long distance. She wants to use Emperor Xuanhuan to frighten us off, but don't worry about Emperor Xuanhuan, he can't come. Xianzun said. Her wishful thinking is wrong, but you still have to pay attention, the ancestor dared to overcome the calamity, I think she has other cards, and she should not be underestimated. Rebelling against the Tiao of Heavenly Venerable. Yenshin smiled and said, if you have it, you have it. Whoever has the confidence to hit the eternal level has no means. Didn't the Emperor Xuanhuan have it before? If you want to blame her for her bad luck. She exists in this era. The moment she is about to succeed, condensing her eternal Tao fruit, is when she is the weakest. Tianzuan's eyes were sinister, you too, this is the right time. Haha, this is not the first time this kind of thing has been done, we all know it. Yenshin laughed loudly. They are all watching Lingzhu's breakthrough, and they have already regarded her as their own food, and if they seize her way, they can make their own way stronger. Yes, this is a kind of plunder. How slow it is to cultivate honestly by yourself, and to rob others, this is a lucrative business, how expensive it is. Emperor Zhu Tian was the last, strongest person. After his fall, many powerful people thought that the strongest person could no longer appear, and this kind of situation was the best. Lingzhu looked at them coldly, and continued to overcome his calamity. In her spiritual path, with the passage of time, a divine mansion with a hazy aura has appeared. This is her eternal Tao fruit, and it is time to achieve it. Actually. Except for these three. Some people who have not yet reached the eternal level are also secretly paying attention. They hope that the ancestors will break through. After all, this kind of enlightened person is too mean and shameless. The time is almost here. Xuanhuan was good at seizing the moment. It's already arrived. The Emperor Xuanhuan is still in his first city, so he can be sure that Lingzhu's whole card is not him. Tianzuan said. Then what are you waiting for? At this moment, directly seize the eternal Tao fruit and kill Lingzhu herself. Her power is the same as before, and you and I will share it equally. Yen myth falls. The three eternal powers were extremely strong, and they grabbed Lingzhu. At this time, if the Lingzhu faced one, she still had the power to protect herself, but she would absolutely not be able to stop the three, and would definitely kill the three of them. However, Lingzhu's expression, in the eyes of the three, was unusually calm. When these three forces were about to hit, an eternal figure suddenly appeared, and he blasted out a blow to neutralize the power of the three of them. #C1908 Trap. Who is it? The sudden appearance of a strong man surprised them, and they were able to defuse the attack of the three with their own strength. This kind of strength is very strong, but they did not immediately think that it would be Emperor Xuanhuan. What they all guessed was that Lingzhu probably invited a certain strong man to protect her. The mysterious light shrouded in this person made them unable to see clearly for a while. Could this be her trump card? I understand. She must have deliberately made us think that she was using the power of Emperor Xuanhuan to make all eyes pay attention to him. However, this is her way of blinding her eyes. In fact, there are others. What a deep calculation, Yenshin said in an instant. In fact, it was not their fault that they thought so. After all, Emperor Xuanhuan was stared at by so many people, how could he come suddenly? But a voice, earth-shattering, shattered all their fantasies. Don't you even recognize me? Xuanhuan looked at them, and sure enough they came. Emperor Xuanhuan, why are you here? They looked at Xuanhuan shrouded in the halo of the emperor. Their faces were startled. Until now, they were sure that the person who came was the Emperor Xuanhuan. But what they can't figure out is, why did Emperor Xuanhuan come here suddenly? Shouldn't he be in the first city? Xuanhuan Emperor. Xuanzuan's complexion changed drastically, and he suddenly shouted, he is the Emperor Xuanhuan. He personally destroyed the Holy Emperor continent, washed countless lives with blood, and personally visited the Dacian Tianzong, defeating Dacian and chaos. All our guesses are wrong, the confidence behind Lingzhu is him. Although it was the first time for Yenshin and Xuanzuan to see Xuanhuan, it was impossible for them not to know about his record. It was too impressive and unbelievable. The emperor's aura of dominating the world suddenly made them feel great pressure. Xuanhuan. The flame god was warlike and stared at Xuanhuan. Don't be intimidated by him. Nilwan Tianzuan suffered a loss at the hands of Xuanhuan once. If it weren't for Dacian Tianzong's matter, I don't know how many people would laugh at him. What should I do? Should I retreat, or continue to attack? Xuanzuan looked at this great emperor with infinite power, just like the eternal emperor of heaven, and he was also a little uncertain. What can be confirmed is, they were plotting against Lingzhu, but Emperor Xuanhuan was plotting against them. Just retreat like this, doesn't it appear that I am afraid of him? Yenshin said, don't be afraid of him, there are 3 of us, how can we run away without fighting? Lingzhu, you break through first, everything is up to me, and I will take care of these 3 people. Xuanhuan said. His words let Lingzhu know that no one has come to stop her, and said, okay, they waited for me to do it when I was about to become enlightened. In fact, they gave me a chance. My final achievement will be in a short time. Wait for me to reach the eternal level, we'll attack with the emperor, at least one person must be left to kill. In front of Niran Tianzuan and the others, Lingzhu claimed to be the ancestor, but in front of Xuanhuan, he used me. I still want to kill the eternal class. They have understood that this is a trap. However, directly threatening to kill them still made them feel that there was a ball of anger burning in their hearts. This is not to be regarded as the turtle in the urn. One is not enough. Xuanhuan said. The moment his words fell, the system options suddenly appeared. Option 1, kill 1 and get a random mysterious reward. Option 2, kill 2 statues and get random mysterious rewards. Option 3, kill 3 statues and get random mysterious rewards. Note, only one of the 3 options can be selected to complete. The higher the degree of completion, the richer the random mysterious rewards will be. Xuanhuan glanced at the options, and directly chose 3. This time he appeared, he wanted to kill all 3 of them, and let the blood of the eternal level splash and stain the world. His current state is very strange, it is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, as if he created the eternal way. His eternity is different from other people's eternity. Nianluan Tianzuan, this time I will make you a dead dog. Xuanhuan Dao let him run away last time and couldn't find him for a long time, so he was lured out this time. His sharp eyes pierced Ni Tianzuan directly. At this moment, Ni Luan felt that all his secrets had been seen through by him, and his whole body was cold, as if his past, present, and future were all under his control. If you want to turn this deity into a dead dog, your tone is too loud. The anger of Niluan Tianzuan was ignited, and this person's words were humiliating him, and he rushed out suddenly, with the impact of Nilwan's divine power, and fought again. Everything that is rotten must perish. Chuyuan's eternal divine light soared into the sky, changing the eternal sky, covering the sky with his big hands, with infinite majesty, directly covering Niran Tianzuan under his power. As soon as Nilwan Tianzuan was enveloped by Chuyuan's power, he felt an irresistible divine power at that time. With just one blow, his eternal divine power was completely shattered, and with an explosion, he felt piercing pain, and directly blasted him out. Chuyuan's tall and majestic emperor stepped out, and was stepping on Nilwan Tianzuan's chest, and his chest exploded with 1 foot, and eternal blood was spilled. Powerful. Too strong. How could he be so strong? Nilwan Tianzuan also fought against Chuyuan. Although he was strong at that time, it didn't make him feel so powerless. Facing his strength, he had almost no way to resist. It was just an instant of fighting, and he was injured. What happened to rebellion? Yenshin shouted loudly. I don't know, his strength is growing at an astonishing speed. My strength was broken as soon as it touched him. It's hard to resist. The rebellious heavenly venerate didn't understand either. Let me see how strong he is. The flame god burst, like a volcanic eruption, and the magma flooded out. The huge flame god, a flaming halberd, appeared in his hand. Eternal artifact, flame god halberd. The halberd carried overwhelming power and endless flames, rushing towards Chuyuan, roaring the sound of attack with every blow. Chuyuan was in the magma without moving. He spread his 5 fingers apart, and with the great chaos technique, 5 huge pillars were chopped down, and a black and yellow light was shrouded in them, and they directly hit the flame god halberd horizontally. The Yenshin halberd was slapped hard, and the body of the Yenshin was shocked. Boom! He slashed down angrily again, but Chuyuan took it with his own palm. His divine power was too invincible, and now he was already on the road of pursuing the eternal god. Xuanhuan also attacked. He chanted a spell, and the mysterious power turned into a long river, in which there were all kinds of magical soldiers, constantly beheading and killing. However, Chuyuan seemed to just breathe a sigh of relief. The storm of chaos swept fiercely, and his river power was broken. The 3 masters made a move, but they didn't take advantage of it at all. Instead, they retreated steadily in front of Chuyuan, which shocked them too. His strength is too strong, we are hard to be opponents. Although he was very reluctant to admit it, the strength of Emperor Shenwu was indeed too strong, Xuanhuan said helplessly. Why did it become so strong? Rebellious Tianzuan was very puzzled. Lingzhu is about to reach the eternal level. This time our plan failed, so we can't entangle him here. Seeing that Lingzhu was about to become enlightened, Xuanhuan couldn't calm down, knowing that if he didn't leave, it would be too late. #C 1909 Sweep 1 Corruption. Emperor Shenwu's invincibility and Lingzhu's imminent breakthrough put too much pressure on them. They knew clearly that it was impossible to stop Lingzhu from becoming the eternal class, and if she did, joining the battlefield would make their situation extremely difficult. As the opponent said, there will be several beheaded. Their hearts have become depraved and corrupt, and they have long forgotten about things like face. None of them wanted to die. Retreat. The 3 are about to withdraw from the battlefield at this moment. Can you still run? If you don't die, how can I become enlightened? Chuyuan's eternal heaven suddenly enveloped and spread, and his path truly appeared. In an instant, the torrent of dimensional time and space imposed an invincible seal, covering them in his power. The power of Eternal Road. As soon as the 3 statues were enveloped by Chuyuan's Eternal Road, their expressions changed drastically. The other party's realm is too weird, and the Eternal Road already possesses terrifying divine power, and they clearly feel that this person seems to be a different kind, turning himself into eternity. His eternity is his eternity, which is completely different from the Eternal Road. After so many years of enlightenment, Xuanhuan has made great progress. He wants to kill us. The Niran Tianzuan was trembling, and they also became prey. This person also made many Eternals staring at him on purpose, and came here suddenly, unable to react. At this time, Xuanhuan had infinite divine light, and he was like an oven of heaven and earth. With one blow, he slashed fiercely at the place where the three statues were standing, and a monstrous explosion occurred immediately. The three statues were swept by the violent explosion storm, as if pierced by an infinite sharp blade, with painful and hideous faces on their faces. Get out! They no longer dare to fight Xuanhuan directly. Xuanhuan grabbed it with his big hand, across time and space. The Niran Tianzuan, who ran out first frozen time and space, trembled violently, and hit him with a palm. Kill! Xuanhuan strode forward without giving them a chance to react. There was a thunderbolt on his palm, and the terrifying aura surged. The oppressive feeling was so strong that time and space froze. Flame God roared and confronted Xuanhuan, bang, the force of the detonation sent him flying. Big finish. Xuanhuan's illusion, the twilight light became colder and colder, and a dark yellow sun rose, and the power of the end swept over, as if to wipe out their lives. This force represents the end of the eternal level. At this moment, the three gods actually felt the taste of falling. He's trying to end our lives. At this moment, the three statues trembled involuntarily. There was fear in their hearts, as if they heard the bell of death, and they were mourning for them. The short confrontation forced them into an extremely dangerous situation. Hurry up, even if you lose the most fundamental source, you can't continue to fight with him, otherwise you will die. They are scared. Three strands of divine splendor soared into the sky, all arousing their own strength to the strongest. The end of eternity. Xuanhuan took one step at a time, the heavens and the earth trembled, he looked down at the majesty of the three, the supreme overlord, and with one palm he carried the light of dusk, falling for the gods. This strike, it seems that there is no explosion, but it is weakening the strength of the three. Then he came directly in front of Flame God, looking at him with indifferent eyes, which made him feel the fear in his bones, and the flame would be extinguished. Afterwards, the Flame God was swept away by Xuanhuan's hand and flew out. Yenshin's heart trembled. Run! They tried their best to break through Xuanhuan's blockade and charged towards the sky, but when they flew out, his path was the eternal sky, infinitely high, and they couldn't escape no matter how they broke through. Eternalization by itself, as if two emperors appeared in one empire, is also Xuanhuan's eternal law. He has turned his own way into his eternal sky. After experiencing the horror of Xuanhuan, there is a great horror. This has not yet reached the eternal level. If it is, then it will be fine. Watch them go out of their way. Xuanhuan was unparalleled in the world, he suppressed it with one hand, rumbling, the door of eternity appeared, with terrifying power, the soul and body were about to explode and crush. Don't force us to fight you hard. Bearing this pressure, Yenshin gasped and screamed angrily, unexpectedly, he would still have this day. I open up eternity and sweep away all corruption. There are great wishes in Xuanhuan's words. The three of them are corrupt, should not exist, and should be killed. They were angry and even more afraid that they lost all their brilliance in front of him, like a rotten corpse, about to be wiped out in the dust of history. I won't let you succeed. Niran Tianzuan had just finished saying this sentence, but Xuanhuan had already arrived in front of him. He raised his palm, and slashed at Niran's body, blood spattered, and Niran Tianzuan's entire body exploded. It was terrible to see. This kind of strength is absolute suppression. As soon as his eyes focused on the Flame God, there was a freezing storm, which made him shiver. What should not exist, it is best to destroy it. It is conceivable how strong he is that can make the eternal class tremble so timidly. He strikes on, dealing them the most devastating blows. I fight with you. The flame god is composed of flames, the huge flame god body. When the eternal fire path appeared, it completely burned up, and waved the flame god halberd. Rumble. When Yenshin was desperate, a huge stone appeared in the sky and fell directly from the sky, shooting out 3 rays of divine light, all of which shone on Yenshin's body. The past, the present, and the future all seemed to shine forth. No, Yenshin has no future, his future has been obliterated by Xuanhuan. This is. As soon as Yenshin saw this stone, he saw his past and present, and all his secrets were revealed, engraved in the eternal rules. Seeing this vision, Xuanhuan gradually understood a lot. If you want to transcend eternity, you must do something, that is, cut off your own destiny and separate from the eternal road. The god that shines on Sansheng, this is the Sansheng stone. As soon as Yenshin saw the 3 living stone, he saw his future, that is, Emperor Xuanwu killed him most brutally. The power of the 3 life stones finally descended. Emperor Xuanwu urged the Sansheng stone to suppress it all at once, and the flame god couldn't resist at all, and the flames all over his body were extinguished steadily. Xuanhuan turned his hands into clouds and his hands into rain. The final kill. When the Sansheng stone is pressed down, it is like a mountain falling down, boom. After all, Yenshin completely exploded and collapsed. After he exploded, he turned into countless meteor showers and flew out. Xuanhuan's power is 1 volume, and all time and space are under control. All these meteors and fire showers were gathered in his palm, announcing the fall of the flame god, and there would be no way out. And after Yenshin was beheaded, Pill Furnace's promotion reminder also resounded. Sure enough, it takes eternal blood to promote it to the origin artifact. #C1920 No original intention. The Sansheng stone thundered down. Driven by Xuanhuan's invincible magic power, he killed the past, the present, and the future, obliterating all the ways of life of the flame god from various aspects, and finally beheaded him. A generation of heroes and overlords died tragically on the spot. He never dreamed that he would die here. He originally thought that even if he couldn't beat him, he could escape, but all his thoughts were in vain, and death was his final destination. The moment he died, it was as if the sound of the funeral of the soul resounded through the air. Eternal ranks are not indestructible. When every strongest person fights for hegemony, more or less, they will be stained with the blood of eternal ranks, using their lives to create brilliance. It is said that Emperor Zhu Tian killed a lot of Eternals, and the number of those who died in his hands was in double digits. Whoever provoked him, whoever disliked him, directly raised his sword and killed him. With the appearance of Xuanwu, his hand was finally stained with eternal blood. He was invincible, he fought for the strongest, and the strongest who died in his hands may even be the most in history. Because he has more opponents than anyone else. Once he becomes eternal, he will be the strongest eternal in this world. The flame god was also directly sacrificed to the alchemy furnace by Xuanhuan, and became an artifact of origin, which could be used to refine the alchemy of origin for the empire. The flame god is dead. Xuanhuan lost his soul. Yenshin is dead, he is sad when he dies, and he will be the next one. The dim light of the end shone on him, making him feel chills through his bones. His life was also ending, and the Sansheng stone also destined his fall to be inevitable. Never had he felt that death was so close to him. Xuanwu, you are so ruthless. Niren Tianzuan's eye sockets were cracked due to anger. In the eternal days, he felt that he couldn't escape. I'm an eternal class, how can I die here? No, this is not my fate. I want to defy the sky of your martial arts, you are so ruthless. Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan and became frightened. He has lived for too long. He was achieved when the Panchen Great Emperor ruled eternity. With the Panchen Great Emperor constantly suppressing the universe, no one would dare to hunt him down. He has long lost his original intention, especially after the fall of Panchen Great. he is even more disappointed in the future. My God, you can't go against it. With Xuanhuan's infinite imperial power, he strode forward, trampling time and space, and around Xuanhuan there were earth-shattering explosions, bombarding him again and again. Xuanhuan was terrified, and had a deep fear of Xuanhuan. Looking at him, this person is like an eternal master, not only hitting him with strength, but also seems to control his destiny, making him lifeless. That kind of deterrent power, in his eyes, this person is no longer a person, but eternity. Boom! In an instant, there was a thunderstrike, and the divine light descended from the sky, and Xuanhuan was chopped to pieces, which was horrible. Xuanhuan, rebellious heavenly venerable, had a grim face. Xuanhuan stood in the sky, his Taoism condensed into his own gate of eternity, directly suppressed it, and a giant hand from the sky grabbed it out. Xuanhuan instinctively wanted to dodge, but time and space were frozen. My way! Xuanhuan roared and attacked wildly, unwilling to accept his fate. But the moment Xuanhuan's heavenly power grabbed him, his road collapsed inch by inch, unparalleled in the world, powerful and domineering, and Xuanhuan was caught by him all at once. Boom! Xuanhuan exploded and regrouped again. The vitality of the eternal level is very tenacious, but the unrivaled power of the gods makes him feel heartbroken. Fight! Niluan Tianzuan rushed forward and wanted to fight Xuanhuan desperately, but was swept away by Xuanhuan's palm, and his bones were cracked. This eternal class has long since lost its ambition. If there is no way for eternity, I will open up a way. Xuanhuan was indifferent and ruthless, his earth-breaking blow landed in the air, and he cast his eternal Taoism, that Xuanhuan was split in half in an instant. He is like a furnace of heaven and earth, devouring with infinity, crushing Xuanhuan, turning him into countless pieces of meat. Xuanhuan fell. Now there is only Niran Tianzuan left. Flame God, Xuanhuan. Niluan Tianzuan looked at both sides, and he was the only one left. Facing the eternal power of Emperor Shenwu, he let out a terrible laugh. I didn't expect it, I'm the only one left. He really didn't expect that he would end like this. He thought that he would not be able to hold on, and no one would know, and he would die silently in his own way. The degenerate should not exist. Xuanhuan looked at him, he was bright and majestic, glaring and hot. Niluan Tianzuan was like a shadow, and would be completely turned into ashes under his sunlight. But I don't regret it. Niluan Tianzuan regained his ruthless aura again, and roared violently, haha, although I am going to die in your hands, but in my life, people like Sanxing have hunted and killed many statues, and they all died in my hands one by one. In the end, it's a good deal, this is the path I chose. What is your so-called depravity? You don't understand at all. Every strongest person is ambitious at the beginning, but the cruel reality will wear down to flatten their spirit. The Holy Emperor has also done such a thing. In order to survive forever, what does the life and death of others matter? You are domineering now, but one day, you will also go your own way. Words of murder. He couldn't resist Xuanhuan's destructive attack, so he used this kind of words to attack him. He knew that Xuanhuan was at his peak at the moment, and these words were intended to cast a shadow in his heart, which might erupt at some point. And he was right. Throughout the ages, not to mention the eternal level, the strongest either died in the impact of eternity, or fell and decayed like the Holy Emperor. No one is eternal, this is the greatest curse. Xuanhuan overwhelmed the world, and he didn't try to refute his words. If he really refuted, then he would lose. No matter how much he said, it would be useless. Only reality is the king of truth. Niluan Tianzuan fought Xuanhuan at the last moment of his life. In the end, his fate was doomed, he was directly blasted to death by Xuanhuan, and his whole body was shattered. Xuanhuan stood upright with his hands behind his back. The emperor robe on his body was filled with eternal blood, which was extremely dazzling. This is his proud record, which is enough to make others fear. Once the news here gets out, I don't know how many people will fear him and regard him as the most terrifying big devil. Let the heavens fear me forever, and all opponents tremble with fear. Xuanhuan said indifferently. Ding. After the host completes choice 3, he will receive a mysterious reward, summoning Yanxin, Xuanzuan, and rebellious Tianzuan for an hour. The rewards of the system are issued. Xuanhuan looked at this somewhat special reward and took a closer look. The so-called summoning of the 3 means that the 3 of them can be summoned, one by one, or all of them can be summoned. However, they only exist for 1 hour. Moreover, as long as it is summoned, it is impossible to summon it again. However, this value is also great enough, if used well, it is stronger than giving eternal artifacts. The summoned 3 gods have the same combat power as the main one, there is no difference, which means that the 3 gods can survive for another hour. This is enough for Xuanhuan to deal a brutal blow to the enemy at a critical moment. Only the system, this mysterious existence, can give this kind of reward. Hashtag see 1921 trembling record. 3 beheaded, life ended. Lingzhu also achieved the eternal level afterward. Looking at the battle that had stopped, she couldn't hide the shock in her heart. Even though she had seen too many shocks, today's scene was too incredible. Originally, it was her plan that Emperor Xuanwu would stop 1 or 2 people, and when she broke through, they would surround and kill them together. However, who would have thought that Emperor Xuanwu, with all his power in the world, would kill the 3 directly and end the battle? This level of divine power can already be called invincible. She looked at Xuanhuan as if she was watching a mighty figure about to appear. I am shocked by the emperor's methods. Lingzhu admired him in his heart. The road of the strongest is paved with the blood of eternity. My biggest opponent is not all the strong on the road of eternity, but eternity itself. Xuanhuan looked up and said, Lingzhu, you have achieved the eternal level today. Yes, even though I am eternal, I can't achieve it without the emperor's protection, so my achievement depends entirely on the emperor, and today, I can see the 3 eternals fall. Lingzhu made a decision and said, if the emperor wants to control the entire eternity, let me join the spiritual world and become a part of the eternity of the empire. Lingzhu didn't say to join the empire directly. However, she is also willing to join Xuanhuan's eternal road and guard this road. The meaning is also very clear. She can become the military deployment of the empire and contribute to Xuanhuan. I welcome it naturally. I will build a 5th city in the spirit world. Xuanhuan Dao, he is very satisfied with Lingzhu's decision. Although he is not directly a courtier of the empire, he can also transfer Lingzhu. The main reason is that he sheltered the Lingzhu today and beheaded 3 more, which shocked her too much. 5th city, good. Lingzhu nodded, and she immediately asked her subordinates to start building the city. Xuanhuan's power was shocked, and with his power, he connected the spiritual world and the empire's qi with great supernatural powers. In the future, there is no door to the spiritual world, and they can be freely transmitted. The emperor is eternal, and I am the eternity in the emperor's eternal road. Of course, Lingzhu wanted to escape herself like Xuanhuan did, but she also knew that she couldn't do it with her strength. Xuanhuan Dao, when the news here gets out, there will be a big storm. Really? The smooth breakthrough of Lingzhu made people expect very bad things. After the news was found out, everyone fell silent. Xuanhuan, Yanxin, and Xuanzuan were all dead, and they were beheaded by Emperor Xuanwu alone. How can this be? This is the eternal level. How could it be so fragile and beheaded like this, so that no one else could react? It is not terrible for Emperor Xuanwu to defeat 1 person, not to be afraid to defeat 3 people, not even to behead 1 person, but beheading 3 in a row is too terrible. Although Xuanhuan and the others are ordinary eternals, but eternals are eternals, how could life be so fragile? Emperor Xuanwu's methods have reached the point where it is hard to guess. The world was shocked, and his reputation was spread everywhere. He has become the most brilliant person in the universe. How could Emperor Xuanhu be so powerful? Niluan, Xuanhuan, and Yenshin, they are all at the eternal level, but if they are said to be beheaded, they will be beheaded. How did he do it? He was obviously not so powerful before, but it is certain that he has not survived the eternal calamity. He just set up a trap and deliberately waited for them to drill into it. All the Eternals can't calm down. It's Niran Tianzuan and the others who died at this moment, maybe they will die next time. The will of Xuanhu is overbearing, and those who stand in his way will undoubtedly die. Even if it is the Holy Emperor, Zhu Tian, and Panchen, they must have broken through the eternal level to have the strength to kill the same realm. The bloody record makes people tremble. With the strength to kill the eternal level, no one can calm down. No, absolutely not, let him become the strongest. The spiritual thoughts of many strong men are colliding. The growth of Xuanhu's strength is beyond expectations, and it is an astonishing speed. Originally, he wanted to wait for the most secure strength, but now almost every time he appears, he will bring astonishing shock. But some people want to deal with Xuanhu now, but with his strength, if he goes to a few statues, he will be courting death. We can't let it go any longer, we must do everything we can to contact all the eternal levels that can be reached, and it is best to have an ancient eternal level existence. I know that the ancient eternal level Holy Emperor will definitely make a move. If he doesn't make a move, he will be the only one with supernatural power, and he will definitely die. There are also poison ancestors, soul ancestors, and the others. Yes, in the shortest possible time, deal a devastating blow to Xuanhu. Many powerful people have acted. If it were the previous years, seeing the worldwide power of Xuanhu, maybe they would give up their thoughts, and let him be the strongest if he wanted to be the strongest. But many people do. The path of Xuanhu is too scary. Once he achieves it, many people will really have no way out. Besides, there are other shocks. The Lingzhu broke through successfully, and under the protection of Xuanhu, those who came to hunt were also beheaded one after another. Many people like Ru Yuan hated this kind of hunting and killing others to the extreme. Emperor Xuanhu has the strength to protect others, to become enlightened. The current situation is more shocking than ever. We may also fall, so it is better to directly rely on Xuanhu. Some people want to join Chu Yuan directly. Some people think that the situation is chaotic, and too many eternal levels are going to deal with Xuanhu, so there must not be much time for other people to pay attention to. When there is more chaos, they take advantage of the situation to attack. No matter what these people think, Chu Yuan's reputation as the strongest has already been established. The emperor is invincible, and the power of the gods is universal. But within the empire, everyone is extremely excited and excited. The emperor already has the strength to kill the eternal level. And they will be honored with the emperor. Although their strength is nothing in front of the emperor, everyone has their own role and can contribute their own role. It is also because, after the news of this incident, countless people are migrating towards the Xuanhu Empire, hoping to get the protection of the empire. Lingzhu breaks through, and I have to seize the opportunity to achieve eternity. Yuan, who has always been calm, is also clenching his palms at this moment. He knows that there will soon be an eternal battle to siege the empire, and his current strength is not enough to join in. He will fight once. This era is the most critical. The emperor is brilliant, and I will follow the glory. My life is already closely linked with the empire. Yuan deeply understands this. Is there any big action? Chu Yuan stepped inside the empire and knew these movements well, which is what he should have, because his strength has long made them change from fear to fear. But Chu Yuan didn't care. The beheading of the three gods this time also allowed him to obtain multiple eternal artifacts. He seized the path of the three gods and became a part of him. The flame god was sacrificed, and the origins of the other two gods turned into billowing energy that filled the entire empire. This is the origin of the eternal level, how abundant and complete. It is enough to create a large number of strong men for the empire, and the gods of origin will appear in batches. Hashtag see 1922 Invincible trend. In which era there will be so much eternal energy for others to refine and absorb. But the Xuanhuan Empire did it. The infinitely bright light turned into a flood of energy, and every drop of blood at the eternal level could be transformed into a sea of energy. What an abundance of energy! The two statues are so complete. He is cultivating the empire with the origin of the eternal level. The strength of an era largely depends on the strongest. With the existence of Xuanhuan, it will be much easier to break through the origin gods in the empire, because they have no shortage of resources at all. As long as they are self-motivated, they can be cultivated by the empire. My eternity, the empire is eternal, and my body is eternal. King Xuanhuan visited the world, looked down at the empire, and all living beings were under his gaze. He is evolving the eternal road, his own empire is jumping out, and what he lives in is his world. He is creating his own eternal world, so as to achieve independence and not be influenced and controlled by eternal rules. His current realm can no longer be marked by a simple god of origin. He himself is actually an eternity, but it seems to be the embryonic form of the world, which has not yet been truly achieved. As he develops his empire, he is actually perfecting his own eternity. Many strong men broke through. In this kind of sublimation and baptism, Jiuyou also reached the 8th realm, and Yao Linger also reached the 7th realm, and Luo Yueying followed closely. Shangguan Xian, Shui Chengwei, is still a bit worse. However, the closest person around Xuanhuan will not be far away as he grows stronger. His cultivation is to turn himself into an existence that does not belong to the eternal road, and become a different kind. This kind of cultivation is very difficult, but it is self-eternal and not bound by him. I form my own system. Xuanhuan is cultivating his own eternal system. Difficult choices will bring him great strength at the same time. But outside the first city, there is a person leaving at this moment. He is a middle-aged man, wearing gray clothes. If an ascetic, come slowly. Huangfu Tao Tian, you are here. With a smile, Yuan recognized this person. You can come, why can't I come? This is called Huangfu's monstrous way. I'm different from you. I've trusted your majesty a long time ago. You don't need to say anything. I know that you want to see your majesty and join the divine dynasty. After all, in this world, only your majesty can protect others to achieve success. Yuan said, come with me, I will take you to see his majesty. The place where Xuanhuan was standing was the gathering point of infinite luck. He also saw the two of them at this moment, and said in a gentle tone, I know it all. Your majesty, his name is Huangfu Tao Tian, and he also wants to join the empire. Yuan said. This Huangfu is monstrous, very powerful, and is the top powerhouse. Huangfu Tao Tian has seen the emperor. Huangfu stared at Xuanhuan, unable to see the whole face of the emperor, as if he was detached from this world, watching him like a god outside the world. He thought to himself, this is the emperor's law, and the shock it brings is great. Huangfu is monstrous, his name is very domineering. Xuanhuan said. In front of the emperor, you dare not talk about domineering. Huangfu Tao Tian said, I have 3 heaven-punishing swords here, and I dedicate them to the emperor. I accepted it. Xuanhuan has already sensed it, I know your purpose, you stay in the first city, and when you want to hit the eternal level, I will give you asylum. After bringing Huangfu Tao Tian into the empire, Xuanhuan believed that with the passage of time, it is not impossible to have eternal loyalty to him. This is a signal. It's time to collect all the heaven-punishing swords. The total number of Xuanhuan's heaven-punishing swords has exceeded 60. He can have a strong sense and know the specific whereabouts of each sword. It's time. He left the Empire in one step. Emperor Xuanhuan has left again. Anything he does is worth watching. As Xuanhuan crossed, each heaven-punishing sword clearly showed a sword-like imprint as a map in his mind. Under his powerful summons, each of these swords came into his hands one after another. He spends time and has more and more swords in his hand. Some heaven-punishing swords were sealed in a certain sect, but as soon as they sensed his arrival, they immediately sent the heaven-punishing sword to their door. How dare they not give it to him? This is the invincible power, the most direct crushing. Emperor Xuanhuan is here, and he is coming directly to my Yuanchu Empire. In one part of Eternal Road, there is an empire called the Yuanchu Empire, which was established by the eternal Yuanchu ancient emperor. His purpose is for the heaven-punishing sword. The ancient emperor at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty also got 2 heaven-punishing swords and kept them in his empire. Feeling the breath of Xuanhuan, he also trembled. This is a ruthless person who can kill the eternal level. How dare he provoke him? Emperor Xuanhuan, I give you the heaven-punishing sword, take it away. The ancient emperor at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty threw out the heavenly punishing sword and directly took away his own empire. Before Xuanhuan arrived, he fled far away. How could he dare to say a word of nonsense? Even the eternal class was shocked by his strength, not to mention the others. His heaven-punishing swords also grew more and more, and soon reached as many as 90. It's still 9. Xuanhuan knew that when the 99 heaven-punishing swords were gathered together, this set of artifacts would be truly complete, and the power it would explode would far exceed that of ordinary eternal-level artifacts, and it could even summon the worldwide power of the heaven-punishing emperor. Xuanhuan is collecting the heaven-punishing sword. He possesses a very large number of heaven-puting divine swords, 90 of them. Once he obtains them all, he will unleash the full power of this divine sword, and his strength will greatly increase. We can't let him get it, and his strength can't be strengthened. At this moment, there are 4 eternal ranks guarding the 6 heaven-punishing swords, which are left in their power, and now they are gathered together. They looked at the heaven-punishing sword, their expressions flickering constantly. Everyone, there is only one way now, and that is to destroy one of them, making the heaven-punishing sword incomplete. There is humanity. However, if the heaven-punishing sword is destroyed, it will explode with the will of the heaven-punishing emperor, slaying gods and demons, and with the majesty of the strongest, under killing, even the eternal level can do it. They hesitated. Destroying the heaven-punishing sword is very risky. Xuanhuan is coming here quickly. One person suddenly said, Xuanhuan's speed is beyond imagination. We can't hesitate anymore. With his speed, he is coming soon. If he explodes, let's explode. I'll wait for the 4 of us to split the damage equally. It's amazing. It can really kill us. Immediately, they made a decision. With a heaven-punishing sword, these 4 powerhouses all sacrificed their own eternal artifacts. Boom! Their strength hit the heaven-punishing sword, and the sword immediately erupted into a strong vibration, but it was not destroyed immediately. It's worthy of being used by Emperor Zhu Tian to break the curse. It's really tough. Normally, it would be very difficult for one person to destroy the heavenly punishing sword, but this time there are 4 people, so there is a way to destroy it. I still want to destroy the heaven-punishing sword. But just when they were about to continue to destroy, Xuanhuan's people hadn't arrived yet, but his mana had already crossed time and space and bombarded them directly. The aftermath of destruction erupted, shocked the 4 of them at the same time. The Emperor Xuanhuan is coming. They were shocked at the same time. Emperor Xuanhuan came faster than they imagined. You can't fight him recklessly, let's go. Originally, he wanted to destroy the heaven-punishing sword, but the Emperor Xuanhuan was coming soon. Although there were 4 of them, the deaths of Nilwan Tianzuan and the others gave them a great shock, and they knew that it would definitely not end well if they fought head-on with him. Although they were aggrieved and angry in their hearts, they still didn't want to fight and ruin their lives. #C 1923 Emperor Zhu Tian X1. Xuanhuan's strength made them dare not face it head-on. This strength is too frightening. Everyone knew that it would be extremely miserable for a few people to fight against Emperor Xuanhuan alone, and the strength of the strongest existence of this kind of hegemony had long exceeded their expectations. Gather a few heaven-punishing swords. They walked too fast, and Xuanhuan ignored them. Xuanhuan continued to search, but he was still short of the last few heaven-punishing swords, which were left in the deepest part of the world. If he didn't get enough, it would be difficult to find them. One after another, the heaven-punishing swords are gathering. The 99th heaven-punishing sword. Xuanhuan stepped into an ancient ruin at this moment. In front of him, there was the last heaven-punishing sword disassembled on a rock. There was still blood on the rock, which had not melted away for thousands of years, and remained bright. This is the blood of the eternal level, splashed on it. Xuanhuan looked at the last one, and he waved all the 98 heaven-punishing swords, and they appeared. Suddenly, there was a vibration like the sound of swords, with infinite killing intent. When the 99 heaven-punishing swords gather together, the most terrifying power will erupt. And this terrifying power is that the will of Emperor Zhu Tian will reappear. There was no need for Xuanhuan to urge it specially. The last divine sword rose directly from the rocks and gathered with the other 98 swords. The 99 heaven-killing swords have finally gathered together again after a long epoch. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the sword intent turned into a storm, sweeping madly, and every force in it could completely shatter the world. Suddenly, a burst of the strongest will shot out from the heaven-punishing sword, almost piercing into the boundless sky, creating a vicious cycle of eternity. A person appeared. This person is not the real body, he is a will. It looked like he was a middle-aged man in white clothes. His expression is indifferent. This is the Emperor Zhu Tian, with an invincible heart and a will to fear nothing. He is not the real body, but the embodiment of will. The real Emperor Zhu Tian had long since fallen, but his will remained in the sword. Emperor Zhu Tian has gone through the vicissitudes of the ages. He is proud in his heart and is the strongest. However, he did not choose to live like the Holy Emperor. Instead, he was brave and fearless. Although this kind of character has failed, he is worthy of admiration. Xuanhuan respected him and nodded to him, looking at each other from different time and space throughout the ages, expressing his respect for the brave and fearless Emperor Zhu Tian. Stormy. Emperor Zhu Tian no longer has his own wisdom, only a will to fight constantly. In an instant, the 99 heaven-punishing swords burst out with endless killing intent, and in his hands, all the swords turned into one, condensing into a real killing sword. Don't think that he is not scary if he is not real. His strength can completely kill an eternal level at this moment. This is the majesty of the strongest. Even if he falls, all that exists is an incarnation, which still possesses powerful and terrifying strength. Such strongest players should not treat them as eternity class, but have stepped into another taboo field. Only when this will is suppressed can it be regarded as the real heaven-punishing sword. Xuanhuan's strength also moved. Kill. Emperor Zhu Tian held the sword, and it was the most powerful sword move. His sword slashed, there was no leak of sword energy, but all the power was concentrated. It was really terrifying, like cutting the world. The power of this sword is too fierce, as if everything can be split in half by him. In fact, Emperor Zhu Tian didn't have any sword moves, he just slashed or hacked directly, but this simplicity showed his strength more deeply. Xuanhuan's eyes evolved endless cycles. He seemed to have seen that at the last moment behind him, Emperor Zhu Tian erupted with the most powerful power in the world, splitting eternity, and finally died tragically under the rules of eternity. He gets it. Emperor Zhu Tian also knew that eternity itself is the key that traps everyone and cannot escape, so he has to use his absolute power to open up a way. But even if it is the strongest, if it overwhelms all the strong, its power cannot be stronger than the eternal rule. Facing his beheading, Xuanhuan also displayed his strength. He raised his big hand up to the sky, and immediately slashed down with the most terrifying posture with his sword. The power of this sword is fierce to the extreme. The ruins are destroyed. Although eternity is nothingness, this sword actually brought collapse, beheading to the eternal rules. You know, this is just a slash of his will. If it is his true self, the power will be 10 times and 100 times more terrifying. Xuanhuan's face remained calm, and he directly resisted this move. If he couldn't stop it even with a slash of will, how could he talk about fighting for eternity? Killing move again. Emperor Zhu Tian was pressed down again with a sword, and the signs of collapse became more and more intense. His will seemed to be sublimated to the utmost, and he exerted his strength to the strongest. Xuanhuan, with the power of the current deity, turned the eternal heaven into a force that reaches the sky, and directly suppressed the outbreak of Emperor Zhu Tian. Then, he covered it with a palm, and the power of Emperor Zhu Tian disappeared completely. In the end, the will was illusory. He is strong, but in the end it is only the will left. Only the heaven-punishing sword can explode with such power. How can he compete with Xuanhuan in his heyday? The 99 heaven-punishing swords spread out again. With a grasp of Xuanhuan's palm, these heaven-punishing swords all fell into his domain. Ding! The host completes the side quest, collects all 99 punishing heaven swords, and gets rewarded with 9 billion vertex points, heaven punishing Emperor X1, and random lucky draw chance X1. The heaven punisher Emperor X1. Xuanhuan's expression changed violently. The system reward this time was actually given to Emperor Zhu Tian. The task of collecting all 99 heavenly punishing swords was released a long time ago, and it has only now been collected. It can be said for a long time, but I never thought that this would be given. The Heaven Punisher. A person appeared in front of Xuanhuan. His face is arrogant and unassuming, his temperament is extremely cold, and the power of the aura he exudes is the eternal level. He is exactly the same as the figure that appeared in the previous will, that is, the heavenly executioner. Those who are rewarded by the God of Darkness and the God of Light will come to him with great respect. But this Emperor Zhu Tian was different. He didn't say anything, he just stood there quietly. The strength of the eternal level, possessing all kinds of supernatural powers of Emperor Zhu Tian, as if it was reproduced. Xuanhuan looked at the Emperor Zhu Tian and understood, but he is not the real Emperor Zhu Tian, but the Emperor Zhu Tian simulated and cloned by the power of the system. He has his appearance and supernatural powers, and he is not the strongest. He doesn't have the aura of the most powerful Emperor Zhu Tian. It's not the real Emperor Zhu Tian, it's just a simulation. It's like, to create someone with his appearance, is that Xuanhuan himself? The Emperor Zhu Tian in front of him is also like the God of Darkness and the God of Light, but it is reproduced with a template, which perfectly imitates the Emperor Zhu Tian. But that being said, the strength of the heaven-killing Emperor in front of him is also extremely terrifying, especially if the heaven-killing sword is given to him to control, it will become Xuanhuan's big killer. This is not from summoning, the summoning power disappears, he also disappears, but really exists. The power of the system is tyrannical and mysterious. Xuanhuan vaguely expected that maybe when he broke the eternal curse, he would be able to know the secret of the system. #C1924, the true face of the spacetime island. The gathering of 99 heaven-punishing swords allowed the system to reward Xuanhuan with the re-engraved heaven-punishing emperor, which also explained the mystery and terror of the system from the side. Although he is not the one who has died, his strength is still very strong, and he has the ability to cut eternity with a sword. Let's not guess too much about the mystery of the system, Chu Yuan has more plans in his heart. He now knows how to find the end of eternity, the day he breaks through and becomes eternity. Good. His cultivation is to become eternal, not to break through the eternal level like others, and he must completely cut off the oppression and imprisonment of the rules. His eternity is eternity. Eternal level can already be called an eternal god, but there are rules to suppress it. Chu Yuan looked at the engraving of Emperor Zhu Tian. Now the world only knows that he has collected the heaven-punishing sword, but who knows that he owns the heaven-punishing emperor, which will definitely be a sensation when he uses it, and he will sacrifice the sword with an eternal god. With the current strength of the empire, it is almost possible to fight whoever it wants. This is indeed the case. Many Eternals have begun to hide their influence, so as not to be found by Chu Yuan, so as not to be hit. There are still many obstacles in the way, and it is not something that can be achieved in a short period of time for me to become an Eternal class. There are so many strong people gathered, it is difficult to give me a chance to kill alone, but I have to find opportunities, and I can't just wait for death. Chu Yuan was planning a big opportunity in his heart to seize the disunity of this group of people and divide them. He looked at the door of the alchemy world. This door that could open the alchemy world may be a good opportunity, but it is not now, it depends on the opponent's actions. Become eternity first, then transcend eternity. Chu Yuan said coldly, in the multiverse, there is also a time-space island. I have completely seen through his origin. Taking this opportunity, I want to completely control this time-space island in my own hands and extract the time-space island. Strength. He returned to the empire. The world is not peaceful. Xuanhuan actually collected all 99 heaven-punishing swords. That is the divine sword of Emperor Zhu Tian. Back then, Emperor Zhu Tian could kill the eternal level with one sword, and his eternal divine weapon was also exceptionally powerful. You have to think about the existence of Emperor Tianzhu, and how easy his sword is to control. The will of Tianzhu can't be suppressed so easily. This is not a good thing. That's right, let him get it. I don't believe he can really perfectly use the Excalibur of the heaven-killing emperor. They didn't know at all that Chu Yuan had a more mysterious system, which directly reproduced the Emperor Zhu Tian for him, perfectly controlled it, and could explode with the power to kill them. Now, what we have to do is to gather the most powerful people as soon as possible, and deal the most craziest and fatal blow to Xuanhuan. More voices said. Chu Yuan ignored the voices from the outside world, and the soldiers came to cover up the water and earth. He had the invincible confidence to suppress all this. Now, he has returned to the multiverse. Because of Chu Yuan's existence, he raised the upper limit of an era's strength, and his cultivation became easier. And Emperor Zhu Tian also returned to the multiverse with him, which also shows that he is not the real Zhu Tian, but a clone reproduced by the system with mysterious power. From now on, your name will be Zhu Tian. Chu Yuan said. There is no longer the Emperor Zhu Tian in the world, only Zhu Tian will survive forever. He came to the island of time and space, looking at this huge island shrouded in the mist of time and space, his great will spread out, and immediately enveloped it all. His gaze penetrates many hidden places, and he sees through infinite time and space. Eternal road shrouded. When he didn't make a move before, Chu Yuan wasn't afraid of its power at all, but worried that it would disappear immediately. Now, with his eternal world, he completely controlled it in his own time and space. An ancient and powerful existence, I have completely seen through your face, you fell for eternity. Chu Yuan said. The island of time and space was shrouded in mist. When he was weak, Chu Yuan had explored and entered the ocean of time and space. He slammed his palm, and the boundless emperor's domineering aura rumbled, and he pushed it flat with one hand. Under his power, the fog dissipated layer by layer, let alone the remains left by the ancient existence. Even if he did not die, he would not be afraid of him. He tore away all the fog, and the displayed picture was shocking. Everyone thought that Time and Space Island was an island, but under Xuanhuan's magic power, his true face was unbelievable. This behemoth is actually like a person, with hands and feet, and human facial features, but it has been magnified countless times. His hugeness, even if he took a star, it would become extremely small in front of him. This body does not look like a body of flesh and blood, but a crystal of time and space, and the inside of the crystal is like hundreds of millions of small crystals. This body is like a terrifying treasure of time and space. He passed some images to the Empire. Some people who have explored on the Time and Space Island before, when they saw this scene, the expressions on their faces were extremely exciting. No one could have imagined that the real appearance of the Time and Space Island would be like this. Is this a real person, or was it made with power? Many people speculated whether it might be some kind of artifact made to look like a human. However, Xuanhuan answered their questions. This is a real strong man, and he is also his true self, but his cultivation method is different. He has transformed himself into heaven and earth. During his long years, he has condensed his strength, strengthened himself, and he has completely turned into a space-time crystal, and he himself represents the universe. Although this strong man died, he could still feel the tyrannical power. During his lifetime, he was extremely powerful, much stronger than any rebellion. Incarnation of heaven and earth, jumping out of the eternal circle by itself. And Xuanhuan is also the embodiment of eternity, making himself the place of eternity. Although there are some differences, there are similarities, but Xuanhuan's method is much more overbearing. In fact, many strong people are aware that eternity is a vicious circle, and they are trying to find ways to escape, but knowing what to say and what to do are two different problems. For example, mortals know that they are trapped on a certain planet, but it is difficult for them to escape by themselves. The strong man clearly failed. The consequence of doing so is that it will provoke the eternal rules and cause its countermeasures, but it is impossible not to do so. Xuanhuan said slowly. Xuanhuan also saw through the sea of time and space that he entered before. It was actually a giant's blood vessel, and the ocean was his blood. It's just that his size is too big, which makes people mistake it for the ocean. On the giant's body, there is a vast space-time inside the body, and living beings can directly use it as a living universe. Different routes lead to the same goal, and all methods are the same in the end. Creatures beyond ordinary understanding. Xuanhuan is watching. His purpose at this moment is to swallow this eternal giant and refine his power into his own eternal way, so that his eternal way will be more perfect. His will is omnipotent. Immediately, his mighty power was absorbed by a huge black hole. #See 1925 Prestige Far Shock. Although the giant has died, it still possesses tyrannical and invincible strength. I don't know his name, so let's just call him the Lord of Time and Space. At this time, the Lord of Space-Time refined himself into a cosmic world, and the crystals of space-time refracted an extremely bright light, which seemed to be able to pass through all realms and was unstoppable. Really? At the moment when Xuanhuan's devouring black hole enveloped him, the Space Lord erupted with extremely ferocious power, and this huge body rushed out. The force of this rush was so violent that it was almost impossible to stop him. Eternal days. At this time, no matter how the Lord of Space attacked, he couldn't get out. Xuanhuan walked over to the Lord of Time and Space. He turned into eternity, and everywhere he walked was eternity. With 2 palms, 10 fingers sealed him inside like pillars of heaven. The Lord of Time and Space seemed to stand up. His terrifying body, Xuanhuan, was probably not even a speck of dust in front of him, it was extremely small. With one punch, he was blasted out, and the wind was surging, it was the cosmic bombardment, and it violently swept him in. Boom! With the power to overthrow the ages, time and space are thrown into chaos. Xuanhuan didn't move at all at this moment. His emperor's power was mighty, and then the emperor punched, and the shocking power hit the Lord of Time and Space fiercely. At this time, the Lord of Space was as tough as an eternal-level divine soldier. He survived his punch without being broken, and a more radiant divine light was reflected on the crystal body. He grabbed it out with his big hand, and the infinite sky was surrounded by him, but the master of time and space would never let Xuanhuan catch him, so he was struggling violently. The power of his time and space renders the world bright. This is still the divine body he left behind. If he is still alive, it will definitely be very difficult to deal with various methods of time and space. Not only is his divine body strong, but his time and space law is also strong. Xuanhuan's momentum is invincible and immeasurable. To refine the Lord of Time and Space, the first thing to do is to suppress his will, to fight back and disintegrate the divine power in his body. He has blocked him with his eternal road, and there is no escape. His great will rumbled down, his invincible hegemony penetrated into every inch of the Lord of Time and Space, and his remaining will was being crazily suppressed. Complete suppression. Totally under control. The fierce impact of the Lord of Time and Space, the obsession he left behind is manipulating his body, unwilling to be restrained by any, but it has no effect. The huge black hole appears at this moment. Xuanhuan manipulated the black hole, and under his pull, the huge body began to be swallowed bit by bit, starting from the head. His body is also turning into nothingness, trying to turn into a torrent of time and space to escape from his control, but he can't. After all, it is already dead. No matter how powerful it is, it cannot function perfectly. Perhaps his power was incomparably mysterious in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of Xuanhuan, it was nothing. He directly swallowed him with the most domineering power. At this time, as soon as the Lord of Spacetime was swallowed into Xuanhuan's black hole, after a kind of refinement and transformation, he became a strong force of time and space, rushing into his eternal road. Create your own eternity. As soon as he got this power, Xuanhuan began to cultivate immediately, and eternity appeared in the eternal road, and he broke through it internally, and seized the control of heaven and earth. His dharma, his Tao is growing, and it seems to be reaching a state of lawlessness and lawlessness. He wants to cut off the connection with eternal road. The authorities are confused and the bystanders are clear, only because they are in this mountain. Xuanhuan knew that eternity was a weird circle, but he still couldn't know the commanding heights, just like a series of huge mountains. If you look down from the sky, you can see the whole picture. However, it cannot be done now. He stared at nothingness, as if there was no limit to the sky, but Xuanhuan also had a feeling that if he wanted to break through, he would be suppressed by a terrifying force. Waiting for me to be eternal, I am the real eternity, and I can find the end of eternity. Xuanhuan deeply understands that he cannot break through eternity with ordinary methods, otherwise he will still be trapped forever. Now, he sits in the Empire. The fate of the Empire is rising violently, and all of them are united as one, gathering into a surging force, showing the monstrous vision of swallowing eternity. Even without his action, the Empire's luck is condensed, and it is comparable to an eternal god. It seems that the powerful of the Empire cannot join the supreme duel, but everyone is a force that can be blessed on him and provide him with extremely strong combat power. The eternal world is nothingness. I want to create my own eternal world. Xuanhuan is practicing. Yi Tianzuan, Yuan, and Huangfu Tao Tian are currently exploring. That Yi Tianzuan activated the mirror of fate, shot a divine light of fate, and immediately a road was reflected by him. An eternal ancient road that has been seeded, follow me. Yi Tianzuan said. Yi Tianzuan, with you here, we have already found several eternal level fallen places. Yuan sighed. Without Yi Tianzuan, if you want to find it, you will have to try your luck. This is the calculus of fate. Yi Tianzuan's expression was mysterious and solemn. After he opened a road, the mirror of fate suddenly moved, and a group of blurred figures appeared on it. What happened? Yuan asked. There are eternal powerhouses. Yi Tianzuan said, after we opened the road, a burst of energy leaked out, which was felt by others, and we came here after looking for it. Ready to fight. Yuan did not dare to relax at all. But after a while, after the figure on the mirror of fate approached quickly, he left suddenly, his breath disappeared, and even Yi Tianzuan couldn't catch him. He's gone. Yi Tianzuan said. Just leave. Huangfu frowned monstrously. There are a lot of treasures and precious eternal artifacts in every eternal road, and they just left like that, didn't even come, just left like that. This is really weird. Don't be confused, he felt that it was the people of the Xuanhu Empire who opened the way. He is not afraid of us, but afraid of His Majesty. Yuan smiled. Yes, he is afraid of His Majesty. His Majesty's previous battle in the spirit world was terrifying. He didn't know if this was a trap set by His Majesty. He didn't dare to gamble. If he loses the bet, he might die. Yi Tianzuan said. The bloody exploits of Emperor Xuanhu. Let now, even if you meet the people of the Empire alone in the outside world, those strong men who used to be the only ones dare not gamble, because they are afraid that Emperor Xuanhu will lie in ambush and wait for them. He can go from the Empire to the spirit world in an instant, but there is no guarantee that he cannot reach the powerful side of the Empire in an instant. This is a talisman for them, even stronger than an eternal powerhouse protecting them. This is the deterrent power of the Emperor. He is not a holy Emperor, he can't attack at will, he is too scary in his heyday. Some eternal levels have said they will take action, and they themselves have to worry about the Emperor's hunting. #C 1926 blocker. The power of Xuanhu, now just a name, can frighten the eternal escape. His bloody cruelty is frightening. His domineering strength is hard to beat. Xuanhu's luck reaches heaven and earth, and there is a huge gathering of luck at every moment. From a distance, that luck is like a big oil pan, and the eternal level can be cooked directly. And under this boundless luck, a great emperor is like the sky, looking down at the sky. Chu Yuan is carrying out his own cultivation, and his power is creating eternity. With the creation of eternity, his strength is also getting stronger every moment. Under all kinds of threats, the Eternals woke up, and they also felt the huge pressure from Xuanhu, so they had to take action. If they don't make a move, they will be the unlucky ones. How many people can kill 3 Eternals? At the beginning, they thought that Xuanhu was strong, but he was just a god of origin. As long as he was not at the eternal level, then there was nothing to fear from him. But the reality is cruel. Even if Xuanhu does not have the power of the eternal level, the strength can still kill the eternal level, and everyone can see that the cultivation method of the Emperor of Xuanhu is different and cannot be treated according to ordinary experience. Originally, some people wanted to wait until Xuanhu hit eternity to make a move. But depending on the situation, this is not enough. Boom! In the extreme depths of eternity, great auras appeared, and then a light man was seen. These light people are not eternal real bodies, but their power incarnations, discussing major issues. A wave of breath rushed straight into the sky, from 1 to a few, then to a dozen, and finally to more than 20, and the number is still increasing. Xuanhu can't let him continue to be strong. His strength is too strong, like an alien in eternity. This deity has lived for so many years. Where have I seen such a character, who is not at the eternal level, already possesses this kind of universal power? Have you seen it? Give him more time, he is getting stronger. Who can resist his universal power? Although we didn't witness the killing of the 3 rebels that day, I heard that he killed Ling Zhu with the bloodiest and cruelest methods by himself before he reached the eternal level. These eternal levels have all gathered together for a meeting to discuss, and Xuanhu has seriously threatened them. 1 person kills 3 directly, this time should be very fast. It shows that beheading 3 is not his limit. his strength is even stronger, beyond our imagination, like the strongest in the past, who will be at his stage, showed such terrifying strength. They were extremely afraid of Xuanhuan's strength. They were also very aggrieved. Because of the existence of Xuanhu, when they heard the name, they had to hide themselves. So today all of us are united with only one purpose, which is to kill Emperor Xuanhu and completely eradicate him. When he has not yet dominated the heavens, choose this time to do it, and he can cultivate to the eternal level. I believe everyone can see through this. A strong man shrouded in thick, divine radiance made a strong voice. Xuanhu is so powerful that if you kill him, you can get many of his secrets. Don't think about the benefits, killing him is the most important thing. Someone scolded, don't always think about your own benefits, Xuanhu is the enemy of the world. If he is not united, he is not his opponent at all. Xuanhu was born out of nowhere. He possessed such universal divine power in less than one era of cultivation. In a short period of time, he overwhelmed the heavens. His brilliance is too strong, and his will is too domineering. A person spoke, like a peerless existence that came out of the ancient legends, every move has the power to explode. He said in a voice like Hong Zhong, Xuanhu is immortal, we will either perish or surrender. He is called the Lord of the Wild, and he is extremely powerful. He opened up the ancient and wild world, and created his own mythology. The fluctuation caused by Xuanhu woke up all the old antiques. Lord of the Wild, you are right. Xuanhu wants to wipe out all corruption, and isn't it us that he said corruption? During the years of his dominance, we have nothing but death. A ray of divine radiance shook the world, accompanied by a strong killing intent, and then a person appeared. It gives people the feeling that he is not a human being, but more like a magic weapon. And he is indeed not human, he is called the master of the divine weapon, and his body is an eternal level divine weapon, which was refined by a strongest man in ancient times. After the death of the strongest man, after a long period of time, a new divine mansion was born, that is, the master of the divine weapon. The most proud record of the Lord of Divine Weapons is that he killed an eternal level. It can be said that there are already old antiques showing up here today. As time goes by, there will be more. Xuanhu, he must die, and it's hard for him not to die. There was another icy breath, the world was silent, and then a thin man in a gray robe came out. He was called Nirvana Tianzuan. Nilwan Tianzuan is his friend, he was the one who hunted and killed the Zongxing Emperor back then. Now that Nilwan is dead, he is also angry. Jimia, you are here too. Someone said, what just puzzles me is what kind of state Xuanhu is in right now. He is obviously not at the eternal level. Why does he have such strength? Weird, too weird, I can't see through him. It would be the greatest stupidity to regard him as the god of origin. At this time, there was a faint voice, most of what others showed was light and shadow, but when this person walked over, it was his real body. This is an old man in black, directly speaking some eternal stupidity. Who are you? Each of the Eternals has spanned a long period of time and hides itself, so it is impossible to know everyone. Gongsun Fan, it's you. But someone still recognized it. No, you haven't appeared in hundreds of epics. According to your power, you have already reached the limit, how can you still exist? Wrong. The Lord of the Wild and the Lord of the Magic Weapon said, you are not the real Gongsun Fan. You have a body and no strange soul. You are controlled. Soul Ancestor, you are here. As soon as the word Soul Ancestor came out, the audience was shocked. Soul Ancestor, this is definitely a taboo and frightening name. He manipulates the soul, seizes the soul, and reaches the extreme in the soul. Sometimes, the souls of the closest people around you will be unconsciously controlled by him. You have controlled Gongsun Fan's soul. Ling Li's eyes pierced. No one has ever seen his real body, and no one knows what he looks like. Every time he appears in his incarnation. There are the strongest who want to deal with Soul Ancestor. But you can't find him at all, and sometimes he turns into the most ordinary person, and you don't even know it's him. This ancestor is here to help you deal with Xuanhuan. Gongsun Fan, who was controlled by Soul Ancestor, smiled gently. To deal with Xuanhuan? You also feel his threat, and you also want to control Xuanhuan's soul and manipulate his soul. The Lord of the Wild said, however, we will gather together today, not to talk about anything else, just to deal with Xuanhuan. No matter how weird the Soul Ancestor is, but with a great enemy in front of him, he is not afraid of making any troubles. Holy Emperor, I know that you are also spying here, so you have to deal with that Xuanhuan. Soul Ancestor said with a smile. #See 1927 Ups and Downs. This emperor will strike at the most critical moment and deal the deadliest blow to Xuanhuan. The dull voice of the Holy Emperor came in. He also knows about the gathering of the powerful. Yeah? Soul Ancestor still had a faint voice. Thinking back to the time when he was invincible all over the world, the domineering and mighty sage emperor who dominated the Eternal Road also lost his heart, and instead of confronting the gods and martial arts head-on, he had to choose the time. Sad and deplorable. The Holy Emperor is old and has lost his domineering power. But such a person is not only the Holy Emperor. And when the others heard this sentence, they also knew what the Holy Emperor was up to. They just didn't want to confront Xuanhuan head-on, and they didn't want to pay the biggest price. They had a good plan. However, the Holy Emperor will definitely stand by their side. Xuanhuan, don't treat him as a god of origin. Soul Ancestor said. You say. The Lord of the Wild. Although Soul Ancestor is weird and has no good intentions, but at a time like this, the more you know about Xuanhuan, the more likely you are to deal with him. He can no longer use the god of origin to show his strength. He is walking out of his own way, independent of eternity, making himself eternal, stepping out of his own realm, his own way, and his own law. He himself is equivalent to eternal, ordinary realm has no meaning to him. Soul Ancestor is worthy of being an ancient existence. He is seen through some of Xuanhuan's methods, but this is also what Xuanhuan showed. The body is eternal, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. The presence is all eternal level powerhouses with profound wisdom, and they can understand the meaning with a little flick. And after knowing Xuanhuan's thoughts, they all felt that Emperor Xuanhuan was too powerful, even more terrifying than the strongest in the past, and he was definitely a big different. Jimie Tianzuan said, no matter how domineering he is. He hasn't succeeded in this road yet, but he can still deal with him. There is no way of fighting, and if he gathers the strongest force, he will be destroyed in a dignified manner. That's right, I'll take all the shots and destroy him, don't give him a chance. Someone agrees. Why hasn't Yuan Wudi come yet? Isn't he going to fight with us? Yuan Wudi has a rebellious personality. He definitely disdains using this method to deal with Xuanhuan. He wants to fight Xuanhuan alone, but this person is arrogant, and he will not stand by Xuanhuan. This Yuan Wudi, at any time, still think about a fair fight. Yuan Wudi is extremely powerful, and everyone is helpless with his character. Hongmeng didn't come either. Hongmeng won't come. He doesn't like to participate in any battles. If he comes, our strength will be stronger. Unfortunately, we can't find him in Hongmeng. Humane. The Soul Ancestor said, Hongmeng has the strength to become the strongest. Apart from Hongmeng, there are also Qianquan, Immortal, and some people. They know what's going on here, so they don't come to participate. The meaning is very clear, they don't want to contribute at all. This kind of swaying left and right is the most hateful. They all want to get cheap and don't work hard. Damn it, absolutely damn it. Neither Dakian nor Chaos appeared. Xuanhuan almost killed them both before. Are you afraid of him this time? Don't even dare to come for revenge? I think before attacking Xuanhuan, we should first find out these weeds and kill them one by one. In the eternal war, no weeds are allowed to appear. Yes, kill them first, use their blood to sacrifice the flag, and strengthen our strength. Immediately, most of the people responded. This shows their disunity. Before the war started, they already thought that they would fight first, but after all, they came from individuals. No. The Lord of the Wild immediately shouted, if you chase them down, it means that we are wasting our own strength. When we are invincible, those scumbags will naturally be useless. If they don't work hard, they won't get any benefits after the war. But if we deal with them, we will undoubtedly push them to Xuanhuan's side. This is not a good thing. Well, let's give up hunting them for now. Those eternal-level divine thoughts moved slightly and gave up one after another. If Xuanhuan was an ordinary struggle for hegemony, they would never be united like this. Set a time, then contact some people who have just woken up, contact those you know, gather together into a crushing torrent, directly attack Xuanhuan, and now block Xuanhuan first, causing huge pressure on him. They've already made plans. Let's attack together to see how many people he can deal with. The wind is jittery. On the Eternal Road, the situation is very tense. The gathering of many eternal classes, they did not hide it, but deliberately gathered for a mighty momentum. Of course, Xuanhuan was well aware of their alliance. His face was calm. He is fearless. And his state at this moment has also reached an extremely weird point, forming an eternal time and space by itself. His cultivation is clear to him. His current strength is stronger than when he killed the 3 gods that day. No one dares to fight against me alone, and no one dares to spy on me alone. Lord Xuanhuan came to the world, and said indifferently, unite to deal with me, okay, I am waiting for you, but I will not let you attack so easily. Although many powerhouses are uniting, he also knows that the plan they made cannot be so complete. This is not a unified empire. Everyone represents an empire. They all have their own will, and they all want to work hard for others to get the greatest victory for themselves. As long as this thought exists, their union is flawed. Of course, if they push sideways and can't resist, there will be no loopholes. However, Xuanhuan naturally knew that this kind of team could only fight against the wind. Once it encountered a headwind, he would collapse directly, without the need for others to deal with it. Lingzhu also knew, and came to the Empire several times, to ask Xuanhuan how to deal with this battle. Lingzhu also understood that although Emperor Xuanhuan was powerful, he had to face too many powerful people. Hearing the news, the soul ancestors had all appeared, and there was no guarantee that any other ancestors would appear. Xuanhuan told her to keep her in her spirit world and notify her when she needs to be dispatched. Still waiting, still gathering more people. Xuanhuan said lightly. It has been 2 months since they negotiated, and they still haven't launched an attack on him, and they are still gathering and waiting. This means, although they united many strong men, they still had no confidence in their hearts. They felt that the strength in front of them was not enough, and they had to gather more power to deal with Xuanhuan. If it was Xuanhuan, he would have launched an attack long ago. These eternal level, who will really obey whose orders? Seize disunity, there is no contradiction, I will create contradictions for you, the so-called alliance. In front of my eyes, it is a fragile alliance, which can be broken with one blow. Xuanhuan is also waiting for this opportunity. He wants to wait for the best time to release the gate of the alchemy world, let the alchemy world appear in front of everyone, and attract others with the wealth of the alchemy world. Xuanhuan wanted this plan. Break with stillness, and then stop stillness with movement. You can't be led by the nose by others, but you must hold the control in your own hands. #C1928 Dongjia. The situation became more and more serious with each passing day. There will be a shocking war in the near future, and there will even be an eternal fall at that time. Outside the Xuanhuan Empire, a light and shadow as majestic as a giant appeared. Each of them was as majestic as the sea, vast and infinite, and they were all at the eternal level. Although they haven't launched a real attack yet, the hearts of people who can be suppressed by this breath will collapse. There are a lot of them, more than 20 Eternals have appeared, and the number is still increasing. They are suppressing the Xuanhuan Empire and gathering the strongest power. A lot of eternal grades. Many people know that most of the powerhouses in the entire eternity have gathered to Xuanhuan. They understand that Emperor Xuanhuan is a different kind to the eternal class. He is the Devil King. Once he becomes enlightened and powerful, they will be the unlucky ones. Although these eternal levels did not make a move, they have already blocked Xuanhuan's empire. They didn't appear alone, because they were afraid of Xuanhuan's hunting. The battle hasn't completely exploded yet. When the powerful people launch an attack on Xuanhuan, it's time for us to attack the eternal level. Many people are waiting, and all the strong will attack Xuanhuan. It's about time. But Xuanhuan in the empire looked extremely calm. He pierced his eyes, looking at these lights and shadows. Is this trying to completely block him, in all directions, so that he has no possibility of leaving? He wasn't worried at all. Now he is already metamorphosing towards true eternity. With a movement of his palm, the gate of the alchemy world appeared at this moment. A moment later, the door of the alchemy world shot out Huaguang, connecting to the mysterious time and space of the alchemy world. He only opened it at this time and immediately walked in with one step. Teleportation across time and space, direct arrival. This is the power that the System Rewards portal holds. As soon as Xuanhuan landed in the elixir world, a vast torrent rushed over, and what he breathed was the aroma of various elixirs with different flavors. Grab the aroma of these elixirs casually, and you can condense them into a supreme elixir. When he looked at this world, it was not completely dark and dead, but inside it was a universe of alchemy, with stars, galaxies, and stars, all of which were terrifying pills. And some divine pills also turned into flowers, trees, mountains, and rocks, etc. Not to mention the ordinary divine pills. Even the origin divine pills are in handfuls, and they exist in this universe at will. It can be said that in the entire pill world universe, anything can be a pill. Eternal God Pill. Xuanhuan saw some Eternal God pills. These eternal level divine pills are not just saying that you can become eternal level if you take them, but they are also very useful for the cultivation of such strong people, and they can even help the origin god to baptize and sublimate himself. Danzu is worthy of being the strongest alchemy king in history. Over the long years, there have been many people with the strongest strength, but Danzu can be called the strongest person in alchemy, and throughout the ages, he is the only one, and no one can surpass him. It's a pity that such a powerful body has still fallen. If it is an ordinary eternal level, his path will continue to collapse, but Danzu's is still bright and full of energy. Eternal Divine Pill. At this time, Xuanhuan had already walked towards the core of the alchemy world, and he immediately saw a bright and dazzling object that burned like a star. This is the Eternal God Pill. The brilliance it radiated and burned seemed to be bloody, and the extremely tyrannical power was surging. Xuanhuan vaguely saw an ancient, strong man with powerful power. Although Pill Ancestor died, before he fell, he self-refined his flesh, spirit and soul into the eternal god alchemy. This is also a pill of flesh and blood. And even though it's just a divine pill, at this moment every wave of power from the divine pill has the terrifying power to shock the world and destroy the gods. This is the eternity chosen by Danzu, and it is also the eternity of helplessness. Xuanhuan's eyes can see through the essence, and nothing can hide his eyes. Although this is a magic pill that has a shocking effect on the eternal level, the greatest tonic, but it is also equivalent to a strong man with infinite majesty. Xuanhuan knows. If Danzu died in the eternal calamity in an ordinary way, his whole body of Taoism would be completely dissolved. And in this way, turning himself into Dan, without real life, he survived forever. Xuanhuan understood that if anyone seizes this eternal pill without authorization, he will suffer a strong counterattack. It's okay if you don't touch it in the whole pill world, but if you touch it, it will be banned and rebounded. Even if the eternal god pill? It still can't let me break through eternity. Xuanhuan's path is too terrifying. It is to create an eternity within an eternity, which cannot be achieved by any medicine. He now has the ability to forcibly suppress and seize the eternal god pill, and he can also create a powerful eternal grade if he brings it back. However, he didn't do that. He even didn't move a single one of the magic pills here. Because even if the Empire has one or two more Eternals, it will not change the big battle situation. After all, there are too many him to deal with. He wanted to kill, and he started to kill so much that these Eternals didn't dare to make a move, and they were terrified when they heard his name. Very well, the alliance of all powers seems to be a huge force, but each has its own thoughts, and what I want to do now is to turn them into stragglers, Eternal God Pill, the essence of Danzu, which is of great value. This kind of giant can live a longer era if it gets it. Xuanhuan felt the power of Eternal God Pill and knew that its value was too great to resist his temptation. I don't want Dan in the Dan world, what I want is your life. Xuanhuan looked indifferent. Originally, he was directly transmitted through the gate of the alchemy world, without any fluctuations, but at this moment his stalwart power exploded, erupting from the inside of the alchemy world, and shot out the brilliance outward. He actually took the initiative to let the alchemy world appear, so that all the strong can see it. This is exactly Xuanhuan's plan. Those eternal classes are not united, and now they are only united temporarily, just because Xuanhuan has the most attractive power here. But if the pill world appears, the eternal god pill and so many pills inside, this is a huge temptation. With this temptation, it will be easy to break their alliance, and some people will be temporarily tempted to come to the alchemy world. There is only one eternal god pill, and everyone wants it. Although they also know that dealing with Xuanhuan is the most important thing, there is another crucial point, that is, they may think about it. Xuanhuan can't escape there, but if he doesn't go to the alchemy world, what should he do if others go? Wouldn't those elixirs become someone else's completely? This is the human heart. Even if it becomes an eternal class, it is no exception. Unless they are so powerful that they have reached the point where they really have no desires. And they don't know that Xuanhuan will open the door to the alchemy world. Once they dispersed, Xuanhuan could start attacking gradually. 10,000 steps back, even if they are not tempted and do not come to the alchemy world, they still have to continue to attack Xuanhuan, and he will not lose. At worst, he will take all the elixir first. Can you really resist this temptation? Eternal Divine Pill, which eternal grade will not be tempted. I believe that most people will not act rashly, but as long as there are a small number of people, even if there are only one or two, I can make you die without fear. A place of burial. With the passage of time, Dan Qi has swept into the world. #see 1929 Different people. The situation in the alchemy world, Xuanhuan has already passed it on quickly through his means. He wants to turn the pill world into an eternal cemetery. Especially now that there are many eternal level gatherings, they will be able to know these situations better. The emergence of the pill world is no small matter, representing the eternal god pill. After they knew it, how could they not be moved? The alchemy world has appeared. What? Why did the alchemy world appear at this time? The alchemy ancestor is the strongest alchemist. It is rumored that he took the initiative to refine himself into an eternal god pill, a great medicine in the world. With the life of the alchemy ancestor, whoever can, if you get it, you can directly become the eternal class, and even if you get the eternal class, you will have a breakthrough in strength and you will live longer. It's a strange thing. It's not that no one is looking for it in the alchemy world, but no one can find it. Why did it appear at this 10th moment? After this news was known by many eternal levels, their expressions changed. It is too unusual to be born at such a time. Who knows? Maybe because of the changes in the current situation, someone accidentally discovered where the pill world is, but there are countless great medicines in the pill world. If I get the eternal God pill, then some people's minds have changed. The alchemy world is on the other side of Xuanhuan, very far away. If you go to the alchemy world, you will definitely not be able to continue to block Xuanhuan, which will be a very bad thing. Don't be in a hurry to find out about the alchemy world, just wait, maybe there are traps there, and it won't be too late to figure out the situation. Although the appearance of the alchemy world caused a shock, those who can cultivate to the eternal level will not be fools. Some people are still very calm, thinking about the reason for the emergence of the alchemy world at this time. Don't be moved. Xuanhuan Dao, just a piece of news, can't make this group of people take action. There must be a greater temptation. Some Eternals don't seem to be moving, but that doesn't mean they don't care, they are actually just about to move. They asked their subordinates to go to the alchemy world to check the situation in the shortest possible time. Soon, a group of gods of origin appeared in the alchemy world. Good, so many magic pills. After those gods of origin came in, they saw the mountains and seas of divine pills, almost blinding their eyes. Where have they seen so many divine pills? Rivers of elixir flow through the universe, and there are huge numbers of elixir that can be picked up at any time. If there is a god of origin, if you fish it, you will get hundreds of pills. And those divine pills that turned into stars are even more precious. One person tried to bombard them, and immediately there was a strong divine light restraint and killed them. Don't touch these pills casually. The flowing Dan River can be taken away. The purpose of our trip is to see if there is really an eternal pill here. Someone reminded. Forever. Eternal divine pill. When they came to the core of the alchemy world and saw the eternal God pill, they all stammered, and their faces were full of shock that couldn't be concealed. This eternal God pill is too bright, and they are all intoxicated just by taking a breath of the pill chi. Whoever can get the eternal God pill is the eternal grade. However, their brains have not been completely occupied by greed, and they clearly know that the eternal God pill is not something they can touch, and the power of restraint alone is enough to kill them. Xuanhuan also ignored the entry of these gods of origin, and let them go, to get some magic pills. And they don't know that there is someone looking down on them like a god at this moment, but let alone them, even the eternal level can hardly detect his existence. The layout hunts down the eternal class, splitting the attack. Let's go, spread the news inside. They left after obtaining a large number of divine pills that could be obtained. The news in the alchemy world is all true, my people have already seen the eternal God pill. The eternal divine pill really exists there. After confirming the authenticity of the news, some people moved their minds. Some are even thinking, is it possible to take advantage of the current time when many eternal levels have banned Xuanhuan? Go quietly first, let the doneness come to an end, and take the Shindan first. There are not a few people who have this idea. Don't go to the alchemy world first. At this time, a strong person realized this change in people's hearts, and immediately shouted, our biggest goal now is to destroy the Emperor Xuanhuan first. The matter of the alchemy world can be put aside for a while, and its coordinates have been exposed. The meat on the chopping board can go anytime. Actually understand. There is only one eternal God pill, but there are many eternal grades. If they really went for this eternal God pill, they would fight first, and their plan to besiege and kill Xuanhuan would be shelved. Who knows what will happen then? There is no rush to besiege Xuanhuan. In this moment, the matter in the alchemy world will end soon. We have divided up the gods in it. Isn't it more sure to besiege Xuanhuan like this? They were all afraid that when they were dealing with Xuanhuan, someone would take advantage of them to take away the eternal divine pill first. For example, Hongmeng, Qiankuan, and Immortal didn't join in. They were not the only ones who hadn't participated in the battle of hunting and killing Xuanhu yet. That's right, let's settle the matter in the alchemy world first, and I will not be too late to deal with Xuanhu after I have nothing to worry about. Humane. Things in the alchemy world are uncertain, and my heart is uneasy. After all, the benefits of besieging Xuanhu are unknown, but the real benefits of Dongjia are in front of us. You can't go to the alchemy realm. It is difficult to gather these eternal levels, but it is easy to disperse them. Hey, if you still want to order us, we'll go to the alchemy world, so what can you do? My ancestor is all-powerful, and I haven't seen anything before. An old man let out a very cold laugh. You besiege Xuanhu first, and after you have scraped the alchemy, turn around and continue to deal with Xuanhu. A mass of scattered sand, stragglers, how can we deal with Xuanhu like this? The Lord of the Wilderness looked extremely unsightly. Because of a pill world, the plan to deal with Xuanhu was stranded. He knew better that it would be fine if no one went, but as long as one person went, the others would go one after another. Don't show up early, don't show up late, but choose this time to show up. I suspect that the things behind this are not that simple. Could it be a conspiracy? But no matter what the conspiracy is, the situation has changed drastically now. For the sake of Eternal God Pill, they are even more fierce than dealing with Xuanhu. At this moment, Mie Tianzuan said coldly, Huang, how do you view this matter? Depending on the situation, you can't deal with Xuanhu in a short time. Are you going to the alchemy realm? No, although I don't know why the Dan world appeared at this time, but I know that this will not be a good thing. Let them go, fight, there is only one magic pill, let them take it. Xuanhu is not good Mia, so what if he obtained the Eternal God Pill with his dominance? The Lord of the Wild. If you want to restrain the Eternal class, you must have the strength to suppress them, but in that case, isn't that the strongest? He also understands that some people cannot be restrained. #C1930 Please enter the urn. And at this time, when Zhu Qiang was shaking for the alchemy world, there was already an Eternal class who came in first. This Eternal has a deep breath, he is a little thin, not mighty and majestic, and does not have the majesty of being an Eternal, but he is indeed a strong man in this realm. The group of people are still arguing about whether to deal with Xuanhu first or to enter the alchemy world first. I don't have the heart to fight with them. I want to get the immediate benefits first. The longer you argue, the better. Take a good look at Xuanhu. Living. The strong alchemy turned into an ocean, the strong man took a deep breath, smiled, and went in directly. A lot of pills. After this person entered, he saw a sea of pills, many, too many, and the number was innumerable. Danzu's ability is too strong, and he can easily refine precious pills. He is very greedy, even if it is the most common pill, he will take it. At this moment, he saw an eternal divine pill, which had the color of emerald. It looked like a divine pill, but it was clearly a star, but the power contained inside made his heart move. Danzu, the strongest in alchemy. He took a deep breath and said, this magic pill belongs to me. He used his supernatural powers and grabbed the eternal pill, and in an instant, violent power swept over him. Every elixir seems to be the eye of the formation. Humph. This seed is at the eternal level, so I'm afraid you'll be countered by a mere elixir? He fought repeatedly in the alchemy world, and finally got this eternal pill, and then he moved forward quickly. At this moment, he was completely unaware that in another time and space in this alchemy world, there was a person who was ignoring him, and his every move was under Chu Yuan's control. Your Majesty, this person is called the Lord of Divine Movement. He is good at the ability to escape in space. He has taken the steps of divine movement. He has repeatedly snatched divine pills in the alchemy world. He is too greedy. He even got several eternal level divine pills. Yi Tianzuan is beside Chu Yuan. When he knew that the appearance of the alchemy world was leaked by the Emperor on purpose, he also felt incredible. The Emperor's methods were too shocking. And he understood the Emperor's plan. Differentiate the temptation of this group of people and attack them one by one. It was originally the Emperor's plan to let some people get the benefits first. The divine elixir in this elixir world is not so easy to get. He is fast, and he came at a good time. I want to use his mouth to pass on the news, causing even greater temptation. In Xuanhuan's eyes, the alchemy world is just a sand table, and he sees everyone's every move. The most precious eternal grade divine pill. If I get this divine pill, my strength will become the top expert in the eternal grade, and my lifespan will be extended. The God-shaped Lord came first, got a lot of benefits, and was secretly happy. His combat power is not very good in the same realm, but he also has one of the biggest advantages, that is, he runs fast and comes before others. If there is danger, he runs away. He is also very energetic. He scanned time and space repeatedly, but except for some origin gods in it, he did not find any strong ones. He has seen the eternal god pill at this moment. It's mine. His eyes were fiery, looking at the divine pill. His own mana was brewing to a limit, and he suddenly grabbed towards the eternal divine pill. Eternal hands covered this divine pill. Boom! This divine elixir seems to have come to life, and the elixir condensed into a supreme being, and just as the power of the god of walking covered it, it exploded with a bang. Danzu refined himself into the divine alchemy, and seizing it was equivalent to forcibly provoking Danzu. The power to intimidate the world swept out, and when the almighty ancestor bombarded, there was a thick pill fire, and this pill fire possessed a magical power, that is, it could use other people as medicinal materials to make alchemy. The eternal level powerhouse itself is actually equivalent to the most precious medicine. As soon as the alchemy enveloped the Lord of Divine Movement, his whole body boiled, as if he was being refined in an alchemy furnace. Good guy, are you refining this seed as a pill? The face of the Master of Divine Movement changed. I have heard for a long time that the ancient alchemy master once refined the eternal grade into a precious medicine, and the material was turned into a god pill, and people made alchemy. This world is full of alchemy materials. He knew that although Danzu died, His Majesty could still shock the ages. Danzu is not a benevolent person. Before anyone else arrives, I must first obtain the eternal god pill. The Master of the Gods shouted, Danzu, you are powerful, and you are already dead, but this seed is alive. He will never give up easily, this is too tempting for him. Immediately, his ultimate move was in a fierce confrontation with Danzu, which caused a huge shock. Danzu turned his hands into clouds and his hands into rain. After death, he still has the power to suppress eternity. The energy in the entire alchemy world has been mobilized, and it is shrouded around the Lord of God. The Lord of Divine Movement was also very uncomfortable, the pill fire almost refined him. The majesty of Danzu cannot be desecrated. This divine pill contains his will, which is indestructible. His Majesty broke out again, and he once again pressed his palm on the Lord of God. Hateful, even if you are dead, you still have this kind of power. The Lord of God's walk also understood. With his strength, he couldn't get this eternal God pill at all, and if he continued to fight, he would be suppressed by Pill Ancestor. I don't want the eternal God pill. Before others come, I will take the other God pills. The Lord of Divine Movement has no choice but to give up. Just when he was about to withdraw and leave with the way of divine action, his face changed again, and he suddenly felt a boundless time and space. No matter how he flew, he couldn't escape. This already has the taste of eternity and infinity. I'm stuck. Just when the Master of the Gods was startled, his face changed drastically, and he suddenly saw a person, and shouted in surprise, "You are." This man is tall, stalwart, and controls the power of all ages. His emperor's aura was suppressed, making the Lord of Gods walk tremble in his heart, and looking at him, it was like seeing another eternity, beyond the time and space he understood. He knew why he couldn't travel through the gods, it was because he had already broken into the eternity of others. Facing him is like looking up from a high mountain, unable to look directly at him. In the entire Eternal Road, there is only one person with this kind of magic power, and that is Emperor Xuanhuan. He could never have imagined that Emperor Xuanhuan was here, and he had killed several eternal-level ruthless people. Even when he heard it, he would be terrified and dare not confront him. Looking at Xuanhuan, the Lord of Divine Walking actually took several steps back at this moment, trembling in his heart. He had seen too many strong men, but the impression Xuanhuan gave him was completely different. Xuanhuan Emperor. The Lord of God's walk is an extremely difficult path. It's me. Xuanhuan ignored him. Emperor Xuanhuan also wants to come here to snatch the eternal God pill? I won't fight with you, Emperor, and the powers blocked the empire. As strong as the master of the gods, he should be polite when facing the Emperor of the gods, with his head lowered and his eyes constantly thinking. I'm not here to tell you these things. Xuanhuan is majestic and mysterious. #See 1931 publicity. Emperor Xuanhuan, what do you want to say to me? The Lord of Divine Movement did not relax his vigilance, and kept looking around. If the Emperor needs magic pills, I can give the Emperor whatever I get. He still doesn't know exactly what happened. Although he had obtained many eternal god pills, he also clearly understood that if Emperor Xuanhuan could kill 3 gods, he would certainly be able to kill him. Life is the most important thing. The whole world of alchemy belongs to me, and I don't need the divine alchemy in your hand. Xuanhuan said indifferently, relax, don't be so nervous, as long as you listen to me honestly, I will not hurt you, but will give you great benefits. The Lord of Divine Movement secretly groaned, and also regretted it in his heart. He didn't want any benefits at all, he just wanted to leave, but at this time he could only be obedient and did not dare to refute. Yes, you can just say what the Emperor has ordered. The Master of the Gods said. What you have to do is very simple. Take your pills and leave the pill world, and you can publicize your gains and the outbreak of the alchemy ancestor's strength inside. This is exactly what you have to do. Xuanhuan said. As soon as the Master of the Gods thought about it, he understood that this was to use himself as a sounding board, to divide and disintegrate the alliance against Xuanhuan, and to attract more people. He wants to set a trap to kill those Eternals. His heart was also cold. If the news spread, those people came here without knowing the situation, and were suddenly hunted down by Emperor Xuanhuan, how terrifying it would be. He continued, I know what to do, I will definitely not expose the Emperor. I have already left an eternal imprint on your body, and I can track your location at all times. If the eternal imprint is broken, I will take your life. Xuanhuan's words were very cold and bloody. Immediately, the Lord of Divine Movement sensed a mark, which was not lethal, but could track him, and he didn't have the guts to break it. Listen to me carefully, I will not hurt you. On the road to eternity, I actually hope that more people will fight side by side with me. But there are obstacles everywhere. Xuanhuan asked him to leave. Your Majesty asked the Master of Divine Movement to promote it himself. This direct temptation will make their alliance more likely to disintegrate. A strong man will inevitably come eagerly, for fear of falling behind others. Tianzuan said, and the Lord of Divine Movement absolutely dare not reveal where His Majesty is. There's already an eternal level in. He's the Master of Divine Movement. He has captured many eternal level divine pills. However, when he wanted to collect the most important eternal divine pills, he suffered a strong counterattack from the Almighty Ancestor and was injured and quit. I have known for a long time that the eternal God pill is not so easy to get, and what a giant the pill ancestor is, and the weak one like the Lord of God still wants to occupy it. However, the Lord of Divine Movement has already benefited. Let's go quickly, let alone the eternal god pill, we won't even get other pills. All of a sudden, many eternal lights and shadows that blocked the empire disappeared one after another. It's all moving. Xuanhuan said slowly, it's good to move, I still worry about them not moving. What should we do next? Tianzuan asked. Next, it's time to start the empire's hunting plan. Tianzuan, follow Zhu Tian to hunt those who act alone first. Xuanhuan said. Zhu Tian? Tianzuan asked. Zhu Tian, show up. Xuanhuan let Zhu Tian appear. He is the Heaven Punisher. As soon as Tianzuan saw this person, his calm expression was also shocked. He never thought that this Zhu Tian would be the famous Emperor Zhu Tian. He hurriedly said, Your Majesty has obtained all the Tianzhu swords. Could it be said that this Zhu Tian is the Emperor Zhu Tian summoned by His Majesty, but there is still a big difference. You guessed right. He does contain the will of Emperor Zhu Tian, but he is not the real Emperor Zhu Tian. He is Tianzhu. You just need to know that he was reproduced by a mysterious method. Xuanhuan said. Tianzuan nodded, he guessed that after getting the heaven-punishing sword, he re-engraved it with his will. His Majesty's methods are mysterious and infinite, so he didn't think much about it. His task is to deduce the actions of the eternal level powerhouse. Others don't need to manage. If such a strong person is hidden in his own eternal road, he will never be able to figure it out, but with such a large-scale action, he can know the trace. There is an eternal class that is going to be bloody unlucky. I've walked a lot. Sensing his aura, the Lord of the Wild has already gone to the eternal level of the alchemy realm for less than half. Although there are still people who have not left, as time goes by, there must be some people who will go. They're all fighting for the eternal god pill, so you won't be tempted and just turn a blind eye. Xuanhuan returned to the empire with the gate of the alchemy world and made a sound. Shenwu Emperor. The Lord of the Wilderness concentrated his mind, looked at the Emperor who appeared, and responded, Heartbeat, but I know that the eternal god pill is not so easy to grab, and I know that 100 eternal god pills are not worth as much as you. Emperor Shenwu has already blazed a different path. If you don't go, the eternal god pill will fall into the hands of others, Xuanhuan said. If you don't use this kind of provocation, it doesn't matter if other people get the eternal god pill. The important thing is that you don't get it. Your threat is the biggest. It was Gongsun Fan who was controlled by Soul Ancestor and said with a smile. You. Xuanhuan's eyes fell on him, and he said in an instant, Soul Ancestor, the eternal level of control, its real body is mysterious, even more mysterious than me, no one has ever seen it before. As expected of Emperor Shenwu, you can easily see through. Soul Ancestor laughed. At the same time, he was even more afraid of Xuanhuan. Your true self will appear one day. Xuanhuan's voice was shaken, and he said coldly, Han Zhu, I will give you a chance to fight me with your true self. I know that your true self is very strong, so there is no need to play this kind of trick in front of me. I will not fight you fairly. Soul Ancestor bluntly refused. He will not play any one-on-one duels, as stupid as you and Wudi. For this kind of enemy, he must use the strongest force to obliterate him. But this statement also shows from the side that even the Soul Ancestor himself is unable to fight the Emperor Shenwu head-on. The Soul Ancestor is an ancient existence, and he can see that this person's soul is absolutely uncontrollable. If you want to do it, I'll be waiting for you. Xuanhuan's voice was mighty, I am transformed into eternity, and opened up an eternal road. However, there are countless people blocking me on this road. My purpose is to lead everyone to escape. Those who are willing to follow me will escape with me and become enemies with me. Everyone will be hit mercilessly by me. Your will is too grand, we can't bear it. Throughout the ages, no one has ever been able to escape on this road, including you, and neither can you. You are eternal, and you will be the strongest who will be cruel to everyone. Follow you, and it is very likely that we will usher in even greater destruction. All the eternity-level statues made their voices at this moment. Hashtag see 1932 slaying. I do not believe. The voice of the savage lord was extremely firm. For a long time, countless eternal people wanted to transcend, but the eternal Shenzhou failed, and the strongest ones also failed. No one has ever succeeded, which made him not believe Chu Yuan's words at all. He only knew that if this person became the strongest, they would not end well and would be suppressed in his years. Their original aspirations have been rotten long ago, and like Hong Meng and Tu Ming, there are too few who are still pursuing eternity. Their kind of people have become aliens and are not recognized by others. I never asked you to believe me. After Chu Yuan finished speaking indifferently, he disappeared in front of him. Emperor Xuanhuan is not in the alchemy world. Why is he suddenly in the empire again? What is he going to do? And in the remote place of heaven and earth, the Lord of Divine Movement is also puzzled. The speed of time and space transfer is too unimaginable. Even with his wisdom, he can't figure it out. He didn't dare to shatter the eternal mark on his body like a light on his back, so he could only wait and see the changes in the situation. In the alchemy world, there are too many magical medicines. I have to go there quickly and grab them before others. If others can't get the eternal magic pills, it doesn't mean I can't get them. The kind of gods who only run for their lives' goods, are you worthy? A man spanned time and space, his eyes were cold and sharp, like a blade, exuding a sharp breath, as if everything in the world would be cut in half in front of him. He has great confidence in his own strength, and he is bound to win the eternal god pill. Although they are all eternal grade, there is also a chain of contempt. Undoubtedly, he looked down on someone like the Lord of God. Eternal god pill, here I come, pill ancestor, you are strong, but you have already fallen after all. Am I still afraid of you? The man is proud. However, just as he was walking alone on the eternal road, a bone-piercing aura swept out directly, and then he saw a flash of sword light, and the road ahead of him was immediately cut off. Someone is dealing with me, who? The man was startled. Even with his cultivation base, he felt a complete chill. Afterwards, he saw a person appearing in front of him. When he saw this person's face clearly, his whole body trembled, with boundless fear, the fear in his bone marrow. This person overlapped with the terrifying figure in his memory, his aura and power were exactly the same. The Heaven Punisher, he said in horror. He has almost never been so panicked at this moment. The dead Emperor Zhu Tian actually reappeared. No matter how he sees it, this person is the Emperor Zhu Tian. The last strongest person was none other than Emperor Zhu Tian. The era that the eternal class can span is too long, and the Emperor Zhu Tian was already at the eternal class when he became the strongest. Emperor Zhu Tian didn't open up any forces. He single-handedly suppressed an entire era. At that time, all the Eternals obediently hid in their own paths, not daring to show up. At that time, anyone who dared to scold him would be killed immediately. The Emperor Zhu Tian was ruthless and ruthless, killing anyone who refused to obey him. He also lives in the shadow of Emperor Zhu Tian. Fortunately, Emperor Zhu Tian did not suppress it for a long time. He directly challenged the eternal rules, was suppressed by the entire rules, and died in the end. For a moment, seeing Emperor Zhu Tian, he was also confused. It is absolutely impossible to be Emperor Zhu Tian. Emperor Zhu Tian is dead. This is something that everyone has seen. He cannot be alive. That's right. Not long ago, Emperor Xuanhuan gathered all the Tianzhu Excalibur. Could it be that time, when the power of the Excalibur is activated, so this is not the real Emperor Zhu Tian, but the recovery of his will? The person said immediately. He also guessed some, but he absolutely didn't know the existence of the system. This person is the master of sharpness. Tianzuan told Emperor Zhu Tian of his opponent's identity. But when the sharp master made a move, Zhu Tian directly killed him. He was cold and heartless, without the slightest emotion, and the sword in his hand burst out with the power of killing. As soon as the Lord of Sharpness saw this sword, even if he was calm, the fear of Emperor Zhu Tian in his soul could not be erased. It is different from Xuanhuan. Emperor Zhu Tian was truly respected. His sword is completely born for killing all enemy leaders. No fancy sword moves, just a sword. The Lord of Sharpness also roared loudly. He raised his own knife, and fought against the heaven-killing emperor. He is also a majestic eternal level, how could he be easily killed? However, Zhu Tian's sword broke through all sharpness. In front of him, there was nothing to stop him. Feng Meng fought against him, and was cut off in an instant, with a line of blood on his chest. Zhu Tian raised his sword and slashed again, counting the swords in a row, breaking the defense of the sharp master. He also focused on offense, but how could his attack be Zhu Tian's opponent? The two are completely out of class. In just a few strokes, his body was covered in blood. There are also 3, 6, and 9 grades in the eternal class. Emperor Zhu Tian is undoubtedly the strongest one. Although the current Zhu Tian is rewarded by the system, he still retains his domineering and killing. Zhu Tian stood there, staring coldly at the edge, and he formed a beam of Zhu Tian's divine light with one strike, almost beheading the master of the edge. In this split second, the Lord of Sharpness also realized that this person is not really the Emperor Zhu Tian. The real Zhu Tian Emperor can kill him with a few moves, but he has his divine way. But even so, he is no match. You are vicious. The sharp master also understood that if he continued to fight, he would definitely be beheaded, so he wanted to run out at this time. But how could Emperor Zhu Tian let him go? The order he received was to behead all opponents. Immediately, his sword did not fluctuate, but when the sword went out, it blocked the world, time and space. The boundless heaven-punishing sword intent pierced fiercely, and he felt great fear. Zhu Tian's sword came again. Zhu Tian's ultimate move, immediately, made the sharp master feel the death of his life, the collapse of his soul, as if he was about to die. Emperor Zhu Tian, you are already dead, and you still want to kill me. The Lord of Sharpness thought with his wisdom, and roared, I understand, you must have been inspired by Emperor Xuanhuan. You are not dead at all, you are going to kill me, with my flesh and soul reshape your body. This is his guess. Yet completely wrong. I fight with you. The sharp master knows in his heart that there is only one chance to survive, and that is to catch that this person is not really a murderer, and use his own strength to fight his way out. With his crazy impact, his strength was aroused to the extreme. Kill! He roared. Zhu Tian's face was expressionless. Zhu Tian's power seemed to destroy even the eternal rules, and the sharp master suddenly felt a piercing pain. He was chilling all over. Heaven-punishing sword, slashing down with a sword, his sharp knife blocked it, and the next moment, the divine knife broke in two. His expression was astonished, and a bloodstain was split between his eyebrows. The sharp master still wanted to speak, but the next moment, his body was also split in half. His soul was still screaming, but the power of Zhu Tian collapsed all his vitality. #C 1933 Mind-blowing. The sharp master was beheaded. Even the re-engraved Emperor Zhu Tian also has the strength to kill the eternal level. When Tianzuan saw this scene, he had no mercy. These eternal level spirits were arrogant and extremely self-reliant. They really thought that the alchemy world was a place for them to seize treasures. As everyone knows, this is the grave that His Majesty dug for them. Attack some, deter some, and disintegrate some. The only thing that stands against the empire is death. Zhu Tian, let's go there. There is an eternal class named Tianzuan there. He acts alone, and he can be hunted and killed. In front of Yi Tianzuan's mirror of fate, there is a vague and tyrannical shadow flashing rapidly. In order to reach the alchemy world as soon as possible, these eternal class are moving fast. Ah! Blood spattered, and his body at the eternal level was split open, and the killing intent of Zhu Tian swept across. No matter how strong the divine body was, it could not resist the beheading of Tianzhu Xinjian. Emperor Zhu Tian, you are still alive. This eternal made a desperate and miserable sound. He was not reconciled, he was angry, and he roared that he would end up in such a way, and die at the hands of someone who was almost impossible to appear like Emperor Zhu Tian. Zhu Tian had no emotion, like a ruthless killing machine, it took his life. The Lord of Sharpness is dead, and Yi Tianzuan has also fallen. What, the two eternal levels have fallen, how is this possible, who killed them? Could it be Emperor Xuanhuan? It's not Emperor Xuanhuan. Emperor Xuanhuan is in his empire. When the Lord of Sharpness and Yi Tianzuan fell, he didn't move. When the news spread, it caused a huge earthquake. This is not a cat or a dog, these are two eternity-level existences, the existence of the only one. However, in a short period of time, two people fell one after another, and the impact caused was not insignificant. Since it is not Emperor Xuanhuan. And who is hunting them down? Even though they are extremely intelligent, they are still puzzled at this moment. It may not be difficult for such a strong person to defeat them, but it is difficult for them to be unable to even escape. Only the Emperor Xuanhuan has the power to kill the eternal level. Who else could it be? Some people want to calculate, but as soon as they run the power to spy on fate, they feel a mess, and can only vaguely feel a mysterious and tyrannical existence. You can be sure, it's not Emperor Xuanhuan. Through weak calculations, it was confirmed that the person who made the shot was not Emperor Xuanhuan. But they would rather be the emperor of the gods and martial arts than a strong man who respects strangers and does not know their identity. After all, they don't even know their opponents, so the influence is greater. The unknown is always the most frightening. It's chaotic, it's really chaotic. First, Emperor Xuanhuan fights for the strongest, and then there are mysterious strongmen who hunt and kill the eternal class. In the future, the eternal class will not be able to survive alone. Their blood will stain the world red. Many people felt a deep chill, as if there was a butcher's knife hanging above their heads. Some who have experienced the era of the strongest feel that this era is more frightening than ever. Next, it will not be so easy to hunt, and time is running out. Yi Tianzuan said. He suddenly had an induction. It's messed up. It's really messed up. In the deserted eternal ancient road, the great Emperor Jidao had a sharp light in his eyes, and said, the time has come, some strong people will suppress Xuanhuan, and some strong people will go to the strong ones, and there will inevitably be a shocking battle, and at this time you will have no time to take care of me, it is the best time for me to hit the eternal level. He is keen to seize opportunities. Next, it is indeed a good time for him to break through, and his goal will not be so conspicuous in the eyes of others. Shock the eternal level. Emperor Jidao has the confidence to move forward, his life has come to an end, if he does not break through this era, he will end up dead. A sharp divine light hit the sky, booming, the eternal rules shook, and a world-shattering catastrophe descended. In the past, when impacting this realm, once the eternal rules were moved, others would catch someone going through the catastrophe, and then some eternal people would rush there to seize the Tao fruit. The overwhelming light, endless, completely enveloped the Emperor Jidao. However, the great Emperor Jidao was fierce and unyielding, piercing the sky like a spear, bathed in the catastrophe of rules, and said, I break the eternal rules with my own extreme way, and I will be immortal and live forever in the world. Your Majesty, he has hit the eternal level. Following Qu Yuan's instructions, Yi Tianzuan always paid attention to the great Emperor Jidao. As soon as he broke through, he immediately sensed it, but then his mirror of fate was also blurred. The rules of fate are also part of the rules of eternity. taking advantage of my situation to attack the eternal tribulation, thinking that others will not attack him at this time. The timing is well grasped. Xuanhuan's expression was light. I understand, you and Zhu Tian will go to the alchemy world first. After he finished speaking, he strode forward. His way of traveling through time and space at this moment is very unusual. He seems to be completely separated from the eternal time and space. He looks like he is still in it, but he has actually walked out of his own way, which is puzzling. It's like a circle inside another circle. His speed is too high. Although the great Emperor Jidao is very far away from him, every step he takes is opening up time and space, which cannot be understood by ordinary time and space methods. However, even at this speed, it cannot reach the end of eternity. Because, the real end of eternity is not found by this method. The Emperor Jidao has endured the eternal catastrophe for a period of time, and he has not been destroyed, but has become stronger and stronger. His heart became more and more joyful. He already knew that the power of eternal calamity alone would not be able to destroy him, and he was destined to become an eternal level powerhouse with a tenfold extension of his lifespan. Haha, I made the right bet. I want to go against the sky and become eternal level. I will become eternal level if I have 100% of my extreme power, so I must be strong. Then the world will be in chaos, and I can win more in the chaos. Laugh wildly. He is at the end of his life, but he hit the eternal level. No one can calm down. His Tao fruit is condensing, and the eternal level is beckoning to him, and the way of light is opened for him. There will be another eternal level in this world, but his voice will be as short-lived as a flash in the pan. An indifferent voice came in. Then, outside the eternal catastrophe, a person came out from the void of time and space. He stood there as if he was an eternal world. Shenwu Emperor. As soon as he saw Xuanhuan coming, the great Emperor Jidao was about to explode, and his Tao heart was not stable. How did this person come here suddenly? His mind was a little buzzing. Although I have fought against him before, the current Emperor Shenwu is completely different from him at that time. He will not be an opponent at all. He forced himself to calm down. Emperor Shenwu, are you going to take my Tao fruit at the critical moment of this emperor? You are also despicable and shameless. You break through first. Before that, I will not let others disturb you. I will take your life when you reach the eternal level. #C1934 One short-lived. Don't worry, wait for him to break through the eternal level. Even before that, he will protect the law for him. Although Emperor Shenwu said these words in a very calm tone, they were so harsh to the ears of Emperor Jidao, he didn't take himself seriously at all. Out of anger, he clenched his palms tightly and pierced deeply into the palm of his hand, dripping with glaring blood. Eternal level, who is not the one who is proud of the world and dominates one side, but in the words of Emperor Shenwu, he seems to be a lamb to be slaughtered. Don't kill him now, because he is not fat yet, so he is of little value. You. The great Emperor Jidao opened his eyes wide with anger. I will give you a chance to break through the eternal level, and I will not let other people disturb you. After you break through, I will give you a chance to challenge me. Xuanhuan said again. Do you really think you can really kill me? The Emperor Jidao naturally knew that what he wanted to seize was his own eternal Tao fruit. He has only two choices, one is to fail immediately, preventing him from gaining his own strength, and the other is to continue to break through and become an eternal level fighter. Okay, I will break through to the eternal level and fight with you. The great Emperor Jidao understood that he only had a chance if he became an eternal level, and even if he died, he still had to experience what it was like to be in this situation. He's breaking through now. The clock is ticking. The eternal Tao fruit of the great Emperor Jidao has already condensed out. If it were someone else, they would all seize the Tao fruit at this time, and Xuanhuan was not in a hurry. Eternal class. The great Emperor Jidao let out a violent roar. Eternal catastrophe, someone will successfully break through the eternal level. The strong among the heavens also felt the vibration of the eternal rules. This kind of fluctuation is difficult for ordinary people to feel, but the eternal level can clearly perceive it. This is the power of rules. It's the great emperor. Someone felt it. This great emperor of the great Tao is good at seizing opportunities. Now many eternal levels are either blocking Xuanhuan or going to the alchemy world, but no one pays attention to him. Let him break through. He is lucky. A strong man said coldly. Successful. At this time, the Emperor Jidao felt the power in his body. He had successfully promoted to the eternal level. This is the evolution of the essence of life, as if a mortal ascended into a fairy. He is now completely the eternal divine body, flowing with thick eternal divine power. The eternal catastrophe he was afraid of could be easily broken by waving his hand now. If it was normal, he would be extremely happy, but now he has no joy at all. The enemy who wanted his life stood before him. You didn't disappoint me, you succeeded. Xuanhuan was indifferent. What's the use of killing an unenlightened Jidao great emperor? If you want to kill the enlightened one. I fight with you. The great emperor Jidao stared at Xuanhuan, and as soon as he broke through, he was about to fight Xuanhuan desperately, and suddenly burned the eternal divine fire, stabbing out like a steel spear. Although he has just matured, his explosive power is too strong, and he is absolutely top-notch at this level. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and the world was in chaos. He pushed an invincible momentum, and the eternal world enveloped, crackling, and the boundless power destroyed everything. Jidao Great Emperor's outburst was too strong, and ordinary people in the same realm would definitely not be able to stop him. But in front of Xuanhuan, all his outbursts were resisted, and with a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, a strong wind blew the audience, blowing the great Emperor Jidao out. Eternal pull. The great Emperor Jidao let out a loud roar and exploded crazily. From a distance, his power condensed into a divine brilliance that collided with the heaven and earth. It's a pity that Emperor Xuanhuan covered the sky with his palm. He was the eternal sky, unshakable, and the energy rainbow exploded everywhere, but he couldn't escape the control of the eternal sky. The Emperor Jidao is about to go crazy. He has exploded to the extreme, but he can't escape his control. Xuanhuan's power was extremely ferocious. He strode forward, Xuanhuan was cut in two, and unparalleled strength pierced Jidao's body. He was directly blown away, spitting out blood. He saw Emperor Xuanhuan's hand shine, the strong wind engulfed him, and he was in pain like a knife. His whole body was covered with glaring bloodstains. Although he was at the eternal level, his strength was completely suppressed by Xuanhuan. He didn't even think that he had reached the eternal level and exploded with all his strength, which was even more than 10 times stronger than before, and all kinds of growth rates were doubled. He didn't quite know what happened in the spirit world. There is no unparalleled road, even the rules of eternity. I have broken my destiny and achieved eternity. Only I can control my destiny. If you kill, there must be a glimmer of life. Seeing this, the Emperor Jidao went crazy to the extreme. His power erupted completely, and in an instant, the divine splendor soared to the sky, so extremely powerful, he turned himself into an eternal divine soldier. Boom! He rushed directly to the past, trying to make a way to survive. Xuanhuan didn't move. He seemed to be able to control everything, piercing through the heavens and the earth, supremely majestic, standing in the sky and earth. He was too tall and majestic. He suppressed it with one hand. At this moment, he is like an existence that cannot be defeated. Facing his strength, there is a possibility that Emperor Jidao cannot escape. His divine splendor was impacting, and Xuanhuan struck down with one hand. The end of civilization, and even more so, the end of eternity, seemed to be wailing for him. When Xuanhuan's power bombarded him, Emperor Jidao was blown away like a bird with broken wings. He fell heavily, his face was extremely pale, and he vomited blood profusely. This is the reaction only when life is hurt to the essence. Could I really die here today? The Emperor Jidao is absolutely unwilling to accept this fate. You are bound to die. Chu Yuan's word is the doom of fate, which cannot be changed. He clenched his 5 fingers tightly, suppressing everything, and with a bang, he hit Jidao Great Emperor's chest hard, blood and flesh mixed with bone dregs splashed, and his body was about to explode. And Emperor Xuanhuan's chaotic power turned into a chaotic millstone, and when he was shocked, he couldn't hold on anymore. The Great Emperor Jidao made a tragic voice. He has not enjoyed the glory of the eternal level, but he is about to face the fall of death. This seems like an irony to him. This emperor has no regrets. Even if this emperor falls, he will still fall with the identity of the eternal class. If he loses to the strongest contender, this emperor will not be wronged. The Emperor Jidao has no regrets, even if he dies, he is also at the eternal level. Knowing that there was no way out, he simply did not run for his life. Sacrifice the strongest extreme power with myself. The great Emperor Jidao sacrificed himself, and erupted with the most blazing light. It was the most glorious moment in his life, and the sharp spear of Jidao struck down. His power is like a shooting star, like a flash in the pan, and its brilliance is fleeting. With his eternal Taoism, Chu Yuan suppressed the terrifying power of the great Emperor Jidao at once, and the tyrannical attacking power was overwhelming. In an instant, the great Emperor Jidao was completely shattered. His laws and his life were completely dispersed and refined by Chu Yuan. Although he is an eternal level, he is bound to die without a chance. #See 1935net, pray. The Emperor Jidao was beheaded. As an eternal class, he has not yet shown his divine power, and is fleeting like a shooting star. The time for him to become an eternal class is too short, and there are not many in the world. Chu Yuan's attack was cruel and ruthless, like an indifferent god, ruling life and death in the world. The Emperor Jidao succeeded. No, he disappeared, he died. Some strong people sensed the fluctuations of the eternal rules, and the Jidao Great Emperor almost fell quickly after he succeeded, revealing the strangeness. Who did it? Now many Eternals are awakened, and they pass the news very quickly, and they are all wondering who can kill the Jidao Great Emperor in a short time. Oops, could it be that Emperor Xuanhuan did it? Someone reacted quickly, his face changed drastically, and he trembled when he thought of the sudden appearance in the alchemy world. Could it be that this is a trap, a terrible trap? Some people have already realized that this trap is likely to be related to Emperor Xuanhuan. But now that some people have reached the alchemy world, it is too late for them to remind them. At the same time, within the alchemy world, a divine power pierced through the alchemy, and suddenly an old man appeared. His face was like that of a rich old man, with a fat body, and his eyes shone with shrewd luster. However, he is indeed at the eternal level. Eternal divine pill. The old man couldn't help being greedy when he thought of the eternal God pill. He had already seen the God pill that was shining brightly, and he dreamed of getting it. It's a pity that Danzu and I are not in the same era, said the old man. Even if you and Danzu are in the same era, you can't get it. After a long time, another person came. This was a woman, shrouded in hazy sacred light, with outstanding temperament. She was wearing a beautiful robe with mountains and rivers on it. Splendid Jiangshan. This woman is called Jinqiu Tian, and she is also an ancient existence. It turns out to be the goddess of splendor. The old man said, "You haven't appeared in hundreds of epochs. I thought you had already passed away." It's great, there are people of the same generation. Lord of floating life. The fairy said, "It's not so easy for me to sit down." The Lord of floating life is also a not simple figure. He once opened a huge chamber of commerce called Floating Life Chamber of Commerce, and the business has covered the entire Eternal Road. However, with his retreat, the floating life chamber of commerce also disappeared. Boom! And suddenly, a boundless ferocious wind blew up, time and space collapsed, and then a dark gold beast with a size of thousands of miles came in with horror. Its big claws have extremely sharp nails, tearing the sky and the earth, and the fierceness is too cruel. This strange beast is very ferocious, and there are sharp thorns protruding from the top of its head, like a crown, and it directly grabbed the Eternal God Pill. It's a pity that as soon as its power touched the Eternal God Pill, Dan Zu's will was aroused, and he punched it, directly hitting the beast backwards, unable to get close. Madness! Then, a tall man with a heavy aura, like a giant mountain, appeared. He is the Lord of Xuanhuan, with a cold disdain on his face. A beast is a beast, and it is so stupid to cultivate to the eternal level. If the Eternal God Pill was really so easy to be taken away, wouldn't it be possible to see that the Lord of Floating Life and the Fairy Maiden had come a step earlier and hadn't made a move? What did you say? This ferocious beast is ferocious in nature, and hates being called stupid, and will explode when it hears this. Okay, Beast Emperor, don't get angry. The purpose of all of us is to fight for the Eternal God Pill. It won't do anyone any good. It seems that the 5 of us came to the pill realm first. What we have to do is to fight with ourselves. Benefit maximization. A soft voice. A young man in white clothes has a handsome face, but the corners of his mouth are raised with an evil spirit. When they saw this young man, their faces were full of fear, as if this man was evil and they didn't want to have too much relationship with him. Someone once offended him, but died for no apparent reason. Suzy, said the Master of Floating Life. There is only one Eternal God Pill, and only the Emperor can get it. The Beast Emperor is extremely domineering, with a big mouth, there will be a howling wind. Beast Emperor? If it wasn't for the disappearance of the ancestor of all beasts, would you still dare to be Emperor? You can only kneel at its feet, said the Lord of Xuanhuan. The ancestor of all beasts is the strongest emperor among all giant beasts. He controls all beasts and is extremely powerful. Later, he disappeared without knowing what happened. Xuanhuan, you are courting death. The Beast Emperor didn't want others to mention the ancestor of all beasts. Well, there is only one Eternal God Pill, and we have 5, so only one of us is destined to get it. The Goddess of Splendor asks a fatal question. Don't think about the Eternal God Pill. There are too many pills in the pill world. Apart from our 5 gods, there will be more eternal grades coming. If we keep arguing, no one will be able to get it. My suggestion is, all the elixirs, the 5 of us will share equally, and finally decide on the Eternal God Elixir. The Lord of Floating Life is worthy of being a businessman, and with just a few words, he disintegrated the tense atmosphere present and maximized his benefits. The Lord of Floating Life has a good opinion, I agree. Fairy agreed. I agree too. Suzy said. I have no opinion. The Lord of Xuanhuan also said that in addition to the Eternal God Pill, there are also some Eternal God Pills that are also effective for them, and then he said lightly, what about you? If there is one less, we can share more. The Emperor also agrees. The Beast Emperor said gloomily. It knew that if it dared to say no, it would definitely be suppressed by the 4 gods. Okay, then it's decided. The Lord of Floating Life laughed. Let's do it. The Beast Emperor couldn't wait. However, when their mana swept across the entire alchemy world, they suddenly felt an unusual vibration. When they bombarded the past, their mana was actually wiped out. A bad premonition rose to their hearts. Xuanhuan appeared, and he came to the alchemy world in an instant, with the door of the alchemy world appearing in front of them, and the domineering aura of the Emperor swept them across the world. Emperor Xuanhuan, how could it be you? Their faces changed immediately. Why did Emperor Xuanhuan appear here? Why did he come so suddenly? and they clearly did not sense his arrival through time and space. With his wisdom, they couldn't figure it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, very good. Xuanhuan counted them as if counting carrots, and nodded. After the 5 people arrived first, Xuanhuan felt that it was almost time to close the trap he had set. These 5 have entered his trap. What are you counting? The Beast Emperor didn't like Xuanhuan's expression very much. Pray. Xuanhuan only replied to it. Pray. When the Beast Emperor heard it, he became even more angry. It was hunted by others as prey when it was weak, and this person counted them as if they were pigs and sheep, and seemed to be sure to eat them. Emperor Xuanhuan appears here, and he is counting his prey. The one who reacted the fastest was the Lord of Floating Life. His expression changed drastically, and he understood his situation. I understand. He has set up a trap and is waiting for us. It is very likely that the birth of Dongjia is because of him. We have become prey in his net. #C 1936 Suffocated. Thinking that the alchemy realm might be a trap set by Emperor Xuanhuan, they trembled and became confused. What is going on in this one? Shouldn't he be in the Xuanhuan Empire? How could he appear in the alchemy world without a sound? The last time he suddenly went to the spirit world, it can be said that the blockade of him was not thorough enough, but now, many eternities, time and space are blocked layer by layer, and there is no movement at all. If this is the case, then isn't the pill realm the tomb chosen by Emperor Xuanhuan for them? It's a bit wise. Xuanhuan's indifferent words have the confidence to control everything. And falling into their ears is equivalent to acknowledging in disguise that the Dongjia appeared because of his relationship, and also deliberately opened the spirit world, attracting many powerful people into the trap he set. They didn't question Emperor Xuanhuan's words, there was no need for him to lie to them. And his sudden appearance here explained a lot of problems. Xuanhuan Emperor. The Beast Emperor's huge bloody eyes stared at Xuanhuan, and suddenly it struck directly with its sky-shattering giant claws, and a ferocious wind blew up, making people tremble. It is definitely considered a strong player in the Eternal class. Xuanhuan also knew about this Beast Emperor. It was recorded in the Beast Tao Divine Book. It was originally the Beast Lord, but after the disappearance of the Lord of Beasts, it directly became the Emperor. It is true that there is no ancestor among beasts, and it comes to dominate. Xuanhuan's attack on it was just a punch. The size of his fist and the Beast Emperor's claws were completely different, but the aura erupted and completely overwhelmed the Beast Emperor. With a single bang, the Beast Emperor was sent flying, bursting into a bloody mist. Even such a powerful Beast Emperor was knocked back by him with a single blow. His strength is unparalleled and unstoppable. Splendid lady, you can't fight him, this place is a trap and cage, we are no match for him. The Lord of Floating Life was also trembling in his calm heart. He suddenly said that he and Jinxiu Tian were about to soar into the sky, leaving the alchemy realm. They thought that they would be able to take the lead by coming to the alchemy world before others, but they also had bad luck for 8 lifetimes, and they were anxious to dig into their graves. He was cursing in his heart, this time it was really bad. However, when they rushed out, they encountered a shocking blockade, the sky was bombarded by thunder, and a giant hand of thunder swept over. This kind of power seems to have created an eternal calamity belonging to Emperor Xuanhuan. Boom! The alchemy world is changing. The alchemy world, which was originally open, was suddenly shrouded in a layer of terrifying heaven and earth. The outside was heavily blocked, and it was completely trapped to death. It was shrouded in Xuanhuan's eternal sky. He's trying to trap us to death. The Lord of Xuanhuan also trembled. He realized that the alchemy world had become completely trapped, and there was no way to run out. Emperor Xuanhuan, you are despicable and shameless, you are more cunning than wolves, you even used the alchemy world to lure us, you are black-hearted, you don't have the demeanor of an emperor, and in your capacity, you even set a trap. The Lord of Floating Life thought that he was black-hearted enough, but was plotted by Emperor Xuanhuan, and his heart was blocked. I haven't broken through eternity yet. Xuanhuan said slowly, with a frighteningly indifferent expression. You. The power of Emperor Xuanhuan makes it easy for people to overlook his realm. They also thought that he has not yet broken through eternity, but they are all true eternity level. Their hearts were even more aggrieved and panicked. Each one was a proud and strong man, but was forced into this situation by a man who did not reach eternity. They glared at each other, and the attitude of the other party was already very clear, and they wanted to kill them. In the eyes of this person, they are probably animals waiting to be slaughtered, and life and death are already in his hands. You're so despicable. The Lord of Xuanhuan held back for a while before saying such words, and said angrily, "You are not an ordinary god of origin at all." Emperor Xuanhuan's overbearing, his strength, his secretiveness, and his uniqueness are like beings who are not in the same world as them, such as representing the detachment of light. He seems to have vaguely become an independent eternity. This made the gods seem to understand his realm a little bit. He is not the god of origin, let alone the eternal level, but eternal. That's right, it's the word eternity. He has gone out of his way. If they break through, they will be called the eternal class, and the word level will be added after it, indicating that they are still in the predicament of this cage of heaven and earth. But the other side is different. He is like a breakthrough, that is, the real eternity. There is no super word, and it is immortal. After realizing Xuanhuan's ambition for a while, they felt a chill rushing over their heads. This kind of will was too terrifying. It was going to replace the whole eternity. If they are eternal, they all control some kind of rules. But the other party is different. He has controlled all the rules in his own hands, and created his own eternal rules. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, let alone a second eternity. What you are doing is provoking the eternal rules. It is the most terrifying god of rules that has descended. Suzy is in the dark. Xuanhuan looked at him. You are very unusual. Did you see it? Suzy didn't feel any panic at the moment. Guys, don't be scared by him. He wants to kill us, let's see if he can kill us. We are not afraid of him, we will fight him. The Beast Emperor roared wildly, and the blood of the beast boiled. Beast Emperor. Xuanhuan's domineering emperor suppressed it directly. I will save your life, and I will be my mount in the future. You want me to be your mount? As soon as the Beast Emperor heard these words, a wave of beast blood rushed to the top of the sky. It hated others to use it as a mount. When it was weak, someone used it as a mount. Now, it is already at the eternal level, and some people use it as a mount. Whether it is tolerable or unbearable, it cannot bear this kind of humiliation. Eternal class, qualified to be my mount and pull the chariot for me. Xuanhuan Dao, use the eternal class to pull the cart, which is a symbol of majesty, and the appearance of the Beast Emperor is very good. He reprimanded Feng Qiao, saying, Go up, use your strongest strength. He is stepping out of his own eternity, and it is impossible to work behind closed doors on this road, and he must be sharpened with blood and the baptism of life. Let alone the 5 of them. It is the eternal level that blocks Xuanhuan from the outside world. Even all the powerhouses on the entire eternal road. He didn't regard the Holy Emperor, the Poison Ancestor, the Soul Ancestor, and some unknown ancient powerhouses as his biggest opponents. He deeply understands that there is only one biggest opponent to him, and that is the eternal rule. Eternal rules represent the entire eternal road. Although it does not have its own thoughts and feelings, it has its own rules of operation and is the strongest. It can be said that Xuanhuan's last obstacle is the eternal rule. There is only one way of eternal detachment, which is to tear apart the eternal rules and smash him completely. He had a faint premonition. Such as Emperor Panchen and Emperor Zhu Tian were all fallen by the eternal rules when they broke the curse. When his strength reaches a certain level, he will be threatened. At that time, it is likely that he will not be simply obliterated, but will produce many changes that have never been seen before. However, Xuanhuan also understands that the more mutations there are, the more it means that he has truly threatened the eternal rules. #C 1937, Show No Mercy. The eternal rule is the most powerful and terrifying, and no strong person is as terrifying as him. Xuanhuan is still not too clear about the existence of the eternal rule, but he knows that as long as there is something that threatens to interfere with its operation, it will be bombarded heavily. However, although it is powerful and terrifying, Xuanhuan also knows that it is like a certain level, without the anger, sorrow, and joy of living beings, and it operates according to the established rules. Instead, he was waiting for its mutation to see if something unbelievable happened. An eternity appears within an eternity, and then to break this eternity, one will inevitably be bombarded by it. Why did the former strongest man either die or hide like the Holy Emperor after dominating for a period of time? The eternal rule does not allow this kind of strong man to continue to exist. Now that you understand this, you have an idea. This realization made him exude the most intense divine brilliance at this moment, illuminating the world and oppressing the powerful. Standing there, he created the eternal world, but in the eyes of the Lord of Floating Life, he was like a tomb. Facing Emperor Xuanhuan, they were like the lights of fireflies. It's a terrible feeling. It shows that their will has been suppressed by this emperor. Fight. There is no way out, only to fight desperately. The 5 gods surged with the strongest power, and they rushed over in an instant, and their power turned into 5 eternal torrents, destroying heaven and earth. Boom! They are going to tear apart Xuanhuan's world. The Lord of Floating Life held the divine light mirror and burst out a fiery torrent. Xuanhuan's strength was shaken, and any brilliance was torn apart. With a big step, his tall and majestic emperor body shattered the torrent of their power, and reached in front of Fuxing. Fuxing was startled and immediately wanted to resist. It's a pity that his resistance was useless, as if Emperor Xuanhuan was not in the same world as them, his power was boundless and reached a peak. With a shake of his big hand, the Lord of Floating Life immediately burst open. I want to kill 5 Eternals in one battle. Your appetite is huge. The Lord of Xuanhuan roared. He also knew that he had fallen into an absolute predicament, and only by desperately could he have a chance of survival. Immediately, his 10 fingers were like 10 mountain ranges, and the eternal breath forced him over. With one punch, Xuanhuan, as the strongest overlord, confronted the Lord of Xuanhuan and knocked him into the air. With his unrivaled divine power, he suppressed him again, and directly blasted him. In an instant, the Lord of Xuanhuan suffered a devastating blow, and the laws in his body were breaking. After just a few blows, the Lord of Xuanhuan was seriously injured. His strength is even more terrifying than when he was dealing with Niren Tianzuan that day, much stronger. Every move he made, his divine channeling skills exceeded their expectations, and he was invincible. Kill. When the Beast Emperor came to kill him, it was absolutely unwilling to be someone else's mount and endure humiliation, with that powerful beast claw, rumbling pressure. He intends to forcibly oppress him with his own animal body. Xuanhuan stepped on Wuji, time and space froze, and the Beast Emperor seemed to be frozen. A big foot fell from the sky and trampled on the Beast Emperor's body fiercely. This force crushed his beast body to the point of collapse, spurting out blood. Xuanhuan turned his gaze again. The fairy girl was seen by Xuanhuan, and her face was frightened, and then the light of dusk shone over, and her life seemed to be terminated. Xuanhuan made a move, mercilessly merciless, and it was the most vicious blow, directly shaking the fairy girl. Xuanhuan, you are forcing us to fight with you. The Lord of Xuanhuan is going crazy. Xuanhuan stabbed the Lord of Xuanhuan with his divine eyes, and wanted to fight him for his life, so he gave his opponent a chance to make him fully understand that even fighting for his life would be useless at all. His great hand covered all directions, and all the rules were controlled by him, and he immediately fell to the Lord of Xuanhuan. With a bang, although the Lord of Xuanhuan tried his best to resist, he still let out a scream, and his body exploded completely. Although the Lord of Xuanhuan is not as strong as Hong Meng, he has been enlightened for a long time. However, in front of Emperor Xuanwu, his strength is as fragile as a child, and he is blown away in a few strokes. The situation on the battlefield has been controlled by Emperor Xuanwu. After the Lord of Xuanhuan was blown up, he quickly reorganized his body and shouted, "Hurry up, don't let him go on like this, or we will all die. He is too cruel, his purpose is to kill us all." Chu Yuan's palm turned over, and it turned into eternal sky. Seeing this scene, the Lord of Xuanhuan was even more frightened and trembling to the extreme. He played Xuanhuan to return to the sea, in order to gain a chance of survival. Chu Yuan force suppressed. The Lord of Xuanhuan was blown up again, and he wanted to regroup, but he had no chance. When Chu Yuan came to his broken place, the power of devouring swept out. This kind of devouring was simply too terrifying, as if it could swallow the entire eternal road. The Lord of Xuanhuan disappeared before he could even make a scream. He also became the first eternal class to fall among the 5. He is too strong. Why is there such a strong person? The Lord of Floating Life had a bitter mouth and looked at Chu Yuan. It was just Chu Yuan. Facing his power, even he felt trembling, and it was impossible to resist. "Xuanwu, we dare not deal with you. We only came here because of the alchemy world. If we knew that it was owned by the Emperor, we would not come here." The Lord of Floating Life is so proud, he also bowed his head. His psychological defense was defeated. "Just let us go this time, I will never dare to fight against you again after Fuxing." "You really haven't moved this idea?" Chu Yuan was indifferent, and his hands were stained with blood. He wants to kill and use blood to warn everyone that he cannot be dealt with. He directly killed the past, and around the Lord of Floating Life, there was a blast of divine calamity all over the sky. He created the eternal calamity under his control, attacking without dead ends. The Lord of Floating Life was miserable. He felt that the blow from Emperor Xuanwu was like the real eternal rule hitting him. Crackling, robbing light destroys eternity. Although the Lord of Floating Life said that he came for the alchemy realm, Chu Yuan clearly felt the will to block the empire one after another, and he was there for one of them. In the next moment, Chu Yuan's palm carried thunder from the sky, and it directly slapped the Lord of Floating Life on the head. This time, the body of the Lord of Floating Life exploded directly, splashing blood and pieces of flesh. "Emperor Xuanwu, you are so ruthless," the Lord of Floating Life shouted. He still wanted to struggle, but Chu Yuan swept across with his big hand, directly destroying all his eternal rules and killing him. Too dead. Next, Chu Yuan looked at the fairy with colder eyes. Fairy is also pale at the moment. Never imagined that such a tragic thing will happen today, but she also knows that Emperor Xuanwu will not let her go. She didn't beg for mercy. "Xuanwu, you have to transform yourself into eternity. The rules of eternity will not let you go. Your fate will be thousands of times worse than mine. No matter how strong a person is, they will not be able to resist the rules of eternity." The Goddess of Splendor issued the most vicious curse, cursing that Chu Yuan would die according to the eternal rules. Chu Yuan didn't care about her curse, and the endless flames enveloped her. She struggled fiercely and was finally killed directly. Chu Yuan's killing is to directly destroy all eternal rules and souls of life. #C1938 Shake the World. The Invincible Power of the Gods. Chu Yuan used the most bloody means, indifferent and cruel, to kill the Lord of Xuanhuan, the Lord of Floating Life, and the Fairy in succession. This kind of strength is too terrifying. Thinking back to the former strongest, I am afraid that there is no one who is as terrifying as him and kills the eternal class so easily. His imperial prestige is unstoppable. The Beast Emperor's huge beast eyes also had thick fear, and his soul was about to collapse. However, the strange thing is that Su Ziyi was very calm. The three died in his hands, and he was absolutely impossible to be Chu Yuan's opponent, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Your real body doesn't need my name. Chu Yuan has seen through him. No need, I can see that you have come out of your own way and law. You are a real alien, enough provocative to threaten the eternal rules. Su Ziyi smiled on his strange face. This time you set a trap and let all the venerables enter your trap. Your strength is very strong. My soul ancestor admires you. I have lived for endless eras. You are different. Su Ziyi actually called himself the soul ancestor. Soul ancestor. The Beast Emperor also suddenly became unbelievable. That's right, Su Ziyi's true identity is soul ancestor, but not his true self. No one has ever seen his true self, but there are countless incarnations of him. Gongsun Fan is his incarnation. And Su Ziyi is also one of his. The reason why Su Ziyi is said to be evil, and some of those who opposed him died without knowing why, is because behind the scenes, the soul ancestor of the deity used terrifying soul methods. He walks the eternal way in various incarnations. It seems that the ancestor is about to lose an incarnation. Su Ziyi's body exploded. For soul ancestors, as long as the real body is immortal, it doesn't matter how many incarnations you lose. His strength is enough to qualify to dominate the strongest. Chu Yuan was very calm. Soul ancestor is very strong, but he has never competed for the strongest, which means nothing to him. What he wants is real eternity, not a strongest. On the contrary, the stronger the strength, the more severe the eternal rule will be. Soul ancestor doesn't care about the collapse of an avatar. But at this moment, only the Beast Emperor was left, facing the majesty of the Emperor Xuanhuan. It couldn't help trembling and fearing in its heart. It knows that no matter what, it cannot escape its palm. Me. The Beast Emperor's heart was about to collapse, and he suddenly shouted, even if I am you, I don't want to be your mount. If you want to surrender this emperor, don't even think about it, I'd rather die. The Beast Emperor would rather die than submit to Chu Yuan. This is its dignity and pride. It shouts, it is crazy, it is fighting for its own dignity, it is already crazy, the power of the whole body is running wild, and it is sublimated and brilliant. Chu Yuan looked at the Beast Emperor. If the Beast Emperor begged him, he might give up the idea of accepting it as a mount, but the determination of the Beast Emperor made him want to accept it as a mount even more. His majestic power immediately oppressed the Beast Emperor. Don't even think about it. The Beast Emperor growled. Eternal will, Chu Yuan is like God looking down on the Beast Emperor at this moment. His thoughts are suppressed like a huge mountain, and his majestic momentum is crushing his heart. It is pulling the Beast Emperor into his domain. The Beast Emperor was fighting against Chu Yuan's control, but due to fate, the endless oppression, its soul would be oppressed, and Chu Yuan directly controlled it. It saw a more magnificent picture, which was the eternal Pure Land, and the Emperor in front of him was breaking the spell with his peerless divine power, creating a road for all beings in the heavens to reach eternity. This road, this brilliance, made its psychological defense line, defeated, completely sinking. It will become my mount in the future. Chu Yuan was loud and loud, and his great voice resounded. He didn't directly use his soul to control him like the soul ancestor, but directly defeated the Beast Emperor's mind with his eternal great wish, his eternal and invincible will. In the end, the Beast Emperor couldn't take it anymore. All its psychological defenses were defeated by Chu Yuan, and the four beasts spread out. Pull the car for the Emperor, it can still live. If it is stubborn and restless, its end is a dead end. Pull the cart for me in the future, and you will be able to walk on the eternal road. There is a kind of magic in Xuanhuan's voice, as if only following him can last forever. He planted this idea in the mind of the Beast Emperor. It is not afraid of death, it is so afraid that it will not see the eternal hope. Xuanhuan gave it this hope now, which broke its psychological defense. Of course, it was also because Xuanhuan was completely stronger than it. Things in the alchemy world will be passed on quickly because of the soul ancestor, so this trap is useless. Xuanhuan stared at the eternal god pill, and he suddenly grabbed it with a palm, with a lingering breath. Danzu's will was also activated instantly, and the self-defense mechanism, the eternal Danhua, confronted Xuanhuan in an instant, and the burning of 10,000 ways broke out. But Xuanhuan's palm completely overwhelmed Danzu's will. The power he left behind also collapsed in an instant, and Xuanhuan's palm also covered the elixir, condensed into a time and space, and suspended in his palm. The eternal god pill, which so many people dream of and long for, is now in his hands. Although the Beast Emperor's mind was defeated by Xuanhuan, it was not under the control of the soul. It had its own thoughts, and it was extremely hot to watch eagerly. The eternal god pill is very useful, but you can choose to take the other medicines in the Dan world. Xuanhuan stared at the eternal pill. This divine elixir exudes bloody light, and it seems that countless gods, the essence of flesh and blood, and the gathering of countless divine powers are sealed inside. Anyone who takes this pill can be promoted to the eternal level. This is Danzu sacrificed himself, refining him, which is equivalent to getting Danzu's lifelong Taoism inheritance, just like empowering you with power. At the same time, this divine elixir can also be regarded as a powerful fetish, capable of bursting out tyrannical elixir fire. Using it to appear an eternal level would be a waste of its effectiveness. Achieving eternity within my eternity. In addition, besides the most precious eternal god pill, there are also a large number of other pills. If these pills are brought back, how many powerful people will be cultivated for the empire? The more strong there are, the more terrifying the luck, and every citizen can contribute their own strength. His power enveloped the entire alchemy world, and he said indifferently, "Beast, return to the empire with me." He released the gate of the alchemy world. Until now, the Beast Emperor knew how the Emperor Xuanhuan suddenly came to the alchemy world. He has the means of direct teleportation and positioning. Although compared to its animal body, Xuanhuan is very small. But Xuanhuan's majestic aura is so vast that it can only look up, and it has a premonition that if people like the Emperor can't achieve eternity, no one can hope to break through. The alchemy world is a trap set by Emperor Xuanhuan. The alchemy world was created by him on his own initiative, and the purpose is to attract the eternal class into it. The Lord of Floating Life is gone, the Fairy Girl is gone, the Lord of 10,000 Rivers is gone, Suzi is gone, and the Beast Emperor has been surrendered. When Soul Ancestor brought this disappearance, the pot exploded immediately. No one thought that this would be a trap specially aimed at them. And the price of this trap is too great. In addition to the 5 broken in the hands of Emperor Xuanhuan, 2 more were beheaded by unknown strong men. This matter shocked the world, and even the eternal class would tremble with fear. #See 1939 Bloody. In a short period of time, too many Eternals died. Emperor Xuanhuan alone killed Yanxin, Niluan, Xuanzuan, Jidao, Fuxing, Jinxiu, Wanchuan, and Suzi. There are so many eternal levels, one scene after another, bloody scenes are endless. Should we continue to block Xuanhuan? The power of Xuanhuan and his bloody and cruel methods have indeed calmed down a group of people. If an ordinary eternal level goes to fight him, it is courting death, and it is definitely not his opponent. With his bloody record, he explained one thing to the world: those who oppose him will end up dead. In the eyes of many people, Emperor Xuanhuan is like the bloodiest big devil, who only kills the strong. We must not let him rise, otherwise we will die under his bloody butcher knife. There are strong people shouting, although the martial arts are world-class, but he has not taken a crucial step, then they still have hope, and they can curb his path to become the strongest. The master of divine weapons said fiercely, "That's right, he set up traps, deliberately lured others, and divided us into blows. If we just retreat like this, wouldn't we fall into his trap? If we hadn't been lured by the pill realm, the situation wouldn't have been so bad." The barbaric lord's face was gloomy. The situation was very good, but because of the destruction of a pill world, Xuanhuan took the initiative and fell into a dilemma. If Xuanhuan dominates the heavens, with his means, we must either rely on him or be beheaded by him. His means are more terrifying than anyone else, and when he becomes enlightened, he will inevitably impact eternity. If he wants to transcend the eternal, the end will be failure, the body dies and the Tao disappears. Maybe the world we live in is the whole world. Another strong man said. Continue to stay here, because he is terrible, there will be more eternal levels appearing. If there is any temptation in the future, we will not go, just gather, and the martial arts will be of no use to us. They still have no plans to retreat. This failure was due to their carelessness. Suddenly, while they were all speaking, a figure came over without warning, and when he came, his breath was extremely cold, as if killing everything. Has another eternal level awakened? They looked at this person, suddenly let out a shocking shout, and said in disbelief, "Emperor Zhu Tian, how could it be you? You are already dead, how could you recover?" When they saw Emperor Zhu Tian, they couldn't calm down either. This is the strongest man in the past. Since Emperor Zhu Tian was the last strongest man, it is not too far away, so many strong men have experienced the era when he suppressed the world. How could he live? It's very strange, he is weird, although he is exactly the same as Emperor Zhu Tian, but he is definitely not the real Emperor Tianzhu. Gongsun Fan, who was controlled by Soul Ancestor, was still here, condensing. Not long ago, Emperor Xuanhuan gathered all the Heaven Zhutian swords. Did this change the will of Emperor Zhu Tian? He left 99, could it be that the heaven-punishing sword is for my own resurrection? Thinking is only done in an instant. It's not surprising that Soul Ancestor thought so. His wisdom is profound, and it is impossible for him to have such a heaven-defying and mysterious thing as a system in Chuyuan. The Heaven Punisher Emperor came too suddenly, he charged up suddenly, 99 divine swords burst out 99 pieces of heaven-punishing light, and the vast heaven-punishing intention instantly killed a beam of light and shadow. Ah! The light and shadow let out an extremely shrill scream. Because the reputation of Emperor Zhu Tian was too shocking, he was also a little messy, and he was in a trance for a while. But this brief trance was enough to kill him. After Emperor Zhu Tian smashed through his path with one move, the divine sword merged into one, and the tyrannical oppression of Tianzhu burst out with a divine aura that pierced the world and defeated his time and space. His power to kill with the sword seemed to reproduce the strongest majesty. Although some people wanted to make a move, the impression that Emperor Zhu Tian had left on them was too frightening, that is, they could kill whoever they really wanted, and there was absolutely no discussion. Emperor Zhu Tian shot, suddenly, time froze at this moment, some blood spattered out, and some pieces of meat were also scattered. A road of eternity was completely destroyed, and a broken body was shot down directly, with eyes wide open, dying with regret. He blocked and killed gods with gods, blocked and killed demons with magic, and killed one person directly. Emperor Zhu Tian killed an eternal level as soon as he came. Why did he do this? What a cold and arrogant Emperor Zhu Tian, will he explain to you what he does? Could it be that he beheaded the previous two? Time froze at this moment, the cruelty of Emperor Zhu Tian's attack shocked everyone, they couldn't help gathering closer, fearing that Zhu Tian would kill again. But they were not angry, this is the temperament of the Emperor Zhu Tian, if he doesn't like it, he will kill anyone. Could it be that Emperor Zhu Tian's will has awakened, and he needs eternal, level flesh and blood if he wants to be resurrected? It must be like this, there is nothing wrong. It's the Emperor Xuanhuan who gathered the Heavenly Punisher sword and wanted to control him. He must have come here to settle accounts with Emperor Xuanhuan. The Emperor Xuanhuan is arrogant and cannot be profaned. The former strongest man, now recovered, is invincible. Even if they were infinitely wise, they would never have thought that all the actions of Emperor Zhu Tian were instructed by Xuanhuan. After all, such a proud emperor would not submit to others. Before the shock brought by Emperor Zhu Tian was over, three figures suddenly appeared. Xuanhuan, Nilwan, Yenshin, how could it be them? When they saw the reappearance of these three people, they were a little hard to understand. Didn't they die in the hands of Emperor Xuanhuan before? How could it suddenly appear? It's fine if it's just a simulation. But they looked at these three statues as if they were really alive. The Lord of the Wild was a little confused, and asked Soul Ancestor, did they really get the three statues, or were they simulated by some special means? They are indeed real beings, possessing real abilities of the eternal level. They don't seem to be summoned by some means. Their souls are indeed three. Soul Ancestor's eyes flickered, but there is one thing that I didn't understand, but it must have something to do with Emperor Xuanhuan. The three statues appeared, and at this moment, a monstrous wave was set off, and one person was killed immediately. You. This person backed up again and again after being bombarded. Emperor Zhu Tian appeared. The three dead statues suddenly appeared again. This kind of reveals too much weirdness. You guys are very brave. The voice of Xuanhuan, suppressing the world, resounded. His gaze was as cold as a blade, sweeping across the crowd. When he came back from the alchemy world this time, he knew that he hadn't killed enough. There were still people who wanted to block his way and blocked his martial arts, so he continued to kill. He wants to kill until no one in this world dares to block his way, and everyone is afraid to hear his name. Looking at Xuanhuan, Soul Ancestor suddenly had an extremely ominous feeling that the source of all the weirdness must be because of this emperor. Emperor Zhu Tian walked towards Emperor Xuanhuan. But he didn't draw his sword and slash as everyone expected, but stood beside him directly, showing a scene of completely obeying Xuanhuan's orders. #Scene 1940 Abandon. Emperor Xuanhuan appeared, and then Emperor Zhu Tian came to his side, as if he was his bodyguard. This situation is too weird. How is it possible? Does it mean that Emperor Zhu Tian completely obeys his orders and is his man? How arrogant is the Emperor Zhu Tian, who is not afraid of the sky, even if it is only the reincarnation of will, he is still arrogant. This is not the real Emperor Zhu Tian, something must have happened that even we can't understand. They were all shocked. The reappearance of the three gods, and the appearance of Emperor Zhu Tian are not surprising. After all, the former strongest has stepped into a stronger eternal realm, and has means that ordinary people cannot understand. But this scene made them unable to calm down and figure it out. And the strongest are all lonely and self-respecting. You dare to block my empire, who gave you the courage? Xuanhuan's eyes were like dots, and he swept out. As soon as he appeared, the terrifying emperor's arrogance swept the audience, and his power alone suppressed everyone. His realm is too weird. Incarnate into eternity and create another eternity, this is no longer a state well known and understood by the powers, that is to say, once he breaks through, he will become the real eternity. You are ruthless and killed many of your fellows. If you become enlightened, it will be a disaster for everyone. The Lord of the Wild shouted. He was tall and mighty, looking at Xuanhuan with strong eyes, not afraid of his might. Disaster? I'll let you understand how difficult it is now. Xuanhuan shot directly, with incomparable imperial arrogance, and stepped towards the Lord of the Wild. With his magnificent strength, facing him, he was no longer human, and he punched the Lord of the Wild. The Lord of the Wild did not back down when facing Xuanhuan. Although he was not the strongest, he was also the top eternal class. He was shaken with a bang, and the heavy aura of the Savage Lord seemed to appear in the Savage universe. He punched out the heaviest force, and the heavy air flow directly confronted Xuanhuan. Two fists collided. It's not just a collision of fists, but a collision of two worlds. Xuanhuan dominates the world, and although the Lord of the Wild is extremely powerful at the eternal level, his aura of the Lord of the Wild is shattered in an instant when confronted with this kind of power. Boom! He was shocked violently, his fists were bloody and his bones were visible, and he immediately backed away. Xuanhuan's eyes swept away again, and with the will of the Supreme Emperor, he directly came to the Lords of Light and Shadow, rolled away with one hand, destroyed all the power, and swept across the spot. Let's attack him together. Many eternal shocks, their mana impact. But Xuanhuan stood still, and no force could shake him even if it hit him. He was the eternal world and could not be shaken. The emergence of the strongest is not something you can stop. Lingzhu also appeared, staring at everyone with cold eyes. She looked at Xuanhuan's eternal divine power, and she became firm in her heart. If there is eternal hope in the world, it is the Emperor Xuanwu, and no one else can. Her only goal is eternity, and she doesn't want to decay. Even if we repel us, he still can't become the strongest. Many ancient strongmen are restricted by the eternal rules, and they can't fight freely. If they can show up, they will let you continue to be so arrogant. The barbarian lord shouted loudly. He knew that some of the most powerful had already fallen, while some were still alive, and the Holy Emperor was definitely not the only one. This ancestor knows who you are talking about, but the strongest in the past has fallen to this point. Don't you think this is a kind of sadness? Lingzhu said. There is no need to say so much, their original intentions have been rotten, and the only way to block my way is to kill. He will kill a few more Eternals this time. The appearance of Zhuqiang this time, preparing to block his empire, is also an opportunity, otherwise, they will cause trouble one by one. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Zhu went out. The three gods also went out. Lingzhu and Beast Emperor were also killed. Back. These eternal levels were also trembling with fear. They thought that the only person they had to face was the Emperor Xuanwu. Adding a Lingzhu would be a big deal. However, who would have thought that there would be Emperor Zhu and the three Beast Emperors? Some of the quicker ones had already raised their mana to the extreme in advance and left first. The master of the divine weapon of the ancient and strongest. At this moment, Xuanhuan saw at a glance that the master of the magic weapon had retreated without a fight, and suddenly came to him, grabbed it with his big hand, swallowed eternally, and wanted to swallow the master of the magic weapon. The face of the master of the divine weapon changed drastically, and the opponent's power completely suppressed him. Fortunately, he is not an ordinary eternal grade. He was born in the god's mansion in the weapon. Why is his cultivation so difficult? Suddenly, a stream of Tianhe mana swept down like a waterfall. Embody eternity and control the world. He was too powerful, and he took a step forward, but this step made a sound of horror from the gods and demons, which directly collapsed the magic power of the master of the gods. The strongest soldier. This kind of magic weapon is too valuable. Dozens of eternal level magic weapons are not as good as it, and it is precisely this that makes the master of magic weapons so powerful in this realm. However, his strength is completely useless in front of Emperor Xuanwu. His wave is the eternal sky. Dang bang bang bang. The master of the divine weapon continued to slash, but he couldn't break his time and space. Xuanhuan was so powerful that he raised his palm, and then slapped it hard. The lord of the divine weapon was also knocked back directly, and cracks appeared on his body. But no blood flowed out, and his eternal body was like crystal. No matter how strong he is no match for Emperor Xuanwu. He was so anxious that he shouted, "Everyone, hurry up and fight together? Everyone will deal with him." If we don't suppress him, who can deal with him? We will end up alone. With his ruthlessness and ruthlessness, he will not let you go. Soul Ancestor, let's save the Lord of the Divine Weapons, and plan for the future. The Lord of the Wild wanted to save him. After all, the Lord of the Divine Weapons refined the divine weapons for the strongest, and he could not be obtained by this person. But when he took a quick look, the Soul Ancestor had disappeared at some point. Soul Ancestor, you. The Lord of the Wild Lord was also annoyed. This Soul Ancestor had the strength to be the strongest, but his behavior was too shameless and weird. He didn't want any dignity at all. He left as soon as he said it. Soul Ancestor has long seen that this plan has failed. Although he has infinite incarnations, but the eternal level is also very rare, and he will not be stupid to bury his incarnation when he knows that he can't do it. The Lord of the Wild, while he is dealing with the Lord of the Gods, go away if you don't want to die. He is not something you can deal with. Although he is mighty, the eternal rules will not allow him to become stronger. Afterwards, the eternal rules will deal with him. Come down and strike. A voice from Soul Ancestor stayed behind. An ancient strong man like him understands the eternal rules better than others. A strong man who wants to become eternal has already destroyed the operation of the eternal rules themselves. After hearing the words, the Lord of the Wilderness made a decision in an instant, and the Lord of the Divine Weapons could only be sorry. You are all gone and abandoned me. After seeing this, the Lord of Divine Soldiers was filled with shock and anger, as if he saw the coming of the end. #See 1941 King to the World. All that could run was gone. The many Eternals seem to have great momentum, but they can only fight against the wind. With a little setback, they can run faster than anyone else. Emperor Xuanhuan is the most ferocious big demon king, and he will kill whoever he sees. They are in charge of each other, wishing that the Lord of the Divine Armament can block the Emperor Xuanhuan for a while, and he will not care about his life or death. The master of the magic weapon looked into Xuanhuan's eyes, and fear grew. His strength has been completely suppressed. This person is absolutely invincible to him, but even if he wants to run, he can't run away. He was extremely sad and angry. Could it be that he was going to deal with himself just because he was the strongest magic weapon? I think he is also a well-known strong man, but he was forced to this situation. Xuanhuan. The Lord of the Divine Soldiers roared wildly. His body was a sky-shattering halberd, and with a slight movement, he had the power to break the ground, and he directly united God and himself, bursting out his most powerful power. The sky-shattering halberd slashed down, and the magical weapon refined by the strongest man ever, his blazing fire of primordial spirit, with terrifying power, burst out perfectly at this moment. Xuanhuan stood on the spot, even though the broken sky halberd fell, but he himself remained majestic and motionless. With a wave of his palm, he swallowed eternity. No matter how he cut it, he couldn't cut it off. The Lord of Xinbing is anxious. Fighting with his own body is his strongest method, and he doesn't want to die, so he roared, Emperor Xuanhuan, I know you are strong, but I still have the last resort, which is to destroy the Xinbing Yuan yourself. God, even if I can't pull you on the road together, it's enough to hurt you. When Xuanhuan heard his threat, he once again covered the sky with his palm, completely controlled all the power, and suppressed the master of the magic weapon in an instant. You are forcing me. The master of the divine weapon was pushed to the end by Xuanhuan. The divine soldier laughed wildly, and the most dazzling divine light shot up into the sky, and the whole divine weapon was ablaze. He was also stubborn and did not beg Xuanhuan for mercy. The power of this self-destructive magic weapon has not yet exploded, and its attack power is unparalleled. It can be beheaded by him in general, but the ordinary eternal level can't push him to this desperate situation. Xuanhuan. Boom. Euphorbia exploded. There are even explosions in the void world. Xuanhuan stepped out with eternal steps. His big hands possessed invincible strength, and at the moment when the Lord of the Divine Weapons broke out, he was caught directly in his hands. The halberd struggled desperately. The power of the whole world, the roar of 10,000 paths, and the magic weapon of the strongest are directly controlled by him. With a wave of his arm, the halberd has the power to cut through the Tianhe, and the infinite explosion stretches for infinite light years. The power of his blow seems to be within the rules. At this moment, many eternal level blockades were directly broken. Emperor Zhu Tian beheaded directly, and another person was beheaded by him. Lingzhu, Beast Emperor, and the three attacked, stopped the two of them, beat them to death, and directly surrounded them to death. It can be said that too many Eternals were beheaded in this battle. They wanted to block Xuanhuan, but they lost their lives, directly. If they can't hide, it will be difficult to kill them. Emperor Xuanhuan ruled the world. This battle originally wanted to stop him, but he did not get any results. Instead, he suffered heavy losses, which forged his power and caused the powerhouses of all parties to be defeated miserably. Too many Eternals died in his hands. If it had been changed before, Emperor Xuanhuan had such divine might and invincible power, he would have become the strongest, and no one would dare to question his majesty. However, this world is different. Emperor Xuanhuan's battle is not over yet, he has not reached the eternal level. As long as he does not step into this level, it cannot be said to be truly over. Xuanhuan held the halberd in his hand, his power was astounding, and his eyes were sharp. Lingzhu was also magnificent, she looked at Emperor Xuanhuan from a distance, it was a life essence, completely different from hers. This battle is over, but the great war of the Empire, our war is still beginning, and it is not over. After Xuanhuan left this sentence, he disappeared. Xuanhuan is invincible, and the Empire is eternal. Now such voices have erupted in the entire Empire. The power of the Empire has shocked the Eternal class. In their eyes, the Eternal class is high above them, and they are also chickens and dogs in front of their majesty. Everyone is proud to be a citizen of the Empire. Now that the people of the Empire walk on the Eternal Road, no one dares to intercept them, and the luck of the Empire is shrouded in it, so they can run amok. This is the power and awe of the Empire. Even the eternal level is hidden at this time, they dare not show their heads casually, for fear of being hunted and killed by Emperor Xuanhuan. Emperor Xuanhuan, if you say these 4 words, it will be a huge shock. And in the Empire, all kinds of powerhouses have sprung up like mushrooms after the spring rain. There are a lot of ordinary primitive gods, even some at the origin level. The women around him, Shang Wangxian, and Shui Changwei all reached the 7th level, and his eldest sister also reached the 7th level. Ru Jiuyou is comprehending her eternal way. This is mainly because Xuanhuan killed too many Eternals, all of which turned into billowing energy and flooded the Empire. The prestige of the Empire is growing. Countless people flocked here, hoping to join the Xuanhuan Empire. The Xuanhuan Empire has become a holy place in the universe. Emperor Xuanhuan ruled the world, his strength was extremely powerful, and he already had the majesty of the strongest. Facing such a strong person, many people wanted to join in. Xuanhuan never refused to join these people, and they all became members of his empire. Joining the empire, in addition to the most fundamental benefits, if you want to get the best, you have to contribute to the empire. And even if you don't fight, contributing your beliefs to the empire and gathering them in luck is also a contribution. All creatures are born in eternity, and they represent the power of eternity. If I incorporate these powers into my eternal empire, will I deprive eternity itself of the power of eternity itself? Xuanhuan had an idea. It's as if eternity is a great empire, all the people originally belonged to him, but suddenly a powerful prince appeared, depriving him of his power. Of course, a lot is imagining. But in short, Xuanhuan used his own empire as the foundation to form his eternal time and space, and strengthen the power of the empire, just like recreating an eternity. This line of thinking is correct and cannot be wrong. Power is fundamental. Although Chu Yuan frightened many strong men with blood power, he is still not complacent. He knows that there are still many ancient strong men hiding, and he will not understand and agree with his eternity. Many people would think that although his eternal law is vast, it may be a road to extinction. For example, the eternal Shenzhou, using the other shore method to achieve their eternal world, failed in the end, and caused the mass extinction of the entire eternal powerhouse. They have never succeeded, let them resist Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan doesn't care about these decadent ideas, he only looks for himself, and now his invincible trend has also been achieved. He will kill anyone who stands in his way. At this time, Chu Yuan was standing in the place where the luck of the empire was the most prosperous. In front of him, there were two magical weapons, the divine martial sword and the breaking sky euphorbia. #See 1942 provocation rule. The hot eternal divine fire burned on the halberd. Chu Yuan actually wanted to refine the strongest divine weapon, and then integrate it into his divine martial arts sword. The strongest divine weapon is extremely strong and extremely difficult to destroy. Just like the heaven-punishing sword, if you destroy one, the complete will of the emperor will explode, displaying the power to kill the eternal level. This euphorbia is still the same. However, Chu Yuan's eternal divine fire seems to be different from the flames in this world. This is his flame, which contains his principles and rules, and the remaining will inside cannot burst out even if he wants to. With a thought in his mind, time accelerated, and thousands of years passed. Although this great halberd was strong, it still turned into a metal-like liquid when it was burned by his divine fire. A deep will of the strongest was also aroused, and a person from all over the world appeared in the Tao seal left in the interior. He held a big halberd and beheaded Chu Yuan. With a slight shock of Chu Yuan's power, this will collapsed. In the end, Chu Yuan fully integrated this power into the Shenwu Shenjian. The divine martial sword is the sword of the empire's destiny, and it is also his eternal sword. At this moment, it has obtained this essence, forged by Chu Yuan's power, and burst out with a different brilliance. This brilliance seems to be the real eternal divine light. This sword carries the eternal power of the world, the sword of iron and blood killing, the sword of fighting and subduing the country. This can no longer be described as an ordinary artifact. What Chu Yuan wants to create is a real eternal artifact, not an eternal artifact. The difference between one word and the meaning is completely different. At the gathering point of the empire's infinite luck, there is also a portal called the Gate of Eternity. Chu Yuan stepped on the Gate of Eternity, he held the divine martial sword tightly, at this moment the divine light concentrated, and he directly slashed out a sword, facing the nothingness of heaven and earth. Boom! The slash of his sword is not a simple burst of power, but contains his strongest will, eternal rules against eternal rules. It is the collision of two rules. This blow collides. Everyone felt the vibration of eternal road. One sword, the great emperor held the divine sword, and he shook eternity with one sword, as if under his power, any rules could be torn apart by him directly. The emperor's sword slashes eternity, he shakes the rules of eternity. The sky and the earth were berserk, and a world-shattering catastrophe broke out, crackling, and the infinite divine light turned into the most monstrous catastrophe, and at this moment it directly blasted down on Chu Yuan. This is eternal doom, the killing of eternal rules, punishing him. And this kind of doomed power is 10 times more terrifying than simply breaking through the eternal level. Emperor Shenwu stood in the calamity, showing a magnificent scene. He was fighting against the rules with his own rules, and the power of that confrontation would collapse the world. Emperor Shenwu is provoking the eternal rules, his power is already terrifying. Countless people were shocked. Sure enough, anyone who provokes the rules will be countered. Chu Yuan's eyes pierced, and he repeatedly slashed with the divine sword, tearing out thick fog, and he continued to provoke, as if seeing the end of eternity. The eternal wrath is constantly burning, like the wrath of the emperor. challenging his authority. However, Xuanhuan was in the midst of this power and remained unmoved. By doing so, he was baptizing and sharpening himself with the eternal rules. Everyone understands. It's not that Emperor Xuanhuan can't achieve the eternal level, but that he wants to achieve the strongest eternal way. His whole body is in the process of realizing Tiao, and his thinking is infinitely vast, as if it can spread throughout eternity. And he hasn't really achieved eternity yet. If he really made it to that point, he didn't know how strong he would be. However, Xuanhuan knew that every step of his cultivation was fundamentally provoking the eternal rules, which would arouse its countermeasures step by step, and any changes were normal. I'm waiting, Xuanhuan said. In the following time, he didn't start the conquest, he just strengthened himself. Xinxing pays homage to the great Emperor Xuanhuan. The Lord of Gods walk is here, and he came to the first city respectfully. Instead of flying in directly, he waited outside. In fact, he too was terrified. The battle in the alchemy world made him really scared. How could he not be afraid that so many Eternals had been killed? Come in. He did not resist a force of time and space shifting. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Emperor Xuanhuan. He was in the eternal catastrophe, and when he saw this kind of catastrophe, he felt the fear from the bone marrow of his soul, which was 10 times more terrifying than the eternal catastrophe he went through. He saw that Emperor Xuanhuan seemed to be an eternity himself. Between his power confrontation, there are 2 eternal collisions. God, see the Emperor. He took a deep breath, looking respectful. What's the matter with you? Xuanhuan said. I want to seek the Emperor's protection and ask the Emperor a question that I want to understand. Although the Master of God's walk is at the eternal level, he feels that he is talking with an eternal Emperor, which brings him too much pressure. Many people are chasing me now, he said bitterly. It's those people, Xuanhuan said. I don't dare to show my head. As soon as I show my head, someone will kill me and use me to vent their anger. With so many strong men entering the alchemy realm, only Xinxing left alive, which makes people suspect that he has long been connected with Emperor Xuanhuan. They have nothing to do with Emperor Xuanhuan, why can't they use you to vent their anger? He almost became the public enemy of everyone, and there was nothing he could do. I will give you shelter, Xuanhuan said. Do you have any questions? I have spent a long time exploring the bounds of eternity. I want to know, is it really so magnificent and boundless? Is it really possible to be eternal and break the ancient curse? This was a question that he could not find an answer to. I haven't seen the true face of eternity, but I know that eternity has a boundary. Whether it has an end is not the most important thing. Eternity is like an endless circle, trapping all of us inside. Xuanhuan raised his hand, and drew a confined time and space, with flickering light spots. The Lord of Divine Movement felt a great artistic conception. No matter how far he ran, eternity would become huge, so mysterious that he had no words to describe it. And when he saw His Majesty at this time, it also became an eternity. He wants to penetrate inside the eternity, and directly control the engulfment, and transform it into his own, so as to become his own. He experienced the overbearing ambition of Emperor Xuanhuan. Ordinary people want to transcend directly, such as eternal Shenzhou, which is exactly what they do. But Emperor Xuanhuan is different. Since the simple method of detachment and escape is useless, he turns into eternity and starts the most direct decisive battle with the rules of eternity to see who is the final winner. It's not that no one has experienced this method of detachment, but everyone knows it. But after seeing the God Emperor's method, he felt that it was completely possible. You stay in the Empire and become an eternal part of me. Xuanhuan Dao, my way is relentless. If there is no way, then create one. #C 1943, The Checks and Balances of Eternal Rules. Eternal Road fell into an eerie calm. Someone seized the opportunity and started to hit the eternal level. These strong men like Yuan couldn't help it anymore, they were about to start hitting a higher realm. The current calm does not mean eternal calm, but the brewing before the coming of a stronger storm. Only by breaking through the eternal level can one have the power to protect oneself. The hunting of the long era has actually accumulated a batch of top 9 realms. They may not have the ancestors, the great emperor of the extreme way, but they are also qualified to attack. This time, in a short period of time, more than a dozen people began to charge. Of these dozens of people's attack, only one person was successful, called Gung Jin Sword Master. However, the failure of these people did not make others afraid, because in the process of breaking through, no one dared to hunt and kill, but could not bear the eternal rules of killing. They are not afraid of this, but they are most afraid of someone making trouble. This also made a lot of hidden Eternals hate their teeth. Unscrupulous. So unscrupulous. Relying on the majesty of Emperor Xuanhuan and not caring about them, they all began to break through one after another. And they really didn't dare to show their heads at will, for fear that it was a trap set by Emperor Xuanhuan. This is one of the reasons why they hate Chu Yuan and don't want him to become enlightened. They know that as long as Xuanhuan is still alive, they don't want to dominate. In the eyes of some people, Emperor Xuanhuan is no different from the strongest. His Majesty has brought order back to Eternal Road. Chu Yuan ignored these. If these people want to break through the eternal level, let them break through, and they will know that their breakthroughs are all under the protection of his divine power. In this way, there will be cause and effect with the Empire. His Majesty. Yi Tianzuan suddenly came to meet Chu Yuan. Yi Tianzuan, this world has changed. Chu Yuan said. Your Majesty already knows. Yi Tianzuan secretly lamented His Majesty's omniscience, and said, the destiny has changed, it's in chaos, and I can't figure out any secrets, it's covered by the eternal power. He took out the mirror of fate and injected a force. He calculated a very ordinary weak person, but on the mirror of fate, it was a mess, and nothing could be displayed on it. This is a change that has never been seen before. It is the eternal power that makes him unable to calculate anything. What he is best at is fate calculation. If he can't calculate anything, it means that most of his abilities have been disabled, which makes it difficult for him to calm down. It's an eternal rule. Chu Yuan said gently, you don't have to worry, my cultivation is provoking and shaking its position every step of the way. Although it doesn't have its own feelings, it has rules for its operation. This is the beginning of its counterattack. It can't behave like ordinary people. Direct strikes over there, the more I provoke it, the greater the threat to it, the stronger the force it will counterattack, it is a blow within the rules. The eternal rules finally began to check and balance him. In fact, every strongest person has been checked and balanced. Yi Tianzuan was silent for a moment. The incalculability of destiny is just the beginning. If His Majesty wants to create his own eternity, he will inevitably become more provocative, and the counterattack of the eternal rules will be more violent. In the end, we don't know what will happen. The future is becoming more and more impossible to see through. I'm not worried about its counterattack. On the contrary, the more violent its counterattack, it also shows that I threatened it. Chu Yuan Dao, if you want to become the eternal class, you have to find a new path, and you can't achieve it according to the fate rules of the eternal road. I want to comprehend the eternity of His Majesty and the destiny of the Empire. After Yi Tianzuan talked with Chu Yuan, he also retreated. But at this moment, Chu Yuan's eyes pierced the myriad worlds, and he saw that in a mysterious different dimension, there were endless robbing lights coming down terrifyingly. A place of eternal calamity. Chu Yuan saw the land of eternal calamity. In an ancient era, there was a strong man called Jia. He was also the strongest. He wanted to control all the disasters in the world, including the eternal disaster. In the end, his power turned into the land of eternal calamity. Chu Yuan said to himself. To control all the calamities is also very ambitious. If the calamities are all controlled, wouldn't there be no troubles of eternal calamity? Go to the land of eternal calamity. Xuanhuan stepped on the head of the Beast Emperor and headed for the land of eternal tribulation. This place is great value. In fact, he is fighting against the eternal rules all the time. Although the Beast Emperor is a mount at this moment, it also realizes that the road it is going on is completely different at this time. It is His Majesty's power that has evolved another eternal road. This is also a practice for it. Beast, you know why I took you to the land of eternal tribulation? Xuanhuan said. Please make it clear, Your Majesty. The Beast Emperor said respectfully. The ancestor of all beasts once fought against Jia, and may have been suppressed in the land of eternal calamity. Xuanhuan said. The whereabouts of the ancestor of all beasts. The Beast Emperor was shocked. These 4 words made him unable to calm down. The ancestor of all beasts is also the ancestor of beasts. It is the ancestor of all beast races. We will be suppressed by beasts when we are in front of it. It is ferocious and ferocious. I will let you gain the power of the ancestor of all beasts. Xuanhuan said. The Beast Emperor was excited. He had seen the invincible power of the Emperor, and the ancestor of all beasts would definitely not be his opponent. If it can get the power of the beast ancestor, then it is the ancestor of all beasts. At this moment, there is a thought in its heart. It is not a humiliation, but a kind of honor to become a mount. In the process of rushing, he is also fighting against the eternal rules. Now those eternal levels have already felt the change of the eternal rules, and many people are afraid that it is best for the Emperor of Gods to die at the hands of the rules. Many people actually understand. The greater the change in the eternal rules, the stronger the strength of the Emperor Xuanhuan. After a long time, Xuanhuan's palm suddenly tore forward, and the nothingness was torn open, with huge and incomparable fluctuations. In a different dimension, infinite rays of light burst out, and that ray of light is a terrible doom, and all kinds of colorful divine thunders flashed down. Boom, boom, boom. The sky and the earth are constantly shaking. The infinitely large area is covered by this terrifying power of calamity. Every trace of it is equivalent to being entangled in 10,000 calamities, which can draw out the most terrifying calamity deep in your heart. This is the land of eternal calamity. It means the land of eternal calamity. Xuanhuan understood in an instant that although Jia had fallen, his body and his Taoism had turned into this never-ending place. The Beast Emperor looked at the endless calamity and the terrifying roar, and it also trembled. Is this the place of eternal calamity? I feel that if I step into it, I will definitely die. It is feared by the power of doom. Jia also died after eternal calamity. After his death, the land of eternal calamity also mixed with the power of eternal rules. It seems that Jia also understood some of the essence of eternity. Xuanhuan's eyes were dazzling. It's a very interesting place, follow me in. #C 1944, the land of eternal doom. Emperor, I have a very bad feeling. This land of eternal calamity is not only extremely dangerous inside, but it is extremely difficult to get in, like a place of eternal suppression. Feeling the power in the land of eternal tribulation, the Beast Emperor had an extremely bad feeling, an instinctive tremor. This is the innate fear of doom. I have seen through everything. Xuanhuan walked into the land of eternal calamity. Bang, calamity appeared, extremely violent, and the power of each divine calamity was extremely strong, tearing apart boundlessly, and all swarmed around Xuanhuan's body. The power conversion of this catastrophe is like the weakest god of origin breaking through the eternal level of catastrophe, amplifying it several times. And the power of calamity exists all the time, and the top god of origin enters it, and it will not last long before it will completely fall, and only the eternal level can last longer. Here, you don't have time to calm down at all, you have to face time and space. Think about it, you need to suffer from this kind of force all the time, without rest, your body and mind will be exhausted to the limit, and if you want to run out, it is almost impossible. Culpa turns itself into a place of eternal culpa, and also creates an eternal inescapable. However, as long as the strength is strong, they can use calamity to sharpen themselves. When Xuanhuan came here, he looked at ease. Any calamity that came to him would be shattered. He dared to challenge the eternal rules, and he was afraid of his mere land of eternal calamity. Emperor, in this land of eternal calamity, will the ancestor of all beasts really be here? The Beast Emperor couldn't help asking. The ancestor of all beasts is in the land of eternal calamity, and I have seen that not only the ancestor of all beasts, but also other people were suppressed and sealed here. Xuanhuan's eyes can see through the entire land of eternal calamity, and everyone appears in his eternal eyes. There are other strong men. When the Beast Emperor heard it, he was shocked and said, "The environment in the land of eternal tribulation is so bad, even if it is me. It won't last too many eras here, and Jia is a strong man from a long time ago. How strong will these people who can survive here be?" However, its expression quickly recovered. However, those people are strong, and it is impossible for them to be opponents of the Emperor. What are you going to do, Emperor? It's actually quite simple. Let me walk here first. My purpose is to devour the power of the entire land of eternal tribulation, so as to shake the eternal rules. Xuanhuan said lightly. His words also revealed his ambition and arrogance. Devouring the land of eternal calamity is equivalent to devouring a strongest man, even though it has already fallen. But thinking about it, the strength of the Emperor is not much different from the real strongest. Even more powerful. He walked indifferently in the land of eternal calamity. One after another divine light struck down. After a little analysis, Xuanhuan found that it was not pure lightning. Through the essence, he saw that the divine light was engraved with regular Tao patterns, forming a robbery character. If you master the calamity, you can make yourself immortal, and then you can find the true eternal law in the immortal life. Jieguang struck down. Xuanhuan didn't destroy it with strength, but these calamities couldn't hit him at all. He is not affected by the doom here. The power of the Emperor. The Beast Emperor was stunned when he saw it. Thousands of culpas do not touch the body, your majesty represents his own eternity, and the culpas in the land of eternal calamity cannot do anything to the Emperor's eternity. Rumble. In the endless calamity, Xuanhuan took the initiative to let the calamity fall on him. At this moment, the Jieguang riots in his place. He was completely submerged by numerous robbing lights, and the huge robbing character suppressed the sky. And this scene seemed to be at war with the great Jia. If you follow the usual thinking, fighting against the strongest will inevitably consume a lot of power. Another outsider has arrived. He didn't know his life or death. He dared to be so presumptuous in the power of Jia. It's sad. It seems that he doesn't know the horror of this place. The sound of the explosion swept over like a hurricane, and other strong men actually sensed the arrival of others. His booming voice was intentional, and the sound waves of the explosion were sweeping across, shocking the souls of others, and contained huge lethality, which could make the soul trance. This strong man has been in the land of eternal tribulation for a long time and knows how to use the environment here. A huge palm like a sacred monument fell from the sky. Someone actually wanted to attack Xuanhuan with extremely sinister intentions. And behind the giant palm, there appeared a giant with a huge body and a height of 10,000 zhang. His skin was bronze-colored, and when he moved, he had earth-shaking power. Imprison and suppress the strong in the eternal land. When he saw Xuanhuan, he immediately had evil thoughts. He has been sealed here for too long. If he can refine a strong man, then he can persist for a longer time. Dare to attack the Emperor, who is not knowing who is dying. Seeing this scene, the Beast Emperor sneered. The Emperor's strength is also something they can deal with. They have been imprisoned in the land of eternal calamity for too long, and they don't know the situation in the outside world. Do they really think that the Emperor can be suppressed at will? When Xuanhuan saw the bronze giant's attack, he just slapped it. But that palm made the bronze giant feel extremely shocked, his strength was instantly shattered, and the sky spun, and he was swept by a gust of wind. Boom! With a palm that shook the sky, his body suffered a devastating blow in an instant. His strength. The face of the bronze giant changed dramatically. He is considered to be extremely powerful in the eternal class, otherwise he would not be able to last for so long, but in front of this person, he was defeated in an instant, and he was not his opponent. Oops, his strength is not something I can deal with. This person's face is extremely strange. It is obvious that he came to the land of eternal calamity not long ago. I can't fight him head-on. Thoughts are but fleeting moments. The bronze giant was about to run away, and he knew deeply that he must not be injured in the land of eternal calamity, otherwise, he would not be able to hold on for too long. And if he wants to run, Xuanhuan won't let him run away. His big hand covered the sky, and with a snap of his 5 fingers, the eternal vitality enveloped the bronze giant. His power was overwhelming, turning the position of the giant into his eternal time and space, and the endless divine light flashed in it, which turned out to be a divine calamity, and its power seemed to be the real eternal divine calamity. The bronze giant's skin was torn apart in this mad attack. What kind of doom is this? The bronze giant roared. The calamity in the land of eternal calamity is terrifying enough, and he can clearly feel that this person's calamity seems to be the real eternal calamity. At this moment, Xuanhuan's huge body was fixed, but he looked humble and insignificant in front of Emperor Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was like an eternal god, looking down at the bronze giant. His god's hand grabbed him at once, and with a blow, his body completely exploded into pieces of flesh and blood. Xuanhuan's eternal devour opened and swallowed the entire remnant body of the bronze giant. No, who are you? Why are you so strong? I will die like this. This was his last soul thought. #C 1945, the ancestor of all beasts. The bronze giant was easily beheaded by Xuanhuan, and the strength gap between the two was too great. He is someone who can directly confront Jia. The bronze giant was sealed here, unable to escape. Of course, it was because the bronze giant attacked Xuanhuan directly that he was crazy. Think about it, in this dark place where the day and night are subject to the torture of calamity, anyone's heart will collapse. After Xuanhuan killed the bronze giant, his face remained unmoved. His eyes had already seen through the entire land of eternal tribulation, and the azimuth and coordinates were all in his memory. If it is the Beast Emperor, it can't see through it at all, and can only see a very small part. I have seen where the ancestor of all beasts is. Xuanhuan said to the Beast Emperor. Found it. Hearing this, the Beast Emperor was moved and at the same time had some fear. The fear of the ancestor of all beasts came from the suppression in his blood, as if he was facing an emperor of the beast race. However, with His Majesty here, it is an opportunity. At this moment, with a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, layers of calamity light dissipated, directly revealing the place where the ancestor of all beasts was. Somewhere, I saw a huge monster. This giant beast's eyes are closed, it is extremely large and majestic, every scale on its body depicts the power of bestiality, and the ferocious and wild power is also emitted from its body. A big mouth devouring life, with ferocious fangs. It exudes a terrifying majesty. This coercion is greater than the strong men Xuanhuan has seen today, and it is infinitely close to the strongest. This is the ancestor of all beasts. It seems to be the ancestor of all beasts. As long as the beasts come in front of it, they will be suppressed, just like the dragon ancestor. Its strength is also very powerful. Back then, it encountered Jia, fought hard with Jia, and finally lost and was suppressed here. If it hadn't met Jia, it might have become the strongest. Now, it seems to have entered a defensive state, and the infinite robbery light bombarded it. Its real body has also shrunk too much, in order to avoid the bombardment of doom. There is no way, the ancestor of all beasts cannot break away from the shackles of the land of eternal calamity. After the calamity fell, its imprisonment not only did not weaken, but became stronger day by day. Myriad, the ancestor of myriad beasts. When the Beast Emperor saw the ancestor of all beasts, although he desperately wanted to restrain his trembling, he still wanted to feel adored. You are my mount, the beast of the empire, and the glory of the empire will always surround you. Xuanhuan said lightly. Beast, the breath of the beast master. Boom. The ancestor of all beasts actually opened his eyes at this moment, with its infinitely overwhelming gaze. You have also arrived at the land of eternal tribulation. Do you want to meet the ancestor? It also saw Xuanhuan. Compared with the hugeness of the two beasts, Xuanhuan was inconspicuous in front of them, but he knew that he would be strong if he could come to the land of eternal tribulation. Meeting you, you think too much. Beast Emperor said. You have become more courageous, and you still want to provoke this ancestor. You came just in time. As soon as the ancestor of all beasts saw the beast, the coercion from the bloodline immediately enveloped the Beast Emperor. It persisted for too long, and it was about to run out of oil, and it urgently needed external power to replenish it. It saw that person came with the Beast Emperor, but it didn't care. It swallowed the Beast Emperor first to get its energy. The Emperor, save me. Although the Beast Emperor was not weak, in front of the ancestor of all beasts, its power was almost suppressed by more than half out of thin air, and it was completely unable to contend. The ancestor of all beasts took a look and said cruelly, you have been surrendered by him and become his mount. You have no dignity. This ancestor swallowed you and then swallowed him. Beasts originally represent cruelty and ferocity. They represent killing, wildness, the most brutal force. Not to mention the ancestor of all beasts? In fact, when it was suppressed by Jia, it asked for it. It was too cruel and tyrannical. It challenged Jia's dignity, and wanted to eat Jia and seize its power. However, it is also absolutely powerful. After being suppressed for so long in the land of eternal calamity, he still didn't die. It is fierce, and in the land of eternal calamity, everyone is equal and will suffer the cruelty of doom. It rushed over directly, its power was surging, and its wildness was spreading. Everyone saw a giant beast, tyrannical and ferocious. As long as it was alive, it would eat and destroy it. This is the demeanor of the ancestor of all beasts. Xuanhuan's eyes were dazzling, and his sharp eyes seemed to penetrate into its flesh and blood, seeing its essence clearly. He doesn't care about the ferocity of the ancestor of all beasts, but about its essence. This ancestor of all beasts is a force born from eternity, the origin of all beasts, and it is eternity that endows it with the ability to suppress all beasts and give birth to all beasts. If he kills the ancestor of all beasts, seizes its origin of all beasts, and refines it to the Beast Emperor. Is this equivalent to depriving the power of eternity? Boom. The ancestor of all beasts did not directly deal with Xuanhuan at this time, but had to deal with the Beast Emperor first. Its ferocious giant claws slapped down, and the cold light flickered, as if it could easily tear apart the Beast Emperor's body. Stupid, you came here on purpose to see that the ancestor is weak and to take away the power of the ancestor. Your idea is wrong. Now, the two of you will contribute all your strength to the ancestor. The ancestor of all beasts roared. Xuanhuan directly stood in front of the Beast Emperor, knowing that it could not be the opponent of the ancestor of beasts. He punched out immediately. His fist set off endless visions, showing a magnificent picture, an invincible eternal emperor, leading countless subjects, breaking away from the eternal curse. That formidable force, covering the sky and covering the earth, shocked the soul of the ancestor of all beasts in an instant. The bloody eyes of the ancestor of all beasts flashed, and it felt the vastness and strong ambition of this person's punch. It seems that this ancestor has been trapped in the land of eternal calamity for too long. In eternity, will someone start to fight for the strongest? However, this ancestor will not be afraid of you. The ancestor of all beasts is extremely confident in his own strength. Jia is also the strongest, it has withstood the bombardment of so many eras without being destroyed. And in the long era, although it can't leave, it is also sharpening itself with the power of robbery. It knows that it is much stronger than when it was suppressed. If this ancestor leaves this damned place, he will be the strongest. The ancestor of all beasts looked up to the sky and roared. After the robbery fell, it struck countless times, but every time it struck, a majestic divine mansion would condense on the sky, and the boundless power suppressed it back. You can't even live without the land of eternal calamity transformed after Jia's fall, and still want to become the strongest? Go ahead and dream. The Beast Emperor also sarcastically said, "You don't know what's going on outside at all, and you don't know the greatness of the Emperor. The Emperor is the real eternity, and you are destined to be crushed in front of the Emperor. The place of burial. It knows. After the ancestor of all beasts is obliterated, the original source belongs to it, and it will take over this identity. Therefore, it is best for the ancestor of all beasts to die. You are courting death." The Beast Emperor's words stung. Its character is already brutal and cruel, and it has been suppressed for so long, and its heart has long been sick, so how can it stand the stimulation? #C1946 Kill the Beast Ancestor. At this time, the ancestor of all beasts, the ferocious beast claws slapped down directly, showing its ferocity to dominate the heavens. I want to crush Xuanhuan directly, and then eat the Beast Emperor. In fact, it is almost running out of fuel and can't hold on. There are quite a few powerful people who were originally sealed in the land of eternal calamity, but most of them were directly eaten by it, and the few remaining ones avoided it far and were hard to find. There is no outside supplement, only waiting to die. This giant claw tore the sky. Xuanhuan's aura is unrivaled, and he carried infinite divine power. His monstrous punch set off an eternal huge wave, and immediately blasted towards the ancestor of all beasts. The power of this punch is the divine fist of national fortune, the divine fist of eternity. Idiot, you still want to compete with this ancestor with strength. This ancestor will let you know what terror is. The animal way is ferocious, and the ancestor of all beasts is most proud of its physique. Eternity has endowed it with the largest body, and even the eternal divine weapon can't easily cut through its physique. It does not have brilliant supernatural powers, and its power is direct, but it is also this direct, beast-like ferocity that makes people fearful when they see it. However, Xuanhuan's punch changed his expression drastically. Its powerful giant claws couldn't press it any longer, and the man's punch had more terrifying power than it. I will make you pay the price. The ancestor of all beasts rampaged, the blood of the beast boiled, and the wild breath carried the wind, and the huge beast body directly hit. Xuanhuan didn't care about it. With a calm demeanor, he stood upright like a pillar of heaven, grabbed it with his big hand, enveloped by the power of God, and directly grabbed its animal body. With a bang, the ancestor of all beasts seemed to hit a piece of heaven and earth directly. Every time it collides, every part of the animal's body is performing a way of all beasts. It's a pity that it met Xuanhuan, and no matter how it collided, it was blocked by its power. Staring at this person, it seemed that it was not in the same world as it, but another world. Its huge mouth bites, and its teeth are extremely sharp. He was about to bite Xuanhuan directly. This most wild, direct attack method is the most frightening. Xuanhuan's breath trembled, and the whole land of eternal tribulation seemed to be spinning. He lifted a punch with great power, and it hit the mouth of the ancestor of all beasts directly. The ancestor of all beasts was knocked out with a blow, and there was blood in his mouth, and he spit out a mouthful of broken teeth. The blood does not make it fearful, but instead arouses its ferocity even more. But in the next moment, Emperor Xuanhuan dominated the world, and the infinite light and shadow spread, which further set off his sacred brilliance, and an invincible power descended. He grabbed it with his big hand, and time and space were frozen. Then the ancestor of all beasts saw it. This person seemed to come from a world, a pair of feet, earth-shattering, trampled on time and space, even directly stepped on its back. Being stepped on by this tyrannical force, the strength of the ancestor of all beasts almost vented, his limbs softened, and he almost fell down. Get off my ancestor! With Xuanhuan like this, stepping on its back is like using it as a mount. As the ancestor of all beasts, how can it bear this kind of humiliation? It vibrated violently. However, the person on its back seemed to be fixed on it, motionless. A great force has descended. This time Xuanhuan didn't want to subdue the ancestor of all beasts, but to kill it. His even more astonishing power, eternal divine light, and mighty power swept over him. He pulled the ancestor of all beasts into his domain. Here it is. After being forcibly pulled into this person's path, the ancestor of all beasts instinctively sensed the extreme danger. What kind of eternal road is this, which brought him such a huge oppression? Torn apart. The ancestor of all beasts already knew that this person was an extremely terrifying opponent, even more terrifying than Jia. It did not forge the eternal divine weapon, because its own body is the strongest divine weapon. A shattering blow can tear everything apart. Xuanhuan was walking in the eternal time and space, a little forward, and a beam of light pierced through it. The color of this beam of light was so strange that he could act without words, as if this was the real eternal beam of light. The beam of light directly pierced through its claws. Tick. There was blood dripping down. The ancestor of all beasts was shocked. It looked at its own beast claws, and even made a big move, making its defense useless. What kind of great power is this to possess such mana? But this didn't frighten it, it became more and more ferocious, and black rage was blown out between breaths. Xuanhuan stared indifferently, and the hand of heaven once again covered the sky. This is a kind of will. With the strongest strength, he completely suppressed the will of the ancestor of all beasts. The power of the eternal God, vast and ruthless, directly slapped the ancestor of all beasts to the ground. You pissed me off. The eyes of the ancestor of all beasts were blood red. It wanted to eat people and ate Xuanhuan. It didn't know what fear was. It was like a wild beast and only knew about killing. Myriad Beast Fist. It frantically swung its Myriad Beast's fist, which were its limbs. And this punch is to use every part of its body to exert the most powerful force. The seemingly random impact has erupted with the most beastly force. Thousands of beasts are galloping. That kind of berserk breath made everyone seem to see a wave of beasts, and countless wild beasts rushed out. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, the boundless thunder turned into a sea of thunder. He was actually creating the power of eternal calamity, and then the huge Thunder Emperor's light and shadow swung the lightning fist. The ancestor of all beasts was very violent, but it was a pity that it met Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's power looked down on the world, and he was even more domineering, directly using the most domineering means to obliterate the ancestor of all beasts. Why can you block my power? The ancestor of all beasts also went berserk. Xuanhuan would not answer him, he was in control of everything, the huge and destructive power filled time and space, and the boundless wind blowing made the ancestor of all beasts unable to stabilize himself. That terrifying will to kill is depriving it of life. I saw an invincible emperor stepping out, and the destructive power of his god's dominance bombarded it at once, directly piercing through its defenses and splitting its solid divine body. The divine body of the ancestor of all beasts is constantly exploding. It was Xuanhuan's destructive power that tore him apart completely. He turned his hands into clouds and his hands into rain, and the powerful ancestor of all beasts was beaten by him beyond control in a short period of time. Ah! The ancestor of all beasts let out the most heart-piercing scream. It couldn't even imagine why there is such a powerful person in this world. No, he is not a man, but God who dominates everything. Its body explodes, and every explosion is to blow its power into chaos and transform it into the most original source. It struggled desperately, trying to escape Xuanhuan's death control over it. Although it was ferocious, it also knew that if it was destroyed by him, its origin would belong to the Beast Emperor. "You can't kill me," it growled. Xuanhuan was too ruthless. Swish, an eternal portal appeared, brilliant and scorching brilliance, and the martial arts sword pierced the sky. A sword cut directly from the gate of eternity. #C1947, dominate the land of eternal doom. The eternal sharpness cut it in half. The ancestor of all beasts had a strong vitality, and after being cut in half, he did not die immediately. Its two halves of the divine body were distorted, and it turned into two ancestors of all beasts, but their strength was also divided equally, and they were just making the final struggle. Its eyes are full of panic at the moment. Although it is ferocious and violent, the opponent's aura has suppressed it. Xuanhuan's eternal invincible aura has defeated its heart and will, and its strength has been completely crushed. Its heart has collapsed, like a wild beast running around. This is a sign of Dao Xian collapse. The ancestor of all beasts was cruel all his life, and countless powerful people died in his hands. Even the strongest Jia dared to provoke him. However, Jia only suppressed it, while Xuanhuan wanted its life. With Xuanhuan's finger pointing, the divine martial sword swept out endless bright light. Each light was extremely sharp and extraordinary, and the huge ancestor of all beasts was actually cut into millions of pieces. Every piece of flesh and blood contains a thick essence, and after one bite, one can immediately break through to the original God. Crash! The flesh and blood fell to the ground, and turned into millions of shrunken ancestors of all beasts. Every ancestor of all beasts trembled. It saw that its life had come to an end. The power of Xuanhuan swept across the world, and the scorching eternal fire burned up, and every ancestor of all beasts was burned blazingly. It seems that this eternal divine fire is not the flame belonging to this eternal road, but Xuanhuan's fire, the real regular fire. The scream of the ancestor of all beasts was earth-shattering and extremely tragic, and it was transmitted to the entire land of eternal calamity. But after only a few breaths, its scream stopped abruptly, and a bloody source slowly appeared, condensing a small ancestor of all beasts. This is what it is, the origin of the beast. Xuanhuan stared at the origin of the beast. He knew that everything in the eternal road was born by the eternal rules. If the origin returns to eternity now, another ancestor of all beasts will be born in a certain era in the future. The Beast Emperor looked at Xuanhuan with hot eyes. He kept swallowing. This group of origin. Boom! With a flip of Xuanhuan's palm, the ball of origin penetrated into the Beast Emperor's body. Ah! This is not a scream, but a large amount of energy poured into the body, making the Beast Emperor make a comfortable sound, which has never been as happy as it is today, and his strength is directly rising. Its life essence is changing. It exudes the breath of the ancestor of all beasts. In this kind of refinement, it deeply knows that if the Emperor is not helping it, it will not be able to do it with its ability, and the Emperor is reversing it by means of eternal invincibility. The power of the ancestor of the beast is rippling all over his body, which is giving empowerment. The Beast Emperor has become the ancestor of the new beasts. In his previous self, he could defeat 10 of them. With every move, he was the purest way of beasts. At this moment, you are the ancestor of all beasts in our empire. Chu Yuan's golden mouth and jade words, a word caused the vibration of the eternal rule. In front of the emperor, I dare not call myself the ancestor. The beast emperor said in fear. It was deeply in awe of Chu Yuan's majesty, thinking that before it thought it was a disgrace to be the emperor's mount, it wished to slap itself a few times. This is its glory, a blessing that cannot be cultivated in several lifetimes. If the emperor proves eternal, then it is also the eternal beast. Carefully comprehend the power of the ancestor of all beasts. Chu Yuan Dao, now that I have beheaded the ancestor of all beasts, it is equivalent to preventing the origin of beasts from returning to eternity. This means that part of eternity's power has been deprived by me and imprisoned in my empire. Of course, eternity has killed me, everything under my control will return, the premise is that it can destroy me, this is a cycle. In an instant, Chu Yuan realized more. He came to the highest point of the land of eternal calamity, looked down at the vastness, and swept his eyes one by one. He was exerting a more invincible power. Ah! The ferocious and tyrannical ancestor of all beasts was beheaded by him. Who is he? Which great existence is he? Even the ancestor of all beasts can be beheaded. Could it be that the strongest has been born in eternity? Thousands of epochs have passed, what kind of turmoil has happened to the outside world tonight? Let's pay homage to this great existence. The exclamation resounded. Chu Yuan's image at the moment is too majestic, and the aura of eternal supremacy makes people want to worship him when they see it. There are 5 eternal levels who came out. They are also all the masters left in the land of eternal calamity. Just now, Chu Yuan's eyes shot one by one, and they all fell on them, letting him know that this great existence has seen them. Meet the great emperor. The 5 Eternals immediately saluted Chu Yuan. Although the eternal class is the existence that dominates one side, and they are all powerful enough in this environment, they still have to salute to the strongest. This is respect for the strongest and awe for strength. They don't know what happened outside, but in their eyes, being able to kill the ancestor of all beasts, this strength is no different from the real strongest. And they have been imprisoned in the land of eternal calamity for too long, and their spirits have long been smoothed out. They quietly glanced at the beast emperor again, as if they saw the ancestor of all beasts again. Killing the ancestor of all beasts, and creating a new ancestor of all beasts, this method is also very terrifying. They are all eternity level trapped in the land of eternal calamity. Chu Yuan said, I will give you a chance to leave the land of eternal calamity and contribute your strength to my empire. I am opening up a road that can truly be eternal. Great Emperor, I am Lord against the current. A black-haired old man walked out, and he said sincerely, as long as the great emperor can take us out of the land of eternal calamity, we are willing to take refuge in you. He was also witty and clever. If the emperor could take them away from the land of eternal tribulation, then his strength would really be comparable to that of the strongest, and it would not be a humiliating thing to take refuge in a strongest. Chu Yuan saw their intentions clearly and did not expose them. I will not only take you away from the land of eternal calamity, but also refine the land of eternal calamity. Chu Yuan made a loud voice. His current cultivation base has become more and more terrifying, earth-shaking, and he is about to step out of the land of eternal calamity. All the powerhouses are watching, and they have tried countless times to attack. Boom! The great will seem to be revived, and a strong man representing the doom of the world appeared. It is easy to enter this place of eternal calamity, but difficult to exit. This is the imprint of Jia. With a slight movement, there will be infinite Jia's light, rumbled down. Each piece of Jia's light will not only attack the body, but will also shatter into the soul. If you want to leave, you have to fight the brand of Jia. Although this is not a real catastrophe, its strength is beyond the reach of an eternal class, like the ancestor of all beasts. Chu Yuan's body was majestic, and he used the most incredible means to cover all directions with his big hands. He was shocked suddenly, bursting out with the most dazzling brilliance, and stepped directly out of the land of eternal calamity. The power of that calamity cannot be stopped at all. #See 1948 The Way of Balance. The Lord against the current saw Emperor Xuanhuan directly break through the blockade of Jia, that kind of unrivaled power, majestic and invincible domineering. While being shocked in his heart, he was also thinking about how he would control the land of eternal calamity. At this moment, Xuanhuan's power is mighty, majestic and majestic. He actually wrapped the land of eternal calamity directly, plunged into his eternity, and directly swallowed it with the great devouring technique. It's like swallowing an egg in one gulp. That's right, in Xuanhuan's eyes, the land of eternal calamity is a nutritious egg. If you swallow it, your strength will grow again. Now, with his strength, he doesn't care about any strong man on the eternal road at all. What he really regards as the ultimate opponent is the eternal rule, and he doesn't know what unexpected counterattack it will erupt in the future. The great emperor, he actually wants to devour the land of eternal tribulation. This is almost impossible to do. The land of eternal calamity is synonymous with horror. If you devour it recklessly, you will be punished by God, and the eternal level will also disappear. This will have a huge backlash. Feeling that Xuanhuan's power had penetrated into every corner of the land of eternal tribulation, their eyes were dull. They just want to be able to escape from here, which is something that Tuna dare not even think about. However, Xuanhuan didn't care about their shock. This is exactly Xuanhuan's plan, to swallow this power representing robbery directly into his eternity, perfect his eternal path, and completely become his mana. Once this kind of power is in hand, Xuanhuan's power against calamity will be more profound, and he will understand more about the essence of eternal road. Heaven, earth, universe, eternal time and space, I devour everything. Xuanhuan's devouring power is too strong at the moment. This gives people the feeling that Emperor Xuanhuan is stepping in another time and space, and he wants to swallow a different dimension directly. The strength and mystery of mana is unimaginable. Boom. But his devouring caused a huge counterattack from the land of eternal calamity. Hundreds of millions of thunderbolts roared away like a tsunami. The overwhelming eternal calamity exploded on his body one after another. The creature still in the land of eternal calamity felt absolute tremors. But it's a pity that when he met Xuanhuan, even though countless culpa lights exploded, he remained steadfast. Life and death. Heart demon tribulation. Annihilation. Heaven and earth robbery. God and demon tribulation. Waiting for countless kinds of catastrophe, all violently descended. It was as if he had swallowed an egg into his mouth and wanted to digest it. The calamity in the world is all under my control. As soon as Xuanhuan's words came out, the world shook, and then all the catastrophe actually receded. The eternal devouring is turning it into the power that Xuanhuan should control. However, things are not over yet. The power of myriad calamities will last forever. The catastrophe that should have dissipated appeared again at this moment. A tall figure vaguely saw that this was a middle-aged man who was fierce, domineering, and unyielding. As soon as his eyes froze, the eternal catastrophe descended there. This is robbery. To be precise, the real Jia had already fallen, but his power stayed here, and the destruction of the era time after time also strengthened the power here. The entire land of eternal calamity shrinks and condenses, turning into a huge divine residence. As soon as he appeared, there would be no redemption anywhere. He controlled the ultimate mana of the calamity, just like a real eternal God, eternal true king, eternal immortal. Eternal catastrophe. This is the sound that directly hits the soul. He slapped his 5 fingers, and the power carried all over the sky made people tremble, as if the eternal God that destroyed all had reappeared, crackling and blasting towards Xuanhuan. His blow is not pure power, but to evoke the doom in your true heart, echoing the eternal rules. Like Lord against the current, they all trembled when they saw this kind of doom. They knew very well that if Jia attacked them, they would definitely lose their souls. Xuanhuan has a stalwart body that cannot be shaken forever. He is the great devourer, the great eternal will that suppresses everything. The power of the catastrophe induced is fierce, but it can't really compare with the eternal catastrophe. The eternal rule is the most powerful. Now I will control your power. When Xuanhuan grasped it, the world changed hands, and the sun and the moon changed colors. Jia swung out his fist, the terrifying power of Jia. He was not trying to resist Xuanhuan, but an instinctive self-defense mechanism. Rumble. His violent shock. Jia is the most domineering force in the world, so the force he killed was so violent. But at this time, Xuanhuan didn't fight him directly, but his devouring had wrapped the land of eternal calamity inside, which made him fight back continuously in Xuanhuan's devouring. More intense fluctuations. Jia's attack triggered the eternal rule, and in the nothingness, a crystal, like Jieguang, unexpectedly descended. Robbery shot, hundreds of millions of waste. Evoked the eternal rules. At this time, Xuanhuan was equivalent to being attacked by two forces, inside and outside. How could ordinary people bear it? But he was really unmoved. It's not me who is triggering the eternal rules, but the robbery. Xuanhuan could see that Jia was unparalleled in the world back then. With the strength of the strongest, few people dared to fight him. With his strength, he could trigger the eternal Jia superimposed on you. At that time, he was almost merged with eternal doom. If he hadn't dared to be extremely ambitious and wanted to change from coexistence with eternal rules to a relationship of control, he would not have fallen, and he could have lived longer. I understand your helplessness. Xuanhuan said slowly. Jia is very helpless. If he chooses to coexist, he will be able to live for a long time, and he will be able to live longer than the other strongest. However, he also understood at the same time that if he really did this, he would be assimilated by the eternal rules in the long years, and he would no longer be himself in the future. So he took advantage of his peak and strongest moment to fight against the sky. Although Xuanhuan could understand his helplessness and expressed sympathy for him, Tun still wanted to. His eternal emperor's will completely suppressed Jia at this moment. His great eternal power, accompanied by his devouring, this calamity is rapidly shrinking. Jia's instinctive counterattack was useless, and the power left behind was fierce. After all, this was not his peak period, and it was Xuanhuan who could resist. Accompanied by his devouring, the magical and ferocious place of land of eternal tribulation disappeared. The power of robbery was also deprived and refined by Xuanhuan, and it became a kind of power under his control. At this moment, he could feel the shock of the eternal rules, which really locked him, and there was a will to destroy him. And the Lord of the Countercurrent and others also followed Xuanhuan to swallow up the land of eternal tribulation, and got out of the predicament. The fundamental purpose of the cycle of epics and the eternal catastrophe is this. Xuanhuan's spirit flashed in an instant. Balance, this is a kind of balance. Although the eternal rule has no life of its own, it has a running thinking. Everything it does is probably for the continuation of the eternal road, and no breaks are allowed. Regular. #C 1949 Eternal Wrath. This is a kind of balance, the eternal road of balance. There is nothing wrong with the balance. However, his balance is cruel to all living beings. There is nothing in eternity, but there is a kind of energy called eternal breath, and this eternal breath can create everything and make it bright and colorful. If there is no era change, then the lifespan of immortality and above will be immortal. If there is no eternal calamity again and again, the original God is also immortal, and the eternal level is even more immortal. If things go on like this, how many strong people there will be in this world, it is almost impossible to count. I'm afraid that even eternity itself will not be able to hold on. Therefore, there was a catastrophe, killing these strong people, allowing them to return to eternity again, and their energy returned to the heaven and earth, but strong people were born again, forming an infinite cycle. Certainly. Many of these things are just Xuanhuan's guesses. After all, he hasn't even seen through the true face of eternity now. But now, Xuanhuan devoured and refined the land of eternal calamity. Although he has not yet become eternal, his strength has grown tremendously, and ordinary eternal level can easily kill him. With his current strength, I am afraid that in order to fight him, he needs a strong man who is comparable to the strongest level and has stepped into another eternal realm. This is also because his way is too terrifying, otherwise he would be able to achieve the eternal level if he chooses a way casually. But that's just the eternal level, not eternal, and will still be bound by eternity. This is not what he wants. No matter how difficult it is, Xuanhuan will be firm in his way and will not waver in any way. Because this is the true path of light. The great emperor actually devoured the land of eternal calamity. Although Jia fell, the land of eternal calamity is not so easy to swallow and control. Could it be said that the emperor's strength is already stronger than Jia? It is also our honor to be able to follow the great emperor. Now, what kind of shocking changes happened in this world? These people suddenly appeared from the land of eternal tribulation, and looked at Xuanhuan. Their hearts were shocked, and they were subdued by that eternal temperament, feeling that they were people from a different world. Xuanhuan ignored their shock. At this moment, he is standing in the sky and the earth, incarnate in eternity, releasing a force against eternity in him. He is eternity, and eternity is him, and he has also created the power of calamity, which spreads out in all directions. Originally, the appearance of eternal tribulation was to destroy the strong in eternity. However, now, Xuanhuan has created a catastrophe under his control, dancing like a mad dragon, rippling in circles, rippling in all directions, actually using this kind of power to break through the eternal barrier. This is provocation. Eternal rules absolutely do not allow provocation. In the operation of its rules, Xuanhuan is a different kind. If it interferes with its instinctive operation, it will be destroyed. In an instant, eternal catastrophe descended. The radiant light rendered it bright, and where Xuanhuan was, he became the brightest protagonist in the world, and the most eye-catching spotlight had already shone on him. Crash! Thousands of catastrophes are boundless. And this scene is like a gap in the sky, the Tianhe overturned, and this overturned is the power of eternal doom. Each of these forces has the ability to strike eternally. This. After the Lord of the Countercurrent and the others saw it, their faces were filled with extreme shock, and they couldn't calm down. I thought the scene of the Emperor devouring the land of eternal calamity was shocking enough, but who would have thought that he was actually using his magic power to trigger the eternal calamity? The power of this eternal catastrophe is too terrifying, they can't bear it absolutely. You don't need to look for the end of eternity, because you can't find it, and the place where I am is the end of eternity. In an instant, Xuanhuan was placed in the eternal catastrophe, and he realized more in his heart. Fight against eternity with the strength of eternity, and you can find the end of eternity. Crackling, because of his provocation, bolts of thunder slashed fiercely at his body, crossing the sky, trying to split him apart. Xuanhuan's expression is still calm. He knew that the reason why the eternal rule was so fierce was because he had become eternal, but this made him understand better that the eternal rule itself is not a creature, but a rule of operation. Almost no one dared to approach his position, because it was too violent. Suddenly at this time, a kind of flame came down, the glazed eternal divine fire seemed to ignite Xuanhuan. Eternal wrath. This is eternal rage, it is angry. And as long as there is an existence of the eternal level, they can feel the eternal anger. They have lived for such a long time, and the eternal rules are all high and emotionless, when the anger broke out. Eternal wrath. Xuanhuan was shrouded in infinite and eternal anger, rendering him bright, but his expression was still calm and composed. The power of this eternal wrath was terrifying, but Xuanhuan didn't care at all, as if the power came, not to destroy him, but to temper his body. Xuanhuan is like steel, the more violent the eternal wrath falls, the happier he is, and the more he can make this power his own. The anger from eternity, it is angry, only Emperor Xuanhu can make the eternal rule so angry. What has he done now? Although the Eternals are hidden in their own way, they feel the eternal anger, eternal shock, and eternal determination to kill a person at this moment. They look. In one place, there is an incomparably bright light that is as eye-catching as the sun. And this brilliance, in fact, is extremely far away from them, but it is really like a mortal looking at the sun, obviously unable to reach it in a lifetime, but still can clearly see it. They know that this brilliance is divine power. The strength of Xuanhu has become so strong that it is difficult to predict. Also because of Xuanhu's provocation against the eternal rules, the entire eternal road experienced a big shock, rumbling, like an earthquake. Some ancient ruins and some ancient roads that have lost the eternal level have also revealed their traces because of this shock, and they cannot continue to hide. The power of Emperor Xuanhu has affected the entire eternal road. Many people are dismayed. The endless fog was torn apart. In the extremely remote depths of the eternal road, a person actually appeared here. No, this person is too big, he is bigger than the giants of Time and Space Island, his eyes are bigger than the universe, and his body is too big to imagine. The giant is lying face on. He no longer had his own life, and he had also fallen. There were glaring bloodstains all over his body, and there were hideous wounds everywhere. And these wounds on his body were like big cracks in the abyss, infinitely deep. Originally, this corpse could not be found, but because Xuanhuan fought against the eternal rules, it appeared. And even though the giant is dead, he still has a supreme divine power. And he is the Panchen Great Emperor. The body of Panchen Great Emperor after his fall. #C 1950. There are number 2 days in the sky, and there are number 2 masters in the country. This corpse turned out to be the real Panchen Great Emperor. After the fog dissipated, it appeared. When Panchen Great failed to attack eternity, his physical body was not completely destroyed, but was left behind. And Emperor Panchen was unparalleled in strength, his physique was extremely strong, the bronze giant in Rugia realm, in front of him, was not even worthy of lifting shoes, and could easily be crushed to death. However, although Emperor Panchen died, a different scene appeared in his body. In his body, that is another piece of time and space, there is a huge world. In this huge world, there are still a large number of creatures living, and they have also performed their own martial arts civilization, love and hatred, and their own epic. The origin god can create creatures with his own blood. What's more, is it the strongest man, like Emperor Panchen, who overwhelms all powers? Although he was obliterated by the eternal rules back then, his divine body is immortal. His blood, in his body, produced creatures and survived in his world. These creatures were trapped in Panchen Great Emperor's body. The world they thought was actually just created by the strong, and they couldn't see the real eternal road at all. I don't even understand that they actually live in a person's body. The mighty power of the strongest is infinite. It's a pity that Emperor Panchen is already dead, otherwise he would really be like a god, looking down on all living beings. With the power of Emperor Xuanhu, the eternal wrath was aroused, the endless fog was torn apart, and the body of the fallen Panchen Great Emperor was also shaken out. At this moment, an extremely vague existence suddenly appeared. This existence is too illusory, as if it has no entity of its own, it is completely nihilized, and it is looking at this emperor body. Incarnation of eternity, using his own emperor's body as the eternal world, Emperor Panchen has reached this point, but he also failed, and in this era, there are people who are stronger and more terrifying than you. This illusory being is watching. Suddenly, a mysterious force in the dark shone on Panchen Great Emperor. He actually stood up, opened his eyes, had the power to open up the world, and left here in one step. The land of eternal calamity, where Xuanhuan is. He withdrew all his strength, and the vision disappeared, and he also knew the shock caused on the eternal road. Xuanhuan said coldly, "Next, I will see what means you have to stop me." There must be a decisive battle between him and the eternal rules. It has nothing to do with enmity. This is a battle for his own eternity, which is inevitable. Leave this place with me and return to the Empire. Xuanhuan took another step and began to return to the Empire. Because of his great strength, no one has mentioned the matter of blocking him, and all the strong are deeply hidden. They also know that Emperor Xuanhuan has not won the final victory, and he still has the weakest moment, and that is when he breaks through to eternity. The eternal rule at that time will use all its strength to kill him. Xuanhuan retreated deeply. However, mutations also occurred. When the people of the Empire were walking outside, suddenly, a ferocious divine calamity descended. This kind of situation is not an occasional one, but a group of people. It seems that as long as they leave the Empire, they will be threatened by this kind of horror. The people of my Empire have actually encountered the punishment of heaven. There is a stalwart force that specifically targets the strong men of the Empire. That is the power of eternal rules. This shocking change shook the Empire, and they were being killed by eternal rules all the time. The most serious one was when the Lord of the Countercurrent was walking outside. He had lived for too long, and if the number of eternal culpas on his body were displayed by a halo, it would be densely packed. Rumble. The eternal tribulation power superimposed on him suddenly exploded completely. Eternal rules are killing me. Shrouded by thousands of eternal calamities, the Lord of the Countercurrent was shocked. What's the matter? This era is not over yet, and my next eternal calamity will not be as powerful. Why did it suddenly erupt to kill me? An irresistible force. He absolutely cannot resist such a ferocious eternal god tribulation. Although he is an ancient eternal class, he is still humble and insignificant in front of the eternal rules, absolutely unable to compete. I escaped from the land of eternal calamity, am I going to die like this? The Lord of the Countercurrent was extremely unwilling. Don't panic, this is not your doom, but my doom, the Empire's doom, but now the eternal rules can't do anything to me, and it has come to you and the people of my Empire. At the most dangerous moment, Xuanhuan appeared in front of the Lord against the current. He stared indifferently at a place of nothingness, and exerted greater power to block the Lord of the Countercurrent. This is enough power to destroy the Lord of the Countercurrent, but it is not enough to destroy him. The robbery light that filled the sky collapsed one after another because of Xuanhuan alone. The Emperor saved my life. The Lord of the Countercurrent was still in shock. He is not afraid of death, but the power of the eternal rules is enough to break his heart. In the first city, Xuanhuan convened a meeting of the powerful empire. Your Majesty, in the recent period, as long as the powerful of our empire leave the territory of the empire, they will be killed by the eternal calamity without warning, and as time goes by, it will become more and more frequent. Tianzuan's face was serious. He had sorted out the recent divine calamities too many times, and some people dared not leave. Now that you, Emperor Xuanhuan, the biggest alien, can't destroy your people? Don't guess too much, I know the reason for all of these. Xuanhuan Dao, this is an attack on me, from the eternal rules. My existence has seriously threatened it, and the stronger I am, the greater the threat, the more terrifying the power it will erupt, and it will be doomed. It's just the beginning of it. I transformed myself into eternity, to transform the empire into a second eternal world. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and an infinite vision appeared. The empire was breaking away from the world of eternity itself, forming another time and space. There are no two suns in the sky, and there are no two masters in the country. Tianzuan said in a deep voice, for the eternal rule itself, the people of the empire no longer belong to it in His Majesty's eternity, so it will come down to destroy it, and it is not a real intelligent creature after all. Its destruction, play by its rules. We will encounter attacks because our faith is given to the Empire, and the aura we are contaminated with is the eternal aura of the Empire, and it has become a different kind, so we are locked. The Lord of the Countercurrent suffered from this kind of attack and felt deeply. He contributed his faith to the Empire, and at the same time stood on the opposite side of the eternal rules. The eternal rule is scary, the Emperor has threatened him, but this will not make us fear it, but will face it more bravely. Beast Emperor Road. #See 1951 Myth Door. Faced with the eternal changes that the Empire has encountered, a group of top powerhouses such as the Beast Emperor are not afraid. The eternal rules actually have special care, and they are specially looking at the powerful Empire to bring down the catastrophe. At the same time, it shows that the Emperor's strength has really threatened his operation. Check all the records, in which era such a thing happened. In their minds, the great Emperor will be the first person in history, and some even feel that it is an honor and the greatest blessing to receive such special care. Look up and look outside the Empire. In fact, the eternal rules are also bringing doom to the Empire, but the vast luck, like the ocean, shelters the people of the Empire and forms a huge protective umbrella. But this is only within the Empire, and the country and the people can be safe. The matter has had a huge impact. It reveals two signals to the outside world. One is the strength of His Majesty, and it is also known that the eternal rules have begun to kill His Majesty. Anyone who joins the Empire will be bombarded and killed. It made many people fearful and did not dare to join the Empire easily. Xuanhuan is deeply aware of the horror of the eternal rule, and said, after all, no one has lived forever in the past. Although it is not a real creature, it is actually the strongest. It deserves it. The real strongest. He speculated that the eternal rule is the strongest will. My spiritual world has also been bombarded. Lingzhu frowned. Although she did not really join the Empire, she was not considered a citizen of the Empire, but an alliance of Chu Yuan. But voluntarily becoming an Imperial alliance also allowed the rules to determine that she belonged to the Imperial side, so she was inevitably taken care of. Soldiers come to block water and earth to cover, there is no peace on the road to eternity. Chu Yuan said slowly, if it can't directly destroy me, it will inevitably use various methods. There will be more methods in the future, and the more it is like this, there will be two camps. He is fearless. As long as the people of the Xuanhu Empire are contaminated with their national fortune, they will be mercilessly hit. The long years. Even if it is the strongest, there are some calculations, but who has ever had this kind of treatment? The Emperor Xuanhu is really the first person in all ages. But under this kind of mutation, let alone eternity, it is impossible for him to become the strongest. Warrior will die, and martial arts will definitely die. Xuanhu's worldwide supernatural power suppressed them so much that they couldn't breathe. After they knew that the eternal rule was suppressed, some people secretly cried out in their hearts. The mind is rotten. Times are different. If it was placed in the era of eternal Shenzhou, if such characters appeared, they would definitely unite closely together to seize this very small hope. But there are too many failures, and most of the Eternals have given up hope for a long time, knowing that standing with Xuanhu, they will inevitably be brutally hit. Too many people hope that Xuanhu is dead. They just want the world to be so peaceful and live longer. In the dreamy and real time and space, Tuming interpreted the power of the dream and murmured, "Is it Emperor Xuanhu? His strength has already reached such a level. I don't know the future. I only know that if I can in the years I have seen, only he has the possibility to break the eternal curse." In the Hongmeng universe. Xuanhu. The Lord of Primordial Mist looked extremely firm. If you really have the possibility to break the eternity, I will dedicate all my strength, even if I can see the essence, for this goal, even if I am smashed to pieces, so what? But in a more mysterious time and space, Goddess Yanran created countless illusions of reincarnation. She was too mysterious and said, Xuanhuan, there is a mysterious power in you, eternal road? Eternal rules? When you see through the entire eternal road, you will know where you are. What is the whole picture of eternity? What is his true face? Xuanhuan's gaze was sweeping across at the moment, as if he could see through the entire eternal road. But he understands better that what he can see through is only the inside. The world that has been opened up has not yet reached the whole picture. He vaguely saw an extremely vague area, surrounded by heavy fog, but the fog was also torn apart by the vibration of the sky and the earth. Not long after, an extra-dimensional self manifested on the eternal way. This different dimension showed a divine aura that illuminates the infinite heaven and earth, and it actually condensed into a portal. The light was too dazzling and the power was too strong. The power of myth is being released, and the breath of myth is being released. This portal turned out to be the gate of mythology. The gate of mythology has appeared. This mythical gate has such great power, an eternal God, and that kind of majesty, which can only be created by the great mythical ancient emperor, before the ages. Mythical ancient heaven emperor, the strongest person who created the era of mythology and suppressed the world. How could his mythical gate appear at this time? The powers are shaking. Many of them have heard of the mythical ancient times. It was a powerful era, leaving behind many myths and legends. But this era is too far away, even the Holy Emperor appeared after them. Such and such Tianzuan, such and such Tianjun, these titles were also handed down at that time. However, after the end of this era, they disappeared completely, and it was difficult to find the remains. It is very unusual to appear at this time. Someone felt weird. Behind the mythical gate must be connected to the mythic 9 heavens. That was when the mythical ancient heaven emperor opened it, leaving behind countless resources from the mythical age. Inside the gate of myth, the 9 heavens of myth appeared vaguely, which made people's heart flutter. But the strange thing is that no one dared to go after seeing the gate of mythology. Once bitten, twice shy. They were also a little scared. The Danzu universe, which has not appeared in many epics, turned out to be a trap set by Emperor Xuanhuan in the end. They couldn't be sure whether this mythical door was opened by Emperor Xuanhuan, and if they went there, would they be hunted and killed by him? Their hearts have been shadowed. Even if it was only a 1 in 10,000 possibility, they didn't dare to gamble their lives, so this caused the current weird situation. I don't even dare to go anymore. In the Empire, many powerful people gathered together. They are all afraid of His Majesty. How dare these Eternals fight against His Majesty? Now, His Majesty just releases some news, casually, and it will frighten them. There is nothing to be afraid of. Yes. My Xuanhuan Empire is the most powerful. They were also wondering whether the door of mythology was made by His Majesty, but they didn't dare to ask. The gate of mythology has appeared. Xuanhuan's eyes pierced the sky, covering all the heavens and worlds, and said with an extremely flat expression, the appearance of eternal rules has torn the seals of many ancient roads, and a large number of ruins have appeared in the world, but the gate of myth it's not a trap I set. He also knew that those people dared not go. If no one dares to go, then it belongs to my Xuanhuan Empire. Xuanhuan made a voice, follow me to the 9th heaven of mythology. Hashtag see 1952 True Myth 9th Heaven. The myth of 9 heavens appeared, but it was so strange that no one dared to go there, because they were all afraid of Xuanhuan's supernatural power. Many people are also secretly resentful. If it is not for the suppression of the eternal rules, some ancient powerhouses will not be able to make a move. Otherwise, how can it be the turn of the gods to be arrogant? Since none of these people dared to go, Xuanhuan was going to accept this gift in spite of his disrespect. He led the strong men of the empire to the gate of myth. But the moment he left, a life-threatening will suddenly locked on him. Are you remembering me? Xuanhuan walked for eternity, and the light became more and more intense. In the silent nothingness, there was a holy light shining on billions, the most eye-catching brilliance. Rumble. Sherpatian was startled, and an ocean-like divine light washed over his body. At the same time, a new catastrophe broke out, called the Great Catastrophe of the Empire. This catastrophe of the Empire seems to have transferred the catastrophe of all the people of the Shenwu Empire to Xuanhuan through the special power of the rules, making him face countless catastrophes alone. All kinds of means are used. For the catastrophe of the Empire to hit Xuanhuan's body, and now almost as soon as he leaves, he will suffer the most violent catastrophe, almost all the time. Terrifying power washed Xuanhuan's emperor body. Divine splendor, he created eternal devouring. His eternal space was generated, and any power that came to his side would be destroyed by his power. This is his great strength. Let me bear all the calamities for the people of the empire. Xuanhuan made a majestic voice, gathered all the tribulations on him, and let him bear it alone. This is his eternal detachment. The emperor's mana is invincible. The people of the empire were deeply shocked when they saw this scene. Xuanhuan's gate of eternity opened, and his great figure stepped in, reaching the gate of myth in one step. Come into the 9 heavens of myth with me. Xuanhuan stared at the door of mythology and cast a strong seal, but with a shock of his footsteps, the door was pushed open, revealing a world of mythology. Beautiful mountains and rivers, mythical world. The whole world is bright and bright, there is no darkness, and there is a mythical vitality everywhere, making people feel extremely comfortable when breathing, and even the demons are gone. During the shining light, the heaven and earth are extremely magnificent, just like the real eternal world. No one has ever been to the real eternal world, but everyone is imagining that it must be an extremely beautiful world. This is the first heaven of mythology. Xuanhuan visited Jichangshan once when he was in the multiverse. But this is the real 9 heavens of mythology, created by the mythology world. This mythical vitality has been brewed for thousands of years, and no one has absorbed it, so it has become extremely mellow. Let alone ordinary people, even the god of origin breathes day and night, and the body of the god will be tempered to reach a higher level. In the mythical 9 heavens, there is a holy place for cultivation. The vitality of the myth, although the ancient emperor of the myth has fallen, but he left behind the 9 heavens of the myth, which can absorb breath from the outside world and refine it here, and the countless strong men of the myth have all disappeared one by one. Yi Tianzuan said. Here, there is the source of mythology. Xuanhuan walked in the 9 heavens of myth, the magnificent mountains and rivers, although there were no living beings at that time, but he also seemed to see the brilliance of the prosperity back then. He ascended from sky to sky. There are rare treasures everywhere, things that are hard to see. Countless treasures are randomly piled up here. However, Xuanhuan did not collect it directly. He could see that every treasure here was set under the restriction of destruction, and if it was taken carelessly, it would be bombed and killed. This entire mythical 9 heavens and earth is a stronger killing formation. However, Xuanhuan will not be afraid, but he completely regards the mythical 9 heavens as his property and will not destroy them. In the vast Jichangtiandi, at that time, the people in the mythical world could ascend to their own world one by one. The grand wish of the ancient emperor of mythology. Xuanhuan said quietly, he also saw that the eternal road did not belong to him. He opened up his own mythical 9 heavens. This is his eternal world. His fall is also very likely to be punished by heaven. Soon, he came to the 8th heaven. Mythical ancient heaven. It is almost an endless palace of heaven that stretches for hundreds of millions of miles. In the entire 8th heaven, there are palaces one after another, which is the world of palaces. These palaces are majestic, tall and majestic, and arranged in a great pattern. Countless powerful people from the age of mythology lived in these palaces back then, and they believed in the greatest emperor of mythology. In that distant age of mythology, there were not only mythical ancient emperors, but also many eternal powerhouses. The mythical ancient heaven at that time, the only holy place in the world. The powerhouses of the empire looked at the majestic ancient heaven, and the vast power, which ran through the past and the future, all expressed deep amazement. This is an extremely great view of God. In fact, if you look at the past, you will find that the longer the era of records, the more united the strong will be at that time, and they will be closely connected with the strongest to comprehend the eternal law. As the saying goes, times have changed. Too many failures have blunted their edges and dampened their ambitions. At this moment, the eyes of the strong men of the empire are all burning. They have already felt the breath of too many gods, and they are all sealed in palaces one after another. This is a treasure of an entire era, running through how many eras? The scorching sun of myth, the source of myth. Xuanhuan looked up and saw a round of mythical scorching sun that could be seen no matter which heaven he was in. The power of the mythical scorching sun is extremely huge, and the entire mythical 9 layers heaven can have such abundant vitality. In fact, it depends on this round of scorching sun, which is like the eternal killing array Rubik's Cube. This round of mythical scorching sun is the source of power, which is equivalent to the largest godhead. Xuanhuan looked directly at the mythical scorching sun. Godhead, he has seen a lot in the mythical 9 heavens of the multiverse, which can make people directly become the god of origin. But the myth in front of me can make people directly eternal. It is the gathering of the power essence of many powerful people in the age of myth. It can be said. This godhead contains the essence of the age of mythology, and it is a countless inheritance of Taoism. If anyone obtains the godhead, the eternal level after achievement is the most powerful. The heritage of ancient times cannot be underestimated. It is rumored that the cultivation method in the age of mythology is also somewhat different from ours. They will all cultivate a godhead, and the life and soul are all in the godhead. After sitting down, the godhead will also be preserved. Those who are suitable can pass the test and get the godhead. Strength, directly become a top powerhouse. The Lord of Countercurrents vaguely knows some ancient methods. The godhead is immortal, and the incense is never extinguished. Xuanhuan said slowly, "You don't need to pay attention to this godhead first. The entire mythical 9 heavens belong to the empire, and I will go to the last heaven with you.